Yes, we have zombies here. What? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not fucking joking. Chu Long couldn't hold it in and roared into the receiver. There are real zombies in our school, the kind from The Walking Dead, the one we watched together. No, they're even more ferocious than those. Huh? Are you insane? The person on the other end refused to believe him. Chu Long casually searched their class group chat, found a horrifying photo, and sent it over. Shit. Chu Long was not the type to prank people. There was no way he would be so bored at midday that he'd randomly grab some picture online just to scare someone. In the photo, half of a man's facial skin had been torn off, every fiber and fascia line starkly visible. Do these things really eat people? Like in the movies? Of course they do. Chu Long rapidly forwarded a series of videos showing zombies all over the school corridors and playground biting people everywhere. Then are you safe right now? They'll come pick you up immediately. The voice on the other end sounded extremely anxious. Chu Long hurriedly replied, don't come. I'm temporarily hiding in the school conference room with a bunch of others. It's relatively safe for now. If you come over, it'll be very dangerous. The streets must be even more chaotic now. Then wait for me. The person on the other end completely ignored Chu Long's warning. They'll come to the school to get you. Before I arrive, you are not allowed to get into any trouble. Don't you dare. Beep beep. Before he could finish, the call abruptly disconnected. Chu Long frowned, deeply worry clouding his face. He glanced at the signal bars on his phone, still full. Perhaps something had gone wrong on the other side, causing the sudden disconnection. Chu Long had no mind to dwell on it, but whether he could survive the day was already in question. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. At 1 p.m., the lunch break bell echoed across the campus. 3 hours earlier, Chu Long had been attending an elective course, the most popular among university students' appreciation of Chinese and foreign classic films. It was the easiest type of course to pass. For credits, you could slack off in class watching movies, and for the exam, you simply scribbled a film review and you were done. Classes were held in the multimedia room, and every session was almost packed with around 100 people attending. Chu Long always chose a seat in the few rows near the back door. Those seats had to be fought for because once the bell rang, a few quick steps would take you out the door. Very convenient. Today's screening was Titanic, which had a nude scene of the female lead in the middle. Chu Long did not care. He slept through every class anyway, and such scenes would probably be censored out. Yeah. He was leaning on the desk on the verge of dozing off when a series of shrill screams jolted him awake. Even if the nude scene hadn't been cut, this was way over the top. With resentment at being woken, Chu Long swept a glance toward the front of the classroom. What had startled everyone was not Ross's naked body on the big screen, but two female classmates in the bottom right corner of the room stacked atop one another. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Are they seriously making out in public like this? And they're both girls. Thinking there was a spectacle to watch, Chu Long instantly perked up. Roar! A rush of wind swept past the back of Chu Long's neck. Suddenly, the girl standing beside him, watching the commotion with him, had her head seized by a pair of hands. Before Chu Long could even shift his gaze, the girl was yanked violently backward, her whole body flipping over. What the hell is this? Cries of alarm erupted around them as Chu Long, along with the other students, looked over. The girl had been flipped onto the desk behind her, body arched back, her head pinned down with brutal force. The culprit was a male student sitting behind her. His hands clamped down on her face. In an almost feral act of violence, he lowered his head and forced a kiss onto her. Chu Long was stunned. Though university students were relatively open-minded, this guy looked like a rutting beast about to devour the girl alive. From his posture, it looked as if he was about to take her right then and there. The girl screamed, struggling desperately, but she could not break free. Just as Chu Long hesitated over whether to step forward and stop it, the boy pressed forehead to forehead, cheek to cheek with her, and tore off her upper lip with his mouth. Blood sprayed as he lifted his head, and the girl's upper lip was completely ripped apart. She trembled soundlessly, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Chu Long. Help! Help me! Run! Run! Almost in an instant, the entire multimedia room erupted with screams for help and shouts to flee, the ceiling shuddering as if struck by an earthquake. Goosebumps prickled across Chu Long's entire body. He had no idea what was happening, but when confronted with such a nightmarish scene, the most important thing was to escape immediately, not stay and watch. He was grateful he had grabbed a seat in the third-to-last row by the aisle, only 4 desks away from the back door. Ignoring the girl whose lip had been torn, he took a giant step onto the desk, vaulted across 3 tables in a row, and leaped toward the back door. Those seated even closer to the back door had already escaped, while the slower ones were tackled in their seats by other crazed individuals. Call the police, dial 110 if they've gone insane. Call nothing. Just run for your life. Help. Somebody help me. Some who hadn't left, yet were still crowding the corridor outside the classroom, gawking like onlookers at a fire, fearless fools drawn to disaster. Moved. In a panic, Chu Long kicked aside the person blocking his way. At a time like this, you're still just standing here watching, he cursed as he shoved past the image from moments ago replaying in his mind. His instincts screamed that this was absolutely not normal, at the very least nothing that should ever appear in real life. He had to get back to the dorm as soon as possible. Am I dreaming? Chulong's mind wandered for an instant, and he slammed headfirst into a male student taller than himself. After knocking him down, the taller boy didn't even glance back, sprinting toward the second teaching building. Chulong had barely managed to push himself halfway up when with a heavy thud a living body crashed down right in front of him. The one who fell was a crew-cut boy. He sprawled on the ground like a toad, both arms jutting out at odd angles to either side. His left shin slammed into the concrete, piercing through his kneecap and protruding from his thigh. At the same time, his right knee hit the ground and shattered. Blood quickly drenched both of his pant legs. Terrified, Chulong staggered back 2 steps. The crew-cut boy's throat emitted a harsh rattling sound. Despite such a grotesque fall, he was not fully dead. He even reached out, trying to grab Chulong's shoe. A zombie. Chulong was so frightened, he could barely make a sound, his mind blank. Seeing the crew-cut boy reaching for him, he instinctively kicked the boy's head aside. Then, scrambling in a panic, Chulong leapt to his feet, only to crash headlong into wave after wave of fleeing people. Within the crowd were many frenzied figures with blood-stained mouths howling as they chased down and lunged at others. Everyone was screaming and running for their lives, deafening roars erupting again and again. As he ran, Chulong tried to break away from the crowd. The dormitory building was too far. There was no way he could make it back right now. Roar. At the west stairwell of teaching building No. 1, a pack of zombies came thundering down, bellowing like wild beasts that had been starved in an iron cage for 3 days and nights. To avoid them, Chulong had no choice but to cut through the central courtyard of building No. 1 and sprint toward building No. 2. Where the crowd was relatively thinner. Between teaching building No. 1 and teaching building No. 2, a corridor 30 meters long stretched like a narrow bridge. Chulong sprinted toward the corridor, where right in the middle 2 girls were being stalked by a single zombie. The zombie stood squarely in the center of the corridor, blocking the way. It had sunk its teeth into one girl's arm, gnawing like a wild dog, its jaws clamped down as if trying to tear the very bones from its prey. The other girl was hammering the zombie's head with her small, clumsy fist, barely strong enough to pound garlic, desperately trying to pry her friend from the mad creature's mouth. Help me. She spotted Chulong. Zombies were chasing right behind him, and he had no intention of stopping for even a single step. Yet this girl knew him. Chulong, please, I'm begging you, help me. As he tried to rush past them, the ponytailed girl reached out and grabbed his clothes, yanking him back by force. You idiot. Chulong snapped in anxious fury, but when he saw her face, he realized it was Xia Siet. Chulong was an accounting major in class 3. Xia Siet was his class monitor. For the sake of all the time Xia Siet had let him copy homework, written excuse notes for him, and marked his attendance, Chulong decided to help her this once. Chulong shook off Xia Siet's hand, then seized the zombie by the collar. Channeling all his strength into both arms, he heaved and flung it toward the railings at the side of the corridor. Run! Chulong shouted, bolting away at once. Counting the one he had just flung aside, there were now 4 zombies charging after them along the corridor. Xia Siet and the girl whose arm had been bitten followed closely behind Chulong. Growing increasingly agitated, he barked, split up, scatter, and draw their attention. Following his instructions, Xia Siet ran to the right after they reached the second floor, while Chulong fled to the left. 2 zombies locked onto Chulong and refused to give up the chase. As he ran, he used the corner of his eye to scan the classrooms along the corridor. He saw that every classroom had already succumbed to the outbreak. Blood seeped across podiums, windowsills, and floors, and everywhere zombies knelt over fallen bodies, tearing them apart. At last, after looping around most of the floor, Chulong spotted a medical room tucked into a corner. Its transparent glass door faced him directly, and from a distance he could see no one inside, a place he might be able to hide. He lunged toward the infirmary at the speed of a 100-meter dash, diving inside. The zombies chasing him from behind were still about 30 meters away. Just as his front foot crossed the threshold and he reached for the lock, a leg suddenly thrust itself in from nowhere, wedging the infirmary door open. Wait, let us in. Xia Siet jammed her thigh into the gap of the infirmary door, gripping the frame with both hands as she tried to push her way inside. Chulong naturally refused to let her in because the girl behind her had been bitten. No, she's been bitten, he snapped. You 2 need to leave, the zombies are almost here. Yet even as he shouted at Xia Siet, the zombies closed the last few steps. Chulong could not hold out. At the final moment, he relented, releasing the door to let the 2 girls in first. Bang! The instant they rushed in, Chulong slammed the door shut. A zombie crashed into the glass at the same moment, sending shudders through the pane and making the glass door rattle violently. Afraid the door wouldn't hold, Chulong hurriedly dragged a nearby medical bed over and braced it against the glass. Bang! 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 4 or 5 zombies had gathered at the entrance. They pressed together in a writhing mass, smashing their heads against the glass and pounding the handle with their fists, terrifying those inside, so much they hardly dared to breathe. The danger frayed Chu Long's temper. He turned to look at the girl who had been bitten. It had been less than 3 minutes since she was bitten, yet the wound on her arm had already blackened. She was so weak she seemed to be burning up with a violent fever, her face pale, as she sat on the floor, crying out in pain. Her body's burning. Still oblivious to what was happening, Xiaoxiet actually dared to move closer, reaching out to touch the girl's forehead. Don't go near her. Are you crazy? Chu Long couldn't hold back his curse. He rushed over, yanked Xiaoxiet away, and pressed them both against the wall, putting as much distance as possible between them and the girl. She was bitten by those things outside, do you understand? Chu Long pointed at the blackened flesh on her arm. Soon she'll be just like those monsters out there. Then can she still be saved, though? Xiaoxiet, who had no idea what Chu Long meant by zombies, asked anxiously. She's lost so much blood. Shouldn't we at least stop the bleeding first? Seeing she still wanted to save the girl, Chu Long realized she did not understand him at all. There's no saving her, he said, drawing a deep breath and forcing his temper down. Raging would accomplish nothing. The most important thing now was to find a decent weapon. As Chu Long rifled through cabinets and tabletops, Xiaoxiet asked in confusion, "What are you looking for?" "A knife, scissors, a stick. Anything that can be used to attack," he replied rapidly. His mind was finally clear. In an infirmary there ought to be scissors, or perhaps a fruit knife. Sure enough, in the desk drawer marked with Dr. Li, on a nameplate, Chu Long found a small fruit knife and a pair of scissors. Chu Long handed the scissors to Xiaoxiet. Seeing the seriousness etched on his face, she realized this was no joke and accepted them without protest. By then her roommate had already fainted from the excruciating pain. Will she really turn into one of those things outside that bite people, eh? Xiaoxiet asked anxiously. Highly likely. Stay back, Chu Long said, observing her carefully. She seems dead. We'd better. With that, he cautiously approached, holding a length of rubber cord he had found in one of the cabinets. He planned to restrain her first. Whether she transformed or not, binding her to the side of a bed would make everything easier to handle. He moved behind her, reaching out, when the girl who had been lying motionless suddenly twisted her head around with a savage jerk. Arg! She transformed in an instant. There was no grotesque convulsion like in the movies, as she simply sprang from death-like stillness to feral animation, craning her neck and lunging at Chu Long with brutal force. Caught off guard, Chu Long was slammed against the wall by the zombie. "Ah! Ow! Ah!" It shrieked hoarsely, straining to sink its teeth into his throat. Chu Long braced both hands against its shoulders, refusing to let it draw any closer. The knife he had been gripping in his right hand had slipped from his grasp during the earlier impact and clattered to the floor. "Get off me!" Chu Long drove his foot into its abdomen, kicking it away. A normal person would have doubled over in agony from such a blow. But this zombie's entire body was taut and unfeeling, devoid of pain. It lunged again, like a specter, claws flailing. Just as Chu Long reached for the knife on the floor, it caught him from behind, instead slamming him down and pinning him to the ground. The zombie yanked his collar aside, exposing a large patch of the back of his neck. "It's over," was the only thought in Chu Long's mind. "Don't bite him." At that critical moment, Xiaoxiet, who had been paralyzed with fear, snapped back to her senses at the sight of Chu Long in mortal danger. She seized the transformed girl's long hair and wrenched her head violently upward. Seizing the opening, Chu Long scrambled to his feet and drove the knife straight into the zombie's abdomen, burying the blade deep inside. It did nothing. The long-haired corpse still thrashed with feral vigor and turned to claw at the one bold enough to yank its hair, Xiaoxiet. Its movements were so fierce that it dragged the knife right out of Chu Long's hand. The blade was buried firm, and Chu Long realized that such a tiny thing was practically useless against these monsters. He rushed to the doctor's desk, snatched up a chair with a backrest, and strode forward, swinging it down hard onto the zombie's back. The blow knocked the zombie to the floor in a single strike. Chu Long refused to give it any chance to rise. Gripping the chair by its sides with both hands, he hoisted it high and brought it crashing down on the creature's head again and again. Thud! 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 3 heavy blows, each delivered with all his strength, finally left the zombie utterly motionless. Thank you, Chu Long." Xiaoxi bent at the waist, gasping heavily, as if she had just slain a zombie herself, even more exhausted than Chu Long. "It's nothing. You saved me just now, too." Chu Long wiped a light sheen of sweat from his brow. "Now you see I was telling the truth. These people have been infected by something and turned into zombies. Unbelievable how fast the transformation is after a bite. Less than 3 minutes. You shouldn't have brought her in here with you." Chu Long fixed his gaze on Xiaoxi and said, "Once bitten, there's no hope. You nearly got both of us killed." His words were merciless and brutally realistic. He had expected her to accuse him of selfishness. To his surprise, Xiaoxi reflected instead. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't know what was. She was my roommate. We took an elective volleyball class together. Then suddenly someone went berserk and started biting people indiscriminately. Not just one or two. Everyone lost their minds. Xiaosai still couldn't believe what she had witnessed. How could something like this happen? Zombies. I never believed in them. Chu Long shook his head. Neither did I, but here they are. You saw it yourself. Your roommate died, and then rose again, lunging straight for me. Xiaosai stared at her roommate's grotesque form, her face pale with terror. They're no longer human. She pointed toward the doorway, where the horde of zombies had thickened, their heads crowding so densely they were impossible to count. The metal-framed bunk bed rattled violently under their assault. Give me a hand. Chu Long gestured toward the wooden office desk inside the infirmary. It looked heavy, too heavy for one person to move alone. Without hesitation, Xiaosai joined him, and together they dragged the desk to the door and tipped it sideways against the frame. The solid wooden desk blocked the zombies' line of sight, shielding the living inside from their predatory gaze. It'll hold them off for now, but we're trapped here. Chu Long scanned the room. Will anyone come to rescue us? Xiaosai asked. I tried calling for help, but every line was dead. No one will come. Chu Long shook his head. Check the videos and live streams on Douyin. It's not just our campus, it's nationwide. Perhaps worldwide. How? How can this be? Her voice trembled. What do we do now? We must escape, immediately. Chu Long glanced at the glass door, already webbed with cracks. This won't hold long. We'll climb out the window, fast, and head for sparsely populated areas. Xiaosai opened the infirmary window and peered down, then shook her head. No, it's too high. Second floor is at least 6 or 7 meters above ground. A fall could shatter our legs. Or worse. She was right. The drop from the second floor was perilously high. A single misstep would mean injury. And in this world, a broken leg meant certain death. Think, quickly. Chu Long urged. There's no other way. We must climb down. Chu Long, these pillows and blankets might help. Xiaosai flung open the supply cabinet. Spare bedding and pillows tumbled out. 3 full sets plus those already on the floor. That's it. Chu Long swept his arm toward the window. We can toss these down as cushioning. And the curtains, we can. Xiaosai thought the same. He wasn't surprised. As class president and study committee head of accounting class 2, her mind was sharp and decisive. During fire drills, I learned how to escape a locked room, tie sheets or curtains into a makeshift rope, and wrap. Excellent. Let's move. As Chu Long spoke, the glass door shattered. Zombie hands clawed inward through the jagged opening. I'll lay the padding. You knot the rope. Calm now. Xiaosai reverted to her efficient, commanding self and began directing Chu Long. Got it. Chu Long ripped down the curtains and in under a minute knotted them tightly, securing one end to the windowsill and letting the other dangle outside. The improvised rope ended just 2 meters above the ground. Xiaosai had already spread the bedding across the courtyard below, layers thick enough to absorb impact should anything go wrong during the descent. Before the zombies breached the room, they slid down one after another, smoothly, safely, landing without twisted ankles or bruised joints. Where now? Xiaosai asked. The infirmary faced the open expanse of the sports field, no cover, no shelter, and swarmed with wandering zombies. Look at their speed. They run like elite athletes. Chu Long watched as zombies chased down students across the grassy pitch. Too terrifying. We need to leave now. She paused, then suggested, what if we go to my dorm? It's tucked away in the far corner of campus. Fewer people, less danger. No, would never make it. It's 20 minutes on foot, even longer by a bike. With zombies everywhere, that route is suicide. We need an empty, secluded place to hide. What about the conference room in building 2? It's right there. Yes, that room is usually locked and rarely used. Xiaosai agreed. Let's go. Chu Long broke into a sprint. Exposed beyond the building, they drew immediate attention. Zombies from the football field surged across the green, converging upon them. They ran hard, one behind the other. Xiaosai kept pace effortlessly, limbs quick and sure. They reached the side entrance of the conference room, a dual-access space, one door facing the field, the other inward toward the building. Chu Long pushed at the side door, firmly shut. It's locked. He glanced at the row of floor-to-ceiling windows, curtains drawn tight, sealing the interior in darkness. Impossible. This door isn't supposed to lock. Xiaosai stepped forward, tested it herself. No give. Her eyes flicked to the curtains. Someone's inside. Someone's hiding in there, and locked the door. She pounded urgently. Is anyone inside? Open up. We need shelter. Please. No zombies at the door. We haven't been bitten. Open up. Let us in. Open the door. Her voice grew frantic, yet silence answered. Frustrated, she stomped, hammered harder, until the commotion startled a pack of zombies lurking in the first-floor classroom nearby. We're wasting time. Let's go. Chu Long grabbed her arm, but those few seconds cost them dearly. From the football field, zombies poured in from the right, cutting off their escape. Grr! Skulls slammed against the classroom windows, glass exploding inward with thunderous cracks. The creatures, frenzied and mindless, hurled themselves headfirst through the shards. Crash! A pane shattered, revealing a bloodied face thrust through the gap. Crash! Farther down, another window exploded, spitting out a zombie who tumbled head over heels, landing like a crumpled sack. Their retreat path was sealed too. Leftward, a fresh wave of zombies spilled from the corridor, chasing students fleeing from Building 1. There has to be someone in there. Open up. Xiaosai, desperate now, began battering the door with her fists, like the undead themselves. Chu Long rammed his shoulder against it, then froze. Out of the corner of his eye, a curtain fluttered, just once, behind a window. He pointed, locking eyes with the unseen figures within. Are you blind? We're uninfected. Stop pretending you're not there. Open up now. Inside the conference room sat 4 people, arguing fiercely over whether to open the door. A slight-built boy snapped, "We should have let them in ages ago. Every second we waste gives them time to draw every zombie within a kilometer. Then we're all dead." Without another word, he rushed to the side door and swung it wide, ushering Chu Long and Xiaosai inside. As the door creaked open, Chu Long dragged Xiaosai inside, colliding with the boy who had opened the door for them. "Sorry, buddy." Chu Long helped the boy up, and only when he looked up did he realize it was his roommate, Liang Junming. Liang Junming fell hard, and just as he was about to curse, he heard Chu Long call his name. "Chu Long, class monitor. So it was you two outside. You should have said so earlier." Liang Junming exclaimed, "Damn. Those outside are zombies, did you know? I was in class looking down at my phone when the boy in front of me bit off another boy's eyelid. I was so scared I ran outside, ran here, and then someone." Liang Junming's words were cut off by others. "It's all your fault. You were shouting outside, attracting a swarm of zombies. Did you see that?" The speaker was a girl with wavy long hair, carrying a bag, looking like a mature beauty, but her voice sounded like a dinosaur's roar. "Now look, the main entrance and side door are blocked by zombies. We were hiding well here, and you two are really troublemakers." The long-haired girl was furious, complaining nonstop, also blaming Liang Junming for trying to open the door to rescue people. "What's your name?" "This is my roommate, my buddy, and that's my class monitor. Of course I have to save them." Liang Junming retorted, "You 3 aren't selfish like us." Chu Long ignored the long-haired girl. He had to ensure safety here. The main entrance had been barricaded by Liang Junming and others using tables and chairs, but it was still shaking violently. The side door near the playground had also attracted a dozen zombies because of Chu Long and Xiaosai. I was still wondering how to escape, but now there's no need to think about it. It's completely over. Standing next to the long-haired girl was a boy in a beige short-sleeved shirt with a stylishly tousled hairstyle. The boy with the tousled hair spoke sarcastically, and Chu Long instantly grew displeased. "Do you really need to say that?" Chu Long glared at him. "If we hadn't crashed into the door, if you had let us in earlier, there wouldn't be so many zombies." "I'll let you in." The tousled boy laughed. "Who knows if you were bitten? We know what happens to those who get bitten." After the tousled boy spoke, he pointed to the speaker's position in the conference room, where 2 people were lying, one covered in blood, the other with a crushed head. "Classmate, we are both in short sleeves and shorts. Isn't it clear whether we've been bitten? And you just hid behind the curtains and watched us die. Isn't that a bit selfish?" Xiaosai joined the argument, and the tousled boy immediately shot back, "Selfish? You would do the same. Don't preach morals or values to me. Who do you think you are? I know you're that Xiaosai who got all the scholarships in your sophomore year, right? I think you've read too much and gone crazy. Blah, blah, blah. What are you all arguing about?" The largest boy in the room interrupted their quarrel. "Instead of talking, why don't you come help?" While everyone was arguing, the big guy was moving heavy objects to block. Chu Long recognized him. This big guy was the one who had knocked him down earlier. He was robust, standing at about 195 centimeters, looking like an athlete. Chu Long and Xiaosai hurried to help, while the tousled boy and the round-faced girl just stood there still fuming. "Thanks him, Chu Long. So you were the one who wanted to open the door, but they disagreed, right?" Chu Long spoke to Liang Junming. Yes. The moment you two appeared, I wanted to open the door to let you in. But Su Jie and Pan Wenyuan refused. Huang Shiji was indifferent, and I thought I couldn't just watch you two get eaten by zombies. So I went to open the door," Liang Junming replied. "Those 2 were zombies. The ones you took down." Chu Long pointed at the podium. "Yes, originally there were 6 people who escaped in here, but one turned into a corpse as soon as they came in, and then bit another person. Damn these zombies, they are really fierce. If it weren't for Huang Shiji, Su Jie and Pan Wenyuan would have definitely been finished." "You mean those 2 zombies were taken down by Huang Shiji?" Chu Long was a bit surprised. He and Xiaosai had worked hard to take down just 1 zombie. Yes. Liang Junming nodded vigorously, looking at Huang Shiji. "Did you see that bent hook stick on the ground? It was originally used to pull the upper windows of the conference room. Huang Shiji picked up that stick and smashed their heads. The hook was bent. He was really fierce." Chu Long nodded. Having someone as strong as Huang Shiji was a good thing for them. Juanming, thank you again. No need to be so polite. We are all classmates. We should help each other, right? Liang Junming waved his hand. After confirming safety, Chu Long called his brother. His brother insisted on coming to pick him up, and suddenly Chu Long was very worried, but what was more pressing was how to survive. He admired Xia Sai a bit. Despite Su Jie and Pan Wenyuan's insults, she still approached them to reason. Let me think from your perspective. Ew, I shouldn't call you selfish. You just want to survive. It was our fault for attracting the zombies. My roommate was bitten by a zombie. She turned into a corpse quickly. If it were me, I would have done the same as you. Su Jie and Pan Wenyuan thought Xia Sai was there to scold them and wanted to get angry, but her words, you know it's fine. Pan Wenyuan, seeing her willing to admit her faults, calmed down, saying, actually, I didn't want to not save you. I am very afraid of being bitten. Definitely not. Haha, it's good that you know you're wrong. It seems you're not just good at studying, Xia the scholar. Su Jie spoke with a sarcastic tone, but Xia Sai didn't mind and continued to reason. We are all classmates. Oh, we should help each other now. If we unite, our chances of surviving will be higher. It's easy to say, but you're the one who caused this situation. Su Jie was relentless. Xia the scholar, you're so smart. Then let me ask you, do you have any good ideas? These two flimsy wooden doors won't hold for long. I don't know if you have been looking at your phones. This is a nationwide disaster. Every city has erupted into a zombie crisis. The national roads and highways in our city are blocked. The subways are filled with zombies, and there are people live streaming on Douyin showing zombies biting people on the subway. And the planes in the sky. A plane fell in the center square of our city and caught fire. Did you know? No one is coming to save us. Xia Sai, I don't know why you're still so calm. The apocalypse is coming. Enough. Chu Long cut Su Jie off. He despised people who constantly complained and spoke in veiled sarcastic barbs. They fancied themselves omniscient, knowing everything, explaining everything, endlessly chattering instead of acting. Such individuals were invariably unreliable. When finally pressed into action, they proved utterly incompetent. Stop your incessant babbling. Dead men would rise before you. Shut up. Everyone knows how grave this is. Either offer something practical or silence yourself. Chu Long retorted. You tell me to be quiet. Who gave you that authority? As tensions flared again, Liang Junming hastily intervened. Let's all calm down. Just a little. Wouldn't it be wiser to conserve energy for fighting zombies? Let's follow senior class leader Xia's lead. Surely she has a plan. Su Jie flipped Chu Long off from across the room. Chu Long burst into laughter. What an utter fool. If he ever got his hands on him, he'd certainly swell Su Jie's face with a slap. All right then, I'll begin by gathering everyone's thoughts. Xia Sai stood among the six of them, her tone calm and distinctly authoritative, like a seasoned teacher. Liang Junming first. What's your take? Xia Sai asked. Well, I think we should wait and observe for now. Those two doors should hold for a while, right? We're only 6 people and unarmed. Charging out blindly would be suicide. There can't possibly be just 6 survivors left in this school. Others must still be alive. To put it bluntly, Liang Junming scratched the back of his head. Others will inevitably make noise too. So why not simply wait here until the zombies are drawn away? Actually, that's not half bad. Su Jie nodded. Wait for what? Before Xia Sai could even ask, Huang Shiji rushed in. We can't wait. If the zombies outside don't leave, what then? Will we starve to death in here? There's not a scrap of food or drop of water inside. Besides, I must get out, urgently. Something vital depends on it. Vital? Is anything more vital than your life? Su Jie sneered again. Huang Shiji didn't indulge him, pointing straight at his nose. None of your business. If I hadn't saved you earlier, you'd already be bitten. Su Jie still feared Huang Shiji. His scrawny frame wouldn't withstand even a single slap. At the thought, he clamped his mouth shut. Liang Junming's idea holds merit. Chu Long, what do you think? Xia Sai asked. Chu Long paused. He trusted his elder brother who'd promised to come fetch him. If his brother truly arrived, driving straight in to pick him up would pose no difficulty. As for the zombies at the door, they'd simply be crushed beneath the wheels. I also believe hiding here for now is wise. The windows are covered and the zombies can't see us. They're mindless after all. Given enough time, they may even conclude no one remains inside and disperse to hunt elsewhere. Even if the doors fail, we could retreat into the computer lab beside the podium. And then what? Wait there to die. Huang Shiji objected sharply. Once inside, my brother will arrive by car. We 6 can squeeze into one vehicle without issue. Someone's coming to rescue us. That's wonderful. Liang Junming exclaimed, elated at the prospect of salvation. Don't celebrate yet. I've already said it, the roads outside are gridlocked. My brother may never reach us. He might not even make it halfway. Shut your damn mouth. Chu Long snapped, lunging forward to land 2 punches on the insufferable Su Jie. The coward scrambled backward, cursing as he zigzagged between chairs in the conference room, dodging like a prince circling a pillar. Then stand and fight. Your tongue's so tough. Let's see if your face can take a punch. Come on. Watching Su Jie's craven antics, Chu Long felt both furious and absurdly amused. Idiot. Prove you've got guts. Catch me if you can. Su Jie leapt nimbly over rows of chairs, swift on his feet. Stop this nonsense. How can you two still behave like children? Xia Sai grew exasperated, utterly baffled by the boy's illogical reasoning. Always ready to curse. Always ready to brawl. Must you insist on proving who's right and who's wrong? Can't you just pause, for one moment? Xia Sai halted their squabble, then turned and asked Pan Wenyin, what about you? Are your family members coming? No way. My family wouldn't lift a finger if I died. Pan Wenyin crossed her arms, scoffing. My mother lives for mahjong and my father drinks himself into oblivion, often vanishing for days without returning home. To them I might as well have been fished out of a dumpster. Even my university tuition came from loans and borrowed money, from relatives no less. Her voice trembled, tears welling. Understood. Xia Sai shifted her gaze to Huang Shiji, the sole dissenter against waiting for rescue. Huang Shiji, we're only 6. We cannot overcome a dozen zombies at the door. Let's wait, just a little longer. If Chu Long's elder brother arrives, it'll take mere hours. We'll be free soon. That vital matter you mentioned, it's about rescuing someone, isn't it? Xia Sai guessed instantly. Huang Shiji told them plainly, I need to save my girlfriend. She's trapped in her dormitory. All her roommates have turned. Right now she's barricaded alone in the restroom. I must reach her. Every second lost is a second closer to disaster. With that he strode toward the side door. Liang Junming froze in terror, then lunged to grab him. But his slight frame offered little resistance. Clinging desperately to Huang Shiji's waist, he was dragged along helplessly. Seeing this, Chu Long rushed forward to restrain him. Xia Sai joined in, and even the terrified Su Jie stepped up. Only then did they manage to haul Huang Shiji back to the center of the conference room. Chu Long thought this Huang Shiji had courage, but 0 sense. What exactly do you intend to do? He demanded. There's not even a stick in this room. Do you plan to kill them barehanded? Shh. Don't even consider it. You know full well. Their heads must be destroyed, or they won't die. This isn't a game where death resets the clock. We each have only one life. Chu Long pleaded, urgently urging restraint. I understand your anguish, Xia Sai added gently. I noticed you checking your phone, typing feverishly. I suspected as much. So your girlfriend is safe, for now, eh? Chu Long, could your elder brother also bring her along? 8 people in one car may be tight, but it's possible, isn't it? She was Huang Shiji's girlfriend, not his. Chu Long had no intention of entangling himself in rescuing someone utterly unrelated to him. Moreover, reaching the girl's dormitory would mean confronting zombies, a risk he refused to impose upon himself or his brother. Noticing Chu Long's silence, Xia Sai shot him a meaningful glance. Chu Long understood. For now he acquiesced, fine. When the time comes we'll bring your girlfriend along too. Really? Huang Shiji looked at Chu Long, his eyes revealing doubt. Chu Long nodded, so don't act impulsively. Wait until my brother arrives before we discuss it. Okay. Huang Shiji patted Chu Long on the shoulder, then I'll trust what you said and wait a while longer. If your brother doesn't come, I'll go out and rescue them myself, and you can do whatever you want. With that, Huang Shiji sat down beside him and opened his phone to comfort his trapped girlfriend in the dormitory restroom. Huang Shiji, shall we just wait a little longer? I'll be there to rescue you soon. Huang Shiji, you mustn't make a sound. Set your phone to vibrate, and don't let your roommates find out. Hui, why didn't you say? It's already too late. My dad just called me, and the ringtone attracted all 3 of them to the restroom door. Hui, come save me quickly. Don't you like me? Hurry up and save me. Hui, as long as you come to save me, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Huang Shiji, Hui, is what you said true? Just wait, I swear I will definitely save you. Hold on a little longer. Seeing Huang Shiji's anxious expression, Chu Long couldn't imagine that this guy was actually a lovesick fool, tricking them under the pretense of rescuing his girlfriend, while the other party was still stringing him along. Chu Long walked aside and sent a few messages to his brother. It had been an hour since he hung up the phone. Chu Long, brother, where are you? I'm in the conference room near the playground in the 2nd teaching building of the school with a few classmates. Chu Long, once you arrive at the school, come in through the back door, drive to the playground, and the teaching building directly in front of you is the 2nd floor. We are on the 1st floor, and the conference room is where there is a long row of floor-to-ceiling windows. Chu Long, but be careful, there are more than 10 zombies blocking the conference room door. Call me when you arrive, and we will discuss our strategy. Chu Long, how's it going? Has your brother sent any news? Xia Sai suddenly walked over and asked. No, he hasn't sent me any messages since he hung up on me an hour ago. Don't worry, he might be busy driving. The traffic in the city is definitely congested. Oh, everyone is trying to You're right. Chu Long nodded. But, Xia Sai paused and said, if your brother doesn't come, we'll have to I know that. Chu Long was well aware of the chaos outside. Is there really no other exit here? Like ventilation ducts or something? He looked up at the ceiling and said no. But what you just said about the main equipment room reminded me of something. Xia Sai said thoughtfully. Oh, it seems you have a plan B. Chu Long asked. Yes, but it's a bit complicated. Let's wait for now. With that, Xiaosai left and turned to make a call. She had been trying to contact her family, but no one answered. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Chu Long went online to learn about zombies and escape tactics. Someone quickly uploaded a tutorial on dealing with zombies on a popular video platform with text stating aim for the head. Try to use long weapons and avoid close combat with zombies. If possible, use tape to wrap around your arms. It can save your life at crucial moments, which is very important. Don't try to take on 2 zombies alone. That's a death sentence. Create noise to distract the zombies. If you can run, then run. If you can't fight, finally stock up on water and food. Hide in a room protected by a security door and do not turn on lights or make noise. The advice from this blogger, known as the Master of Survival, was very practical. Moreover, what surprised Chu Long the most was that at the end of the video, there was even a 1-minute practical tutorial. It was from a first-person perspective with the blogger wearing an electric bike helmet, holding a baseball bat, and walking out from what seemed to be a village in the city. Then he actively provoked a zombie in the alley. He swung the baseball bat, first hitting the zombie in the stomach to push it back, and then striking its head, easily taking down a zombie with a few hits. In the end, he even rummaged through the corpse, finding a pack of cigarettes and a bag of betel nuts. I learned. Chu Long watched intently and followed this blogger. Currently, this blogger had only uploaded 1 video, but it was the only one on the internet, and it had just been released 3 minutes ago, rapidly gaining 680 likes. Damn! Liang Junming suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Damn! Liang Junming shouted at Chu Long and the others, looking shocked. What are you yelling for? Is it because there aren't enough zombies outside? Su Jie retorted, what's going on? Xiaosai asked nervously. No, not. Liang Junming was excited, then showed everyone his phone screen. He was playing a mobile game. I'm having a blast. I actually got an SSR from the daily free 10 draws. Haha. Chu Long thought there was some big news, but after hearing Liang Junming's words, he was speechless. You still have time to play games. Chu Long complained. I'm done. Pan Wenyanzi looked down on him, saying, just like the boys in our class yelling when drawing cards or characters, I thought you won the lottery. I really don't understand what's so fun about those paper characters. You don't get it. Liang Junming said, besides, if I don't play now, when will I play? If things keep going like this, we might not have the chance to play soon. Liang Junming didn't say more and happily picked up his phone again. Over the next hour and a half, Chu Long faced a barrage of questions from Huang Shiji and Xiaosai. Huang Shiji asked every 5 minutes while Xiaosai checked in every half hour. Chu Long was becoming annoyed with the constant questioning. It had already been 2.5 hours and his brother hadn't replied to his messages. The calls were also not going through and he had no idea where his brother was. Huang Shiji was already impatient, constantly grumbling, if only I had a machete, I would have hacked my way out by now instead of wasting time here with you guys. What a mess. Finally, after 2 hours, Huang Shiji couldn't hold back any longer. I can't wait any longer. It's been 2 hours. If your brother could come, he would have arrived by now. Huang Shiji looked at Chu Long and said, I shouldn't have trusted you. I just saw that there are more and more zombies out. Huh, is that true? Su Jie, who was far from the door, didn't believe it and ran to the window to check. Indeed, there were more zombies on the school path connecting to the playground beside the second teaching building. Many of these zombies had just transformed with blood-soaked bite marks all over their bodies. Did you see that? Huang Shiji said discontentedly. There were only a dozen zombies earlier. If everyone had rushed out together, we might have had a chance to escape. Now it's worse. We can hardly say how many of us will make it out alive. If you want to wait for death, don't stop me. I want to go out now. With that, Huang Shiji angrily walked towards the side door, exuding an aura that dared anyone to stop him. Wait. Xiaosai spoke up. I have a plan to at least 5 out of our 6 can survive. Xiaosai's words brightened everyone's eyes. What do you mean? Zhulong asked. And why 5? Hurry up and tell us. I can't wait much longer. Huang Shiji walked back from the door. Xiaosai stood in the center of the crowd. You all know that these zombies are very sensitive to living people. Anyone who appears before them can drive them into a frenzy. There's a main server room over there. We can send one person out to open the door, drawing all the zombies away while the others hide behind the chairs at the back of the meeting room. Once that person has lured all the zombies to the server room, the others can take the opportunity to escape. This way we won't have to fight the zombies, and at least 5 of us can survive. Zhulong listened and thought Xiaosai's plan was highly feasible. One person would lure the zombies while hiding in the server room, and the others just needed to crouch behind the chairs to avoid being seen. This plan is great. Su Jie was excited and finally said something nice to Xiaosai. A top student truly is a top student. Their brain works well. But who will lure the zombies? Zhulong raised the critical question. The one who lures the zombies is effectively sacrificing themselves for the others. Exactly. Liang Junming agreed. Not necessarily. The ones who make it out alive can find a way back to save people. Xiaosai said it like that, but they all knew that those who made it out alive would hardly return to save anyone. I definitely can't stay behind. Huang Shiji was unwilling to agree to this plan. If I stay behind, what will happen to my girlfriend? We will draw lots to decide. It doesn't have to be you who stays behind. Xiaosai was well prepared. She took out a piece of paper and a pen, tearing the paper into 6 parts in front of everyone, writing the character lottery on one of them. As I said, it doesn't have to be you. Why are you panicking? Su Jie's voice became very loud as he confidently talked about his luck. All right, let's do it. Zhu Long said. Let's be clear, if you gamble, you must accept the outcome. We will only draw once, and whoever draws the short straw cannot back out. Exactly, that's the deal. Xiaosai nodded, then crumpled the 6 pieces of paper into similarly sized balls, shuffled them again, and placed them on the table. Okay. Huang Shiji agreed. Wait. Liang Junming suddenly said, don't we need to determine the order of drawing? The order of drawing makes a difference. No need to differentiate. From a probability perspective, the odds of drawing are the same regardless of the order. Xiaosai explained. Huh. Is that so? Isn't the first person to draw at an advantage? Liang Junming questioned, puzzled. What advantage? What if the first person draws the short straw? Zhu Long replied. If you think drawing first gives an advantage, you can go first. No. Liang Junming still didn't get it, and another voice chimed in. Liang Junming is right. The second to last person draws from 2 options, making the odds 1 and 2. That's unfair. I don't agree. Are you stupid? Su Jie retorted directly. According to your logic, if one of the first 4 draws the short straw, then the last 2 are safe. Zhu Long was dumbfounded by what she and Liang Junming said. Perhaps those 2 were just too nervous to remember the most basic things. Stop babbling. I'll draw first. Huang Shiji said, impatiently, filled with anger, as he directly grabbed a paper ball from the table. Seeing this, the others hurriedly grabbed one as well. Let's reveal them together. Xiaosai opened the paper balls, and Huang Shiji and Zhu Long's papers were both blank. Su Jie chuckled without even looking at his paper, bragging, don't think about it, it definitely isn't me. Why are you so confident? Zhu Long wanted to see Su Jie's misfortune, but didn't get to. Su Jie slowly opened his paper, which was also blank. Because I have X-ray vision. Ah, he laughed triumphantly. Now only 2 papers were left, and Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin stared at each other, both starting to pray for divine intervention. Heaven bless me. Ancestors bless me. Buddha bless me. God bless me. Please, all you deities, just let me get through this. Liang Junming exaggeratedly knelt on the ground, shouting desperately, his expression almost in tears. Pan Wenyin also acted outrageously, making a promise that meant a lot to her. I swear. As long as I don't draw the short straw, I will never stay up late again. I will never eat hot pot again. Hurry up, you 2 fools. Huang Shiji couldn't help but curse. In the end, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin stood together and opened their paper balls in front of each other. Ah, it's you. You drew the short straw. Pan Wenyin cried and laughed at the same time. At that moment, Liang Junming's face seemed to be petrified, devoid of any anger, and he slumped down. Liang Junming, accept the gamble and the outcome. You will be responsible for luring the zombies. Is that okay? Xiaosai asked. Everyone is watching you. What problem could there be? Liang Junming said despairingly. Zhu Long walked over and said apologetically, sorry. My brother didn't come. If he had, you wouldn't have to stay behind. Seeing Liang Junming's despair, Zhu Long couldn't think of any comforting words, so he simply patted his roommate's shoulder and promised, buddy, I will find a way to come back and save you after I get out. I promise you. I will definitely do it. Thanks, buddy. Liang Junming said with a bitter smile. He appreciated Zhu Long's intentions, but he didn't want to put his good brother in danger, so he said, Zhu Long, forget about coming back to save me. You just live well, no need to come back and die. If you come back, then my sacrifice would be in vain. Besides, that little room won't hold for long. I might be. So can you promise me one thing, Zhu Long? Of course. Just tell me. Zhu Long quickly agreed. As long as I can do it, I will help you. After you go out, if you have time, help me set up an altar during the Qingming festival, burn some paper figures for me, and things like that, so I can enjoy some comfort up there and have a harem. Ha ha ha. Huh. Zhu Long was stunned. Are you kidding me? I'm not joking. I'm serious. Looking at Liang Junming's determined eyes, Zhu Long could only agree to his ridiculous last wish. I saw a few bottles of mineral water left behind in the corner of the podium. I'll go get them for you. Zhu Long said. After he left, Xiaosai came over to tell Liang Junming how to proceed, ensuring that all the zombies were drawn away. I still have a bag of crispy snacks and a bag of raw melon seeds leftovers from the hot pot, so I'll leave them for you. Pan Wenyin also came over, leaving all the food she had for Liang Junming. This made Liang Junming quite touched. Pan Wenyin was not as selfish as he thought. He thanked her and then moved to the door, preparing to open it. Are you ready? Liang Junming stood before the side door, prepared for sacrifice, though his legs trembled. Don't panic. As soon as the door opens, run straight into the main server room, and whatever you do, don't get caught. Xiaosai reminded. At this moment, she, along with Zhu Long and the others, squatted behind the seats in the 11th row, less than 10 meters from the side door, completely hidden from the zombies outside. Make your move. Hurry, Huang Shiji shouted. Hearing his words, Liang Junming glanced at the trembling. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and a group of zombies stood outside the door, their shadows cast onto the ground by the sun, creating a scene of chaotic silhouettes. Taking a deep breath, Liang Junming shouted, I'm going for it. With a click, he twisted the doorknob, and the zombies outside tumbled in. Clearly unprepared, Liang Junming was knocked down by a zombie that stumbled in. This suffocating scene caused Zhu Long and the others hiding behind to feel their blood pressure spike. Get up quickly, Huang Shiji nearly shouted out loud, but fortunately Xia Sai was beside him covering. Fortunately, Liang Junming was fairly small, and he quickly got up, skillfully dodging the zombies that lunged at him, while cursing at the zombies by the door as he ran towards the main server room. You smelly idiots, brainless pigs, come catch your daddy. He yelled, come on. You all act like machines, come catch me. His insults attracted all the zombies at the door, and they surged in like a swarm, frantically lunging at him. Liang Junming ran swiftly, waiting a second or two in the main server room until the zombies climbed onto the podium and charged at him before he shut the door. Now's our chance, Zhu Long whispered as at least 20 zombies had been drawn away by Liang Junming, roaring as if they were eager to rush in and devour him. Su Jie ran the fastest, with Zhu Long and the others closely following him out of the conference room. Outside, there were no zombies. The densest area of zombies was at the back door of the school, and the sounds of their roars echoed from the teaching building. Where are you all going? Pan Wenyuan panicked, feeling surrounded by zombies after coming out unsure of where to escape. To save my girlfriend. Huang Shiji didn't want to waste a second and dashed straight to the dormitory where her girlfriend was. Su Jie had already run off, and Xia Sai didn't respond to her, instead heading towards the school's front gate. I'm going back to my dorm, Zhu Long said, running towards the dormitory building. He didn't know if his brother was in trouble, so he wanted to go back and hide for a bit to check on his brother's situation. Then I'll go with you. Pan Wenyuan followed Zhu Long, struggling to keep up with him. Can you please wait for me? Running this fast is killing me. Hearing Pan Wenyuan's words, Zhu Long turned his face and snapped at her. Who told you to follow me? Running this slow deserves to be eaten by zombies. Zhu Long had a bad impression of Pan Wenyuan. His first impression was that she was a burden and he didn't want her following him. Why are you being so fierce? What have I done to you? Pan Wenyuan felt puzzled, following Zhu Long while complaining, I didn't betray you. You're not blaming me for not opening the door for you, are you? Hey, wait for me. When they reached beneath a large banyan tree, Zhu Long could no longer tolerate it, stopped, and turned to scold her, get lost. Don't follow me. However, Pan Wenyuan seemed to be deaf to his words and continued to trail behind him. Zhu Long ran swiftly. Usually it took at least 15 minutes to walk from the second teaching building to the boys' dormitory building 3, but today he made it in just 3 minutes to the entrance of the school gym. After passing through the gym's main entrance, the boys' dormitory building 3 was right ahead. He had been running along the school path and only encountered 2 small waves of zombies, observing that most zombies were active near the teaching buildings. To avoid the zombies, he ran at full speed the whole way. These zombies, upon seeing a living person, were like they had been injected with adrenaline, running swiftly and not at all like the sluggish ones from The Walking Dead. Their speed was no different from that of ordinary people, and Zhu Long didn't dare let his guard down. Before reaching the gym, he ducked into a familiar milk tea shop, using the back entrance to shake off the relentless zombies. Zhu Long circled to the west side of the gym, planning to pass through the swimming pool to avoid being spotted by the zombies at the school's east gate. He entered the swimming pool. At the entrance, there was a barrier where students usually had to swipe their campus cards to pay to enter, costing 25 yuan for a session, and the water was kept at a constant temperature, making it quite cost-effective. Zhu Long didn't have his card, so he directly climbed over the turnstile. The swimming pool was very quiet. Neither of the 2 pools, one deep and one shallow, had anyone in them. Zhu Long thought it was safe here until he suddenly saw a large pool of blood by the edge of the pool. The blood trail led towards the nearby boys' changing room. Zhu Long dared not run directly over, instead edging along the wall to the entrance of the boys' changing room, wanting to peek inside to see what was happening. Inside the changing room were 2 men in swimming trunks. One had already turned into a zombie, while the other was severely injured, leaning against the wall, with a large hole bitten in his stomach, bloody intestines spilling out. The half-dead man saw half of Zhu Long's face and suddenly got excited, reaching out his hand towards the door and whimpering. Zhu Long quickly fled from the entrance of the changing room, fearing discovery by the zombie. To his surprise, Huang Shiji was standing at the entrance of the gym at that moment. Huang Shiji paced back and forth at the entrance, looking very troubled. How did you end up here? Zhu Long asked. The boys' dormitory is ahead. Oh, weren't you going to save your girlfriend? Lost your way. It's you. Huang Shiji replied impatiently. Of course I know where the girls' dormitory is. I'm here to get weapons from the gym. Without weapons, how can I save anyone? There are weapons to kill zombies in the martial arts room on the 4th floor of the gym, but the main door is locked, and there's no key. What kind of weapons? Zhu Long asked curiously. Just knives, sticks, guns, and the like. Don't you know there's a comprehensive martial arts hall on the 4th floor of the gym? They have many weapons for students to practice with. Of course those practice weapons are all junk. I'm looking for the treasures of Teacher Huang. I'm not an athlete, so I definitely don't know. Zhu Long became interested in the so-called treasures of Teacher Huang. He had nothing on hand and desperately needed a weapon for defense. What about the key? Where can we find it? Zhu Long continued to ask. The key is with Teacher Huang, the one who loves to wear a yellow sports outfit. He definitely has the key on him. Damn it. I searched everywhere in the gym and his office, but couldn't find him. I don't know if he turned into a zombie, or what, do I have no idea where he went. Huang Shiji, not wanting to talk much longer, hurriedly headed for the exit, as if talking to Zhu Long would cost him his life. Wait a moment. Zhu Long stopped him, asking, what does Teacher Huang look like? I just came out of the swimming pool and saw 2 men in the changing room. One was bald, and the other had long hair with bangs. You said one was bald. Huang Shiji turned back excitedly from the entrance, saying Teacher Huang is the bald one, or if you saw him in the changing room, that person is very likely him. Is this the men's changing room? Huang Shiji exclaimed anxiously, kicking down the barrier of the turnstile as he stormed into the swimming pool, with Chu Long quickly following behind him. 2 people should have no problem dealing with a zombie, but we don't have any weapons at hand, so my suggestion is to lure the zombie out. Then we can push it into the swimming pool. They probably can't swim and won't be able to come back up. Hey, are you even listening to me? Huang Shiji's recklessness far surpassed Chu Long's expectations. He completely ignored Chu Long's words, merely stating, why complicate things so much? With that, he strode into the men's changing room. Chu Long hurriedly followed him in their entrance, interrupting the zombie's meal. It suddenly rose, and the intestines stuffed in its mouth snapped in half. Roar! It opened its mouth and roared. Oh, Chu Long felt its fury. After all, interrupting someone's meal was indeed quite an impolite act. It charged at Huang Shiji, who showed no fear. Being tall and athletic, he was more than 30 centimeters taller than the zombie and had a waist that was a circle thicker. Huang Shiji grabbed the zombie by the shoulder and with a bang, threw it against the adjacent locker, then rained down several punches. However, relying solely on fists made it difficult to kill a zombie, and moreover, there was another one in the changing room. Teacher Huang had already turned, unable to rise, crawling towards Huang Shiji, with its stomach dragging on the floor, leaving a trail of intestines behind. Just as Huang Shiji was about to be caught by the newly turned teacher, Huang, Chu Long quickly pulled out a small knife he had found in the infirmary, stepping on Teacher Huang's head and stabbing it into his skull. The knife struck true, piercing directly through its temple, even without aiming. Chu Long pulled out the knife and ran to Huang Shiji's side. Seeing that Chu Long had a knife, Huang Shiji pressed down on the zombie's shoulder, giving him half a space to move. Hurry up! Huang Shiji shouted. I don't need your teaching. Chu Long pressed the zombie's head this time, choosing to stab from underneath its jaw. Stab! Chu Long aimed for a while and stabbed from under the jaw, but it seemed he misaligned the stab and missed the brain. The knife went in completely, and the zombie was still alive. Stab! Chu Long stabbed again, this time even worse, that came out from the zombie's mouth. Are you even? If you can't, then let me do it. Huang Shiji cursed. This zombie was resisting fiercely, and just holding it down took a lot of effort. Stop talking nonsense. Watch me kill it. Chu Long yelled, stabbing the 3rd time straight into the center of the zombie's jaw, driving it right into its brain. In an instant, the zombie seemed to lose all power, collapsing in front of Chu Long. Chu Long intended to pull out the knife to continue using it, but upon removal, only half remained, inadvertently rendering it useless. Finally dealt with it. What a hassle. Huang Shiji said this while rummaging through Teacher Huang's belongings for keys. Once found, he walked out without looking back. Hassle. You reckless one, without my help you would have been bitten by Teacher Huang long ago. Chu Long didn't let him off easily, retorting, without you I could have dealt with these 2 zombies myself. Huang Shiji was clearly a bit guilty, his tone no longer as firm as before. You just snatched 2 of my kills, that's all. Fine, if snatching kills is what you want, then, when we go to the martial arts room, if there are zombies you deal with them alone, okay? Chu Long said sarcastically. Huang Shiji didn't respond, instead asking, are you going up too? Yeah, let's see what kind of characters you have in the martial arts room. Then hurry up, I don't have time to waste. Huang Shiji ran towards the stairway with Chu Long closely following. Upon reaching the 4th floor, a double iron door opened outward, blocked their way. Huang Shiji used a key to unlock the door, and it was Chu Long's first time entering the martial arts room on the 4th floor of the gym. He had only heard of this place, but had never been. The martial arts room was roughly as big as 4 classrooms, with a boxing ring and practice area on the left, equipped with various punching bags and sandbags. The right side was a free practice area with a layer of green shock-absorbing mats below. Next to the practice area were 4 racks, presumably for holding weapons. However, currently the racks were empty, with not a single weapon in sight. Huang Shiji pointed towards the innermost storeroom where the weapons should be. Chu Long followed him and soon arrived at the storeroom door. Fortunately, teacher, Huang had a habit of hanging all the keys on one keyring. The storeroom key was among those keys. Huang Shiji must have opened that storeroom more than once, so he knew right away which key to use. It smells a bit, Chu Long remarked as the storeroom was filled with a sour and pungent odor. It's from the mats that were used for wrestling and flips, which became moldy and stinky from sweating and not being washed. Huang Shiji explained. And you all just kept using them? Chu Long asked incredulously. Well, when you're tired from training. It's normal. Who has the energy to wash the mats after practice? Unless they were slacking off. Huang Shiji said as he turned on the lights. Near the wall of the storeroom, there was a row of weapon racks filled with some ancient traditional weapons. There were red tassel spears, sabers, nunchaku long swords, axes, and even Guangong's sword. Chu Long felt a bit excited. He had never encountered these before and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Wow, what? These are just props for show. Huang Shiji said, then picked up Guangong's sword and played with it like it was the golden hoop rod, slashing down onto the rack, chipping off a small piece of the wood. After watching his performance, Chu Long said, somewhat disappointed, so I came for nothing. No, we are here to get this. Following Huang Shiji's gaze, Chu Long noticed a locked iron box. What's inside? Chu Long asked. It's a treasure collected by Teacher Huang. Huang Shiji became excited. Teacher Huang had shown it once before, and ever since he had wanted to take it out to play with, and today, he finally got his chance. Rubbing his hands together, Huang Shiji picked out one of the keys and unlocked the tin box. Chu Long immediately saw 5 items inside, all wrapped in cloth by Teacher Huang. What are these? Chu Long caught a whiff of a rancid oil smell. Oh, it seemed they had all been maintained, and that smell excited him. What are you two doing here? What are you two doing here? Suddenly a voice came from the doorway of the warehouse. Chu Long turned around abruptly, thinking it was Teacher Huang, revived only to find it was the persistent Pan Wenyan. Wow, you're a person. Where did you come from? You scared me to death. Idiot. Chu Long cursed while Huang Shiji remained calm. It wasn't his first time sneaking in. I just followed you here. What are you doing? Something shady. You got scared so easily. Pan Wenyan ran in and then saw Huang Shiji lifting up a wrapped item. How did you not get bitten by a zombie? That's impossible. Chu Long thought, having run from classroom 2, encountering so many zombies, he couldn't fathom how Pan Wenyan, a girl, made it through. Haha, thanks to you distracting the zombies ahead of me, I followed behind and dodged them to come here. After saying this, Pan Wenyan immediately turned her attention to the short sword in Huang Shiji's hand. Is this the real deal? Pan Wenyan asked. The sword in Huang Shiji's hand had a green-handled double-edged 30 centimeters long and looked super sharp. Her instincts told her it was very dangerous. Absolutely. These are all artifacts collected by Teacher Huang from his visits on behalf of the school. Huang Shiji showcased them to the two and then found the weapon rack from earlier, slashing at a wooden beam with the sword, which effortlessly cut through the wood. What about these 4 items? Chu Long asked, excitedly, feeling lucky to have stumbled upon treasures. He desperately needed a weapon to slay zombies. There are 4 more, and he'll unwrap each for you to see. Huang Shiji was also excited as he unveiled a weapon and shared its backstory. This one is called the Wolf Tooth Club, the easiest to recognize. Teacher Huang got it as a gift from a student during a visit to a school in a poor mountainous area where he offered free apprenticeships. Don't be fooled by its old appearance, but feels amazing in hand. It's just the right length, and swinging it is quite effortless. It's perfect for smashing zombie heads. This one is a Nepalese curved knife originally designed for chopping trees. It can easily cut through tree stumps as thick as a thigh, so you can imagine how powerful it is. It would also work well for human targets, but may not be as effective on zombies. Teacher Huang took students to the snowy mountains, and a tour guide recommended it to him. It's quite exotic, and he had someone drive it back for him. This one is an ancient broadsword, one of my favorite cold weapons. Just look at the blade, gets nearly as long as my arm and as wide as my wrist. With one slash, any zombie would be cleaved in 2. It's just a bit heavy, so it requires some skill to wield. This sword is a souvenir from Teacher Huang's visit to Shaolin Temple for learning and exchange. The last one is called the Viking War Axe, an incredibly cool and impressive axe gifted to Teacher Huang by a foreign friend. Legend has it that thousands of years ago the Vikings used this weapon to create rivers of blood on the sun. It has almost no flaws. The only downside is that it's a bit shorter than a 2-handed axe, but it's sufficient for slaying zombies. Hearing Huang Shiji's detailed introduction shocked Chu Long, not because of the weapons themselves, but because of their origins. What kind of person is Teacher Huang? Why does he always receive treasures wherever he goes? He must have such good connections. Chu Long asked. You might not know this, Huang Shiji replied with a smile. I actually don't know either. Teacher Huang never told us. Then Teacher Huang must be quite powerful, right? Pan Wenyan followed up with a question. Absolutely. In this school, over 90% of the achievements in martial arts performances and combat drills were led by Teacher Huang. Huang Shiji spoke with considerable pride. What a shame such an impressive person and he was taken from us so early. Chu Long thought of the tragic state of the changing room, sincerely lamenting for Teacher Huang. Honestly, when I saw Teacher Huang die, I felt really sad inside. Huang Shiji thought for a moment before saying, he was accustomed to swimming in the morning, so it's likely he was ambushed by a zombie while swimming. Otherwise, I can't imagine how Teacher Huang could have possibly lost to just a single zombie. Even I could handle it. I helped you just now, so I'd like to pick one weapon to take with me. You don't mind, right? Chu Long looked up to ask. He was 185 centimeters tall, and Huang Shiji was half a head taller, so he always had to look up when talking to him. No problem, and I'll even let you choose first. Huang Shiji replied readily. Oh, so generous. Chu Long said. You saved my life back in the changing room, I know. Huang Shiji patted his shoulder and said, I won't say thank you or anything like that, but I'll help you with whatever comes up next. Alright, I'll just listen for now. Chu Long nodded. He thought Huang Shiji was a rough person, but unexpectedly found him quite loyal. Then I'll pick first. Chu Long looked at the row of weapons, feeling the same excitement as Liang Junming when he drew an SSR card. He first ruled out the broadsword as though it was powerful, it was too heavy. Then he tried the other three weapons for feel, subsequently ruling out the Nepalese curved knife. The Nepalese curved knife was hard to handle, and Chu Long worried he might injure himself while swinging it. In the end, he had to choose between the Wolf Tooth Club and the Viking War Axe. The Wolf Tooth Club felt fantastic and was even a bit lighter than the Viking War Axe, weighing less than 2 kilograms, making it very easy to swing. However, he still preferred the Viking War Axe. As he held the axe, the sturdy wooden handle combined with the brutal axe head made it feel incredibly smooth, whether swinging with one hand or two. He also tried the axe on a wooden knife stand. When the axe struck the wood, it shattered as if it had exploded, and the grip felt slightly vibrating, making it very easy to handle. I'll take this one, Chu Long said, holding the war axe in his right hand. Good, then I'll take the broadsword. Huang Shiji walked over, assembling the broadsword's blade and handle, and once assembled it looked like a small curved knife, intimidating at first glance. Since you're here, why not take a weapon for self-defense? Chu Long said to Pan Wenyan. Alright, then I'll take the Wolf Tooth Club. The others look too dangerous. I'm afraid I might hurt myself. Pan Wenyan said as she picked up the Blackhead Wolf Tooth Club. Shall we? Have got my weapon now. I'm coming over right now to save you, just wait for me. Huang Shiji grabbed his phone and sent a voice message before rushing out without saying a word. I knew it was a good choice to stick with you. After Huang Shiji left, Pan Wenyan suddenly said. Zhu Long didn't understand. Before I ran out of the meeting room, I was thinking about who to escape with. Pan Wenyan explained with a smile. So you chose me? Yeah, because you seem to have a good brain. Is that all? Then Xia Sai is even smarter, why not follow her? I don't like her. Girls have that kind of intuition, you understand, right? Pan Wenyan said. I don't understand a thing. I'm so tired of you girls talking about that. Zhu Long complained his ex-girlfriend always brought up intuition, saying her intuition told her Zhu Long no longer loved her, that her intuition told her Zhu Long was two-timing it drove him crazy. Hey, let me be blunt, you big straight guy. Pan Wenyan continued explaining. I think Xia Sai is the kind of person who always pretends to speak without emotion. People like that have a lot of schemes. Is that so? You figured that out after just a few hours with her. Zhu Long felt it was a bit one-sided in his impression. Xia Sai seemed to be just like that, caring about nothing but studying and scholarships. Believe it or not, I know Su Jie is not a good person. Huang Shiji seems like a sycophant, and he already has a girlfriend, so he won't pay any attention to me. Liang Junming seems like an honest person, but unfortunately he's a loser. So you're the most reliable one among the remaining 4, which is why I've decided to stick with you. Haha, thank you. Zhu Long replied sarcastically, but I can't dare to walk with you. Who knows if the next time I ask you to open the door you won't pretend to be deaf again. After saying that, Zhu Long walked outside. Wait for me. Pan Wenyan ran in front of Zhu Long, blocking him, and said, I won't do that, I swear. What I mean by sticking with you is that from now on I recognize you as my boss. You say 1, I say 1, you say 2, I say 2. There won't be any 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 of that nonsense. What? Are you joking? Zhu Long had a puzzled expression, but seeing Pan Wenyan's serious face, it didn't seem like a joke. I'm not joking, Pan Wenyan said, staring at Zhu Long. Zhu Long thought for a moment. Since he couldn't shake this girl off, he might as well see if he could use her. Listen, you can follow me, but you must obey my commands. And if you dare to betray me, I will feed you to the Zhu Long said with a cold face. All right, I'll definitely listen to you. Pan Wenyan smiled and followed Zhu Long with a Wolf Fang Club. Zhu Long took Pan Wenyan back to the main entrance of the gymnasium. He held a Viking axe ready to confront any zombies they might encounter. Zhu Long, is your dormitory just ahead? Pan Wenyan asked when she saw a dormitory building not far away. Yes, look, there are many zombies at the entrance. We need to climb over from the side entrance. Zhu Long replied. Across 30 meters from the gymnasium's main entrance is the main gate of the boys' dormitory building. The large iron gate opened inward, and a bunch of zombies were coming in and out at the entrance. The sounds of wailing echoed from upstairs, but just a glance upwards revealed zombies wandering in the corridors on every floor. Pan Wenyan followed Zhu Long to the side of the dormitory and couldn't help but ask, "Oh my god, are there still living people inside the building?" "There should be. But there are too many zombies inside the building, it doesn't look safe at all. Shouldn't we just go back to the gym?" Pan Wenyan hesitated, not wanting to risk her life. "There's no food in the gym. We need a place to hide for a while, somewhere we can eat and drink without worry, and it must be safe. I have a bunch of instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, spicy strips, biscuits, beef jerky, and various drinks in my dorm. Maybe my roommates are still alive." Zhu Long explained. "All right, then it's your decision. Oh, I'll just follow you." Pan Wenyan voluntarily fell silent. Then Zhu Long took Pan Wenyan to a relatively secluded spot, deciding to climb over the wall here. "This will do, it's far from the road, and behind us is a small forest. No zombies will be able to find us. But this wall is so high, how am I supposed to climb over it?" Pan Wenyan stared at the 4-meter-high wall, looking dumbfounded. "Here's the plan. I'll squat down, and you can step on my shoulders to climb up. The height should be just right," Zhu Long said, facing Pan Wenyan while squatting by the wall. "Oh, okay, then bear with me. I'm a bit chubby." Pan Wenyan placed her hands on the wall and stepped on Zhu Long's shoulders to push herself up. "What the heck? You call this chubby? You're heavy as hell." Zhu Long tightened his stance. Pan Wenyan's feet were incredibly heavy, and as he pushed up, he felt like his shoulders were about to collapse. Many times he had climbed over walls with Liang Junming at 2 or 3 in the morning after drinking and eating late-night snacks, and he had done it this way with Liang Junming. He felt Pan Wenyan was even heavier. Zhu Long struggled to hoist her up and quickly asked, "Are there zombies inside?" "No, I haven't seen a single." Pan Wenyan sat on the wall. There were no dorm rooms on the first floor of the dormitory building, and all around were empty corridors with 4 staircases and no elevators. "Okay, don't move, sit on the wall, and pull me up. You must pull hard, got it?" "Oh, okay." Pan Wenyan placed the Wolf Fong Club on the wall, and following Zhu Long's command, extended her right hand down. Zhu Long ran a few meters away, then sprinted back to the wall, using his strength to push off and jump up twice, grabbing Pan Wenyan's hand with his left hand. This sudden pull almost yanked Pan Wenyan off the wall. "Oh my, you're so heavy, boss. My hand is going to break." Pan Wenyan couldn't manage with one hand, quickly grabbing Zhu Long's arm with her other hand and pulling upwards. "Pull harder, just a little more." Zhu Long looked at the top of the wall. He was so close, just a bit more, and his right hand would be able to grab it. "Oh!" Pan Wenyan yelled and exerted force, finally pulling Zhu Long up by 5 centimeters. This 5 centimeters was just right. Zhu Long gripped the axe and managed to get his right hand over the wall, then climbed up with both legs. After confirming there were no zombies below, Zhu Long slid down from the wall, and Pan Wenyan followed suit, almost shredding her thigh. "I mean, couldn't you have caught me from below?" Pan Wenyan complained. "Boss, you really don't know how to take care of girls. Stop talking. Didn't you recognize me as your boss? Where does all this fuss come from? I didn't even ask you to lure the zombies away, so be grateful." Zhu Long retorted, "If you think I'm not gentlemanly enough, then just roll aside." Hearing Zhu Long lose his temper, Pan Wenyan didn't dare complain anymore and quickly smiled. "Boss, don't be angry. I was just joking earlier. Don't take it to heart." Zhu Long hurriedly guided Pan Wenyan into the first-floor corridor of the dormitory, a vast rectangular hallway with 4 staircases ascending upward. He had originally intended to take the staircase nearest his own dorm room, but it was swarming with zombies. Reluctantly, he opted for the closest staircase, ascending directly to the 7th floor before circling back through the corridor toward his room. "What? No elevator. And we're still on the 6th floor. I might as well die climbing." Pan Wenyan balked at the thought of exertion. 6 floors is nothing. Imagine living on the 10th floor. Zhu Long retorted wryly. "Why don't you boys' dorms install elevators? It's downright barbaric." She slung her spiked mace casually over her shoulder, prompting an immediate panicked reaction from Zhu Long. "What are you doing? Grab your weapon. Get ready to fight." Before he could finish speaking, they collided with a zombie rounding the 2nd-floor landing, its head repeatedly slamming against the wall, lost in some feral trance. The creature's hearing was impaired, but remained oblivious as Zhu Long and Pan Wenyan conversed quietly behind it. Without hesitation, Zhu Long seized his battle axe with both hands and drove the blade deep into the zombie's occiput. A dull, wet thud echoed. The axe cleaved through skull and brain like splitting firewood, blood erupting violently along the fissure. Zhu Long braced a foot against its hip and wrenched the axe free with practiced ease. The zombie crumpled limply against the wall, its blood pooling around Zhu Long's boots. He stared incredulous. Had he truly shattered a zombie's skull so effortlessly? Even as an ambush, the sheer visceral thrill was intoxicating. "Boss, snap out of it. The zombies are coming down from above." Pan Wenyan frantically shook his shoulders. 3 shambling figures tumbled down from the 3rd floor, one lunged forward already within arm's reach. Chu Long gripped the axe with both hands, drew it back behind his head, then unleashed a devastating horizontal swing, felling the first zombie in a single brutal arc. Incredible, boss, Pan Wenyin gasped. The Viking axe spun full circle before crashing into the zombie's face, with cataclysmic force severing its jaw clean off. Before the first corpse even hit the ground, the second lunged forward. Chu Long, unable to reposition, shoved it backward, toppling it onto the stairs. Stop shouting. Get up here and help, he barked urgently. The third zombie tumbled headlong down the steps, landing at his feet and snapping its jaws upward in a desperate lunge. Chu Long kicked its skull sideways, intending a fatal cranial strike, but the second zombie had already risen and locked its arms around his shoulders, pinning his axe arm. His predicament was dire, yet Pan Wenyin did not freeze. She raised her spiked mace high and rained furious blows upon the crippled, crawling zombie below. Freed from fear of a low strike, Chu Long focused entirely on the zombie gripping him. So, you won't let me swing. He adjusted his grip, pressing the axe's gleaming white edge against the creature's throat, then drove it forward with surgical precision, severing the carotid artery. Blood erupted in a crimson arc from the lower half of its neck, gushing forth with terrifying force. Chu Long had never witnessed such torrential hemorrhaging. It was as if the zombie's neck concealed a pressurized blood pump. The shallow incision alone triggered an explosive, unrelenting spray. Alarmed, Chu Long seized the corpse and hurled it sideways, slamming it onto the second-floor balcony. Blood continued jetting uncontrollably, arcing high enough to splatter the ceiling. He disengaged just in time. Had he lingered, he'd have been drenched in foul, contaminated gore. For heaven, aim for the head, Chu Long cried out in dismay. Pan Wenyin swung her mace wildly, missing every vital point. The zombie clung stubbornly to the stairs, refusing to fall. Only its ruined legs spared her life. I know that, but I can't land a hit, she cried, flustered. Even in battle royale games, my aim's never this. Chu Long had no time for debate. Gripping the axe in one hand, he delivered 3 swift, decisive blows. The first 2 shattered the skull but failed to penetrate. The third struck like a sledgehammer, cracking open a coconut, finally ending it. Move, now, he urged, pulse racing, ears ringing faintly. Too much time had been wasted. Zombies upstairs and downstairs were now alerted to their presence. His mind snapped into hyper-alert survival mode. Adrenaline surged, flooding his limbs with feverish heat and raw electric intensity. They sprinted up to the 6th floor, unimpeded in the stairwell, but the corridor ahead teemed with scattered. The dormitory formed a Re-Sun character layout. They stood at the entrance of the first stroke, while his dorm room, 625A, lay at the terminus of the final stroke. To reach it, they would need to dash diagonally across the open center of the floor, exposing themselves fully to every zombie on the level. Assessing the peril, Chu Long turned to his companion. Listen carefully. We'll take the right side corridor to my room. Fewer zombies patrol there. If combat erupts, those on the left will inevitably converge, but they'll need time to arrive. Don't stop. Fight while running. Strike down whoever blocks us. Ignore the rest. Absolutely no distractions. Understood. Pan Wenyin's lips trembled. Yeist. To her, it felt like navigating a mobile zombie survival game. Every other dorm door held a waiting ghoul. Ahead loomed a gauntlet of ravenous horrors threatening to devour her very mind. While she hesitated, Chu Long dashed into the right corridor. A zombie by room 604 lunged. He kicked it backward into the doorway and slammed the door shut, trapping it inside. Turning, he confronted 2 more zombies emerging from room 606. With a single thunderous downward chop, he split one's face and sent it crashing to the floor. Yet it wasn't dead. The nasal bridge shattered, nearly detached from its upper lip, still twitching, still capable of rising to bite. Finish it. Aim true, Chu Long commanded, directing Pan Wenyin to deliver the killing blow while he pivoted to engage the second. This time she didn't falter. Die? I'll kill you, she screamed, swinging the spiked mace with both hands, crushing the fractured face of the wounded zombie. Its grotesque, blossoming wound made her skin crawl. Her stomach heaved, bile rising in her throat. Worst of all, even with its ruined visage, it reached blindly for her thigh. Rot in hell, you stinking fool. Revulsion fueled her fury. She hammered blow after blow into its skull until the bone cracked and pulsed beneath the impact. Let's go, done. Chu Long yanked Pan Wenyin forward. Another zombie burst from room 612. He met it heat-in with a vicious overhead strike, cleaving deep into its clavicle. Blood gushed anew. You handle this one. I'll clear the path ahead. Oh, damn you. Pan Wenyin recoiled in disgust. Chu Long had left her with yet another revolting abomination. A third of its right cervical neck had been severed. The head lolled unnaturally downward, limbs outstretched, neck twisted as it dragged itself toward her step by agonizing step. Die? Give it to me now. Pan Wenyin, gagged eyes squeezed shut as she wildly swung the mace before the creature even reached her. Only its light weight and perfect balance allowed her frantic swings to retain any force. She flailed blindly, striking empty air 7 times, 8 times. Then on the 9th landed a glancing blow square on the zombie's forehead. A sickening thump reverberated. The mace crushed skull pulp vessels and nerves into a churning ruin. The zombie collapsed to its knees before her motionless. "Run, don't stand there," Chu Long shouted, having already dispatched the 2 zombies rushing from rooms 618 and 620. Room 625 stood unguarded. Chu Long led Pan Wenyin straight inside and slammed the door shut behind them. The door of room 625 opened inward, and Chu Long rushed in with an axe, finding no one. He quickly pulled Pan Wenyuan and locked the door and used a nearby suitcase and water dispenser to block it. He drew the curtains on both sides of the windows to shield against the zombies outside the corridor. Is anyone there? The school's dormitory was a 4-person room small enough to see everything at a glance. But he wondered if there was anyone in the bathroom and toilet outside the balcony, or if there were zombies. Chu Long shouted again, but there was no response. There should be no zombies, otherwise they would have charged out already. Holding the axe, he cautiously approached the balcony door, extending the axe first to open the bathroom door, empty. He opened the toilet door in the same way, and again no one was there. No one. Only then did Chu Long feel relieved, placing the axe on his desk before lying down directly. "I'm so exhausted." He raised his blood-soaked hands, the blood having flowed down the axe handle to his hands. He sniffed. It really stinks. Pan Wenyuan was also reaching her limit, slumping on the floor without wanting to say a word. "I counted starting from the stairs. I think I killed about 5, 6 zombies." Chu Long felt a bit excited, counting on his fingers to show off. Pan Wenyuan had no energy to respond. To her, killing zombies was not enjoyable at all. Blood splattered everywhere, and the gruesome sight left her feeling dirty and utterly disgusted. In Chu Long's eyes, the vivid scenes of slaughter just moments ago, the thrill of dismemberment, was incredibly stimulating. His heart raced as he breathed heavily while hacking at the zombies. He had watched similar zombie movies and TV shows before, immersing himself in the protagonist's perspective, but no matter how thrilling the scenes were, they couldn't compare to the shock of real events. He had truly risked his life to kill the zombies, and he had only one life. Each time he went in to attack, he faced the risk of being bitten. Just one bite, and it would be over. He worried that the axe might miss the zombies standing too close. He had been lucky earlier. Several times the axe had struck true, but his arm had almost been within the zombies' reach, nearly bitten. Chu Long felt a chill at the thought, and was grateful that they hadn't encountered a horde of zombies on their way, or at most they had faced 3 at once, and one of the zombies was disabled. If another zombie had surrounded him, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. Thank goodness for this axe. Chu Long got up first, wiping the blood off the axe with a tissue, then spraying it with alcohol, and finally using his roommate's towel from bed 1 to clean it thoroughly. He must take good care of this weapon. "Where are your roommates? Where did they go?" Pan Wenyuan got up, took a bottle of milk from under her desk at bed 4. "I don't know. They were all here when I left around 9 this morning." Chu Long opened his phone and realized it was already 4:15 p.m. Whether alive or dead, they probably won't be coming back, right? Pan Wenyuan said as she sat down in bed 4 belonged to Lu Howie, and that gaming chair was the top configuration bought with 3 months of his hard-earned living expenses, costing around 4,000 to 5,000. Usually, whenever Chu Long and the others wanted to sit on it, they had to report to him and submit a request. But now his gaming chair had been taken over by a big-bottomed girl who not only sat on it, but also took off her shoes and was spinning around. If Lu Howie found out, he would definitely be furious enough to want to stab someone. Thinking of this, Chu Long quickly asked in the roommate group, "Brothers, I've returned to the dorm. Where are you all? Are you still alive?" This is the first message on June 5th. Normally, regardless of whether there are classes, someone would be in the group saying, "What takeout? Should we order? Any recommendations, brothers? Or bring me some food or something. Or I found a new game, let's play together tonight." It was usually quite lively, but after today's incident, others must have been just like Chu Long, too busy to check their phone. Boss. Pan Wenyuan dragged her long tone as she slid the gaming chair in front of Chu Long and asked, "Didn't you say your dorm has a lot of food? Can we eat now? My little belly is a bit hungry." Pan Wenyuan said with an exaggerated tone similar to how she got her teammates to help her level up in games. Her original voice was quite intense, so when she exaggerated it, it truly became unbearable, making it hard for any boy to resist her tone. Get lost. Chu Long couldn't take it anymore with her way of speaking. The contrast was just too stark. "Look at that cardboard box in the corner. It's all yours. Pick whatever you want." The spot Chu Long pointed to was originally meant for a shoe rack, but had now turned into a snack zone. They used a large box measuring 60 by 80 from the convenience store to store food, and it was filled with all sorts. Pan Wenyuan seemed to have found treasure, her hands submerged in the box of snacks, scooping out handfuls. There were ham sausages, chocolate bars, milk slices, sweet potato chips, nut boxes, potato chips, 8 treasure porridge, spicy strips, crunchy, tripe, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice. There were also pickled chicken feet, QQ candies, sunflower seeds, meat floss cakes, marinated eggs, marinated chicken, and duck legs, and duck feet, all kinds of snacks. My God, living in your dorm is simply too blissful. I absolutely love it. Pan Wenyuan was overjoyed, choosing her favorite self-heating hot pot, a pack of spicy strips, and 2 marinated eggs. She was already a foodie, and this just confirmed it. I knew it. Following you is definitely the right choice, she said emphatically, her non-exaggerated tone making it painful to hear. All right, I got it. Chu Long couldn't handle her anymore. Don't shout, or you'll attract the zombies outside. Oh, okay. Sure thing, boss, will be quieter. Pan Wenyuan switched to a softer tone, and soon had her. Wow, this is delicious. Pan Wenyuan chewed on her spicy strips, the flavor both numbing and spicy. She had to eat spicy strips almost every day. Oh, without them, she felt weak all over. I'm revived. Pan Wenyuan was so happy that she wobbled while sitting on the floor. Chu Long looked at her, the bright red spicy strips reminding him of the recent scenes of hacking zombies. It was just like the blood vessels he had severed on the zombies' necks. Thinking of this made him lose his appetite and feel a bit nauseous. He got up to wash his face on the balcony. Boss, what do you want to eat? They'll bring it to you. Pan Wenyuan, having enjoyed her meal, remembered that Chu Long hadn't eaten yet and quickly asked him, just get me some instant noodles. Chu Long washed his face on the balcony. His dorm's balcony faced a small hill, and he couldn't see what was going on. To see outside, he would need to be on the other side of the dorm balcony. All right, boss. The noodles are ready, come eat. Pan Wenyuan called out, and Chu Long, smelling the aroma of the noodles, felt a bit hungry. It had been 6 hours since the zombie outbreak. He had been running for his life, moving through multiple locations. Not to mention having killed a few zombies, he needed to eat more to replenish his strength. Not bad, you even added 2 marinated eggs and 2 ham sausages for me. Chu Long looked at the overflowing bowl of noodles and said, right. You're a guy, so I was worried you might not be full. Eat more. You need the energy to fight zombies. Pan Wenyuan picked a piece of kelp from the hot pot. Chu Long picked up the instant noodles first, slurping a delicious broth to awaken his taste buds, then taking a big bite of the ham sausage to stimulate his throat, and finally scooping up a large mouthful of steaming noodles and slurping them down without stopping. This bite was incredibly satisfying. Liang Junming is truly doomed, Pan Wenyan murmured, recalling that unfortunate soul. Chu Long, too, had just thought of him. I'll find a way to save him. Before leaving, I gave him 2 bottles of water. Those should sustain him for at least 2 or 3 days. Huh, you're serious about this, boss? Pan Wenyan had never intended to rescue Liang Junming, as she merely felt a pang of pity upon realizing, now that she had food and water, that his sacrifice had made it possible. Yes, I'm absolutely serious, Chu Long said firmly. Liang Junming is my dormitory roommate. We've lived together for 2 years. Whatever else he may be, he's generous and fiercely loyal, a true brother. I will not let him die there. And besides, I vowed to save him, so I will. But how? A horde of zombies guards the place. It's impossible to pull off. Pan Wenyan was on the verge of urging Chu Long to abandon the plan. I know better than anyone how perilous it is. Still, I will find a way. Rest tonight, and don't tell me not to go. I am no coward who clings to life at any cost. Chu Long cut her off. Oh, Pan Wenyan pouted, slightly crestfallen, then swiftly changed the subject. Hey, any word from your older brother? She lifted a piece of radish from the hot pot. None. Chu Long shook his head. No message since morning. He must have encountered some mishap. TSK. Don't speak such ill-omened words. What if his phone simply ran out of battery or got lost? Pan Wenyan seemed even more anxious than Chu Long himself, frantically searching for comforting words. Chu Long only offered a wry smile. He knew all too well how narrowly he'd escaped death that very day. Conditions outside campus were no better. At the outbreak's onset, his brother had been at work in the city center, surely the most dangerous place of all. Enough. Let's stop talking about him. Whether or not he comes, I'll survive, by any means necessary. With that, Chu Long sent his brother one final message. I'm safe in the dorm. Don't risk coming for me. Ensure your own safety first. What about you? Why haven't you called your parents? Do you truly not care about them at all? Chu Long asked. Pan Wenyan had mentioned earlier that her mother was a gambler, her father an alcoholic, and that her university tuition had been borrowed, leaving her in dire straits. Don't care? Why should I? Not a single call. Not one. To ask if I'm alive or dead. The mere thought of her parents ignited fury within her. She pushed her bowl aside and launched into a litany of their failures. From the moment she was born, she'd never known a shred of parental love. Before turning 5, she'd been sent to live with her grandmother, receiving only sporadic monthly allowances, sometimes vanishing for weeks without a single visit. To young Pan Wenyan, that solitude was excruciating. While other children strolled hand in hand with parents through shopping malls or frolicked in amusement parks, she wandered alone. With no one to accompany her, she roamed alleyways and streets, begging friends and classmates to play with her, staying over at their homes, even yearning desperately to join their families. Childhood must have been unbearable for you. Surviving it all feels like a miracle. Even Chu Long felt a pang of sympathy. By comparison, his own past now seemed almost bearable. His parents had died young from illness. He'd been raised solely by his elder brother. Exactly. Just thinking about them makes my blood boil. Pan Wenyan rolled up her sleeves and planted her hands defiantly on her hips. Chu Long glanced at those sturdy, fleshy arms and suddenly understood how effortlessly she'd swung that spiked club. She stood tall at 170 centimeters broad-hipped with a strong, resilient frame. Clad in shorts, her thighs were powerfully built. Her entire physique dense with muscle, her strength rivaling Liang Juanming's. Though volatile and emotionally unsteady, she clearly listened to him, a crucial advantage. After brief reflection, Chu Long decided she could stay. Sleep in bed? No. One tonight. It belonged to my roommate Lu Yihao. Got it. Thank you, boss. Pan Wenyan clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. What on earth is this performance? Chu Long chuckled. Evidently she'd truly taken him as her elder brother. And she was delightfully cheerful, even comical. Overjoyed, Pan Wenyan skipped over to bed. No. 1. She approved instantly. Its former occupant had been fastidious. The desk, immaculate privacy fiercely guarded by a black curtain draped over the upper bunk. Once inside, shrouded in darkness, one could do anything unseen. She gripped the ladder, preparing to climb up and inspect the space. Suddenly, the zipper of the black curtain shrieked open and a head emerged from the slit. Pan Wenyan recoiled in terror and tumbled backward onto the floor. Chu Long stared stunned, to find hidden in Lao Lu's bed none other than his other roommate. Lao Wu. His face was deathly pale. A guttural zombie-like rasp gurgled from his throat. One hand clutched the railing, the other clawed, feebly, blindly, toward Chu Long. Chu Long lunged for the battle axe beside him, only refraining from striking because Lao Wu had called his name. Chu Long. The voice was a threadbare whisper, yet close enough for Chu Long to catch every syllable. Lao Wu, what happened to you? Why are you in Lao Lu's bed? Lao Wu looked utterly spent, his lips chalk white. As Chu Long stepped nearer, he noticed a row of deep, blackened teeth marks across the man's right palm. He'd seen identical symptoms earlier in the infirmary with Xia Sai. And, what is that bite wound on your hand? Chu Long stood frozen, then slowly raised the axe again. It was Lao Lu who bit me. Lao Wu gasped between ragged breaths. This morning, I went to wake him up. I meant well, but that fool bit me instead. Like a raving lunatic. No amount of shouting or hitting could make him let go. He tore flesh from my arm. So I scrambled onto his bed and zipped the curtain shut. Then I heard Lao Lu burst outside, chasing someone from the next room. The whole men's dorm erupted. Shrieks, chaos, people stampeding everywhere. I dared not emerge, hiding here the entire time. My hand throbbed unbearably, until I passed out from the pain. I just woke up and saw you too, Chu Long. What in the world is happening out there? What's become of Lao Lu? Lao Wu, you're turning into a zombie. Don't you know that? Pan Wenyan stated bluntly. What a... Already weakened Wu Jinrong nearly collapsed at her words. Chu Long saw no point in concealment. He recounted everything that had transpired since dawn. Your hand was bitten. Your symptoms are unmistakable. You've been infected. At the grim prospect of soon having to end his friend's life, Chu Long's chest tightened. After all, they'd shared meals rooms 2 full years. Lao Wu was his brother. Chu Long sighed heavily. Wu Jinrong, hearing their words, felt as though he'd just received a death sentence, and wept, voice trembling. Why me? If only I hadn't gone to wake that idiot. He pounded the railing in anguish, then paused, a flicker of desperate hope igniting. But it's been so long. Why haven't I turned yet? Is there still a chance for me? Chu Long remained silent. He too wondered why. Could it be, you're immune? It's possible. I might still be alive. Wu Jinrong had barely finished speaking when he fainted, which startled both Chu Long and Pan Wenyan. I know this. He's about to turn into a zombie. Hurry up and take him down, boss. Pan Wenyan shouted at Chu Long while reaching for her Wolf Fong club. Don't panic. He's just lying on the bed. What if he's not dead? Let's take a look. Chu Long thought for a moment and said, don't act impulsively. Old Wu might have an immunity to this zombie virus. He's lasted for over 8 hours without turning into a zombie. Chu Long felt that it was unwise to eliminate Old Wu right away, so he asked Pan Wenyan to help him search for tape on various tables, and if there were no ropes, to cut clothes into strips. The two worked together to bind Old Wu's limbs to the bed, rendering him immobile. Due to the bizarre nature of the situation, Chu Long quickly took out his phone, seizing the moment while there was still internet access, to search for similar cases online. The result was that after searching various platforms, no one had reported similar incidents of being bitten without turning into a zombie. In a bid for hope, Chu Long decided to edit his own footage capturing Old Wu's bitten hand and the condition of his entire body, clearly explaining Old Wu's situation while filming. Before long, he posted the short video he created online tagging the relevant authorities and noting his location in the comments, hoping for official attention. If they gained attention, there was a chance someone would come to rescue them. In that case, not only could Chu Long, Pan Wenyin, and Old Wu be saved, but Old Wu might also become the key to averting this disaster. Now the entire internet was buzzing with discussions about the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus that swept across the globe, questioning its origin, the source of infection, and the identity of patient zero. Some claimed it was a new virus developed by the beautiful country wreaking havoc on the world, while others asserted it was deliberately released by a multinational biotech group to sell medication. There were even theories involving alien powers and supernatural events. In short, there was a plethora of outrageous speculations, none of which had received any official or expert validation. The only information released by the authorities was a text message: evacuate large cities as soon as possible, stay away from crowded places, hide at home, and do not go out, avoid any contact with the infected, stock up on food and drinking water, and await military action and rescue. Chu Long received this message at 10:40 a.m. today, but he only saw it now. He was certain that chaos had erupted in every corner of the country, with the zombie virus spreading at a terrifying speed, transforming more and more people into zombies. Just this morning, he had seen a video from a zombie survival vlogger who had posted a video 4 hours ago about how to escape from the city to the countryside. It had less than 1 million likes, and the comment section had only a little over 10,000 comments. The reach of this video was incomparable to his first video this morning, which had garnered millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. In less than half a day, so many people had vanished, which was simply abnormal. Videos on the platform were also dwindling, and he even came across repeats, which was utterly irregular. The more Chu Long scrolled, the more anxious he became. He noticed a comment on the zombie survival vlogger's video indicating that the IP location was from Dajiang City. He speculated that 90% of the population in Dajiang City had already turned into zombies. It was said that there were no living people left in the city center, and all major hospitals had fallen. That night, Chu Long went to bed with a battle axe. Pan Wenyin, the girl, was truly carefree. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, completely unconcerned about zombies suddenly breaking in. She wasn't worried about what might happen tomorrow or what preparations to make to survive longer. She had acknowledged Chu Long as the leader and left all these bothersome issues for him to ponder while she enjoyed a peaceful sleep. Chu Long thought about it for half the night. He needed to prepare an emergency backpack to store medicines and first aid supplies. He had weapons now and also needed to prepare protective gear to fend off zombie bites. On the first day, he was lucky and did not face a zombie horde. But if he did encounter one, he must not confront the zombies. He needed to run whenever possible. He recalled what he had learned online to protect his arms and calves, areas prone to bites. After much contemplation, Chu Long thought of Liang Juanming, who was trapped in the conference room. Chu Long had promised to go back and rescue him, but how could he save someone from a horde of zombies? He had no gun, no backup, and only one life. To save Liang Juanming, he would have to find a way to distract the horde of zombies. But how could he lure them away? Faced with this dilemma, Chu Long hurriedly searched online for solutions. The zombie survival vlogger he followed had mentioned that zombies were very sensitive to noise and suggested creating noise traps to attract their attention, effectively diverting the horde. Most importantly, he recommended a device for luring zombies: a drone. The vlogger proposed an idea of using the noise from a drone flying at low altitude to attract zombies, allowing for safe remote control, thus achieving the goal of moving the horde to a target location. However, the vlogger only mentioned this at the end of the video and had not tested whether it would work. Nevertheless, Chu Long decided to give it a try. Even if it didn't succeed, it would be an attempt to deal with the horde. Moreover, the drone could not only help him rescue Liang Juanming, but more importantly, it could gather information from high above, which was crucial for survival on campus. Thinking of this, Chu Long felt energized. He decided to give it a shot, but first he needed to find a drone. But where could he find one? After pondering, Chu Long realized the best approach was to ask around. He asked in the large group of the boys' dormitory building 3, in the class group, and even reached out to Xiaosai, posting on social media. At around 1 in the morning, many surviving classmates were still awake, intensely discussing ways to survive in various student groups. In room 312 of building 3, a boy was hiding in his closet while his already turned roommate wandered around the dorm. He desperately pleaded for help in the group, hoping someone would come to rescue him. But now everyone was struggling to save themselves. All he received were words of comfort, with no one able to take actual action. All 4 boys in room 711 of building 3 had survived. They were discussing an extremely terrifying zombie outside on the 7th floor, which had bitten and killed 15 people. Now it was still lurking on the 7th floor, making eerie noises as they guarded the door, not daring to make a sound. Scrolling down further, Chu Long saw a boy in room 412 on the 4th floor posting in the group, "Is anyone interested in joining me to look for a drone?" Seeing this, Chu Long realized that this person shared his thoughts and immediately added him as a friend. Chu Long added him on WeChat and explained to this classmate named Lin the reason for searching for the drone. Lin to room 412. I am also looking for a drone. I remember someone flying one in this building. We can ask the survivors in the group, they might know. Chu Long, alright, I will ask now. Chu Long, by the way, my name is Chu Long. What's your name? Lin room 412. Hello Chu Long, my name is Lin Binbin. Lin room 412. How many of your roommates are still alive? I haven't had much luck. I'm the only one left, the other 3 have all turned into zombies. Chu Long, I still have 2 alive. Lin room 412. Then how did you deal with the 2 who turned? Chu Long, no need to deal with them. When I returned there were no zombies in the dormitory. Chu Long, and you? How did you survive? Lin Binbin, I room 412. I killed them one. Chu Long, impressive. You were able to take down 3 zombies by yourself in the dormitory. Lin Binbin, it's nothing special. Ooh, I have a dagger. Chu Long, He thought to himself, this Lin Binbin is quite a formidable character. To single-handedly defeat 3 zombies in such a small dormitory and only with a dagger. If he isn't boasting, that's simply outrageous. When the outbreak first occurred, he was in the medical room with only a small knife in hand, and it was with the help of Xia Sai that he barely managed to take down 1 zombie. When they meet tomorrow, Chu Long wanted to ask him how he did it. Chu Long, let's meet at your dormitory at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to discuss strategies. What do you think? Lin Binbin, sure, no problem. But you must come on time. Honestly, being alone in the dormitory is quite Chu Long, frightening. You took down 3 zombies all by yourself. Lin Binbin, I'm not afraid of zombies, I'm afraid of ghosts. Chu Long, afraid of ghosts. They should be afraid of you. He didn't reply. Further feeling drowsy, he put down his phone and went to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chu Long was jolted awake by the alarm. He jumped out of bed and immediately went to check on Old Wu's condition. Old Wu lay on the bed, eyes open, glancing at him with the corners of his mouth moving as if wanting to say something, but he lacked the strength. Chu Long felt his forehead. He had a severe fever. He quickly grabbed a thermometer and had Old Wu hold it under his armpit. Then he filled a large glass with warm water using Old Wu's 1,000 milliliter glass with a straw. Upon seeing the water, Old Wu's eyes lit up, but his hands and feet were tied, unable to move. Chu Long had to feed him first. Old Wu must have been thirsty all night, as he drank 500 milliliters of water in one go. 3 minutes later, Chu Long took the thermometer from under his armpit and found his temperature alarmingly high. Such a high fever is extremely dangerous, already causing permanent damage to the heart, lungs, and brain, and even poses a risk of death. Under normal circumstances, Chu Long would have called an ambulance for Old Wu. But now he had no choice. He could only find 2 boxes of ibuprofen and place them next to Old Wu's pillow with a cup of water, so he could take them if he felt pain and drink if he was thirsty. Seeing Old Wu's painful expression, Chu Long no longer felt he was someone immune to the virus. His own wounds were clearly worsening. In this situation, even without turning into a zombie, if he doesn't receive treatment, life would be worse than death. But as long as he could breathe, there was still hope. Old Wu, hold on. Don't turn into a zombie and don't die. Chu Long gently stroked his forehead, comforting him. I have already posted your condition online. Soon someone official will come to rescue us. You are our hope. Know the hope of all humanity. You must hold on. Chu Long's words reached. He swallowed hard and slowly said, I understand. After saying that, Old Wu closed his eyes, breathing painfully, wanting to survive until the person Chu Long mentioned came to save him. What are you guys talking about? Pan Wenyun lazily got out of bed. She didn't regard Chu Long as an outsider at all. She had taken off her short sleeves and shorts, wearing only a loose pink cover and a pink underwear. Her pear-shaped figure was highlighted in the morning light. How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get dressed, we have— Chu Long scolded her. Though her chest was indeed impressive, he wasn't in the mood to look at it. What's with you? Why are you so fierce early in the morning? Pan Wenyun did it on purpose. She knew she came down without wearing anything, wanting to tease Chu Long and show him the world. Unexpectedly, Chu Long not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded her. While getting dressed, she started crying, looking very aggrieved. Seeing this, Chu Long thought that this girl was quite emotional, so he quickly softened his tone. Sorry, I overreacted just now. Old Wu has a high fever, 42. He might not hold on for long. Aunt. Pan Wenyun exclaimed in shock. 42? I had a cousin who had a fever of 42 once and was sent to the hospital for rescue, but didn't make it back. I'm worried about that too. Chu Long nodded. I gave him antipyretics. Now it's up to him. We can't do much. Also, we need to meet a boy named Lin Binbin at room 412 at 9 o'clock today. He might have clues about the drone, we need to find it. Chu Long explained to her why they were looking for the drone. Wow, a drone sounds really useful. Yeah, but let's eat something quickly before we go. We'll definitely need to deal with zombies later. As soon as she heard about food, Pan Wenyun perked up, completely forgetting about the tears, rummaging through a box full of— Chu Long picked a chocolate bar that might be the most filling and ate it with plain water. Before leaving, he cautiously prepared basic protection, binding thick books to his arms with tape. He also helped Pan Wenyun wrap books around her arms, teaching her how to use them. Listen, if a zombie gets close, you must kick or push them away first and never swing wildly. Wait for the right moment to strike, understand? I got it, boss. Pan Wenyun saluted Chu Long, smiling. Chu Long really didn't know if she understood, but having her with him was definitely better than going out alone. After all, having a living person would help him deal with zombies. Chu Long moved aside the drinking water and suitcase, peering through the small window to confirm that there were only 3 zombies at the dormitory door. However, Chu Long thought of an alternative plan. He moved the washing machine from the balcony to the door, toppling it over at a 45-degree angle with one end wedged against the ladder of bed number 4 and the other aimed at the door. Chu Long deliberately left a small gap to open the door. Once he opened it, the door would hit the washing machine, unable to push it open, only allowing for a gap of about 30 centimeters, just enough for the 2 of them to attack. Are you ready? You'll stand behind me. Once I open the door, they will rush in, and you just need to hit their heads. Chu Long said, gripping the doorknob. Yes, I understand very well. Pan Wenyuan nodded vigorously. Open it. Chu Long shouted, twisting the doorknob. The zombies outside had been waiting for a while, and upon hearing the sound of the washing machine falling, they went into a frenzy. Their faces were directly facing Chu Long, each contorted with rage, jaws slack as they howled and thrust their heads through the gap. Roar. 2 zombies got their heads stuck in the door crack. The 3rd zombie couldn't get in, but its arms reached through, clawing at Chu Long's knees. Chu Long's heart raced, but he did not retreat. He braced the door with his left hand while wielding the Viking axe with his right, and with a swift motion, he struck one zombie on the forehead. Pan Wenyuan held a wolf fang club, striking the heads of the 2 zombies stuck in the door crack. These immobile targets posed no difficulty for her. Each of them dealt 3 or 4 blows, quickly dispatching the 2 zombies in front. The one at the back was not faring any better. Its companion's death taught it nothing, and it thought it could reach in for a bite. The result was a mighty axe that smashed into its mouth, shattering its jaw along with its teeth, and its tongue was severed, ultimately being finished off by 3 strikes from Pan Wenyuan. After killing 3 zombies in quick succession, Pan Wenyuan felt a surge of excitement. Her body was hot, and restless fear gnawed at her heart, yet after striking, she felt a sense of release. So this wolf fang club is so effective at smashing. Pan Wenyuan pointed at a zombie whose head was battered and bloodied, its side crushed beyond recognition. You only just figured that out. Chu Long sighed in relief, finally letting this girl experience that the weapon in her hands could easily crush a person's skull. That's why I told you to aim carefully. You don't need to strike many times. Just hitting their heads once is likely to take them down. Remember, precision trumps speed and power. Chu Long lectured her, demonstrating as he had learned this himself while using the Viking axe yesterday. At first, he swung wildly, hoping to take down the zombie with one blow. After missing several times and nearly getting caught, he realized his mistake. One must not blindly exert force. Do not chase after a one-hit kill and avoid becoming obsessed with attacking. It is best to ensure one's safety before launching an attack. This was the combat principle he had come up with before going to sleep last night, and he was determined to put it into practice. Stepping out of dormitory 625, it was already 8:40. At this time, there were still 5 zombies scattered in the corridor on the 6th floor, posing no threat to them. For safety's sake, Chu Long decided to lure them over one by one to eliminate them. He struck the aluminum railing in the corridor with his axe, making a loud bang that reached their ears. The zombies scattered along the corridor twisted their heads, and upon seeing Chu Long and the others, they roared and charged. Roar. They moved quickly, but fortunately they were spread out. The closest zombie was at the stairs across from them, rushing forward the fastest, but Chu Long brought it down with one axe strike. Go finish it off. Okay. Chu Long directed Pan Wenyuan to deal with it, and then turned to confront the 2 zombies rushing from the right corridor. The 2 zombies came charging together, and Chu Long noticed a red bucket filled with water at the door of dormitory 628. An idea struck him, and he grabbed the bucket, pouring the water onto the floor to see if it would help. It indeed proved useful. The zombie on the left, moving hurriedly and awkwardly, slipped and fell when it stepped on the water. Originally, with both zombies charging together, they posed a slight threat to Chu Long. Now, with only one zombie left, Chu Long was unafraid, swinging the Viking axe with both hands to knock it down, then striking again to smash its head. As the other zombie was just getting up, Chu Long charged over and cleaved it down. The blow nearly severed its head, leaving the back of its neck half cut off, still hanging like a tree stump. With another strike, Chu Long dispatched this zombie. Meanwhile, 2 more zombies at the very end of the left corridor came rushing over. They'll take the right, and you handle the left. Chu Long commanded, kicking away the zombie that attempted to grab him. As it stumbled, he struck its thigh with the axe, bringing it down. At this moment, Chu Long was in an absolutely safe position with the enemy completely exposed. It was time to unleash his finishing move. Gripping the axe with both hands, he gathered his strength and struck to smash its face. With that strike, Chu Long put all his effort into it, sending the zombie's eyeballs flying out like glass marbles that fell to the floor. Chu Long, help me. Chu Long's heart tightened. He turned to see Pan Wenyuan pinned to the ground by a zombie. Fortunately, she had managed to block its mouth with her arm, or she would have been bitten. Chu Long circled around behind the zombie and struck it on the back of the head with his axe. Crack! The zombie collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Were you bitten? Chu Long hurriedly helped her up. No. Luckily, this old math book blocked it. Pan Wenyuan raised her arm. The book was torn in a large area, and the tape on the surface was shredded, clearly showing how vicious the bite had been. If it weren't for this makeshift armor, her arm would have surely been bitten to shreds. What were you thinking? How could you be so careless? Chu Long questioned, though there was a hint of concern in his tone. That zombie charged too fast, and I wanted to hit its head, but I accidentally swung and missed. The next second it pounced on me. It was terrifying. Pan Wenyuan recalled feeling frightened. Hearing her words, Chu Long realized that even he could miss a swing, let alone Pan Wenyuan. He hadn't fully conveyed his instructions to her. It's difficult to hit their heads on the first swing. When they charge at you, you can first push them back, and once they stop, then go for their heads. Yes, I understand. Pan Wenyuan nodded earnestly, knowing that her survival depended on listening. She followed behind Chu Long, continuously whispering to herself, hit the body first, then the head. Hit the body first, then the head. It felt to Chu Long like a struggling student who couldn't grasp the reasoning, only memorizing blindly. But memorization was better than knowing nothing at all. Their dormitory building was shaped like the Chinese character Re, meaning sun. Chu Long's room 625 lay at the very bottom of the right vertical stroke, while room 412 was situated near the upper opening of the Re shape. Thus, Chu Long led Pan Wenyang down the diagonal staircase to the 4th floor, shortening the distance to room 412 and minimizing encounters with zombies. They encountered no zombies on the 2 flights of stairs. At the 4th floor landing, Chu Long paused before entering, carefully surveying the corridor. Few zombies roamed the hallway outside. Only 4 were visible. Yet numerous dormitory doors stood ajar, concealing unknown dangers within. Room 410 lay to his left. Room 412 was just 1 door beyond his right, so close that approaching it would not draw attention from the zombies in the corridor. Chu Long briefed Pan Wenyang, then sent Lin Binbin a WeChat message. We've arrived near room 412. We want knock, to avoid alerting the zombies. It was already 8:55 a.m. Lin Binbin, evidently watching his phone closely, replied instantly, good. I've left my window open. He'll open the door as soon as I see you. Chu Long pocketed his phone, crouched low with Pan Wenyang, and dashed swiftly to room 412's doorway, just as the door swung inward. Lin Binbin stood behind the door, his face half visible, gesturing urgently for them to enter. The moment Chu Long stepped inside, a thick coppery stench of blood flooded his senses. He glanced down the dormitory's narrow corridor. Off-white floor tiles were stained deep crimson, streaked with long, dragging smears of dried blood. Blood spattered everywhere. Not only the floor, but also the trash bin, chair backs, desks, wardrobes, and mosquito net curtains. The overwhelming metallic reek suggested an appalling volume of bloodshed. Hello, Chu Long. Lin Binbin extended his right hand with a smile. What are you looking at? Chu Long shifted his Viking axe to his left hand, mirrored the gesture, and began scrutinizing the young man before. Lin Binbin stood about 175 centimeters tall, physically proportioned, with striking balance. His features were unremarkable, yet distinctly handsome, his hair thick and healthy, dressed entirely in black hooded sportswear. At first glance, he exuded the quiet polish of elite upbringing, courteous, immaculate, and effortless. Chu Long noticed Lin Binbin was studying them both in turn. His gaze lingered only briefly on Pan Wenyang, then fixed intently on Chu Long, especially on the Viking axe in his grip. Chu Long, he asked, that weapon looks foreign. Did you bring it into the dorm? No, Chu Long shook his head. I took it from Huang, a physical education teacher on campus. Then her spike club too. Lin Binbin pointed toward Pan Wenyang. Yes, you've killed quite a few. Lin Binbin had spotted the fresh blood dripping from the axe's blade. A few. Zombies are far more numerous on the 6th floor than here. No, not true, Lin Binbin countered, shaking his head. The 4th floor has far more. When the outbreak began, most students barricaded themselves inside their rooms, only to be slaughtered by their own roommates before they even grasped what was happening. How do you know that? Chu Long asked. Have you gone out? No need to go out. I've kept my window open since the beginning. I heard everything. Lin Binbin invited them to sit. Chu Long took a seat opposite him, and noticed again how every textbook and keyboard on the desk behind Lin Binbin had been soaked in blood. Pan Wenyang clung close to Chu Long, visibly shaken the moment she entered. Now she covered her nose, trembling silently, unable to utter a word. I saw this carnage the instant I walked in, and couldn't help asking, how did you kill 3 zombies with just a single dagger? Chu Long asked. Lin Binbin chuckled, pulled up his hoodie, and drew a 12-centimeter blade from his waistband. razor-sharp, lethally refined. Chu Long had misjudged. The dagger Lin Binbin referred to was no ordinary utility knife, nor any fruit knife one might find in a dorm or infirmary. It was a true killing instrument. This is how I ended them all. Lin Binbin tossed the blade skyward, caught it again, now reversed in a lethal palm-down grip. Chu Long recognized the movement. Instantly, Lin Binbin was no novice. This young man was dangerous, and Chu Long's instincts flared with renewed wariness. Here stood a person who wielded a blade capable of severing throats with ease, and who had already slain 3 zombies. Until his motives and loyalties were clear, he remained an unknown variable, friend or foe. Caution was non-negotiable. Where are their bodies? Chu Long asked his second pressing question. He hadn't seen a single corpse upon entering. In the bathroom. After dispatching them, I dragged them there. Otherwise, their lifeless eyes would have stared at me all night. I'd never sleep. Lin Binbin explained. Ah, I see. Chu Long nodded. Why not simply throw them out the window? The moment I stepped in, your blood stench nearly overwhelmed me. I can't imagine how you endured it last night. Chu Long frowned deeply. Too heavy. I couldn't lift them, Lin Binbin shrugged. As you can see, I'm fastidious. I scrubbed the floor 3 times over, nearly exhausted my entire bottle of toilet cleaner. There was no other choice. Would you like masks? Pan Wenyang, still pinching her nose, accepted one from him. Chu Long declined. If Lin Binbin could bear it, so could he. Better to acclimatize early to such horrors. With time and exposure, even the worst stench would fade into background noise. Any news about the drone? Chu Long asked. His messages in the class group and friends chat had drawn only desperate pleas for rescue. Not a single useful reply. Except from Liang Junming. Everyone else was beyond his concern and certainly beyond his aid. Yes, I asked a counselor last night. She confirmed that Li, a student from dorm 710, owns a drone. Lin Binbin forwarded the chat log with the counselor for verification. Dorm 710, shall we go? Chu Long tapped the bookbound strap secured around his forearm. Or do you need to prepare something similar? Already, Lin Binbin rolled up his sleeve, revealing identical book-wrapped forearm protection. Clearly, he was as meticulous as he was cautious. But before we leave, I want to show you a video. It's about an unusual zombie on the 7th floor. A boy from dorm 711 claims it killed at least 15 people. You've heard of this? If this were a game, that thing would have evolved into a zombie sovereign by now, Chu Long joked. Exactly. Watch the footage. They captured something truly different. Oh, that's strange. Chu Long furrowed his brow and tapped open the video immediately. Pan Wenyang leaned in beside him. The video was filmed by one of the boys in room 711, and at the beginning of the video, other 3 boys can be. Their expressions were filled with terror, their gazes fixed on the door outside. Following the movement of the camera, Chu Long saw them opening the dormitory window and extending the phone camera outside. The camera faced a corridor on the 7th floor, where Chu Long caught sight of the silhouette of a zombie. It was wearing a white t-shirt and was with 2 other zombies attempting to smash the door of a dormitory, eager to rush in and bite. The zombie in the white t-shirt did not smash the door for long before it started to pry at the window. It surprisingly crawled inside through the window, followed by a scream. Then 2 people rushed out of that dormitory, one of whom was caught by the zombie at the door. The other person turned back to save their roommate, holding a stick in hand. The white t-shirt zombie also rushed out. The person with the stick attempted to strike it, but its movements were unlike those of ordinary zombies. It was agile and even dodged. In just a few seconds, both of them had their throats bitten open by the zombie in red clothing. Unlike other zombies, the white t-shirt zombie merely killed the 2 living people without feeding on them or eating their flesh. Hiss! Chu Long inhaled sharply. This zombie seems to possess some semblance of behavioral logic. It can climb through windows, dodge, and bites without eating flesh, only to infect humans. I was thinking the same. Lin Binbin pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin in his hand. It's very dangerous. If we go to the 7th floor to look for the drone, we will undoubtedly encounter it. Let's see how it goes. If all goes well, we grab the drone and leave without provoking it, Chu Long replied. You don't seem like someone who enjoys being in the spotlight. I like that about you, Lin Binbin said with a smile. Whether you like it or not is none of my business. No need to say it out loud. Chu Long disliked Lin Binbin's expression, as if he were constantly analyzing others. It felt somewhat strange. Let's go, Chu Long said, holding the axe. Wait, I need to go to the bathroom. Pan Wenyang had actually felt an urgent need since entering this dormitory, but hadn't dared to speak up. No way, the bathroom is filled with corpses. Why don't you go to the next dormitory? Lin Binbin looked at Pan Wenyang with an impatient gaze. No, I'm really desperate. I need to take care of it in the shower. Chu Long, wait for me at the door. I'm scared. Pan Wenyang dragged Chu Long to the balcony, and without waiting for Lin Binbin's consent, entered the shower room. Lin Binbin did not have time to stop her. He stared at the shower room door, his face falling with a terrifying expression. Sorry about that. Chu Long apologized to her, turning to wash his hands. From the reflection in the mirror, Chu Long noticed that the bathroom door was not closed properly, with a corpse's half-body exposed. Chu Long saw the face of one of the corpses. It was clean with no blood on its face at the time of death, its eyes wide open, displaying a terrified expression. Lin Binbin glanced at the mirror, his gaze meeting Chu Long's. He seemed to sense that Chu Long was looking at the bathroom and intentionally pulled the bathroom door a bit tighter. This action was somewhat excessive, as if he was hiding something he didn't want others to see. After Pan Wenyin came out, Chu Long led the way, and the three of them quickly climbed up to the 7th floor from the stairs. They observed at the stairway for a minute. The 7th floor was particularly quiet, with only 2 limping zombies wandering in the corridor. One zombie had its 2 arms and half a leg chewed off, wearing tattered clothes, standing on one leg and moving particularly slowly. The other could not even stand and was dragging itself along the corridor. What about the zombie in the white t-shirt? Pan Wenyin asked, still haunted by the video. She had washed her hands, trembling in fear. It might have gone to another floor. After all, only the 4 boys from 711 are left on the 7th floor, Lin Binbin said. It's better if it's not here. Let's quickly grab the drone and leave. Chu Long held the axe in his right hand and rushed quickly to the door of room 711. The door of room 711 was ajar, not locked. Chu Long kicked it open, revealing 2 zombies inside. One was in the middle of the dormitory and the other was on the balcony. Roar! They roared angrily at the intruders and lunged forward. Chu Long brought down the axe on the first one, knocking it down onto a chair, then set up the axe and waited until the zombie on the balcony lunged at him before swinging down again. He'll finish you. Pan Wenyin followed Chu Long to deliver finishing blows, quickly taking down both. Lin Binbin searched the wardrobe for the drone and found a black canvas bag in the second cabinet. Opening it, he saw exactly what they were looking for. Nice, it's a Mavic 3 Pro, Lin Binbin recognized. Chu Long had never used one. He had initially intended to study it after acquiring it, but now it seemed they had a pilot. You seem to know a lot about it. Chu Long asked. Yeah, I used to love flying drones for a while, Lin Binbin replied, slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder. The 7th floor has no zombies, so we can try it outside. I can fly it right now. All right, let's head out now. Chu Long stepped out of the dormitory, while Lin Binbin took out the drone and the remote control, preparing to take off. Chu Long glanced down. There were a few zombies on the 1st floor of the dormitory, and zombies were present on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors as well. You should try to see if the drone can attract their attention and lead them away. Sure, that works for me. Lin Binbin powered up the drone and flew out into the corridor, hovering in the middle of the 7th floor. Lin Binbin tested flying it farther and closer. Within 10 meters of them, the drone emitted an irritating buzzing sound. Especially at a height of about 5 meters, the noise was loud enough, and when far enough from the target, it was safe. This position was less likely to be disturbed by zombies. Lin Binbin tried it and successfully lured 2 zombies from the 4th floor corridor, which followed the drone, making growling sounds as they attempted to grab it. However, if it flew a little higher above the 5th floor, it wouldn't work. The noise became too faint, and the drone lost its appeal in the eyes of those 2 zombies, which quickly ceased to follow. Chu Long, zombies are coming. Chu Long was focused on watching Lin Binbin operate the drone when Pan Wenyin tapped his shoulder to warn him of the approaching zombies. The 2 limping zombies they had seen earlier were now one on their left and one on their right. The one-legged zombie was moving a bit faster, and Chu Long intended to deal with it first. However, realizing that this limping zombie would serve as a good practice target, he left it for Pan Wenyin to handle and went to confront the one on the left, which was crawling slowly toward them. This zombie showed great perseverance, relying solely on its 2 arms to move, covering only a few centimeters at a time, taking a long time to crawl in front of Chu Long and the others. Chu Long approached with the axe. The more he looked at this zombie, the more he felt something was off. It was also wearing a white t-shirt, and its face looked identical to that of the ferocious white t-shirt zombie from the video. What the hell? Chu Long recognized that this struggling zombie on the ground was indeed the fierce white t-shirt zombie captured by the boys in room 711. It was too late. Chu Long was tricked. He intended to walk right up to it and deliver a decisive blow with his axe without considering the possibility that this limping zombie might attack him. Roar! The white t-shirt zombie erupted with a fierce roar, pushing itself up with its hands, its lower body violently springing up like a frog, leaping in front of Chu Long, catching him completely off guard with a jump attack. It landed on Chu Long's upper body, wrapping its legs around his waist and pressing its hands tightly against Chu Long's face. Chu Long was pushed and pressed by it, losing his balance and falling to the ground after a few wobbly attempts. Then this white t-shirt zombie bared its sharp teeth, preparing to bite Chu Long's nose. Lin Binbin next to him was startled and wanted to draw his knife to help, but the drone had yet to be retrieved. Pan Wenyin was still dealing with the limping zombie and couldn't save Chu Long in time. In a moment of desperation, Chu Long extended his arm to block the zombie's bite. The white t-shirt zombie bit down, fiercely chomping at the tape. Seizing the opportunity before it could break the tape, Chu Long gripped its neck with both hands, leveraging his waist to flip it to the left, trying to escape its control. However, the zombie had a strong grip. Its hands clamped down on his head like a vice, making it feel as if it was trying to crush his head. Chu Long was in unbearable discomfort, but fortunately Pan Wenyin had taken care of the limping zombie and rushed over to rescue Chu Long, striking the white t-shirt zombie's face with a stick. The white t-shirt zombie released its grip, and Chu Long kicked it away. But unlike other zombies, it reacted with remarkable agility, immediately turning around and lunging at Pan Wenyin. Pan Wenyin tightened her grip on the wolf's tooth stick and shouted, "Ah, ah, ah," to bolster her courage, but after swinging twice, the white t-shirt zombie dodged both times. "Get out of the way, I'll take care of this." Lin Binbin pushed Pan Wenyin aside, brandishing his dagger, looking very formidable, though Chu Long did not expect that it was merely for show. The white t-shirt zombie lunged at him from the front, and Lin Binbin aimed to stab its eye socket. His movements were quick but inaccurate, and the tip of the knife landed on the zombie's ear. Once the white t-shirt zombie got close, it became even more ferocious, gripping Lin Binbin's arm and forcefully trying to bite him. Lin Binbin could not block as his arm was caught. Seeing that he was in danger, Chu Long picked up the battle axe from the ground and swung it, striking the zombie on the back of the head, using the axe to pin its skull and forcefully flipping it onto the ground. Pock! Chu Long spat at it viciously. The zombie was not yet fully dead, glaring at Chu Long with fierce eyes. Chu Long delivered another blow to its head, ending the life of this troublesome creature. "Chu Long, are you all right?" Pan Wenyin rushed to Chu Long, her eyes darting anxiously over his body. "I nearly died. This damned thing is vicious. It even faked disability." Chu Long was genuinely shaken by the white t-shirt zombie. He had believed himself cautious enough, yet both book-laden arms had been shredded, the tape binding them completely torn apart. Had Pan Wenyin arrived 1 second later, Chu Long would almost certainly have perished on the spot. The nearness of death left him torn, relieved to be alive yet furious at his own recklessness. "Thank you. If not for your timely intervention, I would be gone." Chu Long wiped cold sweat from his brow and offered Pan Wenyin a solemn, heartfelt bow of gratitude. "Big brother, glad you're safe, and my timing wasn't too shabby, was it?" Pan Wenyin twirled her wolf-tooth club in a half circle before striking it playfully against her shoulder. "Not bad. I misjudged you earlier." Chu Long nodded. He had long held a rigid stereotype of Pan Wenyin, a spoiled, temperamental girl whose sole pursuits were eating, drinking, and idle amusement, utterly incapable of anything serious. His agreement yesterday to let her accompany him had been purely tactical. He'd assumed that should they encounter zombies en route to the dormitory, she could serve as a distraction while he slipped away unscathed. Yet it was Pan Wenyin who had saved him. Now Chu Long hesitated. Could he truly trust this girl? "Come take a look. This zombie exhibits genuine anatomical mutations utterly unlike any human physiology." Lin Binbin knelt beside the corpse of the white t-shirt zombie, gloves firmly in place, his courage undimmed by the grotesque spectacle before him, as he carefully pried open its jaw. Observe the jaw's gape angle. A healthy human can fit 3 fingers inside. This creature swallows an entire fist. Lin Binbin forced his fist into the zombie's slack jaw. His astonishment deepened upon seeing Chu Long's shredded forearm guard. Only a thin exercise workbook hastily bound had served as makeshift armor. Drawing comparisons between human dentition and bite force, he had assumed such teeth could never pierce a 3-centimeter thick workbook. Reality proved otherwise. These zombies were infected with a unique strain. This one not only evaded attack and feigned injury, but possessed jaw strength far exceeding that of any living human. We still know too little about the pathogen responsible for zombification. Its mutagenic potential remains terrifyingly unpredictable. Henceforth, we must proceed with utmost caution, especially around anomalies, zombies whose appearance or behavior defies all prior understanding. Lin Binbin nodded in full agreement. He retracted the drone and proposed heading first to Chu Long's dormitory, closer than their current location, for shelter, then discussing next steps. Chu Long consented. They had already lingered in the corridor for 5 full minutes. Groans from other floors suggested nearby zombies might have detected them. Retreat could no longer wait. He led them swiftly back to room 625. The moment Lin Binbin stepped inside, his gaze fell upon the crate of provisions, and he couldn't resist exclaiming, "Chu Long, this stash could last you half a month, couldn't it? More than that. If rationed carefully, it'll sustain us here for a full month." Chu Long replied without hesitation, no longer concealing what was now plainly visible. He'd calculated it loosely. The previous night alone, the crate would feed him for 30 days, even with Pan Wenyin, the undisputed food enthusiast. They could stretch it for 2 weeks. "Let's discuss the rescue. You intend to deploy this drone to extract someone from the conference room in Building 2, correct?" Lin Binbin set the drone down gently. "Exactly. Can you assist me? I've never operated one. but you handled it masterfully just now. Chu Long gestured toward the crate. If you agree and succeed, I'll let you claim half of that supply. Food is scarce now. Every dormitory floor teems with zombies, and venturing downstairs to the supermarket. That's suicide. Those hordes at the entrance won't hesitate to drag you down. Lin Binbin crossed his arms and smiled faintly. You're right, but food holds little allure for me. I'm adept at fasting. My personal record stands at 7 days, water only. So your offer fails to entice me. I won't risk my life rescuing someone in Building 2. Then what do you want? Chu Long frowned inwardly, labeling Lin Binbin a true eccentric. No sane person embraced self-starvation. 7 days without sustenance defied comprehension. Lin Binbin glanced at the Viking war axe in Chu Long's hand. Then, noting his tension, quickly added with a reassuring grin, not your weapon. I want the drone. Granted, we discovered it together, but if you require my piloting skills for the rescue, ownership transfers to me. Chu Long's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that demand. Though Lin Binbin struck him as deliberate, not impulsive, he refused outright. No, the drone remains mine. You stated clearly we found it jointly, and I nearly lost my life securing it. Therefore it belongs to us both. You may use it, but only under my direction. Chu Long spoke softly, never relying on volume or vulgarity to coerce. He preferred language calibrated to others' receptivity, because quarrels wasted precious time unless the opponent truly deserved rebuke. Fair enough. Sounds like I have no real choice. Lin Binbin spread his hands wide, jaw clenched, irritation simmering beneath his calm exterior. He'd imagined Chu Long as a gentle, selfless soul, the kind who'd recklessly endanger himself for mere camaraderie. He himself had once been that sort, accommodating even when unwilling, constrained by the quiet weight of being perceived as good. Chu Long moved to the center of the room and drew the drone close. He couldn't fly it, yet mastering it seemed feasible. Countless online tutorials promised proficiency with minimal effort. Thus Lin Binbin's expertise wasn't indispensable, whereas Lin Binbin clearly needed the drone. And crucially, Lin Binbin had yet to disclose why he required it. Chu Long, I'll follow your lead. But first explain why you lied to me. Lin Binbin rose and pointed toward Lao Wu lying motionless on the bed. You claimed only 2 people survived here. Does that man on the bed not count as a person? He is called Wu Jianrong, my roommate. He was bitten by a zombie, but the situation is somewhat special. It has been nearly 24 hours, and he has not transformed. Chu Long went to check on Lao Wu's condition. Lao Wu still had a high fever and was confused, mumbling incoherently, unresponsive even when his name was called. Pan Wenyun glanced at him and said that this situation was beyond hope. Her cousin, who had a similar high fever, was also mumbling before he died, unresponsive to calls. What? There's such a situation. Lin Binbin looked at the bite mark on Lao Wu's palm and said, it seems that being bitten does not necessarily lead to transformation into a zombie. I don't know. Chu Long shook his head. There are no cases of this type on the internet. I don't know if Lao Wu is an exception or if such possibilities are common. Interesting. Lin Binbin said with a mysterious smile, this zombie virus is really intriguing. Fortunately, I wasn't the unlucky one who transformed right away, otherwise it would be so boring to become a mindless corpse. No, that's wrong. Becoming a zombie should also be an exciting experience, right? No way. Lin Binbin shook his head. That would be too early, though I haven't lived enough yet. Let's wait until we have lived enough before becoming a zombie. Pan Wenyun tugged at Chu Long's hand, pulling him aside to whisper, this guy is crazy, babbling nonsense. Seeing Lin Binbin talking to himself, Chu Long, though not understanding what was on his mind, expressed understanding and said to Pan Wenyun, this guy might have been affected by something like his parents turning into zombies. Oh, so that's how it is. Pan Wenyun chirped, what a pity, he looks quite handsome, but he's gone mad. What are you two saying about me? Lin Binbin suddenly turned around, looking at Chu Long and Pan Wenyun. It's nothing. I was just thinking if we should go to the rooftop first and use the drone to survey the school and surrounding situation. We can mark where there are many zombies, where is safe, where there are people, and the conditions at each entrance. The boys' dormitory is still some distance from the second teaching building. After we save people we want return, but go directly to a nearby safe place to hide. What do you two think? Is there anything to pay attention to? After explaining, Chu Long thought he had considered things. However, one person's thinking is limited, and there may be flaws in his ideas, so he wanted to hear others' thoughts. This. Pan Wenyun's mind went blank, and she stammered a bunch of filler words, unable to think of anything to add, finally managing to blurt out one sentence. They'll listen to you, boss. Whatever you say'll do it. Chu Long sighed. Pan Wenyun was always joking around and never serious. In that case, let's try to bring as much food and drink as we can, Lin Binbin suggested. Of course. After Chu Long finished speaking, he had Pan Wenyun and Lin Binbin take his roommate's backpack, one with snacks and the other with water, along with some common medications like stomach medicine, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and band-aids, just in case. Once prepared, Chu Long replaced 2 thick books, each 5 centimeters thick, and securely taped them to his hands. Before leaving, he glanced at Lao Wu, who no longer mumbled, but whose breathing had weakened. The medication had no effect, his breath was faint, and he was close to death. Chu Long patted his roommate's forehead, bidding him a proper farewell. Everything set, the three of them each carried their bags, with Chu Long and Pan Wenyun wielding weapons leading the way. They quietly made their way to the rooftop of the dormitory. Chu Long entered the rooftop first and confirmed that there were no zombies before letting the other two in. Lin Binbin launched the drone from the open space, while Pan Wenyun guarded the rooftop door, ready to report the situation below. Chu Long stood next to Lin Binbin, checking the drone's remote screen for the aerial view. When Lin Binbin raised the drone to a height of 200 meters, the movements of the zombie hordes around the boys' dormitory were clearly visible. "He'll raise the height a bit more. The coverage should be farther," Lin Binbin said as he ascended the drone to a height of 300 meters. At this point, the drone's camera could already see several dining halls between the dormitories and the teaching buildings. "This height is suitable. Keep the flight radius within 300,500 meters, which can clearly cover most areas of our school." As Lin Binbin spoke, he controlled the drone to fly westward. That was the direction of the school's northwest gate, and walking straight along the main road in front of the gym would take about 800 meters. Outside the northwest gate is a pedestrian street and subway station, the busiest entrance for people entering and exiting the school. As expected, the drone flew along the main road to the northwest gate, and the images transmitted back showed a sea of zombies, especially dense at the entrance, tightly clustered at the northwest gate, with many zombies that had breached from outside. They were divided into two groups, one surging towards the several girls' dormitories to the west, and the other spreading towards the center area near the gym. "It seems the west and north sides of the school are no-go areas, a veritable zombie disaster zone," Chu Long said. "Let's see what the zombie distribution looks like on the teaching building side." Lin Binbin brought the drone back, flying it over their heads towards the east side of the school. On the east side of the school are 2 libraries, 9 teaching buildings, and over 10 dining halls, which form the educational core area of their university. From the images transmitted back by the drone, it was evident that the teaching buildings 14, which typically had the most classes, had completely fallen, with zombies everywhere in and around the buildings and zombies wandering in the school paths, woods, and badminton courts. Though there were numerous zombies, their density was generally not as terrifying as in the western district of the school. "You said the person you want to save is in the second teaching building, right?" Lin Binbin asked casually, then controlled the drone over the second teaching building. It was occupied by zombies, but they still saw living people. On the rooftop of the second teaching building, there was a group of students, and in the classroom on the far left of the 5th floor, there was also a group of people. The drone's camera was clear, showing those survivors waving for help. Some of them even thought the drone was there for rescue, overly excited as they lit pieces of cloth they had prepared in advance and shouted loudly at the drone. The firelight and shouting triggered the zombies below. They rushed into the teaching building like wild dogs. "That it's a bunch of fools," Lin Binbin couldn't help but sneer. "What can a drone do? It's obvious that no one is coming to rescue them, right? Do they still expect the police or firefighters to come to the school for rescue? How naive. Don't worry about them. Let's head to the meeting room near the soccer field." "Yes, that one above." Chu Long was a bit anxious. The commotion from those people made the situation at the second teaching building more complicated. They were trapped between the classroom and the rooftop with no way out. Seeing the drone approach was like seeing a lifeline, but unfortunately Chu Long was not a rescue worker and had no ability to save them. He could only pity their plight. "Can you see inside if you fly a little lower?" Chu Long asked. Lin Binbin coaxed the drone downward, but it could only reach the level of the 3rd floor. Any lower, and its line of sight would be obstructed. "No. Any lower, and that tree will block it," Lin Binbin said. "Are you not certain the man is still inside?" "I am certain, absolutely certain. A horde of zombies is barricading the server room. Short of dying of thirst or hunger inside, he cannot possibly get out." Chu Long said it bluntly, then asked if Lin Binbin could launch the drone from a position near the conference room and use it to lure the zombies out. "Wait, let me find a spot." Lin Binbin raised the drone again. After circling near teaching building 2, he located an ideal launch point. "See the tennis courts in front of teaching building 2? They are only a few dozen meters from the ground floor conference room. The courts are enclosed by fencing, so the zombies cannot crawl in. We can take off from there." "Good. I checked earlier. We can circle behind the gym to Shaodong Lake, then from the lake to the front of teaching building 2. This route will avoid most of the zombies." Chu Long watched for a while and saw no zombies moving around the Shaodong Lake to the north of the campus. "And after we rescue them, where will you hide?" "Where do you want to hide?" Lin Binbin answered himself. "Teaching buildings 59. I wouldn't recommend them. Too close to the main gate and the canteen. There are too many roaming zombies nearby. The canteen is no good either. Doors on every side, impossible to defend. Hiding inside might let a zombie slip out from somewhere and ambush us." I think the best place is Ziyuan Library. It sits against the hill, secluded and quiet. The surrounding zombies appear to be the fewest there. And the crucial point is that the library does not seem to have fallen. I didn't see any zombies entering or leaving the doorway. Ziyuan Library. Chulong estimated it was roughly a kilometer from Teaching Building 2, the most remote academic block on campus. So few students usually went to that library. Let's go. After we rescue Liang Jueming, we'll head straight there. Lin Binbin retracted the drone, and Chu Long led the two of them away. They avoided the main gate, instead returning to the place where they had scaled the wall yesterday and forming a human ladder to get out. Shaodong Lake lies downhill from the gym's rear exit. It is an artificial lake with a flock of swans, a place where many students stroll in the evenings. The zombie outbreak had erupted in full force the previous morning. At that hour, the lake is usually deserted. So when Chu Long and the others reached the lake, apart from the swans on the water, not a single zombie was in sight. They spent 10 minutes crossing around the lake and returned to the school's football field. Zombies still prowled the field. Those were the students who had been in PE class. Taking advantage of their distraction, the three dashed up the small slope and slipped into the tennis courts before Teaching Building 2. There were no zombies inside the court, though a few wandered outside. As soon as the trio entered, the zombies began furiously battering the metal fence. Unable to find a way in or climb over, they clawed at the mesh until it rattled. Pan Wenyin, cover him. He'll go deal with those ones. Shout if anything happens. Chu Long ordered, then hurried outside to handle the wandering zombies. Come on, you fools. Chu Long cried, scraping his battle axe along the fence as he went, drawing them over one by. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin launched the drone. The conference room in Teaching Building 2 lay to the left of the tennis court, and he steered the drone there at low altitude. He kept the drone roughly 3 meters above ground. An ideal height, its buzzing would unsettle some of the zombies, while keeping it out of their reach. The drone's noise also attracted those zombies that were particularly sensitive to sound. Lin Binbin tested it against the clusters beneath Teaching Building 2 and discovered that not all of them were drawn by the noise. He piloted the drone on a circuit. The zombies below Teaching Building 2 gradually divided into two groups. One group, sound-sensitive, followed the drone. The other group showed fleeting interest at first, but their attention lasted only a few seconds. After taking a few steps, they lagged behind. The two groups were roughly equal in number. Bad news for their lure plan. Lin Binbin guided the drone, pulling the followers out onto the football field. Then he aimed the camera at the conference room and flew the drone through the side door. As soon as it entered, he saw the server room Chu Long had described. At least 20 zombies were packed at the server room's entrance. They were in a berserk state, pressing and pounding at the door until the iron gate had been deeply dented. A little later, and they would have broken through. Lin Binbin hovered the drone low above the server room, released its power limiters, and sped up the rotors to amplify the noise as much as possible. This time luck favored them. Most of the zombies swirled after the drone. They reacted with violent howls and leapt to snatch at it, making Lin Binbin break into a sweat. Good, follow me out. Lin Binbin murmured as he drew the great mass of zombies away from the room. Go tell Chu Long so he can rescue them. Only 5 zombies remain inside. Lin Binbin said this excitedly. Pan Wenyin hurried to tell Chu Long the good news. Chu Long secured the tennis court gate and stormed back into the conference room with her. The zombies from beneath Teaching Building 2 would be following them, so they had to act swiftly. Axe in hand, Chu Long charged to the server room door. Wenyin, I'm going straight in. If that zombie attacks me, hit the other one. Cover me, understood? Got it. Pan Wenyin replied, clinging tightly behind Chu Long. Taking advantage of their backs being turned, he struck first and felled 2 of them. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th zombies turned and lunged at Chu Long together. He swung left and right, cutting down the one on the left, while Pan Wenyin helped repel the one on the right. The one in the middle leapt and clamped onto Chu Long's right arm, which was wrapped in a bracer, and began to bite. Chu Long switched the axe to his left hand and drove the blade into its neck. Pan Wenyin braced against Chu Long and brought her spiked club down, knocking the crawling zombie flat again. She was heavy and powerful in her swings, all the while murmuring Chu Long's battle chant. Hit the body, hit the head. Hit the body, hit the head. Pan Wenyin found fighting zombies much simpler now. She struck a zombie's chest, then its waist, drove it back, and finished with a blow to the head, toppling it. Inside the server room, Liang Junming heard the fighting outside. At first, he dared not open the door, but when someone called his name, he finally opened it. Chu Long. Pan Wenyin. How did you get here? Liang Junming exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. He had not slept in over 30 hours. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face as pale as a corpse. Seeing Chu Long with an axe and Pan Wenyin with a spiked club, he felt as if he were dreaming. Later, just go, leave now. Chu Long shouted, and with the two of them burst out of the conference room, running back outside the tennis court before the zombies could surround them. Lin Binbin had already retrieved the drone and waited for the 3. See that row of bicycles ahead? Run for them. Chu Long pointed to the line beneath the lamppost. The bike parking area sat beside the tennis court. Earlier, while clearing zombies outside, he had taken note of it. Seeing the bicycles, Chu Long suddenly thought of an escape. He had earlier used his axe to cut the locks on 4 bikes. Now the 4 of them could sprint over and ride away. Follow me. Now to Ziyuan Library. Chu Long jumped on and pounded the pedals, racing down the campus lane as zombies surged out from both sides. They roared and lunged in pursuit, leaping from the paths into the road. Pan Wenyan and Liang Junming rode at the rear. Neither dared be slower. The one who fell behind would become the zombies' lunch. Chu Long rode fastest and glanced back. With each building they passed, the zombies below were drawn out, forming a shuffling line along the campus path that looked almost like a cross-campus lap at the autumn sports meet. There's a downhill ahead. Don't break. Well, shake them here. Chu Long shouted as they hurtled down the steep slope. The others dared not break either. They followed Chu Long at full speed. Using the downhill momentum, the 4 of them successfully shook off the horde. After passing a row of standalone offices for the deans and professors, they safely rode to the rear of Ziyuan Library. Chu Long and his companions rode up to the library only to find the entrance blocked by a tumter-high red barrier. Chu Long parked his bicycle at the foot of the stairs, picked up an axe, and quietly climbed the steps to eliminate 2 zombies that were clambering over the barrier. These 2 zombies couldn't climb. The 2-meter obstacle effectively barred their way. However, such a height was easily surmountable for an ordinary person. As Chu Long climbed over the barrier, he discovered that there were no other obstacles inside, and just beyond was an automatically opening glass door. The person who set up the barrier had not been thorough, assuming that zombies would not climb walls. If it were Chu Long, he would have added several layers of defense inside. Otherwise, if a horde of zombies came, the barrier would be as flimsy as paper, easily toppled. Liang Junming and Lin Binbin also easily climbed in, while Pan Wenyuan, who usually didn't exercise much, struggled a bit while getting over the barrier. Chu Long, Pan Wenyuan, you two are truly my saviors. Liang Junming exclaimed as he stepped into the library, unable to contain his emotions after narrowly escaping death. I really thought I was done for, did you know? Those zombies were about to break through the door, and thankfully you arrived just— Oh my! Phew! I have truly escaped death. You could still come back to save me. I'm so touched. I was already prepared to be devoured by zombies, truly. Liang Junming was overwhelmed with gratitude, his thick eyebrows and large eyes sparkling with emotion, making Pan Wenyuan feel a bit embarrassed. Chu Long thought he was too excited. Stop talking, catch your breath. We don't need to say thank you. Oh, I said I would come back to save you, and I definitely would. Moreover, when it was your turn to draw lots, you didn't back out. I truly admire you for that. If it were me, I might not even agree to stay. Me too, Pan Wenyuan chimed in. If I had drawn the lot, I would definitely back out. Whoever wants to stay can stay. Huh. Liang Junming gave a puzzled look. Didn't everyone agree before drawing lots? Why am I the only one who foolishly complied until the end? What bad luck. Liang Junming had been moved, but upon hearing their blunt words, he became displeased. Lin Binbin, having guessed the reason for Liang Junming's predicament from their conversation, interjected. Although I don't know you, I just want to say a word. I suggest you don't be so foolish next time. Your own life is more important than anything else. Oh, who are you? Liang Junming inquired about Lin Binbin and the drone he was carrying. Chu Long and Lin Binbin answered him while making their way upstairs in the library. The library was 5 stories tall. The first floor had a cafe and multimedia room. The second floor was a comfortable free reading area with an art corridor, exhibitions, and a lounge specifically for student literary salons. The third and 4th floors were comprehensive study areas, while the 5th floor housed the collection room, where the most precious and oldest books in the school were stored. As they passed the 2nd floor, Chu Long heard no voices, but instead caught the sound of dragging footsteps at the door, irregular and rhythmless, characteristic of zombies. Chu Long decided to continue up with the others following him. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found the entrance to the study area tightly shut. Chu Long attempted to push the door, but could only open it a crack as it was blocked by a broomstick. It seems they are— As Chu Long spoke, he knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? He had barely called out twice when someone came to open the door. Chu Long, how come you all are here? Xiaosai stood at the door holding a fire shovel, her bangs neatly tucked back, looking very capable. I wanted to ask the same thing. Chu Long briefly explained why they had come to the library, and Xiaosai was quite surprised to see Liang Junming there as well. She squinted at Chu Long and Pan Wenyuan behind him, unable to understand why they dared to come and save Liang. For her, she had never thought of going back to save Liang Junming. He was just unfortunate. She owed him nothing and would never sacrifice herself for some sense of camaraderie after escaping. That would be foolish. Xiaosai hid her true feelings, maintaining a calm expression. That's great, come inside. There are other students and teachers in the study area. There are no zombies on this floor, and everyone is hiding inside. Xia, class monitor, aren't you going to check us? Lin Binbin, who knew Xiaosai, recognized her as an outstanding representative of their school. Even Lin Binbin, a junior, was aware of her. You are Lin Binbin, right? Xiaosai had met many people and recognized Lin Binbin. No need for a check. I trust Chu Long. Xiaosai smiled at Chu Long, who nodded in response. The third-floor study area was spacious with 600 study spots on each floor. In the middle of the area was a corridor beside, which were several free study rooms equipped with basic desktop computers for students without their own. Xiaosai informed them that there were 35 people hiding in the library, students from various grades and departments, including 2 teachers. At this moment, most were sitting in chairs looking at their phones, and when Chu Long and the others approached, they all looked up in unison, discussing the arrival of new survivors. Chu Long spotted one of their accounting department's counselors, Zhou Zhibing. "Oh, Chu Long, when you and Juanming, come over, it's very safe here." Zhou Zhibing beckoned them to sit down, then brought each of them a bottle of mineral. In Chu Long's impression, Zhou Zhibing was a mild-mannered male teacher who discussed everything with students and rarely lost his temper, often visiting dorms to check in on them. Moreover, most importantly, he approved leave requests quickly, never holding up their absentee notes. Thus, Chu Long and the others had a very good impression of Teacher Zhou. As soon as they sat down, Teacher Zhou began asking them about their experiences over the past 2 days, inquiring about their families, reassuring them that this crisis was only temporary and that he had already reported the situation to the city and help would arrive soon. Lin Binbin's words struck Teacher Zhou like a bucket of cold water. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately clouded. He had checked his phone and knew exactly what the situation was. "Hey, why do you have to say such unlucky things?" Pan Wenyan snapped, angered by Lin Binbin's remark that they wouldn't survive 7 days. "If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me into it." "Exactly." Liang Junming chimed in. He too thought Lin Binbin's view was far too pessimistic. "Enough, everyone stop." Xiaosai hurriedly cut them off. Seeing Teacher Zhou remove his glasses, she knew the fragile man was on the verge of tears. I know. Zhou Zhibing said, his voice threaded with weeping. "My wife is at home, and her phone is unreachable. My child is at the kindergarten next to our house. The teachers and the principal's phones are all dead. They've probably already become those monsters." He sighed long and low. A tear rolled down. Chu Long felt a pang of sympathy for Teacher Zhou. His plight was pitiful, and he himself would not have been able to endure it. "No, Teacher Zhou, why are you thinking the worst? It only means you haven't seen them yet. As the saying goes, one must see the living. You should go back and check," Liang Junming urged, unable to see the point of Zhou merely crying here. "It's already too late. Yesterday, when things first went chaotic, I wanted to go back, but an accident held me up." Zhou Zhibing explained. "I saved a few students and led them to hide in the library, thinking this would pass quickly. I never expected we'd be hiding for a whole day. If I go back now, it will all be too late. Besides, there are so many classmates here who need my help." Zhou glanced at the girls he had rescued yesterday, regret stirring in his chest. If he had not intervened and had driven straight to the parking lot, he would have been home by now. "Teacher Zhou, you must think positively. There may still be time. Zhao Siyu and the others should be back soon. At the earliest, we could leave the school tomorrow." Xiaosai's sudden remark piqued Chu Long's curiosity. "Who is Zhao Siyu? Where did they go?" Chu Long asked. "Is that true? We can leave tomorrow." "Why?" Liang Junming and Pan Wenyan pressed eagerly. A rapid pounding on the door interrupted their questions. "Must be them." Xiaosai went to open the door, and Chu Long saw 6 boys hurry inside, 5 of them. Among the 5 armed youths, the tallest was Huang Shiji. The blood-streaked cleaver in his hand was strikingly conspicuous, and Chu Long noticed him at once. Huang Shiji saw Chu Long too. They exchanged nods in greeting. Standing among them was apparently Zhao Siyu. Unremarkable in appearance, short-haired, nothing particularly distinctive. Chu Long did not know him, but he recognized the short sword he held. The other 4 carried a baseball bat, a kukri, a long staff, and a javelin. It seemed Huang Shiji had also taken them to the training room. Zhao Siyu patted the boy beside him on the shoulder and introduced, "This is Kai, and the son of an influential city figure. We just rescued him from the Lied cafeteria. You said your father could send a plane to pick you up as early as tomorrow and take us along. That's right, isn't it?" Zhao Siyu pinched Kai An's shoulder. That fool was more cowardly than the girls. They might have avoided fatalities if not for his yelling, which drew the horde and cost Teacher Lu and a male student their lives. Kaian came from a wealthy, powerful family. He had known him for a long time, but always looked down on him, privately sneering and calling him a pig. "Yes, it is so." Kaian brushed off Zhao Siyu's hand, utterly untroubled by the 2 deaths caused while rescuing him, and said with his chin raised, "My father called this morning and promised he'll send people to pick me up tomorrow. You saved me, so I'll have my father take you as well. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now in front of you." "Kai, we believe you. But there are more than 30 of us. Can your father really take all of us?" Xiaosai asked, striking at the crucial point. "Oh, Zhao Siyu already mentioned this to me. They'll talk it over with my father later. It's just a matter of a few extra flights. What's the big deal? Or I'll ask him to send a bigger plane." Kaian waved his hand. Every gesture broadcast the confidence of a son of the nation's largest pharmaceutical conglomerate. His status set him apart. He did not fear dying here. Since childhood, his father had assured him that the worst hardship he'd face was having too many ways to spend money. Kyan drifted into boasting. My father also said he'd send me to a mountain villa in the countryside to shelter. That place is not only far from the city, even the local villagers can't reach it. The entire mountain belongs to our family, so the villa is as secure as an apocalypse fortress. And you probably have never lived in a villa in your life, have you? Anyone want to come with me? If you do, come talk to me. I like bold people who dare to speak. If I'm in a good mood, they'll pick a few to join me and give them a glimpse of the world. Of course, girls first, a limited spots for boys. Kyan rambled on before his classmates, everyone watching his show of arrogance. Many were genuinely excited, begging Kyan to take them along. After all, their families were either turned into zombies or missing. Riding with the wealthy to safety seemed the wisest choice. Chulong felt nothing. Kyan was a big name at the school. The library had been donated by his father. But whether someone was rich or poor, Chulong only listened to such talk. Whether it would be realized was another matter. Besides, this was only Kyan's side of the story. With more than 30 people here, whether his father could send a plane was uncertain, and even if a plane came, who knew if Kyan would actually include him? Moreover, he had not gone to save Kyan. Thinking of that, Chulong lost all interest. Amid the classmates riled into shouting by Kyan's words, Chulong spotted Su Jie and the school's Belle Zhu Hui. Kai Xiao. Zhao Siyu couldn't stand the other's swagger. Seeing his oversized skinny trousers made him retch, an international luxury brand reduced to such hideousness. If that outfit were photographed, the brand's value might take a hit, he thought. Zhao Siyu deliberately slammed his blood-streaked short sword onto the table, interrupting Kyan. Quiet, everyone. I have more bad news. Zhao Siyu's face turned grave. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone fell silent at once. He said coldly, on the way back, we ran into a massive horde. Teacher Liu and student Li were tragically seized by the zombies. Hearing this, Zhou Zhibing and the others realized 2 people were missing and immediately demanded to know what had happened. I did my best to save them, but there were simply too many zombies. Zhao Siyu covered his face, grief in his voice. Those who died saving Kyan died for all of us. Huang Shiji grew furious at this and, heedless of wealth or status, pointed at Kyan and spat. It's this guy shouting. If not for him, Teacher Liu and that boy wouldn't have died. Don't talk nonsense. It's not my fault. I didn't beg any of you to save me. Kyan retorted. Plenty of people wanted to rescue me. Since you're here, you must keep me alive. Otherwise, if I die, not one of you will get out alive. Kyan was furious. No one had ever dared to point at him and insult him, and he would not permit anyone, especially someone of Huang Shiji's lower station, to speak to him that way. Kyan was ready to hurl a retort, but Zhao Siyu yelled at him in front of everyone. Enough. Shut the hell up, I haven't finished speaking. Also, Zhao Siyu ran to the window and pointed down. That horde is already nearly at the library. We must quickly figure out how to hold this place. Chulong rushed to the window and saw a mass of zombies turning into the library entrance from the nearby school path, heading straight for the library, door numbering no less than 100. The barricade at the entrance won't stop them. We need to strengthen our defenses. Chulong addressed the crowd. Move these tables and chairs down, block them behind the barricade, and seal the entrance to prevent them from getting in. Listen to Chulong, everyone get moving, don't just stand there in a daze. Xiaosai helped direct pairing students to move the study tables down. Many people panicked upon hearing that a horde of zombies was approaching, instinctively wanting to hide. Others stood frozen, feeling that survival was hopeless. Fortunately, Teacher Zhou knew most of the people here. He called out their names one by one, urging students to work together in pairs to quickly move the tables. Zhao Siyu, Huang Shiji. We have weapons, let's go downstairs to cover them. Chulong said to the boys with weapons, wanting them to follow him downstairs. Okay, all of you follow me. Zhao Siyu waved to Huang Shiji and the others, grabbing a short sword and leading. Chulong followed behind them. These 5 boys were all quite tall, with well-defined muscular arms and solid builds, clearly indicating they were either fighters or athletes. Chulong ran with the crowd to the first floor, and his worst fears came true. A group of zombies had crashed into the barricade at the door, creating a gap large enough for a person to pass through. One after another, zombies squeezed through the gap. Those outside the barricade saw the living inside and became even more frenzied, roaring and crashing against the barricade, causing it to shake. Chulong did not want to watch helplessly as the zombies surged in. He swung his axe and struck down a zombie that had. Huang Shiji was also quick to act, wielding a machete with incredible power, cleaving a zombie next to Chulong in half, nearly sending its head flying. He swung the machete without regard for his companions nearby. Chulong felt a gust of wind rush past his head, and when he looked up, another zombie had its forehead chopped off by Huang Shiji, the top half of its face exploding like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, nearly hitting Chulong. Chulong quickly dodged, letting this brute continue his rampage while he provided cover. As Huang Shiji and Chu Long took down the zombies that had come through the gap, Xiaosai hurriedly directed the students behind to use tables to block the gap. Trembling with fear, they followed Xiaosai's orders, lifting tables and pushing forward. No one wanted the barricade to collapse, otherwise it would be game over for all. Xiaosai directed the first group of students to block the gap, then instructed subsequent groups to arrange tables along the barricade, placing one layer normally and another layer reversed. Then they aligned a row of tables at the entrance using dozens of tables to reinforce the barricade and block the advance of the zombies outside. Is this good enough? Liang Junming ran back and forth 5 times, helping other students fill the glass door of the library with tables. Even if the barricade fell, it would be hard for the zombies to break through the heavy obstacles. The barricade stood 2 meters high. He couldn't see how many zombies were outside, but the continuous roars he heard never ceased, and the 3 sides of the barricade at the entrance were being struck with loud bangs. Suddenly, Liang Junming saw a pair of hands reaching in from outside the barricade. A zombie stepped onto another zombie's shoulders and flipped over, crashing down onto the tables they had set up. Roar! It got stuck between the table legs and roared at the crowd, and before anyone could grasp the situation, 2 more zombies flipped in from the right. Damn, how can they climb over the wall? Zhao Xiyu swore and urged Huang Shiji to deal with the zombies that had come in, and Huang Shiji complied. The zombies that had come in moved clumsily, all getting stuck between the table legs due to the chaotic obstacles. Taking advantage of their inability to escape, Chu Long rushed forward with his axe, first severing their legs, then smashing their heads. One after another, zombies continued to pour in, and the other boys also joined the fight with their weapons, but the sheer number of zombies outside was overwhelming. Just as they cleared one wave, another wave climbed in. They dove headfirst into the ground, unafraid of the blades and weapons awaiting them, their eyes filled only with the desire for fresh meat and delicious brains. Driven by the instincts of infection and hunger, they trampled over their fellow zombies' bodies, clawing and lunging at the humans trying to block them. Over half of the survivors in the library joined this defensive battle. Those without weapons fought back with brooms, benches, and umbrellas, all under Xiaosai's command, protecting the armed main force from surprise attacks by the zombies that came in from the side. This won't do. Chu Long gasped for breath. His left hand was tired from swinging, so he switched to his right hand, but both arms were exhausted and his axe was becoming soft and ineffective. Zombies kept pouring in endlessly. With just a few boys armed, they were unable to cut them all down. These zombies had tough heads and sturdy bodies, giving them no time to rest, and if this continued, they would not be able to hold out. Let's retreat to the 3rd floor. We can't hold out any longer. The zombies outside are increasing. Zhao Xiyu also sensed something was wrong, having narrowly escaped being grabbed by a zombie several times. Not wanting to die here, Zhao Xiyu suggested, let's go back to the 3rd floor and guard the 2 small doors. There are zombies coming in from 3 sides here, and we are too few to stop them. Wait, you all hold on a bit longer. I've got an idea. Xiaosai thought of a plan, telling the boys to hold their ground at the entrance while she ran up to the 3rd floor. Kyan, do you smoke? Where's your lighter? Xiaosai rushed to Kyan, who was far from the window, not helping and instead questioning. What are you all doing? Why are there more and more zombies downstairs? Give it to me. Without waiting for Kyan to respond, Xiaosai snatched a lighter from one of his pants pockets. Zhu Huiyu and the others, help me. Go inside and bring out any books you can, or I need to burn the zombies down. Xiaosai directed the girls, who were throwing books upstairs, and their somewhat foolish actions reminded her of a plan. The zombies were jammed closely together, perfect for setting them all ablaze. Xiaosai first ignited a few thinner books, then used those to light the thicker ones, instructing Zhu Hui and the other girls to imitate her method to ignite a pile of books and throw them onto the zombies at the entrance. Roar! The zombies downstairs were unfazed by pain or fire. The burning books thudded onto their heads, igniting their hair, clothes, and skin. Sparks began to ignite on their bodies, and as the outer skin was quickly burned off, the underlying flesh became fuel, causing flames to erupt among the horde of zombies. They were unafraid of the flames, pressing closely together to form a natural fire pit, their flesh intertwined and engulfed by the flames. Chu Long gripped the axe tightly, exerting all his strength to swing it, but unfortunately, he miscalculated and struck the collarbone of the zombie in front of him. The zombie was ferocious, with the axe lodged in its collarbone, reaching out towards Chu Long. Having expended all his energy in that swing, he couldn't pull the axe free and could only retreat several steps. Pan Wenyang had been following closely beside Chu Long, assisting him with finishing blows. The advantage of her Wolf Fang club was that it would never get stuck in a zombie's bones. She swung the Wolf Fang club, striking the zombie's skull viciously from the side, bringing it down to the ground in 2 blows. Chu Long, I can't do it anymore. Pan Wenyang was utterly exhausted, her hands throbbing painfully from the impact, and as she let her arms fall, she accidentally let the Wolf Fang club slip to the ground. The others were not much better off. Just when they were completely worn out, burning books fell from above. In less than half a minute, flames erupted outside the library, and the air was filled with the smell of charred meat. Inside, Chu Long could not see that the zombies outside were nearly charred. All he could smell was an odor reminiscent of a sewer rat roasting on a spit, a foul stench filling the air. After dealing with the last zombie that crawled in, they retreated to the entrance, each covering their noses as they looked outside at the billowing smoke. I have to admit, Xia Sai is quite clever, Zhao Siyu remarked with the junior beside him nodding in agreement. Of course. I even pursued her once, but unfortunately she is too aloof to be won over. Don't lose heart. If you try harder, girls like her often appreciate persistence. Zhao Siyu patted the junior on the shoulder before leading the group back to the third floor. Chu Long waited at the entrance for half an hour. Although Xia Sai's method proved effective, he wanted to be sure that all the zombies were burned to ashes and that there was no threat at the entrance before returning to the third floor. Chu Long was the last to ascend. At this point, everyone was gathered in a circle in the study area on the third floor with Xia Sai standing in the center as if she were in charge. When Chu Long returned, Xia Sai was already summarizing. In conclusion, through everyone's collective effort, we have defended the library. As long as we can hold out through tonight. Tomorrow we can leave the school and reunite with our families. To be safe, starting from 5 p.m., we will take turns guarding the entrance every 2 hours with 4 people per shift until everyone leaves by plane tomorrow. Does anyone have any objections? Do you have any suggestions, Teacher Zhou? Xia Sai asked, seeing everyone nodding in agreement. She continued, Good, after this meeting, everyone should divide into groups of 4 and submit the list to me, so I can schedule the shifts. With clarity of mind, Xia Sai planned each step logically, and she received much praise from Teacher Zhou and some classmates. They all commended her earlier tactic of burning the books, which had undoubtedly saved their lives. Facing the praise from her classmates and teachers, Xia Sai merely smiled faintly. She was well aware that the earlier escape was not solely her achievement, as she acknowledged and commended those students, including Chu Long and Zhao Siyu, who had fought hand-to-hand with zombies and held the library door. Chu Long, you were incredible just now. If it weren't for you, the horde would have surely broken in. Xia Sai pulled Chu Long aside for a private conversation. You got the axe from Huang Shiji on the 4th floor of the gym, right? How many zombies did you kill just now? 20. Hearing Xia Sai complimenting him, Chu Long doubted whether he had misheard her. This girl was always aloof and was considered one of the best in the school. She had only ever received compliments from others, never having praised anyone herself. Chu Long was puzzled by her words and replied, You flatter me, class leader. To survive, one must think as strategically as you do. I only killed at most 8 zombies. Huang Shiji killed far more. He seems to have endless strength and kept chopping away. You didn't go down to see. Just the zombies that died at the door numbered over 20, most of which he dispatched with his machete. Xia Sai nodded as they stood by the window, the burnt smell lingering in the air. I am a bit worried. Did you see those few zombies? They're different. She pointed towards the scene of the fire. Chu Long immediately saw the zombies she was referring to. Among the pile of charred corpses, there were several intact zombies. Unlike their counterparts, they had not been consumed by the flames, but rather instinctively avoided their burning companions. Chu Long counted 5 such zombies. They did not flee, but were still growling at the entrance, and 1 or 2 even glanced towards the windows above. Chu Long instinctively avoided the gaze of those zombies, fearing that eye contact with those strange creatures might trigger some bizarre action that would threaten their safety. Some zombies are special. They're different from ordinary ones. Chu Long used the example of those fire-evading zombies to discuss with Xia Sai the peculiar zombies encountered on the 7th floor of the boys' dormitory that pretended to be disabled. Impossible! Xia Sai exclaimed in disbelief. Their existence is already inexplicable. Are you suggesting they can mutate now? And there are special infected beings? Xia Sai was shocked, and some of her prior beliefs shattered. Like Zhou Zhibing, she had been deceiving herself into believing this was just an ordinary disaster. Zombies are like living corpses. Although terrifying, they will soon decay and rot until they are dissolved by microorganisms, completely disappearing. Even if a cure for the world-shattering zombie virus cannot be developed, the survivors could soon continue living due to the disappearance of the zombies. This was not the apocalypse. Xia Sai had believed in this notion from the beginning, planning to return home to reunite with her parents. But now Chu Long was telling her that these zombies were far from what she had imagined. Lin Binbin and Pan Wenyang can testify to that, Chu Long stated frankly. Moreover, tonight should not be peaceful. There has been too much commotion here, and soon zombies from other areas will be drawn here. I know, which is why I had you take turns guarding the entrance. Xia Sai composed herself, regardless of anything she needed to escape. Also, do you really believe that Kai An's father will rescue all of us? Xia Sai asked. I don't. Chu Long spoke candidly. I believe he will send a plane for him, but there are limited seats, and only a few who are close to him will get to board the plane and leave. So what do you plan to do? Xia Sai inquired. What do you mean? Chu Long looked into her eyes for the first time, studying Xia Sai earnestly. Her gaze was always pure, making it impossible to read any thoughts behind it. Don't you want to leave alive? Xiaosai laid it out plainly. Your brother is missing. He might be dead or turned into a zombie. The only certainty is that he won't be coming to rescue you. Outside the school gate, there are zombies everywhere. You live at your brother's house in Baishui District, Dajiang City. Just driving back would take over 2 hours. Taking a helicopter is the safest way to leave, otherwise it would be a challenge just to walk to the street. I checked. Small helicopters usually seat 26 people, medium ones 815, while large rescue helicopters can seat over 20. So what? What are you trying to say? Chu Long listened as Xiaosai analyzed the situation for him, curious about her thoughts. Which type of helicopter do you think Kai An's father will send? Xiaosai asked. If it's privately owned, it's likely a small helicopter. But would he possibly deploy a rescue helicopter? There are 39 of us here. Chu Long thought for a moment and quickly realized that this assumption was meaningless. They had too many people here, and no matter what kind of plane Kai An's father sent, it would not be able to evacuate everyone at once. Unless he made multiple trips or sent more planes to pick people up. Impossible. Xiaosai understood what Chu Long was thinking. Don't trust Kai An's words. He has already been rescued. Beyond the 5 boys who saved him, the rest are of no value to him. Now it's different. He and his father have no reason to save us. There's no benefit to saving us, and there won't be any public outcry for not saving us. Xiaosai was very clear-headed, and Chu Long echoed her thoughts. So whether it's you or me, if we want to take a plane to leave, we need to find another way. For example, we could try to please Kai and to let us on board. Or when the plane arrives, we could snatch it from Zhao Siyu. You mean the latter, right? That's why you need my help. Xiaosai looked intently into Chu Long's eyes after she finished speaking, remaining silent for a long time. Xiaosai remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. It's not that simple. First of all, we are unlikely to persuade Kai. Secondly, when boarding the plane, we won't be able to outpace Zhao Siyu and his group. You probably don't know much about Zhao Siyu and them, right? Xiaosai explained to Zhu Long. Zhao Siyu is a junior at the International Finance Academy with good grades and excellent athletic skills. He is a first-class athlete and has represented the school to win provincial championships in wrestling and taekwondo. So he gets along well with Huang Shiji and the other athletes. We certainly can't compete with their 5, especially since they all carry knives. Then why don't you go directly to Zhao Siyu or Kaiyan and ask them to take you along? Zhu Long asked. It shouldn't be a problem to take one more person on that broken plane, right? No, you haven't heard me out yet. Xiaosai shook her head. Zhao Siyu has a girlfriend named Wang Jia. He will definitely take her along. Moreover, Huang Shiji is a sycophant. He rushed out of the meeting room yesterday to rescue Zhu Hui. With his personality, he will definitely take Zhu Hui with him, leaving no place for me. Xiaosai considered every possible way to escape the school. This morning she saw the news that Dajiang City had completely fallen. Her home in Puxi was over 200 kilometers away from Dajiang City, and with the roads paralyzed, it was highly likely she couldn't get out of the city. Initially, she felt quite hopeless. But at noon, they saw Kai An's distress message in the student group. Kaiyan was trapped in the restroom of the teaching building by zombies, and his dad would send a helicopter to rescue him, but only if someone could help him escape from the restroom. Now that Kaiyan has been rescued, there is an opportunity to escape directly from Dajiang City, and she must seize it. So my plan is as follows. Xiaosai said, holding onto Zhu Long's arm. First, I will feel out Kai N's intentions and find out when the helicopter will arrive. In the hours before the plane arrives, I will keep a close watch on Kaiyan. At the last moment before the plane arrives, we will tie up Kaiyan. I don't care who he will take on the plane, he must count us too. Kidnapping Kai and will also involve dealing with Zhao. This is something I as a girl cannot accomplish alone, so I need your help, Zhu Long. Xiaosai spoke this bold kidnapping plan with a tone as calm as if teaching a classmate how to solve a problem. Faced with the life-threatening problem, Xiaosai decided to tackle it head-on. Zhu Long had little interaction with Xiaosai, exchanging a few messages on WeChat, and their class bonding was all but gone. In his stereotype, Xiaosai was a cold, studious girl, the type who would never date anyone during her 4 years of college. When Zhu Long heard Xiaosai's plan, he was shocked. You want me to be your accomplice in kidnapping? He swallowed hard, feeling as if a nerve in his head had snapped and suddenly felt hot. He didn't believe Kai An's words and hadn't considered this method. Yes, only in this way can we possibly get on the plane and leave. Xiaosai stated plainly. Otherwise, we will be stuck in the library and survival will be incredibly difficult. Zhu Long carefully pondered Xiaosai's words. This solution was feasible but extremely dangerous, akin to competing for seats with Zhao Siyu and his group. No one wanted to be left behind, and Zhao Siyu's group would certainly not graciously give up their seats. They saved him, and Zhu Long had no right to steal. Zhu Long's parents had passed away early, and he had been raised by his older brother with no one teaching him how to behave. He didn't consider himself a good person, but the most basic principle of being human was to not harm others, and that was his belief. Without hesitation, Zhu Long spoke up. No, I refuse. Xiaosai did not hear the answer she wanted, her face showing disbelief. Why? Don't you want to leave alive? It's very simple. Use your axe to hold Kai-n's head. The wealthier a person is, the more they fear death. He won't dare to refuse us. And Zhao Siyu, they definitely won't act recklessly. It's just that simple. What are you afraid of? Are you scared? Or do you want me to beg you? Xiaosai was a bit anxious. Her speaking speed had never been this fast. There's no reason, but it's just a refusal. Do you understand? Zhu Long turned to leave. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Xiaosai was somewhat terrifying. Seeing Zhu Long's firm refusal, Xiaosai clenched her fists and said, whether you are with me or not, I will definitely do this. If you have any regrets, come find me. There are still a few hours left. Just as Zhu Long was leaving, Zhu Hui came over. Sai, have you talked to Kaian? How many people can the helicopter sent by his dad take? Zhu Hui leaned in closely. It was hot in June and Xiaosai was sweating, feeling sticky and smelly, but Zhu Hui's face was clean and her small tank top was not drenched, indicating she hadn't helped at all. I was just about to find him. Do you want to come along? Xiaosai felt indifferent towards girls like Zhu Hui. She was not jealous of her beauty, but found her a nuisance. Xiaosai's roommate said she was like a science nerd, not fond of dressing up, not into dramas, and not into flirting with boys, focusing solely on reasoning and studying. But Xiaosai thought they were too childish, wasting time on meaningless things. She was very clear that she wasn't unattractive and didn't need excessive packaging. More importantly, she aimed to enhance her self-worth by elevating her knowledge and education. There are many pretty girls, but not many who are both beautiful and intelligent. She chose an easier path instead of competing on looks. But now everything has changed. The brilliant future her parents had planned for her was destroyed by this disaster. The most important thing now is to survive by any means necessary. Then let's go. I want to find him too. Zhu Hui naturally linked arms with Xiaosai to seek out Kaian. Zhao Siyu and teacher Zhou Zhibing stood next to Kaian, both with the same purpose, wanting to confirm how many people Kaian's dad's plane could take away. How many times do you want me to say it? I've already called my dad, and he will send a plane to rescue us, okay? Kaian said impatiently. I don't understand why you are so anxious. Keep an eye on the library's main entrance. Make sure you don't let any zombies in at night without knowing. As long as you protect me, I can leave, understand? Su Jie was also present at the scene. He tidied his curly hair and bent down next to Kaian, cautiously saying, Oh, Kai Xiao, it's not that we don't believe you. We just want you to call your dad again and tell him how many people we have here, so he can arrange for a big plane. Who asked you to say that? Are you teaching me how to do things? I've already sent a message to my dad. Are you done yet? Kaian got angry, looking down at Su Jie disdainfully, and said, to put it bluntly, my dad earns hundreds of thousands a year. Why would he need to deceive you lower-class people? Don't take yourself too seriously. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Su Jie, humiliated, forced a smile, and said, Kai Xiao, don't worry. Tonight, I will definitely guard the library entrance well, and absolutely won't let any zombies come up. Even if zombies come, I will protect you with my life. Kai Xiao, you must take me with you when you leave. Zhao Siyu pouted. He looked down on people like Su Jie, who were so petty and pretentious. Kaian was indeed wealthy and influential, but right now his money was worthless. Zhao Siyu insisted on hearing Kaian's dad's call before he would believe him. Kaian, just call your dad now, or otherwise we won't feel at ease. Zhao Siyu approached Kaian, holding a short, yes. Kai, I also suggest you call again. Including the newly arrived Zhu Long, we have a total of 37 people. Explain the situation to your dad. There are zombies everywhere in the school. We can only rely on your dad, or you can get the teacher to plead with him over the phone. Zhou Zhibing also joined in. As a teacher, he hoped to save as many students as possible. Kaian was seething inside, but seeing Zhao Siyu not afraid of him at all, he had to pick up his phone and call his dad. The call connected after just one ring. Hello. A rough male voice came from the other end. Dad, hey, race the situation. Get to the point, no nonsense. Kaian was choked up by his dad's words, stuttering. How many people can the plane take? I'm hiding in the library, and there are other students here. Can you take them all? The maximum is 9. You decide who to bring. Do I need to tell you this? Then, Kaian stuttered in front of his dad, unable to articulate a single word. Xiaosai saw this and quickly grabbed the phone, asking, Hello, Chairman Kai, when do you think the plane will arrive tomorrow? You are my son's classmate, right? He'll say it once, don't call me again. Listen, if you save him, I can send people to take you away from Dajang City. Excluding the pilot and my son, there are only 7 spots. I don't care who gets on the plane, but my son must be on it. When the plane arrives, don't ask. Just wait. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Kaian's dad was concise and direct. Zhou Zhibing rubbed his forehead as the last shred of hope shattered. Only 7 people could leave on the plane. Xiaosai heard the crucial information and turned to leave. When Zhao Siyu heard that only 7 people could board, he thought that including his girlfriend Wang Jiao would be enough, so he boldly made his request to Kaian in front of everyone. He wanted his girlfriend and 4 good buddies, including Huang Shiji, who practiced sports with him, to board the plane. Faced with his savior, and Zhao Siyu who was holding a sword, Kai and had no right to refuse, and nodded. That's settled then. But there's still one spot left, Kai Xiao. Please take me with you. Su Jie panicked, kneeling and crying, begging in a pitiful manner. He doesn't look like a college student, let alone a man. Kai found it amusing he hadn't even made a request yet, and Su Jie was already kneeling like this, truly shameless. It was also rather boring. Kai kicked Su Jie aside, as if training a dog, saying, "Where did this foolish dog come from? Get lost." Zhou Zhibing had intended to plead with Kai as well, but seeing Su Jie's behavior, he as a teacher could not tolerate being humiliated by a student, and sighed as he left. Whoa! Zhu Hui, who had been silent, suddenly burst into tears. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, as if her heart had been shattered by some scumbag, which was heart-wrenching. Kai had a good impression of the campus beauty Zhu Hui, and seeing her cry like this, he asked with concern, don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong?" His tone instantly turned warm, laced with a bubbly voice. Su Jie felt disgusted. Just a second ago, he was being berated, mocking that wealthy people were no different, and Kai was just like that sycophant Huang Shiji. The plane can only take 7 people. Oh, it seems I can't escape. Whoa. Zhu Hui said, her voice cracking in. Kai did not think as poorly as Su Jie. Being a rich man, he had been surrounded by girls since childhood. How could he not know who Zhu Hui was crying for? He took out a tissue and gentlemanly wiped the corners of Zhu Hui's eyes, saying, "I can't stand girls crying in front of me. Since there's still one spot, I'll take you with me, so don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, your pretty face will get ruined and won't look good anymore." Kai wrapped his arm around Zhu Hui's waist. She held back her tears and looked at Kai, responding softly with an mm. Su Jie coldly snorted, inwardly cursing Zhu Hui as a BTCH. She looked so pure and innocent, yet she had countless boys chasing her, each type imaginable. She was the white moonlight in many people's hearts, but in the end it was all about money, running off with rich men. The only difference between him and Zhu Hui was that he had something below that he couldn't sell. Su Jie grew more enraged, the imprint of Kai's shoe on his face still there, and he couldn't wash it off after going to the bathroom. FCKU. Su Jie punched the sink, accidentally hitting the faucet and making his back teeth ache. "So you want to take me, huh?" Su Jie looked at his reflection in the mirror, not someone to be bullied easily. Kai had gone too far, so he decided to ruin this matter. A double loss is better than a single win. Su Jie washed his face again, already planning in his mind. Library, 3rd floor, self-study area. While everyone was seeking Kai for an explanation, Huang Shiji was counting heads at the entrance on the 1st floor. He had single-handedly taken down 21 zombies. "I'm really f***ing awesome," Huang Shiji thought, boasting to a classmate about his achievements. Anyone who heard it found it unbelievable, thinking he was lying. To his surprise, Huang Shiji even took photos with his phone, showing them off like a trophy. After seeing those bloody pictures, many covered their mouths, feeling nauseous. But not a single person doubted Huang Shiji. They all praised him, especially the girls' compliments. Even Zhao Siyu's girlfriend Wang Jia praised Huang Shiji for being a tough guy in front of her boyfriend. Huang Shiji couldn't stop smiling, but he was thinking about Zhu Hui, eager to find her and show off, wanting to see her admire him. He liked Zhu Hui and was infatuated with her. Since she entered school, Huang Shiji had been pursuing her, pestering her for almost 2 years. Huang Shiji searched around the self-study area but didn't see Zhu Hui, so he asked a girl who was close to her, "Where's Zhu Hui? Where is she? If she's not here, she should be in the restroom. She said she wasn't feeling well today." "Oh, stomach issues." Huang Shiji heard the keyword and found Pan Wenyin to borrow a sanitary pad. Pan Wenyin had a bag with her and surprisingly had one. Having borrowed a sanitary pad, Huang Shiji excitedly ran to the door of the girls' restroom. He thought, how could a boy like him, who was both tough and considerate, be found anywhere else? Zhu Hui must be on her period. Coming to the rescue with a sanitary pad would surely move her to tears. However, Huang Shiji shouted at the door of the girls' restroom for a minute and received no response. Xia Sai happened to come out of the restroom and told him that no one was in there and that Zhu Hui was absent. Seeing Huang Shiji clutching a sanitary pad, Xia Sai found it amusing as she left the girls' restroom. Huang Shiji never imagined that Zhu Hui was deliberately avoiding him and had no desire to listen to him show off about how many zombies he had killed and how amazing he was. In Zhu Hui's eyes, Huang Shiji was just a big fool, utterly unworthy of her. At 7:30 in the evening, Chu Long ascended to the rooftop of the library with a bag of snacks. The early summer sun set late, painting the sky a vibrant orange. The entire school appeared to be stained with blood. Usually many would stroll on the playground and watch the sunset. But now the campus was filled with zombies, grotesque figures that hung their heads low, gnawing on corpses and searching for the living. They sometimes huddled together around a dismembered body by the roadside, and at other times they would become agitated at the slightest sound, roaring and crashing around like madmen. Among them, some zombies were eerily quiet, gathering together and moving slowly. Their brains seemed to be malfunctioning, their bodies swaying uncontrollably, with limbs moving in a disjointed manner, as if a gust of wind could knock them over. There was nothing frightening about them. Yet the quieter they became, the more terrified Chu Long felt. He understood that these creatures were merely pretending to be dead. If a living person were to appear before them now, they would instantly transform into lively beasts, eyes gleaming like hungry wolves encountering a plump sheep eager to feast. The dismembered bodies lying at the school entrance and classrooms and hallways were proof of this. I must say I never realized how beautiful our school could be. Lin Binbin stood by the railing admiring the apocalyptic beauty through his eyes. Your taste is truly exceptional, Chu Long thought, finding it hard to believe anyone could appreciate such a bloody and despairing scene. I searched for you downstairs, but couldn't find you, then thought you would be here. Chu Long pulled out a bag of chips, a sausage, and a box of self-heating rice from his backpack. Here, this is your dinner for tonight and lunch for tomorrow. Oh. Lin Binbin accepted the food, surprised that Chu Long would share, and asked, what is this for? Trying to please me. Wanting me to owe you a favor. It's not that complicated, Chu Long thought, realizing Lin Binbin was overly sensitive. You helped us when you escaped from the dormitory with us this afternoon, so one of the 2 packages of food we brought is, I didn't help much, just watch with a small knife while you all dealt with the zombies. Lin Binbin said, still accepting the food since he hadn't eaten in 2 days, and the hunger was making it hard for him to. At that moment, Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming also entered the rooftop. Chu Long, I made a bowl of spicy pickled noodle and a bowl of tomato-flavored noodle. Which one do you want? Pan Wenyuan said, holding 2 bowls of instant noodles. Tonight the 3 of them would eat instant noodles. Liang Junming mentioned that the smell was too strong and could easily provoke public anger, so he suggested they secretly get hot water in the tea room on the 3rd floor of the library and eat on the rooftop. The 2 packages of food they brought were limited. If shared among 4 people, they could only last 35 days, so they decided not to eat in front of other students, intending to fill themselves up first. They'll take the tomato flavor, thank you. Chu Long took the instant noodles without fear of the heat and slurped a big mouthful of noodles and broth. That's right, instant noodles are meant to be eaten this way. Liang Junming praised, mimicking Chu Long and taking a big slurp. But he ate too quickly, choking badly. Noodles and broth rushed up into his windpipe and sprayed out of his nose. I choked. It's so spicy. Damn. Liang Junming gasped for air, his throat burning as if it were on fire. Chu Long and Pan Wenyuan couldn't help but laugh. Even Lin Binbin covered his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter. Slow down, when you eat, no one is competing with you. Chu Long patted his roommate's shoulder and handed him a bottle of water. I heard that only 7 people can leave on the plane tomorrow, right? Lin Binbin said he had been staying on the rooftop and heard everyone discussing this while downstairs. He didn't want to leave on the plane, so he was indifferent. But Liang Junming was excited. He gulped down the sour noodle soup and said, I heard the spots have been decided at Zhao Siyu and his group, plus our school's campus beauty Zhu Hui. If you guys had come sooner, everything would have been fine for Kyan. It's not as easy as you think. Going to save Kyan cost 2 lives, didn't it? If it were you, could you guarantee you wouldn't get into trouble? Liang Junming scratched his head and asked, so if they leave, what do we do? We stick with Chu Long, what else can we do? Pan Wenyuan said while gnawing on a chicken foot. Her thoughts were the simplest among the group in the library. She was determined to cling to Chu Long. Unless Chu Long died, she wouldn't go anywhere and would just follow his lead. Liang Junming felt a deep sense of panic about the uncertainty of future days. He thought about how he had just started his sophomore year and felt anxious about not finding a job after graduation, but now the question was whether he could even survive until he turned 22. Chu Long sensed his feelings and comforted him. Don't panic. If they leave, let them leave. Can we survive or not? Isn't it still up to us? Even if we leave Dajiang City by plane, it might not be safe. Where are there no zombies now? The key is how to survive in a world infested with zombies. The library is still relatively safe, so let's hide here for now, taking it step by step, paying close attention to online news and checking where there are shelters. If this place is no longer safe, we will flee to a shelter. There will always be a way. I won't die easily. After saying this, Chu Long's last words were also a comfort to himself. He took out his phone. His brother had not replied to him for 2 days. These past 2 days, he had not felt at ease for a moment. Looking at the chat history on his phone, Chu Long's heart tightened and a sense of indescribable suffocation surged up. Then a silent loneliness crawled into his body from all around. He looked at his brother's selfie avatar and felt a deep emptiness. Although Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming were laughing beside him, he felt as if he were deaf, hearing no sound. Who? Chu Long exhaled heavily, reluctantly accepting that his brother might have already met with misfortune. Chu Long put away his phone and inquired about the situations of Liang Junming and Lin Binbin's families. Thank heaven my parents are still alive and haven't turned into zombies. Liang Junming shared about his family. Both of my parents are from the countryside and my home is in a small village in a mountain town in the northern part of the province. My parents are safe and haven't turned into zombies, and they live far from the town and county unlike us at school, where zombies are everywhere. Unfortunately, my neighbors weren't so lucky. Several households have turned into zombies. Luckily, my parents usually avoid interactions with others. They only work and watch television at home, locking the yard door so the neighbors can't come in. I talked to them this morning and didn't dare to tell them I was trapped in the server room and about to die. Instead I lied and said I was hiding in a bomb shelter with the teachers at school, telling them not to worry and not to call because the signal is poor in the bomb shelter. By saying that they were willing to stay at home peacefully, otherwise they would have risked everything to come and save me. Liang Junming sighed, saying, I really don't want anything to happen to them. They have worked their whole lives for me, their useless son, and they haven't even enjoyed any blessings before turning into zombies. I would rather not live than let them come here. So I told a lie. Liang Junming sighed again, feeling sorry for his parents. Woo, how touching. Pan Wenyuan was moved to tears. She had always envied families like Liang Junming's. It's not about how wealthy they are, just having a pair of loving parents is enough. What about you, Lin Binbin? Chu Long asked, taking advantage of the time before it was their turn to guard the library to chat a little more. They're dead. Lin Binbin's one-sentence response ended the conversation. He was unwilling to say more about his family. All right, I have 2 more things I want to ask you. Chu Long looked at him and said, what is it? Lin Binbin glanced back at Chu Long. The corpse in your dormitory's bathroom seems a bit off. Chu Long shifted the topic and asked, your roommate was killed by you before he turned into a zombie, right? The blood splatters everywhere, the astonishing amount of blood and the dead face that showed fear instead of the madness typical of zombies. You only have a dagger and your skills are quite average. I was thinking, how could you single-handedly take down 3 zombies? So there is only one possibility left. Do you want to talk about it? As Chu Long spoke, he noticed Lin Binbin's pupils dilate and his throat move. Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming were so frightened by the news of Lin Binbin killing someone that they hid behind Chu Long. You caught me by accident, Lin Binbin forced a smile, admitting, yes, I killed them before they turned into zombies. It was a necessary action. One of them had already transformed at the start and was the leader of my dormitory. The other 2 were bitten while subduing that leader. It was very similar to a zombie, I told them at the time. They didn't believe me and even bit me, stabbing the leader. I told the other 2 to go out, but they refused and even tried to dodge my knife. We ended up fighting, and then that's how things were. What do you want? Do you want to report me to Xia Sai and Teacher Zhou? Lin Binbin stood up, hands in his pockets. Chu Long thought he was going to pull out a dagger and immediately picked up the axe lying on his knee. Don't be so nervous. I have no reason to act against you, Lin Binbin said with a smile. Even if you tell them, what will happen? I don't care. Nobody in this school likes me. I don't care about anyone's opinion. You can't prove I killed anyone, and there are no police around now. I never said I would report you. Chu Long lowered the axe. I was just asking. Chu Long only wanted to confirm the facts. Regardless of whether Lin Binbin admitted it, it wouldn't change his view of him as a dangerous person. There's another question you haven't told me. What were you originally looking for the drone for? Chu Long asked, as they had also brought the drone with them. I was looking for someone, but not anymore. That person is in the library. Lin Binbin smiled, meaning, oh, who is it? Pan Wenyuan curiously asked, but Lin Binbin ignored her and asked Chu Long, can I use this drone? I went downstairs to look for binoculars just now, but couldn't find any. Surely someone has to keep an eye on the situation around the library. What do you think, Chu Long? Seeing that Lin Binbin was seeking his opinion, Chu Long agreed. You can have the drone. You are responsible for scouting the situation at the school. If you see anything unusual or important information, contact me anytime. All right. Lin Binbin sat back down and started eating self-heating rice. Chu Long glanced at his phone. It was almost 9 o'clock, and it was their turn to guard the library. Chu Long took Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming down to the first floor. Liang Junming had no weapon, so he managed to pull out a metal rod from the water tank base on the library's rooftop. They happened to run into Huang Shiji and Zhu Hui. The classmates of these 2 had already left, but they were arguing in the lobby on the first floor. I told you I don't need your concern or care. Don't bother me all day. Really. Zhu Hui was very emotional, holding her head and arguing with Huang Shiji. Countless boys were chasing her, but this was her first time encountering someone as persistent as Huang Shiji, who was harder to shake off than a sticky plaster. No matter how many times she rejected him, it was as if he couldn't understand her words. No, don't be angry. Why are you being so fierce with me? I'm just bringing you sanitary pads. What's wrong with that? Can't you be a little nicer to me? Huang Shiji had a bad temper, but in front of Zhu Hui he looked like a child who didn't know what mistake he had made. He wanted to argue but didn't dare, so he could only suppress it and try to please her. Ugh. Zhu Hui was nearly driven to death by anger. She patted her chest 3 times, thinking of the scene where Huang Shiji had brought her sanitary pads in front of everyone, and she felt like dying. Especially Huang Shiji's self-satisfied expression, thinking he had done something remarkable and romantic. Everyone was teasing, misunderstanding that she was already with Huang Shiji. Zhu Hui felt extremely embarrassed and ran downstairs to the entrance, but unexpectedly Huang Shiji chased after her saying a bunch of things like, "Zombies can climb walls, that's dangerous. I'm here to protect you," which was so annoying. Zhu Hui originally intended to reject Huang Shiji again. To others, he was a muscular athlete overflowing with hormones, but in her eyes, he was just a big fool with an 8-pack abs completely unable to understand human language. "I'm tired. Do I want to go up and sleep?" Zhu Hui turned around to leave, but Huang Shiji blocked her excitedly, saying, "I talked to Kayana tomorrow. You can also take a plane with us." Huang Shiji thought Zhu Hui would happily hug him and cry, but unexpectedly she simply shook off his hand and casually said, "I already knew." As Zhu Hui passed by the three onlookers, Liang Junming muttered under his breath, coming early is not as good as coming at the right moment. There's still gossip to enjoy." Xiaosai said Huang Shiji was a simp, and this time Chu Long truly witnessed it. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that someone as tall and handsome as Huang Shiji would actually be a simp. Huang Shiji saw Chu Long and the others standing at the staircase, and his expression suddenly faltered, feeling extremely awkward. Ahem. He coughed a couple of times and forced a smile, saying, "She's my girlfriend. She just came on her period and is a bit emotional." Thinking of how Huang Shiji had risked his life to save Zhu Hui from the girls' dormitory yesterday, Chu Long couldn't help but advise, "We aren't close, but I've been through similar situations before." Chu Long had also tried hard to pursue girls, but had failed many times. "How should I put it? I advise you to take care of yourself. If a girl doesn't like you, no matter how you pursue her, it won't work. But if a girl likes you, it will happen naturally." Huang Shiji acted as if he hadn't heard, saying, "She's different." After saying that, he left, leaving Chu Long and the others chuckling in the hall. At the entrance of the library, Chu Long had already been on duty with Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin for 2 hours. During this time, nothing happened at the entrance except for a few zombies approaching and pawing at the water barriers. Chu Long stood on the table and secretly glanced outside, noticing some charred zombies still able to move, wandering up and down the steps in front of the library. A large number of burnt zombies could no longer stand, lying on the ground and occasionally letting out low moans. "Chu Long, it's been 20 minutes past the scheduled time. Why hasn't anyone come down yet?" Pan Wenyin complained, "I hate people who are late. It's infuriating." Seeing that no one had come down to take over, Chu Long said, "You two stay here, I'll go up and check what's going on." To avoid attracting the zombies' attention, Xiaosai suggested turning off all the lights in the library. She instructed others to turn off the circuit breakers on each floor. Chu Long and the others made their way up to the 3rd floor in the dark. As they passed the 2nd floor, they heard footsteps from inside. Even though they had blocked both entrances, as long as the zombies were inside, it posed a threat to them. Chu Long thought that he should ask how many zombies were on the 2nd floor, and it would be best to clear them out at some point. As he reached the 3rd floor, he heard intense arguing coming from the study area. Zhou Zhibing walked past him holding 2 candles, the flickering candlelight casting a crease on his forehead. "Everyone please quiet down, arguing won't solve the problem." Zhou Zhibing stepped into the crowd to persuade them, but no one listened, and his voice was quickly drowned out by the crowd's dissatisfaction. "Why are Zhao Siyu and the others the ones getting on the plane? That's not fair." "Exactly. There are only 7 seats. What about the rest of us? Are we supposed to stay here and wait to die? Teacher Zhou, you have to take responsibility for us. Kaiyan and Zhao Siyu didn't discuss this with us and have already privately decided who gets on the plane tomorrow. It should be a lottery. We must draw lots." "Yes." Chu Long squeezed into one side of the crowd, having anticipated that there would be an uproar tonight. Facing the crowd's objections, Zhao Siyu showed no weakness, standing up and shouting, "What are you all yelling about? It's not you who want to save people. Kaiyan brought the team back. What right do you have to compete with us for spots?" "Zhao Siyu is right. The quota is limited. Logically, I would want those few to leave with me." Kaiyan echoed from the side, wanting to end the argument quickly so he could peacefully sleep and just wake up to board. Kaiyan thought these people were simply unreasonable, so he shouted, "And besides, this is my family's plane. I choose them, not you. Oh, what's the problem with that? I can't even make my own decisions." Su Jie, hearing his words, wanted to laugh. This whole argument had been stirred up by him. Earlier that evening, he had approached everyone, revealing that Kaiyan's plane could only take 7 people, and specifically which 7 would be taken, while also fabricating a rumor that a horde of zombies was rushing from the west side of the school, warning that those left behind would be doomed. Kaiyan and Zhao Siyu had initially hoped to keep it under wraps and leave as soon as the plane arrived tomorrow, but now Su Jie wanted to ruin their plans as revenge for not including him. "It's just not fair. Wang Jia and Zhu Hui didn't go save anyone. Why can they leave?" Su Jie hid in the crowd, stirring the pot. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Siyu seeing him because it was too dark indoors with only 2 candles illuminating the space, making it hard to see anyone's face. Su Jie's words reignited the crowd's emotions, with many people starting to insult the 2 girls, Zhu Hui and Wang Jia, and some even daring to call Kaiyan a fool and accuse Zhao Siyu and the others of being selfish. Who's cursing at me? You want to die, huh? Kai-An's face flushed as he heard someone cursing at him. It was me, you stupid pig, so what? I say Zhu Hui must have some dirty deal with him, otherwise how would that fatso agree? You think having money makes you special? Your money is almost worthless now. I'd rather use it to wipe my butt than touch it. Calling you Kai Xiao is giving your father face. You're just a waste who's afraid of you. As more people joined in the insults, Huang Shiji heard someone cursing Zhu Hui and wanted to get angry, but couldn't find anyone to target. The ones shouting thought they couldn't get on the plane anyway, so they yelled whatever came to mind, feeling no fear. Chu Long listened and watched, recognizing a few of the people who were cursing. Those were the ones who had been flattering Kai and most fiercely earlier that afternoon, including Sujia. Kai was stunned by the onslaught of insults. He hadn't expected these poor folks to turn on him so quickly. Moreover, someone made a good point. His money and status no longer held any power here, and no one was afraid of him. He truly had no authority. Since Kai couldn't take charge, someone stepped in to do it for him. He glanced at Zhao Siyu, knowing what kind of person Zhao Siyu was. You want to cause trouble, huh? Zhao Siyu found a boy in the crowd who was cursing Kai. Su Jia was standing next to him, thinking Zhao Siyu was there to arrest him, and hurriedly shrank back. Zhao Siyu grabbed the boy by his collar, pulled his face closer, and without saying a word raised his hand and slapped him. Smack! With that sound, everyone fell silent. The slap was incredibly forceful, causing the boy's head to turn sharply to the left. Not enough, Zhao Siyu then threw a punch at the boy's stomach. Ah! The boy fell to the ground, unable to plead for mercy in time, as Zhao Siyu grabbed his head and smashed a knee into him. My nose. The boy's nose immediately erupted with blood, appearing particularly terrifying under the dim candlelight. No more. Damn you. Zhao Siyu's heart was ruthless. He ignored the boy's pleas and slammed his knee again into the... With that, Chu Long heard a clear snapping sound. The boy's nose was shattered, and he knelt on the ground, crying out. Most of the onlookers had never seen such a violent scene, and were instantly silenced, no one daring to step forward to intervene. Zhao Siyu, stop. You're going to kill him. Only teacher Zhou dared to step forward to call for a stop, but Zhao Siyu was usually unruly. In college, he did as he pleased, fighting, skipping classes, smoking, drinking, and staying out all night. He was confident in his athletic abilities and had even dated a wealthy second-generation female college student, so he wasn't worried about graduation or finding a job, completely disregarding the school teachers and administrators. Not to mention now, he glared at Zhou Zhibing and cursed, "Get lost." Zhou Zhibing, intimidated by his harsh words, dared not intervene again. Teachers like him couldn't control such rebellious students. Zhao Siyu, filled with anger, insisted he must get on that plane and threatened, anyone who curses again will end up like him. Seeing Zhao Siyu's ruthless actions, Su Jie dared not speak anymore and obediently hid behind the crowd. The venue fell silent, with only the cries of the boy on the ground echoing. Zhao Siyu found the boy's cries annoying and kicked him several times, treating the boy's stomach like a ball. The boy's screams grew increasingly pitiful, but Zhao Siyu showed no signs of stopping cursing. You useless piece of trash. Scream again. Scream again. He continued to kick the boy's stomach. Zhao Siyu vented all his anger on the boy, while Huang Shiji, watching from the side, felt it was excessive, but did not dare to advise his senior. No one at the scene dared to speak up. Chu Long, confused, worried that the boy might be beaten to death by Zhao Siyu, quickly intervened, saying, "Stop hitting him. Why are you being so brutal? He's not your enemy. You might end up killing him." Zhao Siyu did not expect anyone to dare to interrupt him. He stopped kicking and glared at Chu Long, saying, "You're Chu Long, right? This isn't your business, so get lost." Chu Long tried to persuade him calmly, but this fool just started cursing, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and instead of saving strength to fight zombies, he bullied his own people. He felt compelled to get involved, and just as Chu Long was about to retort, Xia Sai, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. This matter is indeed related to him, and it concerns everyone in the library. Xia Sai began to counter Zhao Siyu and Kai An's arguments sentence by sentence. It's true that Kai An was saved by you, but it wasn't just you. There were also the deceased teacher Liu and classmate Li. Zhao Siyu, you keep saying that teacher Liu and classmate Li sacrificed themselves for Kai An and the others. Those two spots should have belonged to them in the first place. With them gone, it shouldn't be your girlfriend Wang Jia's turn, nor Zhu Hui's. Zhu Hui was unhappy to hear this, fearing she wouldn't get on the plane, and quickly retorted, "That's not true. Why shouldn't Wang Jia and I get on? The plane belongs to Kai An, and since he agreed to take both of us, we should..." "Xia, do you really think we should listen to you? You're completely wrong." Xia Sai raised her voice. "Who gets to be on the plane is not up to Kai An to decide. It's right for everyone to say it's unfair because Kai An survived as well as you, Zhu Hui and Zhao Siyu." Xia Sai pointed at them one by one. "You all survived thanks to everyone's united efforts. Without discussing going out to save people, just look at today. If it weren't for Chu Long, teacher Zhou, and the other classmates, and me, the library would have fallen long ago. Would you have survived until tomorrow?" "Zhao Siyu." Xia Sai was quite bold, pointing at Zhao Siyu. and saying, "Do you think your words make sense? Then let's talk about the matter of going out to save people. I asked Huang Shiji how teacher Lu and classmate Li died. At that time after you saved Kai and you encountered a group of zombies downstairs at the Sanjiao building, and you hid in the bushes waiting for the zombie horde to pass before going out. But Kai couldn't hold back and rushed out, then you were surrounded by zombies. Teacher Lu and classmate Li stayed behind to hold off the zombies so that you could escape safely. Why did you hide this from us? Everyone contributed to this matter. On what basis do you get to decide who gets on the plane? I won't allow such unfairness to occur." Xiaosai declared with righteous indignation, and the classmates were stirred up, quickly rallying behind her. Chulong sighed inwardly. Xiaosai was really good at delivering great truths. If it weren't for her mentioning a few hours ago that she wanted to kidnap Kai, and he might have believed her words. After hearing Xiaosai's words, Zhao Siyu shot Huang Shiji a glare, cursing him silently for being so naive, saying whatever others asked, wishing he could seal his mouth with cement. "Xiaosai, just tell me what you want to stop wasting time with all this nonsense." Kaian was impatient. He just wanted to end this quickly, so he compromised, saying, "I must get on the plane. As for the remaining 7 spots, you can divide them however you like, just don't bother me anymore. Your lives are none of my concern." Kaian said dismissively, then fell silent, shifting all the conflict onto Xiaosai. Zhu Hui felt like the sky was falling. At that moment, she hated Xiaosai, that meddling bitch. She was beautiful and had been the school beauty at every school she attended, always on the receiving end of admiration, never the one to seek others' affection, even towards rich heirs or celebrities she disliked. This afternoon was the first time she had to lower herself to flatter someone, and it was the pig-like Kaian. Just seeing his face made her feel disgusted, but to survive she had to set aside her pride and please him, allowing him to take advantage. Now everything was ruined by Xiaosai. It wasn't just her plans that were destroyed, Zhao Siyu's were as well. Zhao Siyu realized he couldn't win against Xiaosai in words. Without a word, he pulled out a short sword from the nearby table and walked towards Xiaosai, holding it up. "Do you think just because you're a girl I won't lay a hand on you?" he said, anger rising as he continued. "You think I don't know what you're thinking?" Zhao Siyu believed that everything happening tonight was instigated by Xiaosai, and his anger intensified. "All this talk is just so you can get on the plane, you little whore." Zhao Siyu became more agitated. He had encountered girls like Xiaosai before who had forced him to make a fool of himself in front of the whole class, making him publicly read a 1,000-word reflection on stage. Later he learned to fight back and to stand up against bullying. Girls like her were the ones he hated the most. Xiaosai was a bit different, as she was too good at pretending, which made Zhao Siyu want to strike her even more. Zhao Siyu raised the sword, prepared to slash Xiaosai's face and ruin her looks. "Chulong." Xiaosai didn't have time to call for help before Zhao Siyu swung at her. Chulong had been closely watching his movements. When Zhao Siyu drew the short sword, he also pulled out an axe. With a loud clang, Chulong blocked Zhao Siyu's strike with his axe, shouting, "Calm down. Are you trying to kill someone?" Zhao Siyu didn't pay Chulong any mind. In a fit of anger, he swung again, this time aiming directly for Chulong's chest without a hint of hesitation. Chulong's eyes widened as he pulled Xiaosai back. A hit to his chest would undoubtedly cause serious injury. After the strike missed, Zhao Siyu still wore a smile and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared now? Why are you hiding? Come on." He taunted Chulong, fully exposing himself as an aggressor in front of everyone. Wang Jia couldn't bear to watch. Although she knew Zhao Siyu was acting for her own good, she didn't want to see her boyfriend become so terrifying, nor did she want to see someone get seriously hurt. "Xiao Yu, please don't do this, I'm scared." Even Huang Shiji feared Zhao Siyu would escalate matters. Although he was on Zhao Siyu's side, he had a good impression of Chulong, so he also stepped in to advise him. "Brother Yu, why not just let it go?" Kaian compromised, and Zhulong stepped in to assist Xiaosai, while Zhao Siyu was blocked, igniting the dissatisfaction of other classmates, which was further fueled by Xiaosai's words. Xiaosai had already achieved half of her goal. This evening, while Su Jia was stirring up trouble, Xiaosai cleverly thought of a new escape plan. Without Zhulong's help, kidnapping Kaian was still too difficult, so she utilized Su Jia's influence to provoke Zhao Siyu, inciting public anger, and finally put forward her conditions. "As I just mentioned, if Kaian can survive and the library can be guarded, everyone here has contributed. Therefore, I propose that we draw lots to select 7 people who will leave by plane tomorrow. This is the fairest way." After Xiaosai finished speaking, there were numerous fragmented discussions below, but afraid of Zhao Siyu, no one dared to speak loudly. "I think this method is good, I support it." Zhulong was the first to come out in support of Xiaosai. He knew Xiaosai had selfish motives, but the benefits of drawing lots were evident, and Zhulong certainly wanted to fight for his own advantage. Seeing someone voice their support, the other classmates were not foolish either. Apart from Zhao Siyu and a few others, drawing lots was beneficial for everyone. Soon the voices in favor of drawing lots grew louder and more numerous. "Draw lots. Draw lots. Draw lots." Kaian no longer cared. Zhao Siyu was dissatisfied. And if it weren't for Huang Shiji and his girlfriend holding him back, he would have certainly rushed up to smash Xia Sai's mouth. Bitch. Selfish bastard. Zhao Siyu had seen through Xia Sai, thinking she was clever, enjoying toying with others while pretending to act for everyone's good, when in fact, she only considered herself. Heh. Zhao Siyu sneered at Xia Sai, not wanting to lose his composure in front of his girlfriend. If you all want to draw lots, then go ahead and draw lots. Zhao Siyu sheathed his short sword, and Zhu Long did not expect him to agree so readily. Zhao Siyu thought that since Xia Sai was playing dirty, he would play hard. Including that idiot Huang Shiji, he had 5 people who could fight, but there were over 30 supporting Xia Sai, half of whom were boys. If a real fight broke out, they might not win. He chose to act fierce before boarding the plane. For now, he would merely pretend to cooperate with the draw regardless of the outcome. The final ones boarding would definitely be them. Xia Sai nodded. Since you have no objections, let's draw lots now. For fairness, we will leave the entire drawing process to Teacher Zhou. Is everyone okay with that? The students present still trusted Teacher Zhou, and seeing no one had any objections, Xia Sai then walked up to Teacher Zhou and said, Teacher Zhou, there's a box on that table. Next to it is a white notebook and a black marker. You will use that white notebook to tear 32 pieces of paper and just randomly pick 2 to mark them. The mark should be an X made by drawing 2 diagonal lines across the corners of the paper. Just do as I say. Xia Sai spoke very softly so that only Teacher Zhou could hear. What do you mean, Xia? Why 32 pieces and why only mark 2? Xia Sai did not respond directly, taking advantage of the darkness to slip a paper piece into Zhou Zibing's hand. Your wife and children are still waiting for you at home, Teacher Zhou. After saying this, Xia Sai walked away. Bribing Zhou Zibing was the final step in her plan. She had prepared 5 marked paper pieces in advance. 1 was for her, 1 for Zhu Long, 1 for Zhou Zibing, and the remaining 2 were for Zhao Siyu and his girlfriend. Zhou Zibing trembled as he held the paper piece. This person often joked about being more naive than his students as a teacher. Even without ulterior motives, he understood what Xia Sai's paper piece meant and what she wanted him to do. Are you going to do something that goes against your conscience, Zhou Zibing? If you do this, what will happen to the other students? Are you going to betray those poor students? How could you be that kind of person? You despise selfish individuals the most. You mustn't do this. I don't want to either, but my wife and children are still waiting for me at home. Zhou Zibing hesitated briefly, then spoke to everyone. Classmates, please remain calm. I will now prepare. Seeing Teacher Zhou walk towards the table, she designated Xia Sai, let out a sigh of relief. As expected, human nature cannot withstand temptation. Xia Sai felt that bribing Teacher Zhou was the hardest step in her plan because she knew him quite well. An underwhelming university counselor who stayed at the school as a teacher since graduating from graduate school, now in his 30s, he was still just a counselor. A weak yet kind and honest middle-aged man. His family was everything to him, yet also his Achilles heel. Even if he adhered strictly to teacher ethics and principles compared to living to see his wife and children, those rules could be set aside temporarily. However, this made Xia Sai look down on Zhou Zibing a bit. A so-called good teacher or a good person was just that. While Zhou Zibing prepared for the draw, Xia Sai discreetly approached Zhu Long and Zhao Siyu, secretly slipping the marked paper pieces to them and telling them to reach out later, but not to actually draw. Zhao Siyu was stunned upon receiving the 2 paper pieces. Xia Sai was not only smarter than he thought, but also more cunning and sinister. When Zhu Long received the paper piece, he immediately realized that Xia Sai intended to manipulate the outcome of the draw. He was not the least bit surprised that Xia Sai would do such a thing. What surprised him was that Teacher Zhou would also participate. Liang Juanming, Pan Wenyuan, and Lin Binbin were called back by Teacher Zhou, and after everyone had gathered, the draw began. Each person will draw 1 piece. A marked piece with an X is my mark. Those who draw it will be the first to fly out tomorrow. In the interest of fairness and justice, we will only draw once, so whatever is drawn is final, and no one can cause a disturbance. Teacher Zhou held the box and passed by each person, starting from Xia Sai. Soon everyone had drawn a paper piece with 5 slots predetermined, leaving the remaining 2 for 32 people to draw. Xia Sai's actions were incredibly selfish. Zhu Long was unknowingly used by her and had been pulled onto her pirate ship. Zhu Long held the paper piece but couldn't feel happy. Of course, it was good to leave Dajiang City by helicopter, but what about Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan? Liang Junming was his good buddy, and Pan Wenyuan had accepted him as her big brother, having helped him out many times. Zhu Long had long regarded her as a trustworthy companion. Was he really going to abandon the 2 of them to survive alone? Zhu Long hesitated, and just then the results of the draw were announced. The remaining 2 chosen people were a male senior from the language department named Wang Tsuan and a female junior from the computer department named Yu Miao Miao. The 3rd day of the zombie crisis. At 2:30 in the morning. Chulong, just go, don't worry about us anymore. Liang Junming sat blankly in the chair. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Did that SSR I drew a couple of days ago drain all my luck? How can I miss twice in a row? Damn it. Liang Junming couldn't understand, and Pan Wenyuan was equally in despair. It didn't matter that she couldn't draw her ticket, but Chu Long had drawn it. Her lifeline was slipping away. Whoa! Pan Wenyuan cried like a little child in front of Chu Long. Boss, what will I do if you leave? Whoa! The others who failed to draw were mostly as desperate as Pan Wenyuan, crying and making a fuss. Initially there was no hope, which was fine, but now that hope was shattered they felt even worse. One by one they couldn't sleep, and some had even begun uploading their video farewells online. The three of them chose a computer room in the middle of the study area and reading area where it was much quieter. Chu Long thought that if this spot had been drawn by him, he might not have felt so burdened. What disgusted him was that this spot was given to him by Xia Sai after using him more like a consolation prize. He could almost hear Xia Sai saying to him, from a benefit standpoint the outcome is good for you. After all you're unaware of this matter, it was all part of my plan. So don't overthink it, when the plane arrives just leave with me. Living is more important than anything else. Hearing Liang Junming once again say something like, you go first, don't worry about me, and seeing Pan Wenyuan cry in front of him, Chu Long felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He thought it might be better to just stay behind. After all, his only family was already gone, and leaving Dajiang City meant nothing but living alone. In a sense, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan were now the most important people to him. If he stayed, he could help them both survive and live on together. Lin Binbin was indifferent to the results of his lottery. He only cared about whether Zhao Siyu could leave. Yesterday, he collaborated with Chu Long to find a drone with the sole purpose of locating Zhao Siyu. Tai Jingtong, Chai Xingwen, Ren Yuanqing, and Zhao Siyu. All four had bullied him before. The first three were his roommates, and he had already killed them. Now only Zhao Siyu remained. Lin Binbin lied to Chu Long. Of the three roommates he had killed, only Ren Yuanqing had turned into a zombie at the very beginning. The other two had not been bitten by zombies, but had been stabbed to death by him with a dagger. He came from a dual-income family. Both of his parents were law-abiding citizens, and they taught him to behave properly from a young age, to be kind, humble, thrifty, and just. His parents told him to be a good person and not to offend others, but they never told him what to do when being a good person was bullied. Due to his relatively reclusive personality, he was isolated throughout his life and became a target for bullying. Since elementary school, he had been bullied by troublemakers in class and older students as he was timid and did not dare to report it to the teacher. Even if he went home to find his parents, they thought it was just normal play among classmates and urged him to integrate with them, not to be so reclusive, saying things like, "Why do others only bully you and not others? Did you offend them somehow? Tell us quickly." This was the most disgusting thing Lin Binbin had ever heard. After growing up, he regarded his parents as strangers. Now he didn't care at all about his parents' well-being. He only thought about seeking revenge on Zhao Siyu. Ren Yuanqing was his dorm leader and had been the one to lead the isolation. The three of them would get up, eat, attend classes, go out for meals, and team-building activities without including him, treating him like an invisible person and often disgusting him. Lin Binbin had asked them the reason, only to find out it was simply because his hobbies and lifestyle habits were different from theirs. "You don't play games, nor do you smoke. You're just boring, you know," Ren Yuanqing said dismissively. Later, Lin Binbin found it boring and also intended to annoy Ren Yuanqing. He raised a cat in the dormitory, but kept it on his own bed. His actions completely infuriated his roommates, and while he was away, Ren Yuanqing and the others actually threw his cat into the trash bin downstairs. After this incident, he regarded Ren Yuanqing and the others as enemies. Ren Yuanqing began to lead the bullying, beating him and disturbing his sleep at night. Lin Binbin dreamed of avenging them, but unexpectedly the zombie crisis broke out, presenting him with a golden opportunity. A chance to kill without going to jail. As for Zhao Siyu, Lin Binbin's resentment toward him was no less than that for the three roommates. Lin Binbin was in the same class as Wang Jia, who had only liked his cat, liked his WeChat moments, and chatted with him a few times. But Zhao Siyu acted like a madman, bringing people to find Lin Binbin, dragging him to the bathroom, to beat him, forcing him to delete Wang Jia's WeChat, threatening him that if he ever dared to contact his girlfriend again, he would kill his cat. Later, his cat really died poisoned. He didn't know whether it was his roommate or Zhao Siyu who did it. In any case, all four of them had to die. Now only Zhao Siyu remained. Lin Binbin initially wanted to find an opportunity to secretly kill Zhao Siyu, but Zhao Siyu was leaving by plane at dawn. Once he let him leave, he would never be able to find him again. Tonight was his best chance. Lin Binbin waited in the corner for 4 hours, constantly observing Zhao Siyu and the others, waiting for them to fall asleep before taking action. The problem was that Zhao Siyu and the others were unaware of what to guard against and had not slept all night. Especially Zhao Siyu, who kept staring at Xia Sai. Perhaps he was afraid of something going wrong, Lin Binbin speculated. He glanced at his phone, and in half an hour it would be 5 in the morning, and after dawn, he would have no chance to act. It was very dark around him. He had a dagger, and sneaking up on Zhao Siyu was possible, but he would definitely be discovered. They were awake, and assassination was impossible. Sneaking up wouldn't work. Lin Binbin was anxious, his palms sweating. He thought for a long time and came up with a not-so-good idea. Since there was no good opportunity tonight, he would first prevent Zhao Siyu from leaving. The way to stop him from leaving was to kill Kaiyan. But killing Kaiyan would implicate others, such as Chu Long. It doesn't matter anymore. Lin Binbin didn't want to be a good person anymore. He didn't want to think about others. The zombie apocalypse was coming. This was heaven giving him a chance to be reborn. He wanted to choose who to be without the control of his parents and the bullying of others. If being a bad person could make him feel better, then he would do it. Lin Binbin, dagger in hand, walked into the single study room where Kaiyan was resting. Kaiyan was snoring, sleeping deeply, not even waking up when Lin Binbin opened the door. Seeing Kaiyan lying on the chair, Lin Binbin didn't hesitate, covering Kaiyan's mouth, lifting his head, and slashing his throat with the dagger. After the last experience, he did it quickly and cleanly this time. Kaiyan suddenly opened his eyes. The room was too dark for him to see who was covering his mouth, and he was unable to make a sound. He felt his neck being torn open, warm blood gushing out, and the hooded figure in front of him intended to kill. Lin Binbin looked at Kaiyan coldly as Kaiyan frantically kicked his feet against the floor, his body shaking violently against the back of the chair, trying to break free from Lin Binbin's grip. However, it wasn't long before Kaiyan gradually went into shock from excessive blood loss, ultimately dying tragically before Lin Binbin. After killing Kaiyan, Lin Binbin immediately fled the scene. At this hour, no one else was wandering about, and no one noticed his suspicious actions. He felt hot all over, sensing that he was being watched, so he hid in the men's restroom, waiting for dawn. Chu Long, wake up quickly. Xiaosai burst into room 301. Chu Long, who was already lightly asleep, stood up as soon as the door opened and quickly grabbed an axe. What's wrong? Did a zombie break in? When is the plane arriving? Chu Long asked nervously. Not a zombie. Xiaosai's face turned pale, her features twisted together, filled with wrinkles, looking both shocked and angry. Kaiyan has been killed. Chu Long and the others followed Xiaosai to the crime scene. Kaiyan had been sleeping in study room 310. At that moment, a crowd stood at the door of room 310. Chu Long squeezed his way in, finding Zhao Siyu inside, staring in shock at the lifeless Kaiyan. Kaiyan's death was gruesome. He slumped in the chair with a deep gash across his neck, blood soaking his clothes, eventually pooling all around him, dying from blood loss. The person who discovered Kaiyan's murder was Zhou Zhibing. He had been restless all night, tormented by guilt after betraying his own conscience, remaining awake until dawn. At 7 a.m., Zhou Zhibing could no longer bear it. He wanted to transfer his quota to another student for peace of mind, so he went to find Kaiyan. When he saw that Kaiyan had been killed, his first reaction was one of horror and shock. But after calming down, he felt a strange sense of relief because of Kaiyan's death. Zhao Siyu lost control of his emotions. He could not fathom how such a thing could happen. The moment he saw Kaiyan's lifeless body, despair engulfed him. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Zhao Siyu yelled at the crowd. It's over, it's over. Even the usually calm Xiaosai felt despair at this point. She had anticipated that Zhao Siyu might betray them, which is why she intended to reserve 2 quotas for him and his girlfriend to stabilize him. But she never expected that among this group there would be a madman, someone more ruthless than Zhao Siyu. Just because he didn't win the draw, he killed Kaiyan and no one would be allowed to leave. Zhao Siyu was still shouting to find the murderer when suddenly a buzzing sound came from above the library. That's the sound of a rotor. Liang Junming heard it clearly and confidently, said, a helicopter has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Siyu grabbed his girlfriend and rushed outside. Xiaosai followed closely behind. The others, seeing this, panicked and rushed to the rooftop, not caring about anything else. As long as they reached the helicopter, they could escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the rotor grew louder, coming closer, and they could clearly hear the helicopter landing on the library rooftop. Everyone ran desperately to the rooftop, which was their lifeline. They had to rush ahead of others. At that moment, a black helicopter marked capacity 10 landed on the library rooftop. The pilot landed steadily in the middle of the rooftop, and then a man in a suit stepped out from the right cabin. The suited man wearing sunglasses raised his hand in a pause gesture when he saw a crowd of students rushing out from the rooftop door. Zhao Siyu, who was leading the charge, came to a halt, and the people behind him stopped as well. Where is young Master Kai? Isn't he with you? The suited man asked. He. Zhou Zhibing was about to speak when Zhao Siyu interrupted. He's downstairs, coming up soon. Just let us up, okay? We had an agreement with young Master Kai. He promised to take us with him. Are you joking with me? The suited man did not move his mouth as he spoke. There are more than 30 of you here, yet young Kai is nowhere to be seen. Speak to me honestly. Where is Kaiyan? Without seeing Kaiyan, none of you will board the helicopter. He is dead, killed by someone among us. Chu Long did not want to waste time and spoke directly. Dead. The suited man's lips twitched, and he said to the driver behind him, let's go. It was a wasted trip. Please. We didn't want this to happen. How can you save us? Take us with you. Please. We are students. Please save us. Let us on the plane, please. Let us up. Zhao Siyu, Zhou Zhibing, and a group of people pleaded with the suited man, but he remained unperturbed. Our mission is to rescue Kyan. Kyan is dead. Your survival has nothing to do with me. Nonsense. Huang Shiji immediately became furious. What would it cost to take a few people with such a large helicopter? Screw your selfishness. After cursing, Huang Shiji wanted to rush forward, and the others got worked up as well following Huang Shiji. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out as the suited man turned and drew his handgun, firing 2 shots at Huang Shiji and the others. Huang Shiji was startled by the gunfire, and a boy fell at his feet. Everyone present was frightened by the sound of gunfire. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed at their heads, their bodies instinctively filled with fear of death, trembling, unable to move. None of them had ever seen a gun, let alone been shot. The boy collapsed right before their eyes, and the suited man holding his handgun shot without hesitation, even though he was facing a group of students. Anyone who dared to take a step forward would be shot by the suited man. No one dared to act recklessly. Even Huang Shiji was frozen in place. They could only watch helplessly as the helicopter slowly took off, rising into the sky, finally disappearing from their sight. Get out of the way. Zhou Zhibing pushed Huang Shiji aside and turned the boy over. Chu Long saw that the boy had 2 deep red bullet holes in his abdomen and chest. The bullet had penetrated his abdomen and chest. He was beyond saving. Zhou Zhibing was still performing CPR, unaware that blood was gushing from the bullet hole in the boy's abdomen like a fountain. The most despairing among the crowd was Xia Sai, kneeling on the ground, staring blankly in the direction where the helicopter had flown away. The hope of survival vanished before her, and she cried out in anguish. Oh! The helicopter flew farther and farther away, leaving only a tiny dot behind. Lin Binbin stood by the rooftop railing, having prevented Zhao Siyu from leaving, but indirectly causing the death of that boy. Seeing the boy get shot and fall into a pool of blood, Lin Binbin's emotions were complicated. Can this be blamed on him? No, this is all Huang Shiji's fault. If it weren't for Huang Shiji's impulsiveness, that boy wouldn't have died. He gripped the railing tightly, vowing to make Zhao Siyu, who bullied him, pay the price. At that moment, Lin Binbin saw a swarm of zombies rushing out from the small park in front of the library. Many of these zombies were fixated on the library's rooftop while charging toward the library entrance. Roar! The roars of several zombies were deafening, and Lin Binbin felt his eardrums vibrating while standing on the rooftop. Not good. They were attracted by the sound of the helicopter. Lin Binbin exclaimed in surprise. The noise from the helicopter was enormous and had hovered over the library for a long time, activating a large number of zombies surrounding the library, who were now fixated on the helicopter as they moved toward the entrance. Chulong, there are zombies coming in downstairs. Lin Binbin ran toward the crowd, loudly warning. There are many zombies that can climb walls, and they are already inside. Seeing the terrified expression on Lin Binbin's face, Chulong did not dare to hesitate and quickly shouted for others to go down with him. Hurry, block the stairs. We can't let them come up. Chulong shouted, running and jumping down to the 3rd floor with an axe. Just as he arrived on the 3rd floor, he heard the roars of zombies coming from the stairwell on the 1st floor. Chulong stood on the railing and leaned down to look. 2 zombies were also looking up at him. Roar! The throats of those 2 zombies sounded as if they were rusty, producing a piercing shriek that echoed like metal scraping against concrete, sending chills down one's spine. Chulong had heard this kind of scream once before. The white t-shirt zombie he encountered on the 7th floor of the dormitory also screamed like this. It was a sinister thing. Just the thought of that white t-shirt zombie made Chulong's hair stand on end. Hurry and bring out the table. Chulong shouted to Liang Junming and the others behind him. Quick! Liang Junming was the fastest, directly dragging the nearest table out, flipping it over, as per Chulong's instructions, placing the tabletop facing up and the legs facing down on the stairs. Huang Shiji, Zhao Siyu, Zhou Zhibing, and the others all ran down to help move the table, but it was already too late. The 2 screeching zombies had already come upstairs. Roar! They stood in the stairwell on the 2nd floor, locking onto Chulong, who was closest to them. Chulong clearly saw the terrifying appearance of these 2 zombies. They had their mouths open, their jaws dripping with blood, and their necks were red, as if they wore a blood-red napkin, which was particularly eerie. The leading zombie leaped over the table, taking large strides, as agile as a normal person in life, rushing toward Chulong, not to bite him, but to grab him. Chulong, get out of the way. Huang Shiji rushed out, while carrying a table, helping Chulong just in time by smashing the table hard onto the zombie before it could grab Chulong. Bang bang bang. The zombie was knocked down by the table and fell back into the stairwell on the 2nd floor. The other zombie surprisingly dodged the falling table, crouched, and leaped in front of Chulong. This time Chulong was prepared. These 2 zombies were not like those clumsy ones. Their grabs and bites were frenzied, giving Chulong the feeling that they weren't just trying to catch and bite him to eat his flesh, but rather to shred him with their claws and gnaw him to bits. Roar! Chulong swung his axe toward its side, knocking it against the left wall. Its blood sprayed onto the wall, and the right side of its face was cut open, leaving a deep red gash. Huang Shiji came over with a machete and cut at the zombie's face before it could even get back up. The zombie that fell to the stairs below was stabbed in the brain by Zhao Siyu, who rushed over with a short sword, his hands covered in sticky brain matter. Phew, that's disgusting. Zhao Siyu shook his hands, and Chu Long thanked him. Then the rest moved all the spare tables from the third floor to block the staircase leading up from the second floor. Downstairs, more and more zombies were climbing and incessantly producing rusty howls that made one's scalp tingle. Chu Long felt uneasy and ran back to the rooftop to see the situation below. Seeing Lin Binbin still on the rooftop, he asked, "How many zombies are downstairs?" "It's not looking good," Lin Binbin said with a troubled expression. "You better have blocked all the stairs leading up, because there are even more zombies downstairs than yesterday." Chu Long walked over to take a look, his vision darkening, as he saw a huge crowd of zombies densely packed at the library entrance, numbering at least 300. Among this group of zombies, a small portion were frenzied zombies howling as they grabbed their companions' heads, stepping on their shoulders to leap over the water barriers, then smashing through the library's glass doors. Once the howling zombies broke in, the water barriers at the entrance could no longer hold. Even with a pile of tables behind them, they were as ineffective against the charge of over 300 zombies. Chu Long watched as the barricade of tables was swept aside with zombies swarming in like ants. "We're in danger." Chu Long's mind buzzed, his heart racing, and he struggled to catch his breath. He feared these zombies would break through the stairwell's obstacles and swarm up. They were now completely trapped in the library, unable to go anywhere. "This is not even the worst part, Chu Long," Lin Binbin said, pulling out his phone. "The internet just went down and the power is out." He pointed at the clock tower next to the second teaching building, saying, "That clock has stopped too." At this moment, Pan Wenyin also rushed up, saying in a panic, "Not good. Chu Long, the power is out downstairs. The phone has no signal, I can't even send a text." Chu Long took a deep breath, assessed the situation, and immediately responded, "Quick, go fetch water." A large group of zombies poured into the library, coming up from both staircases. Fortunately, the stairs were narrow enough that the spare tables in the third-floor study room could completely block both staircases. Even if these zombies were crazed, they couldn't force their way in like in 2D animations where they would squish their bodies together into a meat pie or flatten themselves into paper. Chu Long and the others barely held off the third floor and above, but they were completely trapped by the zombies, only able to move upward and not downward. To make matters worse, the power was out, the water supply pipes would soon run dry, and the water plant had also stopped. Without water, they would die of thirst within 3 days. When the power first went out, the faucet was still running normally, but after less than 5 minutes, the flow became thin and started to sputter. Chu Long mobilized everyone to find containers, taking anything that could hold water: flower pots, cups, basins, plastic buckets, to the male and female restrooms to fill them from the faucet. They had little time left to store water. "Don't just stand there, go upstairs to collect water, floors 4, 5, 0, and 6. Hurry!" Chu Long shouted at the top of his lungs. Teacher Zhou, Zhao Siyu, Huang Shiji, Wang, Jiazhu Hui, and a group including Xiaosai all just stood there completely at a loss, staring at the 4 faucets on the third floor, forgetting they could go upstairs to get water. Under Chu Long's reminder, everyone who was free sprang into action, rushing upstairs. After 35 minutes without power, the water began to turn murky and the faucet sprayed out rusty-colored water that was completely undrinkable without treatment. 50 minutes after the power outage, the flow was completely cut off and the faucet didn't emit a single drop of murky water. Everyone worked hard to bring containers from the 3rd to the 6th floors to fill with water, but it was too late. In the end, they only filled less than half of the containers, adding up to a total of about 100 liters of water. Ever since the helicopter flew away, Xia Cuf felt utterly despairing. She had not spoken a word all morning, merely sitting in the chair, lost and thought, her eyes vacant. She did not wish to speak to anyone, even if that person came to comfort her. She wore a foul expression, signaling to anyone trying to talk to her to leave at once. When Chu Long approached her to talk, she sulkily exclaimed, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening? What did I do? Why didn't I even consider that Kyan might die? Why didn't I keep an eye on him throughout the night?" Until the moment Chu Long felt as if her mental state had collapsed. The usually intelligent and aloof Xia Cuf was now unable to control her emotions, losing her composure and complaining like any other girl. In her current state, Xia Cuf was incapable of discussing issues with her. Therefore, Chu Long decided to let her calm down first, then turned to find Zhou Zhibing. "Teacher Zhou, have you calculated how many days the remaining water will last for all these people?" Chu Long asked, as his primary concern was the water supply. "We currently have 35 people left. Based on an average of 3 liters of water per person, the stored water should last us 3 to 5 days. Zhou Zhibing looked at the sunlight streaming in through the window and immediately shook his head. "No, it's summer now. With the weather being so hot, the average temperature is above 32 degrees. This amount of water will likely last only 3 days at most. I should have thought of storing water earlier," Zhou Zhibing said, hitting his own head in self-recrimination. Someone did suggest storing water at the time, but when the zombies suddenly appeared on the second floor, we escaped to the third floor and forgot all about it. Then Kyan arrived, and I thought we had been saved. Oh heavens, I should have stored water last night. How could I not have figured this out? Seeing his self-blame, Chu Long comforted him. Don't be like that, Teacher Zhou. Too much has happened in these past 2 days with the zombies downstairs and Kyan. Really, no one could have anticipated what would happen next. Instead of blaming yourself, it would be better to think about what to do in 3 days. With that said, Chu Long wanted to go to the rooftop to find Lin Binbin. He hoped Lin Binbin could use a drone to lure some of the zombies away from the library, however many they could divert to relieve some pressure from the defense at the stairway. As Chu Long reached the door, Zhao Siyu called him, followed closely by Wang Jia and 3 other athletes. Do you know who the murderer is? No, there are too many suspects. It's not about having few suspects, but rather about the inequity. Those who didn't draw lots all have motives to commit the crime. Chu Long replied, are you looking for the murderer? It's certainly not me. Haha, everyone says that. I've already asked more than 10 people, and they all claim it's not them. So who did it? Zhao Siyu grew increasingly agitated, saying fiercely, if I catch him, I swear I'll throw him to the zombies to feed. Then, having asked so many people, who do you think is the most suspicious? Chu Long asked, anxious to know who the murderer was, as the library situation was extremely perilous. Moreover, there was a highly jealous and selfish madman among them. If they didn't find him, who knew what further destruction he might cause? Su Jia. Wang Jia, hiding beside Zhao Siyu, spoke softly. We asked others and learned that it was Su Jia who leaked the names of those boarding the plane. Yesterday, he even spread rumors that a horde of zombies would surround the library, saying whoever stayed behind would die. And he didn't draw lots, so he is the most suspicious. We are currently looking for him. That idiot must be hiding somewhere. If it wasn't him, why would he hide? The athlete with dyed yellow hair said. We are preparing to split up and search the 4th, 5th, A, and 6th floors for Su Jia. Do you want to join us? Zhao Siyu asked, his mental state much better than Xia Siyu's. I know we had a very unpleasant encounter last, but as the saying goes, you don't know a person until you fight with them. You don't seem like that kind of idiot. Zhao Siyu sized up Chu Long, noticing that he was not the kind of person who could be easily bullied. Since he wasn't soft, he decided to try and see if he could get closer to him. I didn't hurt you, and you didn't hit me. We don't need to fall out over that bastard, Xia Siyu. We're both men, you get what I mean. Haha. Chu Long mimicked his cold laugh, rejecting him outright. You acted as if you wanted to kill me last night, and now you casually talk to me. I don't understand what you mean. You all go look for the murderer, but don't forget that there's a horde of zombies waiting at the stairway. If you can't find him, you should think about how to survive until tomorrow. After saying this, Chu Long headed for the rooftop. Lin Binbin had been on the rooftop the entire time, fascinated by the zombies. As soon as Chu Long appeared, he couldn't wait to share his discoveries. Chu Long, come quickly and take a look. Chu Long interrupted him. We urgently need your help. The drone has power, right? Can you lure the zombies inside the library out? The drone only has 20 battery left. Lin Binbin gently kicked the bag beside him. As for what you thought of, I had already considered it. After you all went down, I tried to use the drone to attract the zombies. And the result? Seeing his furrowed brow, Chu Long thought it might not be good news. Not much effect. I only managed to lure less than 50 zombies. Lin Binbin said, I flew very low, almost colliding with their heads, but most of the zombies were indifferent to the drone. They only followed the drone for a few steps before losing interest. Why? Didn't you test it when you saved Liang Junming last time? At least more than half of the zombies should be sensitive to noise, right? Why could we only attract so few zombies this time? Chu Long fired off questions in succession. You watch first, then I'll tell you my speculation. Lin Binbin pulled Chu Long to the railing where a solar panel he had taken from the rooftop lay at their feet. He tossed the entire solar panel down, and with a loud crash, Chu Long could hear it clearly from the rooftop, let alone the zombies downstairs. To Chu Long's surprise, as the solar panel shattered, the zombies downstairs were indeed attracted by the sound of the impact and breaking, but only a small handful came over. Did you see? Most of the zombies are just like normal people. They glanced over a few times, realized there was no one around, and didn't even move. They won't be drawn to that sound. Lin Binbin explained. He had conducted a test after the failed attempt to lure zombies with the drone. My speculation is that although these living dead are controlled by the virus, they still retain some instinctual For instance, while they are sensitive to sound, if they don't see a living being, they will gradually lose interest in the noise and stop pursuing. Look, the sound of the solar panel falling just now has drawn out a few zombies hiding in the small park. As Chu Long listened and watched, indeed several zombies emerged from the small park across the library. They tracked the source of the sound, turning their heads and searching for living beings. However, their searching behavior lasted less than a minute, and after realizing there were no living people here, they stopped. The deafening noise of the propeller attracted nearby zombies. They tracked the sound, bursting into the library, rushing in to search for prey. Most of the zombies fell silent after failing to spot any humans, returning to their lethargic state, wandering in and out of the library entrance, aimlessly searching for targets. Chu Long observed the zombies pausing at the entrance below and realized Lin Binbin was right. Without prey, these zombies seemed to automatically switch to energy-saving mode. Exactly. That's it. Lin Binbin felt Chu Long's description was quite accurate. In energy-saving mode, they won't run around or scream, as that would consume energy. Just like living people, maintaining physical activity requires energy. Think about it, if a person doesn't eat or drink for dozens of hours, they wouldn't even want to move, let alone run. It's said that the infection rate for this zombie outbreak is 90, which means there aren't enough living people for them to feed on. Sooner or later, they will starve to death. They will slowly turn into rotting corpses. The scariest part is that they still have a survival instinct. These zombies are still alive, and like normal people, they don't want to starve, so when there's no target, they try to minimize their activity. But they are different from normal people, right? After listening for a long time, Chu Long had some insights. I don't know if it's the zombie virus or some other bizarre thing, but most people have been turned into zombies, and then these zombies control others to infect more normal people. So they never stop looking like perpetual motion machines dragging their heads as they move slowly, appearing clumsy, but they are just playing dead. Exactly. Lin Binbin's eyes were filled with excitement. He had never been interested in life before, but now he was eagerly anticipating every moment. This scene, seemingly full of despair for Chu Long and his companions, felt truly thrilling to Lin Binbin. He was once again grateful that he had not become a zombie. The group of shambling corpses downstairs reminded him of his past, self-controlled, without his own thoughts, merely following his parents' words, living without any meaning. He had harmed himself before, contemplated ending it all, but thankfully he persevered. Chu Long, I absolutely refuse to become a zombie. Living is just too awesome. This world is truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Binbin smile, Chu Long truly felt this person was crazy. If it weren't for the realities they faced, he would never engage in any conversation with this madman. Lin Binbin appeared cold, yet his laughter was quite cheerful. After causing Chu Long to laugh for a while, he spoke again. Did you hear that screeching sound just now? It's ear-piercing, like fingernails scraping on rusty metal. The screeching zombies are different from ordinary ones. They are more ferocious and agile. The first to jump over the barricade was one of them. I saw it. Lin Binbin stopped laughing and said, when I tried to lure the zombies with a drone earlier, one of the screeching ones followed out. It ran incredibly fast, definitely faster than an average person, and it was extremely aggressive, chasing after the drone. I flew very low and nearly got swatted by its claws. Let me have a look, that must be it. Lin Binbin pointed at a zombie in a black short-sleeve shirt downstairs, which was rampaging near the library entrance, contrasting sharply with the nearby zombies that were just loafing around. It was frantically searching for prey, darting into the library entrance one moment, then moving to the back of the library the next, as if it was convinced there were living people inside, refusing to stop until it found something to hunt. It's insane. Chu Long stared at the zombie and said, there's more than one, there are others like it inside the library. These zombies have actually mutated, it's ridiculous. Damn it. Chu Long slammed the railing, spitting down, complaining, is this really the end of the world? Are we not allowed to live anymore? Damn it. But Lin Binbin felt good and said, we can survive. You brought 2 packs of food, right? That can last us several days. However, I must warn you. Lin Binbin's tone suddenly turned serious. We can't go out now. Food and water are critical resources. The people downstairs are starving. You need to hide those 2 packs of food well, so they don't find out. Otherwise, Chu Long understood what he meant. Those 2 packs of food weren't much, and taking them out wouldn't be enough for everyone, which would surely lead to a scramble. So Chu Long hid the food in the library's collection room on the 6th floor. This was the last bit of food in the library, and he had to ensure that he and his 2 companions had enough to eat, carefully rationing it to last as long as possible. The zombies downstairs wouldn't stay there forever. Once they dispersed, there would be an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the library, only this floor hasn't been searched. You go. That stupid thing must be hiding here. Huang Mao, the athletic student Ma Sheng, said, holding a spear as he led the search in the book collection room, which was entirely filled with wooden bookshelves. Because the 6th floor resembled a maze with high bookshelves obstructing the view, it was very easy to hide someone. One could simply hide behind a bookshelf in some area and switch sides when they heard someone coming, as there were plenty of hiding spots. Let's split into 5 groups. You 3 go to the left and search, while Wang Jia and I go to the right, Zhao Siyu instructed. As you say, you go. Ma Sheng walked towards the left half of the collection room, where the books were mostly on traditional Chinese and foreign medicine, literature, and religion. Every time he reached a corner, he would shout, ha, and stab with his spear to scare Su Jia, who was hiding in the shadows. Su Jia was crouched stealthily in the corner of the religious book section. He hadn't heard Zhao Siyu and the others come in. Suddenly, hearing the shout of ha startled him into jumping up. Thinking it was Chu Long coming up, he quickly hid beside the bookshelf, not daring to make a sound, even while breathing. Ha! Ma Sheng, holding the spear, searched through the rows of cabinets in the religious book area. Su Jie heard the sound didn't seem like Chu Long's. He peeked out and saw it was the athletic student with yellow hair feeling relieved. What are you doing up here? Su Jie stepped out not expecting the other party was actually looking for him. Ma Sheng spotting Su Jie excitedly shouted, Quick, Su Jie is over here. What? You? What are you doing? Don't come over. Su Jie realizing something was off as Ma Sheng rushed towards him bolted. However, Zhao Siyu and the other two surrounded him forcing Su Jie into a corner. Before he could say anything he saw Zhao Siyu charging over angrily lifting his leg and kicking him back against the bookshelf. Finally found you. Su Jie crashed into the bookshelf behind him causing a pile of books to topple hitting him on the head one by one. Ouch! Su Jie covered his head feeling quite miserable as heavy books hit him causing several lumps to form. He saw Zhao Siyu stagger towards him nervously asking, What are you? You idiot. How dare you do such a thing? In front of me. Zhao Siyu fiercely confronted Su Jie gripping his hair and lifting his head. Oh, it hurts. Don't pull my hair. Su Jie felt as if the roots of his hair were being yanked out and the pain was unbearable. He didn't realize that Zhao Siyu and the others were specifically looking for him. He thought they were searching for food hidden by Chu Long. The previous evening Su Jie had seen Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming sneakily heading up to the 6th floor. After following them, he saw the two of them making instant noodles by the water dispenser. The aroma at that moment was so enticing that Su Jie couldn't help but drool. Once they left, Su Jie quietly entered the library searching in the direction they had come from. Finally, he found 2 packages of food hidden among the religious books. On the spot, Su Jie devoured 2 sausages. Afraid of being discovered, he didn't take the bucket of instant noodles, but instead grabbed a marinated egg and a bag of crispy noodles. He didn't mention this to anyone. The food was too little for him to steal much at a time, so he only took a little each time, making it hard for Chu Long and the others to notice. Su Jie thought Zhao Siyu was also after food and quickly said, It's over there. Not with me. I'm at your mother's. Zhao Siyu grabbed Su Jie's curly hair, dragging him to the restroom. Sister Jie, you stay outside. We're handling something with brother you inside. It'll be quick. Ma Sheng blocked Wang Jia. Otherwise, if she followed him into the men's restroom, she would definitely soften and plead with Zhao Siyu to spare Su Jie. Wang Jia believed Su Jie was the murderer and didn't speak up to stop them. What do you want to do? Can you let me? Su Jie's voice was choked with tears, feeling as if his hair was being ripped out, causing his face to go numb with pain. What do you want from us? I want to ask you to, you bastard, I'll kill you. Zhao Siyu's repressed anger erupted as he kicked Su Jie into the back stall. Su Jie stumbled and fell onto the toilet. If it weren't for you, my girlfriend, and I would have left Dying City long ago, fuck you. Zhao Siyu pinned his head down, punching and kicking him. Ma Sheng and the other 2 boys looked down on the despicable Su Jie, cursing him as a murderer, while stepping on his head and kicking his stomach. Su Jie's mind was clear. Upon hearing Zhao Siyu and the others, he realized he was mistaken for the murderer of Kayan. He wanted to speak, but a fist the size of a sandbag and a size 47 foot came flying at him. Zhao Siyu beat Su Jie until he couldn't even scream, leaving him bruised and battered. Zhao Siyu was enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he had dragged someone into a restroom for such a satisfying beating. Since dating Wang Jia, the obedient daughter of a wealthy family, he had restrained himself, trying to appear harmless. Damn it, Zhao Siyu wished he could take a knife and kill Su Jie, this worthless, despicable little man whom he despised the most, and he loved to bully people like him, like crushing an empty soda can and tossing it into the trash. You trash. Zhao Siyu yanked Su Jie's hair, pressing his face towards the toilet bowl. Su Jie's mouth made intimate contact with the filthy toilet, making him gag and vomit. Ugh, tell me, did you kill Kayan? Why did you want Kayan? Speak. Zhao Siyu held his head down regardless of how Su Jie struggled, his face pressed hard against the toilet. Su Jie cried out in pain. Can you at least let me talk? Zhao Siyu vented his anger and finally let Su Jie go. That poor creature had remnants of toilet filth on his lips, causing Zhao Siyu and the others to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You stinky bastard, this is what you deserve. Su Jie was in pain all over, feeling wronged. He cried out from the toilet. I didn't kill Kayan. I swear. Hee, I know. Zhao Siyu grinned shamelessly. He had known when he had almost beaten Su Jie senseless. Someone as weak as Su Jie would never dare to take a knife to slash Kayan's throat. He had just thought it would be amusing to press Su Jie's delicate face into the toilet, so he did it. You know, and still hit me. Su Jie shouted with trembling lips. The smiles of these bullies were scarier than zombies. We were in a rush to find the murderer, and after searching a few rounds we found you hiding. Then everyone said you leaked the news and spread rumors, so we thought you were the murderer. Who told you to hide sneakily here? Is it our fault for finding the wrong person? You have some responsibility too. We're all guys, can't we just laugh it off? Do you expect brother you to apologize to you? Ma Sheng chuckled, and after his words Su Jie felt a chill all over. He enjoyed gaming and trash-talking others, but the disgusting nature of Ma Shang's words far exceeded his own. "Oh, is that so, Su Jia?" Seeing him say nothing, the other two boys yelled at him. No, no, Su Jia knelt, having no temper left, only wanting Zhao Siyu to spare him. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have been hiding here. Please spare me, brother you." Zhao Siyu followed up with his question, "By the way, what were you doing here? You just said something isn't with you, it's over there. What does that mean?" In front of these bullies, Su Jia dared not speak anything but the truth, and quickly explained about Chu Long hiding 2 large packages of food. Upon hearing there was food, Zhao Siyu's eyes lit up. They hadn't eaten anything for 2.5 days, and their stomachs were already growling. "You're somewhat useful, Su Jia." Zhao Siyu patted Su Jia's face, and even kindly wiped the remnants of filth from his mouth. "A face as handsome as yours should be kept clean. Let's go. We're going to eat." Zhao Siyu led Ma Sheng and the others out of the men's restroom, leaving Su Jia alone in the stall crying. Zhao Siyu dug out 2 large packages of food from where Su Jia said enough for them to have a hearty meal. Ma Sheng saw the instant noodles and drooled. He desperately needed to replenish carbohydrates and craved noodles. For those of them who worked out, missing a day of meat was fine, but missing a day of carbs was simply deadly. "Brother, you should we ask Chu Long?" Ma Sheng inquired. "Ask my ass, just eat it." Zhao Siyu unceremoniously began dividing the food. "Hiding food is wrong, eating alone will be punished by heaven. We'll divide this first, and then give this to Teacher Zhou, and leave this bit for Chu Long." Huh. Ma Sheng had seen Chu Long kill zombies before. He thought Chu Long was difficult to deal with his axe. Leaving just this little for Chu Long would definitely make him want to swing that axe, so he persuaded, "Brother, you why not just leave the rest for Chu Long?" "No, just listen to me." Zhao Siyu still remembered how Chu Long dared to come out and block a sword for Xiaosai last night. "We'll eat, and if he doesn't like it, so what? What can he do to us? We have 4 people, he only has 3 plus a girl, what's there to be afraid of?" Alright, after hearing this, Ma Sheng took a bag of food to find Teacher Zhou. Zhao Siyu went to find Wang Jia, who was very happy to see a pile of snacks, and even kissed Zhao Siyu on the cheek. Zhao Siyu felt overjoyed. He particularly liked Wang Jia, thinking she was pure and pretty, coming from a well-bred family. Such girls were far better than the so-called campus beauties and internet influencers. Wang Jia was also quite innocent, completely unaware of the kind of villain she was dating. The snacks she was being fed were stolen by Zhao Siyu, yet she thought her boyfriend was considerate and gentle. Come, everyone gather around. Yugo has found some food and asked me to share it with you all." Ma Sheng walked into the 3rd-floor study room, pulling out a bag of snacks from his bag: potato chips, meat floss cakes, beef jerky, pork jerky, spicy strips, and a jar of nuts. Zhou Zhibing and the others hadn't eaten for more than 2 days, and even at night, they went to sleep with empty stomachs. Upon hearing that Ma Sheng had food, they all perked up and walked over. "Here, Zhou Laosher, you take it and distribute it." Ma Sheng handed out the entire bag of snacks, and everyone was delighted, not questioning where the snacks came from as they tore open the packages to eat. "Ma Sheng, where did you find all this food?" Zhou Zhibing only took a piece of biscuit as there wasn't much food. He ate a little himself and saved the rest for the students. "I remember there aren't any vending machines upstairs, right? There's no food on these floors?" Zhou Zhibing asked, curious. "Oh, these snacks were brought by Chu Long. He hid them secretly, and then we found them," Ma Sheng said, chewing on a hot. "Is that so? Have you asked Chu Long about this?" Zhou Zhibing felt something was off. "You didn't steal these. Hey. Liang Junming happened to be on the 3rd floor as well. Hearing the commotion, he came over and saw Ma Sheng, Zhou Laosher, and other students sharing the snacks brought by Chu Long. "What are you doing?" Liang Junming was anxious, rushing over to snatch the black backpack filled with snacks from Ma Sheng's hands, only to find it already empty. "This black backpack should have been hidden on the 6th floor. How did it end up here?" "Ma Sheng, did Chu Long give you this? Where did you get it? Did you ask Chu Long?" Liang Junming was late. All the food had already been distributed. "No, we just took a stroll upstairs and found this bag of food, brought it down to share. Is there a need to ask? Everyone is starving, what's wrong with that?" Ma Sheng pretended not to know it was Chu Long and didn't realize his words were contradictory. Pan Wenyuan, who was nearby, got angry upon hearing what Ma Sheng said. "Bring it back. Give it all back." Pan Wenyuan rushed in front of Ma Sheng and pulled out the half-eaten hot dog from his mouth. "You scoundrel, you stole our food and dared to distribute it without asking Chu Long. Damn you, you filthy bastard." Pan Wenyuan didn't care about her image and scolded Ma Sheng. "And you all, you are not allowed to eat. This food was brought by Chu Long and me from the dormitory. Without Chu Long's permission, you cannot eat. This is not yours. Give it all back." The thought that these snacks were brought at the cost of life by her and Chu Long made her furious. She overheard Zhu Hui and the girls nearby say, "Why be so stingy? I only had a small cake." "Yeah, we are all classmates. Is it necessary to be like this? Sharing food should be natural." "Exactly, I'm starving. Ew, I don't care about so much, I'm eating first." Pan Wenyuan was furious, rushing forward like a shrew to try to snatch the snacks from the girls. Those girls starving refused to give in and pushed Pan Wenyuan away. Pan Wenyuan went wild, clawing and grabbing, managing to snatch back a meat floss cake that had been mostly bitten, half a bag of spicy strips, and a pickled chicken leg with just a bit of bone left. By herself, she couldn't compete with Zhu Hui and the other girls, only managing to grab a little back with scratches from their nails on her arms and hands. Woo-woo. Pan Wenyuan cried from anger. Pan Wenyuan hurried to the rooftop to find Chu Long. Liang Junming was furious. Regarding the distribution of food, he had actually discussed it with Chu Long. Everyone was starving and couldn't go out. Classmates should help each other. He suggested that a bag of food be shared. Chu Long also agreed to share a little, but on the condition that everyone had to be full. Despicable thief. Liang Junming rushed over and grabbed Ma Sheng by the collar. Ma Sheng was 185 meters tall and often worked out with a strong build. Seeing Liang Junming, who was less than 170 meters tall, trying to forcefully grab his shirt, he couldn't help but laugh. Get away. Ma Sheng lifted Liang Junming, attempting to toss him aside. Unexpectedly, Liang Junming held on tightly, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive, not able to shake him off. The two of them were tightly intertwined, spinning several times in the crowd. You tripped my left leg, I hooked your right foot, and with their balance unstable, they fell to the ground. Seeing the two tangled on the ground, Zhou Zhibing hurried over to mediate. Stop. Don't fight. We are all classmates, don't fight among ourselves. The two hot-blooded young men wouldn't listen to reason. At this time, Zhao Siyu, Wang Jiasu Jie, and others came down. Zhao Siyu saw Liang Junming pinning Ma Sheng to the ground and thought his good buddy was being beaten. Dare to hit my brother. Zhao Siyu rushed over, grabbing Liang Junming by the shoulder from behind and flipping him over, then punched him in the face. The punch struck Liang Junming's right jaw perfectly. Liang Junming hadn't seen who it was and was knocked to the ground by Zhao Siyu, his vision darkening as he fainted. Xiaoyu, don't hit him. Wang Jia gasped, seeing someone could be knocked out with a single punch for the first time, quickly coming over to grab Zhao Siyu's hand, urging him to stop. Chu Long, it's bad. Our food was stolen by Ma Sheng and the others. Wu. Pan Wenyuan stood in front of Chu Long, her hair a mess, with a mournful face and holding the crumbled biscuit crumbs. Chu Long was still on the rooftop discussing the characteristics of zombies with Lin Binbin. Upon hearing that his hidden food was stolen and seeing Pan Wenyuan bullied like this, he immediately got angry and rushed down to the third floor with an axe. Seeing Liang Junming knocked to the ground by Zhao Siyu, and noticing Zhao Siyu carrying the backpack of snacks on his back, Chu Long was filled with rage. He wouldn't let Huang Shiji by his side stop him, raising the axe and swinging it towards Zhao Siyu's back. Yuga, be careful. Zhao Siyu's other two buddies hurried to block, one gripping Chu Long's axe tightly with both hands while the other brandished a Nepalese knife, warning Chu Long not to come closer. Chu Long's axe was held down by a boy of similar height to him, unable to strike down. Seeing a knife swinging in front of him, he quickly withdrew the axe and stepped back. Zhao Siyu turned around, seeing Chu Long pointing the axe at him. His anger flared up immediately. You idiot, did I kill you for eating a little of your stuff? Shut up. Zhao Siyu roared, drawing a short sword from his back belt. Ma Sheng also stood up, picking up a javelin from the ground. The four of them surrounded Chu Long, all armed, pressing in on him. I spit. Chu Long spat at Zhao Siyu's feet. That was brought by me, did I give it to you? You filthy creature. 4 against 1, I won't back down. I'm going to make Zhao Siyu and his gang pay a price. Chu Long picked up a chair nearby and smashed it at them, throwing 5 chairs in succession. The boy closest to him was hit on the head, and Chu Long dashed forward, jumping up to kick him over. Zhao Siyu stood in the middle with Ma Sheng and another boy on Zhao Siyu's right, one holding a javelin and the other a performance red tassel spear, daring to thrust at Chu Long. Chu Long quickly sidestepped and tried to dodge towards Zhao Siyu, attempting to stand in front of Zhao Siyu to block their attacks. Zhao Siyu followed Chu Long, competing for position. Zhao Siyu wanted to swing his sword, but saw Chu Long agitated, wielding the axe like a human would chopper, swinging it violently at him. Zhao Siyu was terrified. That Viking axe was so sharp that a single swing could definitely chop off his hand. He didn't dare to approach, but his two buddies behind had long spears in hand, so he loudly commanded, go. You two go first, stab him to death. Other students were frightened, having never seen real weapons clashing in front of them. They were all too scared to speak. Even Zhou Laosher didn't dare to step up to mediate. No one dared to intervene. Being cut could cost a life. Only Huang Shiji could persuade, as he was the strongest in martial arts among these students. But he just watched from the sidelines. He was Chu Long's senior brother, training him in sports since he entered university. He disapproved of Zhao Siyu's thievery, but didn't dare to openly help Chu Long, believing that not bullying Chu Long along with Zhao Siyu was already helping him. Chu Long was forced into a corner with nowhere to retreat. Chu Long, don't be so petty, but it's not just us who ate, everyone ate. Zhao Siyu, relying on your numbers, you corner me and spout nonsense. Do you not understand how despicable it is to hoard food? Everyone is starving. I kindly brought out your food to share, and you're still not satisfied. You selfish bastard, shut the hell up. Chu Long was furious, losing his cool, gripping the axe tightly and swinging it towards Zhao Siyu's head. At the same time, Zhao Siyu and Ma Sheng along with 2 others rushed forward with their weapons to strike at Chu Long. Both sides were hungry, and when people are starving it's easy to become agitated and emotional. With real weapons in hand, the anger could quickly lead to fatal blows. Xia Sai had been quietly watching from the side, but when she saw Chu Long being surrounded and attacked, she could no longer bear it. She grabbed a fire extinguisher from a nearby box and rushed to their side, spraying it fiercely at the shouting group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xia Sai continuously pressed the fire extinguisher, aiming at Zhao Siyu and the others, covering them from head to toe with dry chemical powder. The irritating powder made it impossible for Zhao Siyu and the others to open their eyes. They struggled to breathe, coughing as they retreated. Xia Sai mainly aimed at Zhao Siyu and the others, helping Chu Long in the process. The scene was filled with white smoke, and Chu Long, unable to see clearly, quickly moved away from the dangerous corner. Are you done making a ruckus? Xia Sai finished spraying the entire canister of the fire extinguisher and threw it to the ground. She was furious with Zhao Siyu and his group. You haven't eaten or drunk anything, and yet you're fighting and trying to kill each other. There are zombies at the stairs outside. I'm begging you, save some strength to deal with the zombies. Stop the infighting. Zhao Siyu and the others could barely open their eyes, awkwardly retreating to a distance of over 10 meters from Chu Long and Xia Sai before they dared to speak. It's Chu Long's fault for being selfish, Zhao Siyu argued. Besides, the snacks weren't even stolen by me, they were taken by Su Jia. I just saw everyone was hungry and shared some food. What's wrong with that? I even left him a little. Zhao Siyu tossed Chu Long's backpack at his feet. Chu Long picked it up and found that only a few pieces of ham and a bag of sunflower seeds were left. Shut up. You didn't ask me, that's stealing. Chu Long shouted. Su Jia stole as well, and everyone ate. What do you want now? Should we vomit back what we ate? Zhao Siyu laughed, knowing that everyone had eaten and there was nothing Chu Long could do about it. Chu Long glanced at Su Jia, who was sitting there watching the scene, bruised and in pain. Seeing Zhao Siyu and Chu Long biting at each other, he wished they would kill each other. He hated Zhao Siyu with a passion and found Chu Long equally displeasing. Chu Long walked towards Su Jia, who felt a sense of foreboding but couldn't escape. The pain throughout his body prevented him from moving, and he was pulled back by Chu Long. What? What do you want? Su Jia panicked, fear filling his eyes. When he felt Chu Long grip his arm tightly and press it against the ground, he realized what the other party intended to do. Don't. Please. I'm sorry, Chu Long. I stole your snacks. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken them. I should have asked you first. I was just too hungry. Please spare me. I'm sorry. Don't chop off my hand, I beg you. Chu Long. If Zhao Siyu was an animal, then Su Jia, the sneaky thief, deserved to be punished. Chu Long despised such underhanded behavior, especially at this time, when the food he brought had been completely taken. Now you realize your mistake. Where were you earlier? Chu Long scolded, pressing down hard on his hand with his left, while raising the axe with his right and swinging it down. With one blow, he severed 3 fingers from Su Jia's left hand. The pinky ring finger and middle finger were immediately detached. Su Jia let out a heart-wrenching scream, watching helplessly as his 3 fingers were chopped off like sausages. He rolled on the ground in pain, while many timid girls around cried out in fear. The boys were too scared to speak, and Teacher Zhou thought Chu Long was going to kill again, quickly stepping in to advise. Chu Long, don't be impulsive. Killing is illegal, calm down. Hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Chu Long, already furious, felt his anger surge even higher. Teacher Zhou, why didn't you dare to stop Zhao Siyu and the others when they were dividing the food? Why didn't you come to advise when Zhao Siyu's group was beating me? With just one sentence from Zhou Zhibing, Chu Long felt that this supposedly good teacher was just talking nonsense. It was clear that he was weak and cowardly, afraid to offend Zhao Siyu, the school bully, and only approached him because he knew Chu Long followed the rules. Can't tell right from wrong, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, it's complete nonsense. Chu Long cursed, leaving Zhou Zhibing stunned, realizing his mistake and not daring to speak. Chu Long's outburst intimidated those who were more timid, including Ma Sheng. Zhao Siyu, still defiant, was irritated by the powder in his eyes, causing him to tear up. He forced himself to open his eyes and said, Chu Long, what do you want? We've eaten, or at most we'll apologize one by one. Don't go too far. Wang Jia, standing by, tried to wipe his face and pat his chest, anxiously urging him to calm down and not fight with Chu Long. I've heard it all my life, a child who steals should have their hand chopped off. Chu Long glared at Zhao Siyu and said, I've already chopped off Su Jia's fingers, what about you guys? Will you chop it off yourself, or should I do it? As for apologies, what good are they? Zhao Siyu was about to explode when Wang Jia interrupted. Chu Long, I'm sorry. I also ate your instant noodles. We indeed didn't ask you and just took your food. It was our fault. We're sorry. Wang Jia stepped forward to apologize for her boyfriend, feeling sorry for Chu Long as well. How about this? We'll find a way to compensate you for the food, alright? We'll give you double, just don't chop off Xiao Yu's fingers, okay? Please. Wang Jia pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Chu Long pursed his lips and shook his head, unable to understand how Wang Jia could fall for someone like Xiao Siyu. Heh, Chu Long sneered. If your boyfriend's attitude was half as good as yours, I wouldn't be thinking of killing him. How could someone like him, a thief who dares to hit Liang Juanming, even be with you? Xiao Siyu was infuriated, his pride hurt. He pointed angrily at Chu Long and yelled, what did you say? Say it again. Xia Sai saw him getting agitated again and picked up another fire extinguisher, aiming it at him. Try moving another step. Xiao Siyu had just begun to open his eyes. He certainly didn't want to get sprayed in the face again. He quickly raised his hands and backed away. No, no, no. I won't move. I won't move. After hearing Wang Jia's words, Zhou Zhibing also apologized to Chu Long, this time not lecturing him. Chu Long, Xiao Siyu, and the others were wrong. I distributed the food. I asked them, but didn't ask you. It's the teacher's fault, I'm sorry. But now all the food has been eaten and everyone is really hungry. How about this? As Wang Jia suggested, we'll compensate you for the food. We'll go out and find some more, alright, Chu Long. Seeing teacher Zhou's lowly demeanor and Wang Jia's constant pleading, Chu Long's attitude softened considerably. He said nothing and walked over to help Liang Juanming up. Liang Juanming was still dazed, unaware of what had happened, and grasped Chu Long's arm, saying, Chu Long, Xiao Siyu and Ma Sheng, those bastards stole our food. I know. Chu Long helped his good buddy to sit on a chair. He had taken a heavy punch, and the corner of his mouth was already swollen. Chu Long patted his shoulder. Although Liang Juanming appeared weak and timid, he truly showed courage at critical moments, earning Chu Long's deep respect for this good friend. It was a fact that Su Jie and Zhao Siyu's group had stolen food. Everyone who had eaten Chu Long's food. Chu Long thought for a moment and looked at them, saying, all right, I accept this proposal. The food could not be recovered, so they had to stop the losses and regain their dignity. Zhao Siyu, Ma Sheng, you forestole my things and even hit people. This matter cannot just end like this. Chu Long calmed down, not allowing Zhao Siyu to paint him as selfish. He must admonish him from a moral standpoint. The food was originally brought by me. Sharing it with you was out of friendship. Not sharing it is within reason. If it were you, would you generously share it openly? Zhao Siyu, since you keep saying it was for everyone to share the food, then fine. Just as your girlfriend said, return the food to me double. You guys need to go out and find food. When you bring it back, it's not just for me, but it's for other classmates as well. Everyone is starving, trapped here by zombies. Without food, we will all perish. Either you go out to find food, or you can chop off a finger. You choose. After Chu Long's speech, Zhao Siyu and the others were left speechless. They couldn't find a way to refute him. Initially, they thought of blaming Su Jie, but now it was his turn. Concerned about his own image, he didn't want to disappoint Wang Jia, so he agreed, with a dark expression, still pretending to be tough. Fine. I'll take people out to find food tonight. If I don't bring back food, I'll let you chop off my right hand. Ma Sheng was shocked, thinking to himself that Wang Jia was talking nonsense, and Zhao Siyu was also being ridiculous. The library was already surrounded by zombies. It was difficult to go out, and even if they did, a horde of zombies awaited them. How could they dare say such things? To increase their chances of success, Ma Sheng needed to recruit more people to go out, so he spoke up. Just the four of us isn't enough. What about the rest of you? Those of you who have also eaten, speak up. Shouldn't you all contribute? Ma Sheng looked at teacher Zhou and Zhu Hu's group of boys and girls. Although Zhou Zhibing was scared, he had been roused by Chu Long's previous words and stood up to say, count me in, I'll go out too. A few other honest freshmen, feeling embarrassed even though they had only shared a little snack, also stood up, saying they should go out to find food. Count us in. Chu Long is right. We should go out to find food, or we will eventually starve to death here. And what about the rest? Those who had instant noodles and chicken legs, come forward. Those who ate a lot should contribute. Liang Juanming woke up feeling it was unfair for those honest freshmen. Pan Wenyuan, still holding a grudge, pointed at Zhu Hui and the other girls, saying, you girls ate the most. I saw it with my own eyes. You all need to go out and find food. We. Us. Zhu Hui felt incredulous and refused, saying, what can we girls do? We have no weapons and can't fight zombies. Going out would only drag the boys down. Do you want us girls to go out and die? You're really out of your mind. Zhu Hui retorted. She just wanted to remain hidden and enjoy her meal while letting the boys do all the dirty work. She absolutely did not want to go out. Can't girls kill zombies? Pan Wenyuan exclaimed, her face filled with questions as she directly scolded. What excuse are you making? You ate the most. When you were eating, didn't you think that someone else risked their life to bring this food? You filthy BTCH. Zhu Hui was stunned by the insult. She couldn't comprehend why Pan Wenyuan, a girl who looked quite good, would be so fierce and use such foul language. Feeling guilty and unable to refute, she couldn't think of a way out. She just wanted to cry. Well, as soon as she cried, a few other girls who had been chatting with her these days started crying as well. In their perception, boys could not stand girls crying. The few freshman boys who had eaten the least dared not voice their complaints and could only hold it in as they watched the girls cry. Especially seeing Zhu Hui cry, the campus flower crying, was truly heart-wrenching. Her cries were painful to hear, and with her beauty this tactic was effective especially on those who would fawn over her. Before long, another senior boy stepped forward, eager to join the outdoor team. Huang Shiji even jogged over. In his love-struck brain, he saw this as an opportunity to show off. He had to impress Zhu Hui. Xiao Hui'll go out for you. Huang Shiji stood in front of Zhu Hui, handing her a tissue. Is what you said true? Zhu Hui looked up, tears rolling down her cheeks on Huang Shiji's hands, which made him feel extremely distressed. Chulong, is it okay for me to go out for her? Huang Shiji called out. Chulong had no objections, only shaking his head repeatedly. This guy was hopeless. Shiji, thank you so much. Zhu Hui jumped up and hugged Huang Shiji's neck, her demeanor completely transformed from 2 days ago, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, saying, I'm so glad you're here. I knew you would always stand up for me. Of course. Huang Shiji was enchanted by Zhu Hui's pretended affection, his lips curling into a smile. With Huang Shiji's addition, Zhao Xiyu and Ma Sheng felt a great sense of relief. With him, the outdoor team was made up of 10 boys. There were only 15 boys in total in the library, with the remaining 19 girls not actively stepping forward. Most lacked opinions, either following teacher Zhou or watching what Xiaosai would do. As for Chulong and Zhao Xiyu, they were feared by the girls. Zhao Xiyu had no objections. He privately looked down on these girls. Except for Wang Jia, he saw the other girls as burdens. At 12:30 in the morning, Zhao Xiyu and his group were using the hardcover books in the reading room to create book armor, binding the books to their shoulders, arms, and calves with tape for protection. The library and its surroundings, including nearby office buildings and teaching blocks, were infested with zombies. The danger of going out to search for food was extremely high, and they dared not be careless. Both staircases in the library were blocked by zombies. Xiaosai reminded them that there were only 2 ways to leave the library: using the fire hose from the 3rd floor to create a makeshift rope and descend from the back of the library. Alternatively, they could take the elevator shaft where the elevator car had stopped on the 1st floor due to a power outage directly across from the drinking fountain in the lobby. They could open the elevator doors in the corridor and climb down the shaft, but exiting from the 1st floor elevator doors would inevitably lead them to encounter zombies. Zhao Xiyu chose to climb down the elevator shaft, as descending from the back of the library, while safer and free of zombies, would make climbing back up difficult. Even if they encountered zombies while descending the elevator shaft, it was still better than not being able to climb back up. Moreover, they had 10 people, 5 of whom were armed. The others, including Zhou Zhibing, used wooden boards they had taken apart as clubs. Overall, all 10 men were combat capable and could fight if they encountered zombies. Huang Shiji, Zhou Zhibing, and Ma Sheng had no objections and agreed that descending the elevator shaft was a better option, as it was much safer to climb down the maintenance ladder inside the shaft. The problem was that when they reached the 1st floor elevator car, prying open the elevator doors would inevitably make a loud noise. Don't be afraid, just follow me when the time comes. Zhao Xiyu, fearing they might be too timid to act, quickly reassured them, saying, I will lead the team, and you can trust me to keep you safe. If you don't listen to me, and something happens, don't blame me. Okay, Zhao Xiyu, we'll follow your lead. Remember, we chose to go out at night because the power is out and it's pitch dark outside, so the zombies might not see. Therefore, if we encounter zombies, it's best to avoid them. If we can't, then we run, grab the food, and leave. Never provoke them. Understood. Right. The boys nodded, fully equipped with their makeshift book armor, waiting for Zhao Xiyu. Before they set off, Wang Jiao worried about her boyfriend and pressed herself against Zhao Xiyu's chest, saying, Xiaoyu, you must be careful. If it's really not feasible, don't worry about the food. I'll apologize to Chulong for you. You must come back safely. She pleaded with tears in her eyes. Zhao Xiyu tightly hugged his girlfriend. Beyond feeling touched, his greatest thought was to bring back food, ensuring that his girlfriend would not suffer and that he wouldn't have to bow down to Chulong for help. He wanted to prove to everyone that Chulong was nothing. He could bring back enough food for over 30 people and show everyone his worth. On the other side, Huang Shiji felt a bit nervous and wanted to talk to Zhu Hui before they set off. Zhu Hui was chatting and laughing with a few girls, seemingly not worried at all about the boys. Huang Shiji approached with some disappointment. Upon seeing him, Zhu Hui immediately stopped smiling and reverted to a pitiful expression in front of him. Shiji, you have to come back, and you must bring food. We can't survive without food, it's all zombies outside. Though Huang Shiji was infatuated, the stark contrast in her demeanor was too much. He noticed the discrepancy but couldn't help but be enchanted by Zhu Hui's face and her scent as he held her slender waist. Xiao Hui, if I bring back food, will you agree to be my girlfriend? He asked, hopefully believing Zhu Hui would agree without hesitation. Zhu Hui hesitated for a few seconds. She had many things to consider. She didn't like Huang Shiji at all, but didn't want to reject him outright either. After all, he was a key player among the boys. If he was unhappy, no one would be able to bring back food. After thinking, Zhu Hui could only reluctantly say okay. Huang Shiji got the answer he wanted and said cheerfully, then it's a deal. On the other side of the study room, Chu Long was sitting with Xia Sai, discussing whether Zhao Siyu and the others would succeed tonight. Chu Long, do you think they can make it? Xia Sai asked, not concerned about Zhao Siyu's life or death, but rather if they could bring back food. If they fail and someone dies, then you'll be the only one left with combat capability. I believe you will find a way to survive, but others will struggle. Stuck here without food, they can only wait to die. I don't know, Chu Long said as he watched Zhao Siyu, who appeared calm and relaxed. With Huang Shiji around and those athletes, they have weapons and practice boxing, karate, and wrestling. Their combat ability is decent, so they should have a chance. Isn't the one in all black with a mask Lin Binbin? Why is he going too? Xia Sai found it strange. Lin Binbin usually kept his distance from the crowd and was always silent. Maybe he actually cared about others' lives and wanted to contribute. Chu Long couldn't comprehend either and speculated. He said he was looking for someone. That person wouldn't be Zhao Siyu, accompanied by a group of boys, reached the elevator located in the corridor after passing the staircase. Following the principle of proximity, we will go to the cafeteria next to the 5th teaching building. There's a supermarket on the 1st floor, we'll go there to get food. Have you all got your bags and backpacks ready? All set. Zhou Zhibing grasped the straps of his backpack tightly. The 10 of them had pieced together 10 bags for food. Zhao Siyu insisted that they must fill each bag or backpack with enough food for over 30 people. Otherwise, risking their lives to go out and returning with barely enough for a few people would be humiliating. Zhao Siyu was determined to make Chu Long feel embarrassed and bring back a pile of food to slap him in the face and make him admit his mistakes. Lin Binbin hid at the back wearing a mask, and no one knew who he was. Zhao Siyu had never seen him in the library and hadn't counted heads before departing, unaware that a person in a black hood had joined their group. Bro, you're bundled up pretty tight, and it feels hard inside. A boy noticed Lin Binbin's outfit and pinched his belly, discovering he had a thick layer of cardboard wrapped around his waist. Looking at your mask, you're not even touched by zombie breath or blood. I really should learn from you. Who knows how those people became zombies? It's best to be as well protected as you. Lin Binbin ignored him and simply drew out a dagger from his waist. Aren't you scared? My legs are shaking. The boy was very scared and kept trying to make conversation with Lin Binbin. Lin Binbin still didn't want to respond. He feared his voice would be recognized by Zhao Siyu and could only listen to the boy ramble on. All right, everyone is ready. Huang Shiji and teacher Zhou pry open the elevator doors. Zhao Siyu ordered. Huang Shiji took out a crowbar, first prying open a gap the width of a finger, then handed the crowbar to Zhou Zhibing, while he positioned himself to the left of the elevator entrance, using his bare hands to pry the single-side elevator door open. Teacher Zhou pulled the crowbar to the right. All right. Zhou Zhibing, dressed in a light blue shirt, wore leather shoes paired with casual trousers. He rolled up his sleeves. After years of inactivity, he felt as if he lacked strength while using the crowbar to pry the elevator door. Huang Shiji had considerable strength, and together they successfully opened the elevator door. The elevator shaft was pitch black, and one couldn't see a thing. Zhao Siyu called out to Ma Sheng to take out the flashlight and shine it down the elevator entrance while the others climbed down one by one using the maintenance ladder. Ma Sheng turned on the flashlight and saw the elevator car stopped on the 1st floor. Suddenly realizing that there might be zombies inside, he quickly stopped Zhao Siyu and said, "Brother, you. Be careful, there might be zombies in there." "Impossible," Zhao Siyu replied confidently. When the zombie crisis broke out, this library hadn't even opened yet. There couldn't have been anyone inside. Zhao Siyu was the first to climb into the elevator shaft, with the other boys closely following. He jumped onto the roof of the elevator car, lifted the window on top, and glanced inside, confirming there were indeed no zombies. "Everyone come and jump lightly." Zhao Siyu slowly lowered himself from the roof, immediately pressing close to the elevator door to listen for any zombies outside. He didn't hear any footsteps, only the eerie sound of zombies making a phlegmy ha-ha noise. Not good, there are zombies right outside the elevator door. Zhao Siyu was alarmed. This was not a good start for them. "No way, brother, you. Can we still get out then?" Ma Sheng was scared. Although he was muscular, his bravery couldn't compare to Zhao Siyu's, let alone Huang Shiji, holding a machete that reached his shoulder, said to Ma Sheng, "What are you afraid of? In a moment you all pry the door open and he'll deal with the zombies outside. You just go ahead." "All right, so after we open the door, Huang Shiji will hold off the zombies while the rest of us charge out." Zhao Siyu instructed, sending teacher Zhou and another boy to knock on the elevator door. Lin Binbin stood in the corner of the elevator, suddenly feeling his foot wet, then caught a whiff of a foul smell. "What the hell? Who the hell peed here?" Ma Sheng cursed. "Brother, you some idiot just peed on my back, damn it." "Damn. Ha ha ha." The others dared not laugh loudly. Someone had wet themselves, and in the cramped elevator, they could still hear the sound of urination. "Shut up. Everyone shut up." Zhao Siyu scolded, urging teacher Zhou to quickly pry open the door. "Get ready. I'm about to pry it open," Zhou Zhibing said, then pushed the crowbar into the gap and pulled it open vigorously. Clang, clang, clanged. The jarring sound of metal scraping filled the air. In the pitch-black elevator, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing, palms sweating. Zhou Zhibing was taken aback. The elevator door on the first floor was much harder to deal with than that on the third floor. The noise of the metal door scraping against the track made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. Growl. In the darkness, the sounds of zombies roaring erupted. The door was opened, and their hearts felt as if they might leap out. Ma Sheng, holding the flashlight, shone it, and was terrified to see 1-2 zombies standing at the elevator door with a line of them extending behind, like a long snake, all the way to the library's front desk. They were all drawn by the loud noise of the elevator door opening. In the silent campus, nothing could provoke their violent nature more than this sound. Growl. 2 zombies at the door reached out to grab them, and Huang Shiji stood firm with his machete blocking the 2 zombies at the entrance. You all hurry and go, he shouted loudly, punching the zombie on the left back a few steps, then swung his machete to the right, instantly spraying blood from the zombie's neck. Come with me quickly, Zhao Siyu shouted. Huang Shiji was fierce, leading the way for them as they rushed through the entrance. They had to escape through the opposite door of the hall before the zombies gathered. Zhao Siyu led the charge, wielding a short sword, chopping down one zombie after another, without hesitation, simply knocking their heads aside. Ma Sheng and 2 of his friends followed closely behind, pushing back the zombies that Zhao Siyu had already struck down. Teacher Zhou and the other boys followed closely, allowing them to safely escape the zombie-infested hall. What about Huang Shiji? After coming out, Ma Sheng looked back and exclaimed, "Damn it, he seems to be surrounded by zombies." Zhao Siyu heard the furious roars of the zombies from the hall and saw the quickly moving shadows, decisively saying, Huang Shiji is beyond saving. To make his death meaningful, we must bring back food. After saying that, Zhao Siyu ran towards the direction of the 5th teaching building. Zhou Zhibing and the others paused, and none of them were mentally prepared, not expecting that someone would die right after they emerged. There was no light ahead, the entire road was dark, and the campus was eerily quiet. They panicked, even running clumsily, their legs trembling and their hearts racing uncontrollably. Let's go. Ma Sheng pushed Lin Binbin, who had a hood, and he followed them out. Huang Shiji was gone so quickly Zhao Siyu hadn't expected it either. He was the strongest fighter, and also his junior brother. Zhao Siyu felt a mix of emotions with anger in his heart. He killed any zombies he encountered, completely forgetting Teacher Zhou's words. Zhou Zhibing watched from the back, feeling frantic. Zhao Siyu was like a madman attacking zombies without considering if they were facing away from him, whether he could dodge or bypass them. He just swung his short sword. Fuck your mother. Zhao Siyu cursed while swinging, nearly getting caught by a zombie that lunged out from the nearby bushes several times due to poor visibility. Luckily, his 3 friends stayed close. The 4 of them looked out for each other, slaying more than a dozen zombies, and they reached the intersection in front of the dining hall, causing the commotion to attract the zombies inside, who then charged out. Quick, hide. Fast. Zhou Zhibing and the other boys followed closely and saw a garbage station next to the dining hall entrance, quickly calling the 4 brothers over. Growl. Zhao Siyu felt exhilarated after the adrenaline rush. His body was filled with heat, but he also didn't dare to confront the horde of zombies hidden. It was pitch black, and even Ma Sheng, standing next to him, could only see a silhouette, unable to tell how many zombies had charged out. Let's go over there and hide. Zhao Siyu and the others followed Teacher Zhou and hid in the garbage station. Behind them came the wailing cries as a large group of zombies rushed past the garbage station like nightmarish specters, sweeping down the main road towards the western area of the school. Zhao Siyu was so tense he stopped breathing. The zombies rushing out from the dining hall numbered over 100. Fortunately, their choice to come out at night was correct. The power was out, and everything was dark. They and the zombies couldn't see clearly, but they remembered the way and were aware of their surroundings. The zombies, however, were oblivious, carelessly crashing around, completely unaware that a group of living people was hiding inside the garbage station. Once the last zombie's footsteps faded away, they emerged from the garbage station and headed towards the supermarket below the dining hall. They were quite lucky. Due to the reckless actions of Zhao Siyu and the others, they inadvertently attracted all the zombies near the first floor of the cafeteria. They ran to the front of the supermarket and didn't see a single zombie. Ma Sheng, holding a flashlight, shone it inside the supermarket, and after confirming there were no zombies, everyone pushed open the glass door and rushed in. Quick, grab whatever you see. Zhao Siyu placed his short sword next to the cash register. This supermarket was a small one opened by a relative of some professor, about 100 square meters in size, and there were no zombies in sight. He turned his backpack around to his chest, unzipped it, and immediately ran to the area with the most valuable noodles, sweeping all the packets of instant noodles from the shelves into his backpack. Hurry, hurry. You all grab what you can. I'll keep an eye out for zombies at the door, Ma Sheng said, taking off his backpack and pushing it to Lin Binbin, who was wearing a hood. When Ma Sheng turned around, Lin Binbin casually threw the backpack into a corner and quickly pulled out his dagger. What are you doing? There are no zombies here. Where's your backpack? Suddenly Teacher Zhou appeared, interrupting his actions. Zhao Siyu glanced back, and Lin Binbin hurriedly picked up Ma Sheng's backpack, leaned against the shelf pretending to pack food, while stealthily inching closer to Zhao Siyu. Zhao Siyu was unarmed, and now was the best opportunity for him to strike. He crouched under the bread shelf, hoping to gather a large number of loaves in a shopping bag from the supermarket. Only 7 steps away from him, Lin Binbin could no longer hold back, and was about to reverse grip his dagger and charge forward. Zombies are coming, Ma Sheng shouted from the entrance. Zhao Siyu stood up, but Lin Binbin hesitated and missed his chance to strike, allowing Zhao Siyu to escape. When Zhao Siyu reached the door and looked out, he heard 2 shrill screams that sounded like rusty metal scraping against the floor. What are you panicking about? There are only 2 zombies. Are you all ready? Hurry up and get moving, Zhao Siyu urged. We're almost ready. Zhou Zibing's bag was already full. He felt that there were no zombies around, and feeling greedy, decided to bring back as much food and water as possible, grabbing a large bag filled with bottled water, which was so heavy it made his arm numb. Roar! The 2 shrill screams grew closer. Ma Sheng sensed something was wrong and tried to turn on his flashlight, but Zhao Siyu stopped him. Idiot! Turning on the light will attract the zombies. But, don't you think these 2 zombies are a bit strange? Ma Sheng's hair stood on end. Their cries are different from the others. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from the right, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, and a zombie suddenly appeared to the right of the 2. Zhao Siyu reacted quickly, kicking the zombie away, but another shrieking zombie charged forward. It lunged directly at Ma Sheng, knocking him into the supermarket. Ma Sheng cried out as he was pinned to the ground, the zombie on top of him wildly beating him and clawing at his face. He quickly used his arm, which was covered in the hardback books cover, to block. Help! Save me! My hands are full, you guys hurry and save him! Zhou Zibing shouted, and the boys nearby rushed to beat the shrieking zombie. Unexpectedly, the shrieking zombie released Ma Sheng, turned its body with a snap, and lunged at a boy standing behind it. The boy, completely unprepared, had his throat bitten open by the zombie, letting out a horrifying scream. Ow! 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 Ma Sheng was so frightened, he almost wet himself as he watched the boy's flesh being torn apart by the zombie, blood spraying onto his pants. Let him go. Hurry and save him. The boys nearby rushed to save their friend. This time they managed to hit the zombie, but in the darkness they could only see its outline wildly swinging, without being able to find the zombie's head. Roar! The shrieking zombie went berserk again, following the sound of the human's cries and lunging at another boy. It slammed into him with such force that he toppled backward, taking down a shelf with him. The crash was deafening. Ma Sheng felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Those 2 are beyond saving, everyone run." Zhou Zibing, with both arms full of food and drinks, realized he couldn't save anyone and felt a bit foolish, yet he couldn't bear to throw anything away, so he had no choice but to follow the other boys out of the supermarket. There were zombies on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, and the noise from the supermarket attracted them out. Roar! 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 They were crazed, not having heard any living voices for 3 days, each one eager to eat flesh, even climbing over the balcony from the 2nd floor and crashing down in front of the supermarket. Holy crap! This group of boys was completely terrified, forced to drop food from their left or right hands, grabbing wooden boards and sticks to fend off the zombies blocking their way. The scene was dark and chaotic. Lin Binbin dodged one zombie after another and saw Zhao Siyu wrestling with a zombie. Smack! Another zombie fell nearby, and with his back to Zhao Siyu, Lin Binbin got a burst of adrenaline and pushed the nearby zombie towards Zhao Siyu. Die! Lin Binbin shouted. Zhao Siyu was busy dealing with the zombie, but the one pushed towards him grabbed his waist. Opt! Zhao Siyu screamed as the zombie that suddenly came from behind bit into his shoulder. Brother! One of his friends, hearing Zhao Siyu's cry, rushed over and forcefully tore the zombie off him. But he arrived at the wrong time. The 2 zombies in front of Zhao Siyu closed in, and while he reacted quickly to dodge, he was caught by the 2 zombies from behind. Opt! Hearing his friend scream, Zhao Siyu wanted to rush to save him, but unexpectedly a dagger suddenly lunged towards him and pierced his ear. Zhao Siyu turned to look, and a mysterious figure in a hood stood in front of him, raising a knife to stab his chest. You! Zhao Siyu gritted his teeth, unable to dodge in time, and could only reach out to grab the dagger. Oh! Zhao Siyu shouted as he forcefully snatched the dagger away. Seeing his surprise attack fail, Lin Binbin turned and ran. Zhao Siyu looked back and saw his brothers lying down, being devoured by 3 zombies. Anger surged within him, and disregarding the others' safety, he charged forward. Everyone run. Don't fight the zombies. Just run. Zhou Zibing had already discarded all the food in his hands, shouting for the boys to escape. Huff! 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 Lin Binbin sprinted into the 5th teaching building, seeing nothing in the dark, not even the sound of a single footstep. He gasped, nervously afraid of crashing into a zombie lurking in the darkness, walking tightly against the wall. Every few steps he glanced back, having been pushed in here by Zhao Siyu, who had now vanished. They shouldn't be chasing me anymore, right? Zhao Siyu must be too scared to enter the teaching building if there are no zombies. Thinking this, Lin Binbin looked up and saw an emergency light. The dim glow illuminated the staircase. He decided to go upstairs to find a classroom to hide in. He ran towards the emergency light, his footsteps quiet enough that no zombies could hear him. However, Zhao Siyu had also spotted the emergency light and had rushed there first. Suddenly, Lin Binbin saw a figure appear under the emergency light, reaching out to grab him. Run, keep running. Zhao Siyu's hands tightened around Lin Binbin's neck, pinning him against the wall. Lin Binbin was tall and thin, rarely even running, let alone doing strength training at the gym. This meant he was nearly Zhao Siyu's height, but their strength was worlds apart. Once Zhao Siyu grabbed him, he couldn't move. Cough, cough. Lin Binbin struggled to breathe, reaching out to grab Zhao Siyu's face to no avail. He felt as if his neck was about to be snapped, unable to draw a single breath. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to kill me? You caused my good brother's death. You killed all. Zhao Siyu tore Lin Binbin's mask away and threw him beneath the emergency light. It's you. In the dim light, Zhao Siyu recognized Lin Binbin and became even angrier. Is it all because of a cat? Ah! Zhao Siyu roared, punching Lin Binbin to the ground, then yanking his hair and dragging him into the nearby restroom. Is it all for a cat? He repeated, his hatred towards Lin Binbin reaching its peak. I shouldn't have poisoned that cat. That would have been too easy for you. Zhao Siyu shook his head and slapped Lin Binbin, sending him flying. You freak. Damn psycho. I should have dismembered that cat and sent the pieces to you. FKU. Lin Binbin supported himself against the urinal, barely managing to stand. He glared at Zhao Siyu with extreme anger, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot. To take revenge, he secretly bought a sharp dagger, practicing daily, but practice and reality were too different. He missed his chance and still couldn't kill Zhao Siyu. Dizzy and unable to fight back, he could only let Zhao Siyu rain punches down on his head spinning. You worthless piece of trash. You've been plotting for a long time. You've been preparing to kill me for a while, haven't you? Zhao Siyu's fists were bloodied as he continued to hit and curse. All right, let me tell you why your roommates consider you a freak and isolated you. Because I made them I showed them your chat logs with Wang Jia, spreading rumors that you were a pervert, stalking and secretly photographing her. Fucking waste. You couldn't even kill me with a sneak attack. You must hate me to death, right? You even brought a knife. Huh? Do you think that since zombies have erupted worldwide, you can come to take revenge on me now? A waste will always be a waste. Zhao Siyu punched Lin Binbin's head down onto the floor, causing it to bounce back up. Just as he was about to grab a sword to end him, a zombie heard the noise and stumbled into the restroom. I can't let you die too easily, damn it. Zhao Siyu threw Lin Binbin into a stall to lure the zombie, and then suddenly grabbed the zombie's shoulder and threw it into the adjacent stall. Die, waste. With a loud bang, Zhao Siyu slammed the stall door shut, leaving Lin Binbin alone with the zombie. Lin Binbin, beaten and unable to get up, could only watch helplessly as the zombie gnawed at his arm. Upon hearing Lin Binbin's chilling scream, Zhao Siyu felt half of his anger lifted. He didn't run toward the library, but instead returned to the cafeteria. Earlier, he had been attacked by 3 zombies. His backpack filled with food had helped block the bites, but it had also been torn away by the zombies. He needed to go back to the supermarket to pack his backpack and gather more food to bring back. Otherwise, after so many people had died, he wouldn't be able to face others empty-handed. What would Wang Jia think of him? What would Xia Sai and the other girls think? And there was Chu Long, who had said he would cut off his hand. FK. Just thinking about being humiliated by Chu Long made Zhao Siyu intolerable. He had to bring back food no matter what. Brother, you. Suddenly someone called out to him. Huang Shiji emerged from under the banyan tree holding a machete. He was alive, having escaped from the library lobby after a long struggle to shake off the horde of zombies. Hearing the commotion from the cafeteria, he hurried over. But Huang Shiji arrived too late. The supermarket entrance was filled with zombies and not a single person was in sight. Where is everyone? Are they all dead? Huang Shiji asked. You asked me. I just want to kill Lin Binbin. How would I know? Zhao Siyu was both annoyed and angry. If you didn't die, then let's go to the supermarket for food. We can't go back empty-handed. Brother, are you sure? There are a lot of zombies at the supermarket entrance. I just went there. Huang Shiji asked. He wasn't afraid, but didn't want to court death. Think of Zhu, we think of the others in the library. If we don't bring food back, no one will survive. If you're a man, then come with me. Zhao Siyu deliberately provoked him. Huang Shiji, not thinking much, immediately agreed when he remembered he had promised Zhu Hui to bring food back. The two rushed to the supermarket entrance where there was no light. The zombies couldn't see them, and they couldn't see the zombies, only hearing their growls and footsteps to gauge their approximate positions, and the zombies were doing the same. Huang Shiji, cover me while I grab the food. Zhao Siyu ordered. All right. Huang Shiji trusted his senior brother, and without hesitation charged in with his machete, shouting, Ah! Die, he shouted with his deep voice, holding the machete with both hands and swinging it towards the direction of the approaching zombies. He managed to slice through a zombie's midsection, the force so strong that the blade continued leftward, severing the thigh of another zombie beside it. Huang Shiji took advantage of the momentum to slash from left to right again. The machete was already over a meter long, giving it a wide attack range. With one backward swing, he decapitated 2 zombies. Huang Shiji took down 4 zombies in 2 moves, but that was all. The surrounding zombies quickly closed in from all sides, and he soon found himself surrounded. But this time he couldn't run away, as he still needed to attract the zombies' attention for Zhao Siyu. Come here. Come bite me. Huang Shiji shouted to bolster his own courage as he stood and retreated, the over-meter-long machete in his hands spinning like a staff with ease. Zombies lunged at him one after another, grabbing his arms and biting his shoulders. Despite being loaded with books, he could not withstand the zombies' onslaught. Rip! With a sound, the books on Huang Shiji's shoulder along with that layer of clothing were torn away. In the unseen corner, another zombie crept up. Huang Shiji distinctly felt his shoulder being scratched by the zombie's nails, a burning sting as if flames were scorching him. Meanwhile, Zhao Siyu was undisturbed, picking up his backpack and all the food bags discarded by Teacher Zhou and the others, stuffing himself until he could carry no more. Huang Shiji, it's enough, let's go. Zhao Siyu shouted, sprinting towards the library with his arms full of food. Huang Shiji finally managed to slip away from the zombies he was entangled with and stealthily maneuvered around. After encountering a horde of corpses at the entrance of the supermarket, Zhou Zhibing ran all the way back to the side door of the library, with only Ma Sheng following him. Zhou Zhibing first entered the corridor in the dark, fully prepared to fight the zombies, but there was no sign of them. It seems like there isn't a single zombie in the hall, Zhou Zhibing said as he returned to the side door, speaking to Ma Sheng, who was crouched by the wall. Should we just go in directly? No. I definitely don't want to go in directly. It's so dark inside. Who knows where those dead bodies? Ma Sheng was quite uneasy. He took out his phone, which showed it was 1:52 a.m., and set an alarm for 1. He then sneaked into the corridor, sliding his phone towards the door side of the hall. If there were any zombies hiding in the hall, the ringing would definitely draw them out. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang on time, loud and clear, but after 10 seconds no zombies appeared. Taking advantage of the absence of zombies in the hall, Zhou Zhibing hurried toward the elevator entrance, with Ma Sheng closely following him, even picking up his phone along the way. They quickly squeezed into the elevator on the first floor, climbing up the shaft to return the way they came. Xia Sai and Chu Long had been waiting in front of the elevator on the 3rd floor. According to Xia Sai, if Zhao Siyu and the others didn't run into any trouble, they would be back in 15 minutes. But now it had already been over 20 minutes without any sign of them. Someone is coming up. Xia Sai used her phone's flashlight to illuminate Zhou Laoshi and the 2 boys climbing up. Why are there only the 2 of you? Chu Long helped Zhou Laoshi up. Where are the others? I don't know. We encountered shrieking zombies at the supermarket entrance along with a horde of corpses. Then everyone panicked. It was very dark around, and I have no idea if the others are alive or dead. I told them not to worry about food and to run quickly. Zhou Zhibing spoke breathlessly. Everything that had happened was too thrilling for him. If he had run any slower, he probably wouldn't have made it back. Ma Sheng looked pale with terror, still haunted by the image of being attacked by the shrieking zombies at the supermarket. Once inside, he didn't respond to the questions from the female classmates beside him. Chu Long, what on earth did they encounter to be so frightened? Liang Junming asked anxiously. Only 3 people survived? Wang Jia poured a glass of water for Zhou Laoshi. Seeing that her boyfriend had not returned, her heart sank, and she nearly dropped the cup from her grasp. Zhou Laoshi did. Did Xiaoyu get bitten by a zombie? Wang Jia sobbed, her mind filled with terrible. I don't know, Zhou Zhibing lamented. He took out his backpack, feeling embarrassed to tell the students present that so many people had died during their outing, and all he brought back was a backpack full of food. Without needing to say it, the gathered people also noticed. Most of the girls did not care how much food Zhou Laoshi had brought back, but instead offered words of comfort for his feelings. Zhou Laoshi, don't blame yourself. Everyone knows how dangerous it is outside. This isn't your fault. What, those boys are too pitiful. They can't have already turned into zombies, right? Impossible. They are definitely still alive. It's just too dark, and they got separated. They must still be alive. Everyone, don't lose hope. Yes, Zhou Laoshi, you managed to bring back a pack of food, which is already impressive. If it were us girls going out, we might not have come back at all. Zhou Zhibing felt even more guilty after hearing the girls' words. They trusted him so much, yet he could do nothing to protect any of them. When he ran back earlier, Zhou Zhibing had heard someone calling for help behind him, but it was too dark, filled with zombies, and he didn't dare go back to rescue anyone, selfishly returning to the library. At this moment, Zhou Zhibing felt an immense regret, the haunting sound of that heartbreaking plea ringing in it. He wanted to confess to everyone about his cowardice in not saving anyone, but just as he opened his mouth, a female voice interrupted him. What? Where is the so-called help? Zhu Hui looked at Zhou Laoshi with a discontented expression, accusing him. 8 boys died, and you only brought back this little bit of food. Hearing Zhu Hui's words, Zhou Zhibing felt a sharp pain in his heart. Zhu Hui, now is not the time to discuss this, Xia Sai tried to interrupt, but Zhu Hui was clearly very dissatisfied with Zhou Laoshi and them. Is this little bit of food enough for anyone? She placed her hands on her hips, picked up the backpack on the ground, and emptied the food out. Zhou Laoshi, tell us. With so many of us, how can this little food feed everyone? It's not enough for even one meal. Zhu Hui angrily threw the backpack at Zhou Lao's feet. She had originally been looking forward to it, thinking these boys would bring back enough food to last them in the library for 10 days or half a month, but unexpectedly, they only brought back this little, and so many had died. With Zhao Xiyu, Huang Shiji, and the other capable boys all dead, this meant that the girls would have to go out to find food themselves, with the remaining boys being just a few, like Chu Long, leaving no one to help them fight zombies. Thinking of this, Zhu Hui was furious. She had been dissatisfied when she saw that only Zhou Zhibing and Ma Sheng returned, silently watching as the two brought back only a pack of food. Hearing those brainless girls comforting Zhou Laoshi, she completely exploded. I don't understand how you all 10 boys went out, all armed. How could it be that difficult to get food from a supermarket that's less than a 10-minute walk away? Zhu Hui complained bitterly to Zhou Laoshi. As a teacher, how did you lead the team? 8 people died. Think about whether you made a mistake. Honestly, I really can't understand. You need to give everyone an explanation for this. Enough. Zhu Hui. Chu Long yelled at her. What right do you have to speak? You were supposed to go out, but Huang Shiji took your place. You didn't care about his life or death, yet you blame Zhou Laoshi. Just shut up. However, Zhu Hui had been spoiled since childhood and completely ignored Chu Long's reprimand, continuing to vent her dissatisfaction. What right do I not have to speak? Zhu Hui frowned defiantly at Chu Long. Don't forget, if you hadn't been so stingy, these people wouldn't have gone out to their deaths. You threatened to chop off their hands, so they were definitely scared. They didn't dare come back without food and ended up being bitten by zombies. It must have been like that. Some girls also felt dissatisfied, and under Zhu Hui's agitation, they began to complain about Chu Long. Shut up, you fools. Pan Wenyuan couldn't take it anymore. Even she, who was known for not being reasonable, found these girls absurd. When you were secretly eating the food, why didn't you scold Chu Long? There was originally no food in this library. We had to go out to find food. What else would you have done sitting here other than sleeping and playing on your phones? As Pan Wenyuan scolded, Zhu Hui became even more energized. Having been spoiled since childhood, she had never been criticized and always thought she was right. You don't understand anything. Sleeping can reduce energy consumption, which is better than doing something meaningless and starving. What are you saying for them? We never asked those boys to go out to find food. They went out themselves and died without bringing back food. What is our fault? Zhu Hui's eyes widened, her expression changing, looking like a fierce shrew. Clearly it's these boys who are... Everyone turned their gaze towards the door. Zhao Xiyu and Huang Shiji walked in, each dragging a bag filled with supplies. Huang Shiji tossed the shopping bags hanging from his arms onto the ground, spilling a heap of food and drinks that covered a 100 by 120 centimeters square tile. With a smile on his face, he carelessly tossed aside the bloodied knife and boasted about his achievements. Look, this is the food I and brother you fought hard to bring back, including bread, instant noodles, cookies, chips, and various drinks. This is definitely enough for all of us to eat for a week. Isn't it awesome? Ha! Huang Shiji laughed heartily, not only because he had brought back enough food, but also thinking that Zhu Hui was about to become his girlfriend. The towering figure of nearly 1.9 meters did not read the room at all. Despite bringing back an abundance of food, no one responded joyfully, though everyone remained silent. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you all laughing? Huang Shiji was bewildered. He glanced at Teacher Zhou and said, Teacher Zhou, I didn't realize you all had returned. Why is it just Ma Sheng? Where are the other boys? After he asked, another silence fell, with only the sounds of zombies groaning downstairs. At this moment, the air in the self-study room on the 3rd floor felt as if it had reached freezing point. Even Zhu Hui, who had just been slapped, dared not complain. Huang Shiji was confused as he glanced at Zhao Xiyu. Since he entered, Zhao Xiyu had maintained a deadpan face as he silently walked up to Chu Long, his back laden with bags of food. He stared at Chu Long, his mouth twitching, his lips trembling uncontrollably, filled with intense emotion, but he still did not utter a word. Chu Long noticed that Zhao Xiyu's eyes were slightly red. They exchanged glances as one by one he unloaded the bags in front of Chu Long. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. With each bag he unloaded, he glanced down, then looked up and gestured for Chu Long to look and count. No one dared to speak. Zhao Xiyu slowly threw the last bag at Chu Long's feet, his eyes now completely moist. His throat bobbed intensely as he trembled and said, Chu Long, the food you wanted I've brought back tenfold. My 2 brothers are dead. This food was earned with their lives. You remember this? Zhao Xiyu pointed sharply at Chu Long's chest, jabbing twice. His eyes were red and filled with fury, as if he viewed Chu Long as the enemy responsible for his brother's deaths, the root of all tonight's tragedies. Chu Long felt a surge of anger, feeling humiliated by Zhao Siyu. But unlike Zhu Hui, he knew this was not the time for a quarrel. Chu Long clenched his fists, remaining vigilant for Zhao Siyu's next move. But Zhao Siyu did nothing further. After finishing his last words, he went to find Wang Jia. Wang Jia, with her face stained by tears, saw the books Zhao Siyu was carrying were either damaged or falling apart, and hurriedly took him to the bathroom to check his injuries. Once Zhao Siyu left, only then did some people dare to speak. Crazy. What's he acting all dramatic? Pan Wenyuan cursed while watching Zhao Siyu's retreating figure. Chu Long, don't take his words to heart. Tonight's events cannot be your fault. I didn't expect you to be so comforting, Chu Long replied, waving his hand. No, I don't believe a word he said. Let's eat something first, or I'll ask around tomorrow to find out what actually happened tonight. In a corner of the third-floor self-study room, Su Jia had been cautiously hiding. He was afraid of both Chu Long and Zhao Siyu. The bruises on his body were from Zhao Siyu's blows, and his fingers were cut by Chu Long. His whole body ached terribly. He regretted stealing food from Chu Long, but when he saw that only 4 people from Zhao Siyu's group had returned, he was relieved that his fingers were cut off by Chu Long, as an injured person like him did not have to go out and face death. Gurgle. With all the food laid out before him, his stomach growled with hunger. I can't hold on any longer. If I have to die, then let it be. Su Jia, feeling faint from hunger, dashed out of the corner, sprinting in front of everyone to reach the food, grabbing a handful and running off. Who is it? What's the rush? Liang Juming was almost knocked over from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Su Jia, the thief. Forget it. Liang Juming had no time to argue. He had only eaten a cup of instant noodles in the past 3 days and was starving. He quickly tore open a bag of chips and dumped it into his mouth. Xia Siyue originally wanted to first tally the food, calculate the total amount, then distribute it based on the daily caloric needs of a normal person. But everyone was starving, and before their hunger was satiated, no one would listen to her shout about it. They rushed forward, impatiently grabbing bread, chips, spicy strips, and instant noodles, high-calorie foods, while soda was snatched up along with other carbonated drinks. Having not eaten for 3 days, they needed not only bread and cookies for satiety, but also instinctively craved. Eating sweets helps the body quickly gain energy, while the sweetness stimulates the brain to release dopamine and endorphins, making people feel happy, relaxed, and satisfied. This is also why cola is dubbed happy water. Although the cola they received was not chilled, its sweetness still brought them a rare sense of joy. Especially in these few days, they were constantly threatened by zombies outside, many unable to sleep well, and their moods were lower than ever. I'm going for it. Liang Juming downed half a bottle of the happy water. If this were chilled, it would definitely be a strategic resource in the apocalypse. Chu Long also wanted to drink, but the cola had already been snatched. He simply took the half bottle from Liang Juming. Hiss. Chu Long gulped it down, feeling a slight acidity in his teeth. I can't do it. I still can't stand room temperature cola. It feels like drinking syrup. It's too awful. Then why did you take mine? That's really disgusting. Liang Juming retorted. Chu Long chuckled and replied, I just wanted to see how much you were enjoying it, so I thought I'd give it a try, ha. Pan Wenyuan dared not drink cola, but she had always loved hot pot and barbecue, and especially enjoyed having snacks before bed, resulting in a small belly. Before the zombie crisis broke out, she had been on a diet, eating only vegetables, fruits, and chicken breasts, desperately trying to lose her small belly. But now that everyone was on the verge of becoming zombies, she no longer cared about anyone. With her heart unburdened, she could eat freely in front of the pile of snacks. Aha! This is so satisfying. She held a chicken leg in her left hand and chewed on beef jerky with her right, sitting there with a big smile. Pan Wenyuan even loved to wear tight-fitting crop tops, and as she sat, the fat on her belly jiggled. Seeing her enjoy her food so much, Chu Long deliberately pointed at her belly and said, let me count 1 layer. 2 layers. 3 layers. Oh my, Pan Wenyuan. You've got 3 layers of belly fat. How can you still eat? Get lost. Especially while she was eating, how annoying. Pan Wenyuan got angry, quickly pulling her shirt down to cover her belly. Chu Long laughed heartily. In reality, it was quite dark around them, with only a few candles lighting the area. He couldn't clearly see how many layers of fat Pan Wenyuan had. He just wanted to scare her. Xia Siyue stood by laughing. Once Chu Long turned his back, she quickly composed herself, picked up a backpack from the ground, and stealthily started stuffing food inside, carefully selecting chocolates, spicy strips, and cookies that were small and didn't take up space. Chu Long noticed, but said nothing. He also picked up a bag of food for backup. After all, these were originally his compensation from that scoundrel Zhao Siyu. Shall we look at how much food I brought back? I keep my word. Can I be your boyfriend now? Huang Shiji stood in front of Zhu Hui, beaming with a smile, barely able to resist the urge to hug her and kiss her. Zhu Hui felt a bit awkward, but seeing Huang Shiji's silly expression, she thought that this foolish giant probably didn't hear what she just said. Fortunately, he didn't hear it, otherwise her impression in his mind would take a huge hit. More seriously, if this foolish giant started to dislike her, she wouldn't be able to use him anymore. Xiaohui, why aren't you saying anything? Huang Shiji, noticing her silence, became very agitated and said, Are you trying to find another excuse to dodge this? Are you trying to deceive me? Huang Shiji was somewhat dissatisfied. This wasn't the first time Zhu Hui made excuses to keep him hanging. Just 3 days ago, he risked his life to go to the girl's dormitory to save her, and before that he helped her solve her scholarship issues and even established connections with the school leaders for her. Zhu Hui came to her senses and saw Huang Shiji looking unhappy, so she quickly forced a smile and said, How could that be? I keep my word, you are already my boyfriend, Shiji. Zhu Hui truly didn't like Huang Shiji at all, but as a girl who couldn't even fight a chicken, she simply couldn't survive in a campus full of zombies without relying on a guy. To survive, she could only sacrifice herself. Suppressing her disgust, she actively embraced Huang Shiji and quickly pressed her lips against his cheek. Shiji, you are really amazing. Actually, I have always admired you. You are truly very manly, particularly impressive in my eyes. At least in the school, no boy can compare to you. You know, Zhu Hui gazed at Huang Shiji with deep affection, her charming eyes sparkling. Huang Shiji felt his heart race, becoming flustered, and said, Do you really think that way? Then why have you made me pursue you for so long? It's been almost 2 years. Well, isn't it to test you? Zhu Hui replied, feigning annoyance while actually manipulating him. If I just gave in to you so easily, would you cherish me? Don't think I don't know you athletes have such wandering hearts. When you were pursuing me, you were flirting with other girls at the same time, weren't you? Isn't that so? As Zhu Hui questioned him, the guilty Huang Shiji hurriedly nodded. I was just playing around with them, definitely not serious. And besides, you're different. Xiaohui, you are the most beautiful and charming girl I've ever seen. Every time I see you, I feel particularly excited. Including now. Huang Shiji said excitedly, not realizing that he was already aroused below. This was Zhu Hui's effect on him. He had been with more than 10 girls, but Zhu Hui had an especially strong sexual attraction to him, who just standing in front of him and chatting would elicit a response from him. Well, I am different. Zhu Hui had also been with quite a few, and her experience surpassed Huang Shiji's. I am the kind who is very loyal in relationships, and I can only accommodate one in my heart. So I won't just give myself to you casually, because I'm afraid that once I start to trust you, you will break my heart. Zhu Hui pouted, making Huang Shiji's heart melt. Xiaohui, trust me. I will definitely not disappoint you or make you sad. Huang Shiji vowed. I promise from now on I will only love you. What else? Zhu Hui said, somewhat dissatisfied. Is it just loving me? What else? Huang Shiji didn't understand, thinking, isn't it enough to just love you? You need to show your love through actions. When zombies come, you need to protect me. Zhu Hui pouted and pretended to be pitiful, letting out an ow. Oh, I understand. Huang Shiji said with a silly grin. I promise I won't let you encounter danger, and even if there is danger, I will use my life to protect you, and I absolutely won't let you be bitten by zombies. I swear. So Xiaohui, are you satisfied? Oh. Xiaohui received the answer she wanted, wrapping her arms around Huang Shiji's neck and rewarding him with a proper passionate kiss. Jia, do you like my kiss? Just a kiss, and Huang Shiji was like a tamed dog, nodding his head and wagging his tail like a dog performing for its owner. Zhu Hui smiled, feeling disgusted by Huang Shiji's bad breath, almost gagging. She placed her hand down and accidentally brushed against Huang Shiji's shoulder, her palm feeling a bit moist. She turned towards the candlelight and discovered a faint bloodstain on her palm. Huang Shiji, is your shoulder injured? Zhu Hui turned back, her smile freezing. Hearing his full name, Huang Shiji shivered, recalling how he had been scratched by a zombie on his shoulder while going back to fetch food with Zhao Siyu. It's nothing serious, just a scratch. They'll find a band-aid or something to put on it later, don't worry too much, babe. Huang Shiji said with a smile, not taking the injury seriously at all. Zhu Hui frowned. She wasn't worried about Huang Shiji, but was clearly afraid that he might have contracted the zombie virus, and now that she had touched the wound, she might also be at risk. Thinking of this, Zhu Hui turned pale with fear and hurried to the restroom to find water to wash her hands. Huang Shiji was taken aback for a moment before following her. The morning of the 4th day after the zombie crisis broke out, Xia Sai called everyone for a meeting early in the morning. For the sake of longer survival, she wanted to take full control of the food brought back by Zhao Siyu, managing and distributing it uniformly. Xia Sai hadn't slept all night. According to the ingredient list on the food packaging, the remaining food could provide approximately 1800 calories. A normal male requires at least 1800 calories a day to survive, while a female needs 1200. However, given the special circumstances, Xia Sai decided to allocate around 600 calories of food per person per day, regardless of gender. With this distribution, the remaining food could support the 29 of them for about 10 days. They originally stored 100 liters of drinking water, and with the mineral water brought back by Zhao Siyu, they could stretch it to last for 10 days if they conserved it. As long as enough time passes, the zombies in the library might wander off, allowing them to go out and search for everything still has uncertainty. Xiaosai informed them that zombies also need to eat. If they do not, they will starve. The wounded zombies could become infected by bacteria, leading to worsening injuries and further bodily decay. They were now in a race against the outside zombies, competing to see which side could last longer. As long as they believed in Xiaosai's distribution plan, they could win this survival competition. Seeing her passionately deliver her speech, Chu Long felt that Xiaosai had regained her spirit. Her plan was simple: endure thirst and hunger. Almost everyone agreed with her plan. Food and water were precious. If they didn't conserve, they would have to send people out to find more after consuming everything. Yesterday, the boys went out to search, and 6 of them died. The remaining boys would surely be unhappy, and next time it would be the girls' turn to go out. Therefore, no one opposed Xiaosai's survival plan. After the meeting, Chu Long helped Xiaosai move all the remaining food and water to a storage room on the 3rd floor, which was next to the self-study room. As long as they went over, everyone could see it, so there was no worry about someone stealing the food during the day. However, at night, they needed to assign a trustworthy person to guard it, and that person was Teacher Zhou. Zhou Zhibing agreed, his eyes red and swollen with dark circles that looked alarming. Teacher Zhou, did you not sleep last night? Chu Long asked. I couldn't sleep. Zhou Zhibing said, his spirit low due to the heavy blow from last night's events. Every time I close my eyes, I can hear those boys calling for help. I should have turned back to save them, but I didn't. I was the only one who escaped. As Zhou Zhibing spoke, he couldn't help but choke up. Xiaosai felt at a loss when her perception, a middle-aged man, should not easily shed tears. In such chaos, had it been her, she certainly wouldn't have tried to save anyone. She couldn't understand why Zhou Zhibing was so fragile, which greatly diminished her trust in this teacher. Teacher Zhou, you can't blame yourself for what happened last night. Chu Long had already inquired from Ma Sheng and Huang Shiji about what happened last night. They had safely reached the supermarket under the cover of darkness, but on their way back they encountered a horde of zombies. At that time it was dark and chaotic, and Ma Sheng had to run out without grabbing any food. When Huang Shiji reached the supermarket, there were no living people left, and then he saw Zhao Siyu. He risked his life alongside Zhao Siyu to retrieve the food. No, it's all my fault. Zhou Zhibing could not suppress his regret, striking the wall with his hand. A boy called my name. I heard him, but I pretended not to hear. I ran away. He looked at Chu Long and Xiaosai with intense emotion, repeatedly saying, I ran away. I ran away, sinking into deep self-reproach. Zhou Zhibing had been a counselor at the school for nearly 12 years, earning a few thousand yuan a month, but he loved this job. He had no great ambitions or aspirations and preferred to remain in his comfort zone. The counselor's job was easy. He only needed to connect students from 2 classes. What other teachers found troublesome, he simply endured. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he felt the heavy responsibility of being a teacher for the first time. Every surviving student was asking him what to do, seeking him for comfort, hoping he could provide protection. Under the immense pressure, Zhou Zhibing also wanted to do something, but he always acted against his own conscience. To go home, he pretended not to know Xiaosai's scheme. Eating the food stolen by Ma Sheng. Ignoring the boys' calls for help. Zhou Zhibing kept pounding the wall, his palms turning red, unable to stop asking himself what kind of person he was. Seeing Teacher Zhou like this, Chu Long felt it was better to let him digest it by himself. Chu Long wanted to find Zhao Siyu to talk, and when he turned around, he saw Zhao Siyu standing silently behind him with a sword. I was just looking for you, Chu Long said. So was I, Zhao Siyu replied, his expression fierce, with Wang Jia tightly clinging to his arm, seemingly afraid her boyfriend would act out. They moved to the reading room on the 3rd floor, where it was very quiet, and even speaking echoed. Listen, those two, don't mention those two to me, it's your fault they're dead. Zhao Siyu shouted, his neck veins bulging. Chu Long wanted to ease his hostile emotions, but Zhao Siyu seemed to have already regarded him as an enemy, completely ignoring his own responsibility for stealing food and placing all the blame on Chu Long. Chu Long took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, their deaths are because of you, because of the zombies. It has nothing to do with me. Don't act so innocent, shifting all the blame onto others. I just want to tell you your stealing food is forgiven, but from today onwards you better not cause trouble. That will be good for everyone. Zhao Siyu glared at Chu Long in anger. If it weren't for Wang Jia holding him back, he would have surely exploded. You know Lin Binbin, right? I asked others and this person came with you. He pushed the zombies onto me, trying to kill me right when we encountered the zombies. That useless person almost got us all killed. I chased after him and killed him. I don't know if you have any relationship with him or if Kai An's death was planned by you and him. From now on, everything here is decided by me. I will manage the food and the people. I will keep an eye on you and Xiaosai. If you dare to do anything that displeases me, I will not hesitate to kill you. Zhao Siyu tightly gripped the short sword in his hand. He had just gone to find Xiaosai and repeated what he said to Chu Long. His mind was filled with the bad things that had happened in recent days. Kaian's death caused him and Wang Jia to be unable to escape the school. Chu Long and Xia Sai were always opposing him, humiliating him in front of everyone. Lin Binbin, who had bullied him, appeared like a ghost and almost killed him. Zhao Xiu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, a feeling of being unable to control the situation, unable to even protect his own and his girlfriend's lives. He felt a deep fear, a sensation reminiscent of being bullied by others before going to school every day, in dread, fearing that those bullies would suddenly appear and drag him into the restroom or into an alley. Zhao Xiu desperately rejected this fear. Later, he learned to bully others, pouring out his pain through violence. Now it was the same. In his mind, all of this was caused by Chu Long and Xia Sai. He bore no fault. He had to control everything through violent means, ensuring they could not threaten him and Wang Jia. After hearing his threat, Chu Long was not afraid at all. Zhao Xiu, I really doubt that when you were born the doctor cut your umbilical cord and accidentally damaged your brain, leaving you unable to understand human speech. Why should I listen to you? If we followed the words of a madman like you, it would be the end. Damn it, Chu Long said before leaving, considering it a waste of time to say another word to Zhao Xiu, who was a fool with a hole in his head. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom on the third floor of the library, Huang Shiji forcibly pulled Zhu Hui, and the two of them hid in the same stall for a full 12 hours. Seeing the wound on Huang Shiji's shoulder, Zhu Hui became agitated, suspecting he had been infected by the zombie virus and wanted to tell others about his injuries. Huang Shiji initially didn't care, but seeing Zhu Hui's reaction, he became frightened. Sitting on the toilet, he held her tightly regardless of her struggles, preventing her from leaving and covering her mouth with his hand to silence her. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Zhu Hui struggled repeatedly, but Huang Shiji's arms were so strong that he wrapped one arm around her waist, holding her firmly like a doll on his lap. Zhu Hui scratched and clawed at him with her nails, leaving bloody marks on Huang Shiji's arms, and even though her face was scratched, he refused to let go. Her mouth was tightly blocked by Huang Shiji, and in the past 12 hours, she fainted from suffocation and woke up several times. As a girl, it was the first time Zhu Hui felt the fear of male aggression, a fear that even surpassed her fear of zombies. She trembled all over, realizing that no matter what Huang Shiji did to her, she couldn't resist. She felt like a little rabbit, easily controlled by him at his mercy. The only thing Huang Shiji hadn't done was to take off her pants, tear off her underwear, and force her on the toilet. Zhu Hui was exhausted and didn't want to move anymore. Seeing her calm down, Huang Shiji spoke up. Xiao Hui, listen to me, don't tell anyone about my injuries, okay? I really haven't been infected, otherwise I would have turned into a zombie and bitten you by now. It's already noon the next day, and I'm still fine. So please don't spread rumors. I locked you here because I was worried you would talk. Oh, I don't want this. Really, I don't want to treat you this way. Xiao Hui, please listen to me, okay? Consider it my plea. Huang Shiji spoke softly, but it sounded like a threat. Zhu Hui nodded, desperately wanting to speak. Huang Shiji worried that if he let go she would scream, so he asked, Xiao Hui, I really haven't been infected with the zombie virus, do you believe me? Zhu Hui nodded vigorously. Xiao Hui, I don't want to hurt you, I love you, do you believe me? Zhu Hui nodded vigorously again. Xiao Hui, I'll let go of your mouth, but you mustn't scream, okay? Seeing Zhu Hui nodding continuously, Huang Shiji released his hand. Huang Shiji, I beg you, let me out. I promise I won't tell anyone about your injuries, please. Zhu Hui pleaded with Huang Shiji in tears, terrified of him, now not daring to defy him. Any attempts at manipulation were useless. Okay. Just wait a little longer, let my shoulder heal, then we can talk. It's just a scratch from a zombie's claw, Huang Shiji replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps at the restroom door. Zhu Hui heard it too and opened her mouth to scream for help, but Huang Shiji unexpectedly shoved 3 fingers into her throat, forcibly blocking her mouth and preventing any sound from escaping. Outside the stall, Su Jia stood by the sink, removing the bandages wrapped around his fingers to clean his wounds. Hiss. Hiss. Each layer of bandage he removed caused sharp pain at the sight of his severed fingers, making his teeth ache and his limbs tremble. After his middle finger, ring finger, and little finger were severed by Chu Long with an axe, he picked up the severed parts and immediately went to find a first aid kit. There was an emergency medical kit on the wall by the elevator in the library, and he took all the bandages, alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, and antibiotics. He had no knowledge of how to treat such wounds. His only thought was to quickly disinfect and bandage them, preventing the wounds from being exposed to air for too long, fearing infection by the zombie virus. So without stopping the bleeding, first he poured alcohol directly onto his fingers, resulting in the exposed nerves, muscle tissue, and periosteum coming into contact with high concentrations of alcohol, causing unbearable agony. His 3 severed fingers felt as if they were being burned by fire, while thousands of needles stabbed at the wounds, causing him to faint from the pain. When he awoke again, he had already missed the optimal treatment window. More than 3 hours had passed, and his wounds continued to bleed profusely, growing larger and more gruesome. Su Jie felt cold all over, thinking he was about to die. He hurriedly swallowed 5 or 6 antibiotics and painkillers, pressing a bandage against the wound to stop the bleeding. Now, almost a day later, he still felt unbearable pain from the wounds, and when he brought his hand closer, there was a strong foul odor. When he peeled off the last layer of bandage, Su Jie nearly fainted. His 3 severed fingers were red and swollen, with yellow pus forming, making him feel nauseous. Panicking, Su Jie didn't care about the pain anymore. He poured an entire can of antibiotics, crushed them to a powder with his palm, and applied the antibiotic powder directly to the severed fingers, then used clean gauze to cover it. "Ah!" Su Jie cried out in pain, feeling as if thousands of ants were devouring his fingers. Prior to this, he had taken fever and anti-inflammatory medication for 24 consecutive hours, but it was ineffective. His fingers still ached terribly. His body remained in a high fever, and his head throbbed and spun. "Oh, oh, oh!" Su Jie slammed his head against the glass of the sink, the pain making him wish for death. He hit his head until it bled, and his body temperature inexplicably dropped, but soon after his hands and feet felt icy. Su Jie felt he was hallucinating, seeing himself walking in a frozen wasteland with the frozen lake beneath his feet. Countless faces were etched beneath the ice, and as he looked down, he saw countless zombies trapped beneath the surface. They opened their eyes and swam toward him, wanting to drag him into the depths of the lake. No, no. Su Jie fell in the restroom. The adjacent stall was where Huang Shiji and Zhu Hui were hiding. Zhu Hui desperately tried to kick the door, seeking any way to attract Su Jie's attention. Huang Shiji was paralyzed with fear. Thinking he needed to choke Zhu Hui unconscious, he wrapped one arm around her neck and used the other hand to cover her nose and mouth. In less than 10 seconds, Zhu Hui fainted in Huang Shiji's arms. Huang Shiji didn't dare to go out. He had no idea who was outside and why they weren't leaving, muttering to himself in front of their door. After waiting for a long time, Huang Shiji had not slept for almost 24 hours. Unable to hold on any longer, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sound of a discordant alarm clock echoed from the third-floor study room. Whose alarm is that? Can someone turn it off? Who is it? Are you sick? An alarm at this hour. It was 12:53 a.m., the alarm that Ma Sheng had set last night to lure the zombies out of the hall. Sorry. Ma Sheng groggily opened his eyes, turned off his phone alarm, and fell asleep again within seconds. Except for Chu Long, Liang Juanming, and Pan Wenyin, everyone else was sleeping on the floor in the study room. It was June during the sweltering summer, and it was stifling hot at night. Without air conditioning, it was impossible to sleep. Even if one managed to fall asleep, they would wake up drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the study room had a window that allowed some night breeze to come in. It wasn't as good as air conditioning, but at least there was a breeze when it blew. Thus, they all slept together on the floor, which was not only cooler, but also allowed them to chat together, providing a Chu Long and his 2 companions were exceptions. On his first night at the library, he chose to rest in a single-occupancy computer room. Though it was hot, at least it was safe. Later, when Kaiyan was killed, it further proved that his caution was warranted. Chu Long felt that being cautious was never too much. Sleeping at night was the most vulnerable and dangerous time, especially now that they had angered Zhao Siyu. They had to be even more careful. Chu Long did not allow Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin to go out to sleep. Even if they were hot and sweaty, they were forbidden from going out and had to sleep with the door locked inside. Meanwhile, the study room was filled with the sounds of snoring, and the issue of food was temporarily resolved. They slept soundly, so much so that no one kept watch. Ho, ho, ho! A figure emerged from the unnoticed restroom, staggering and making a faint ho-ho sound. Many people in the sleeping area were snoring, and the dangerous ho-ho sounds were drowned out. No one noticed when a zombie suddenly appeared in the study room. Ho, ho, ho! It tilted its head back, stepping forward slowly toward the center, the air saturated with the scent of the living. It vibrated its nostrils greedily, inhaling the scent of the living. Everything in front of it was black, rendering it blind, but that scent acted like a rope, drawing it forward. Ho! It coughed violently, its body suddenly trembling before lunging forward and landing on top. The girl, startled awake from her dreams, found herself unable to move and thought she was experiencing sleep. But the next moment, a ghostly hand crawled up her face from a place out of sight, covering her nose and mouth, as a terrifying, featureless face pressed down, biting into her throat. She couldn't make a sound. Her trachea was bitten through by the zombie. The zombie greedily tore at her neck, making a jija sound. After the girl completely stopped breathing, the zombie turned its attention to a chubby girl snoring in front of her, crawling over with blood still dripping from its mouth, silently climbing onto the chubby girl's head. The zombie reached out its hands like claws, grabbing a toy covering the chubby girl's head, opening its mouth wide, and began to gnaw at her face. The chubby girl woke up in pain and let out a scream. She could see nothing with her left eye because the eyeball had been viciously extracted by the zombie, which sheared and swallowed it whole. The chubby girl screamed 3 times, her lower body bouncing like shrimp on a cutting board, but soon she showed no further reaction. Her face was treated like a dog's bowl torn apart by the zombie, which crazily devoured the collagen from her face. Her nose was bitten to bits, one eye socket was empty, her face was pocked, her tongue was bitten halfway off, and her entire face looked as if it had been slashed and carved by a knife, utterly ruined. She succumbed to the pain, but her few screams woke up those nearby. "What's going on?" A girl beside her sat up in shock, seeing a shadow kneeling on top of the chubby girl, and shouted, "What are you doing? What did you do to her?" As the girl shouted, several others next to her were woken up. The zombie was interrupted from its feeding by the girl's scream, letting out a furious roar as it lunged at her. The girl was knocked to the ground, a pile of bloody flesh crashing onto her face, and only then did she see that the figure in front of her was a zombie. She struggled to push the zombie away, but it was much stronger than her, pinning her waist down, so she couldn't move, then seized one of her arms, pulling a few fingers toward its mouth. Another series of screams echoed, waking everyone sleeping in the study room. "Who is screaming? What's happening?" Zhao Siyu suddenly sat up, shielding Wang Jia. What happened? Oh my god. No. There are zombies. There are zombies. The study room descended into chaos. Those who had just woken up upon hearing there were zombies instinctively ran toward the door, trying to escape upstairs. However, the first girl, who had her throat bitten by a zombie, was already thrashing on the ground, about to turn into a corpse. In the surrounding darkness, the girl running ahead didn't see what was under her feet and tripped over something. As she tried to get up, her ankle was caught by the zombie lying on the ground. With the zombie gripping her ankle tightly, wanting to bite her ankle, she had no choice but to kick the zombie's head with her other foot, while calling for help from her classmates beside her. "Pull it away." The girl running away with her was terrified. No one came to help her, and they all turned to flee. Zhao Siyu kicked Ma Sheng, who was still sleeping awake, urging him to grab the spear. "Jia, quickly turn on your phone and help us with some light," Zhao Siyu shouted, gripping his short sword. Wang Jia hurriedly turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the center of the study room, where the upper half of a zombie flashed in the light along with swaying shadows. The zombie lunged at the panicking people like a ghost. Zhao Siyu and Ma Sheng, holding their swords, were faced with chaos. Wang Jia, trembling with fear, couldn't keep the flashlight steady as screams filled the air. She didn't know where the zombies were or where to strike. "No, it's too chaotic here. We need to escape upstairs," Zhao Siyu shouted, pulling Wang Jia's hand toward the door. The girl, whose ankle was grabbed by the zombie, saw the three of them and cried for help, holding onto Wang Jia's hand, not letting them leave. "Help me, please. Quickly pull it away." Wang Jia was at a loss. She had already been scared to the point of losing her mind and didn't know what to do, and being held by that girl made her unsure how to shake her off. "Let go." Zhao Siyu quickly pulled the girl's hand away, but to his surprise the girl went mad and lunged at Wang Jia, clinging to her tightly. "Don't go. Save me. Help me." Zhao Siyu, panicking, kicked the girl toward the zombie. Not only did he fail to save her, but it also resulted in her being embraced by the zombie. "Go. Hurry up and go." Zhao Siyu pulled the dazed Wang Jia to run, and the remaining girls, seeing Wang Jia's flashlight, instinctively followed the light, running upstairs with them. "Oh, the zombies are coming. Run." Chu Long woke up to the chaotic sounds of footsteps in the corridor outside, with people shouting in panic. Liang Junming was in a light sleep, disturbed by the heat in the computer room. He opened his eyes at the first. Chu Long shook Pan Wenyuan awake and said, "It seems there are zombies outside." "Impossible. The stairways on both sides are blocked. It's airtight. There can't be zombies coming up." Liang Junming was stunned. He rushed to the door, opened it a crack to look outside, and saw no zombies, but the screams of the zombies were unmistakable. "The outside has turned into a graveyard." "Chu Long." Liang Junming tightly closed the glass door and turned to Chu Long. "Quick, grab a weapon." Chu Long picked up an axe, keeping a close watch on the movements in the corridor. Pan Wenyuan, still half asleep, groggily said, "What are you doing standing there? Is it daylight? Can we have breakfast? I'm so hungry. I want wontons, dumplings, buns, rice rolls, and soy milk. He'll feed you a carrot stew with a big pig's head." Liang Junming knocked her head with the back of his hand. "Get up, zombies are coming." "Oh, zombies." Pan Wenyuan sat up and grabbed the wolf-tooth club from the table. "Chu Long, what should we do? Should we go out?" Liang Junming asked. "It's so chaotic outside. Wouldn't it be better if we stayed here?" Pan Wenyuan replied. Chu Long touched the glass door. "If the zombies hadn't noticed them, that would be good, but if they did, the glass door would shatter, making it very dangerous. No hurry, we'll adapt as we go. If the zombies don't discover us, we'll stay here," Chu Long said. Just as he finished speaking, a zombie chased a person towards them. The person being chased was Zhou Zhibing. He was originally guarding the storeroom, but when he heard someone shouting, he ran over and encountered Zhao Siyu, who had kicked a girl down, sending her right in front of the zombie. Zhou Zhibing was unaware that the girl's ankle had already been bitten by the zombie and hurriedly went to help. He quickly pulled the zombie away and helped the girl towards the nearest restroom to hide. The storeroom was not far from one of the staircases. He didn't hear any zombies breaking in and quickly asked the girl how could there be zombies. Where did the zombies come from? The girl cried, clutching her arm, making painful noises without answering his questions. Zhou Zhibing could only keep comforting her in the restroom, asking where it hurt, but she wouldn't say. Until the girl went silent in his arms and began to convulse, her body temperature rising sharply. Zhou Zhibing finally sensed something was wrong. He pushed the girl away, but it was too late. She suddenly transformed into a zombie, grabbing his shirt collar and trying to bite him. Get away! Get away! Zhou Zhibing pushed the girl away and ran outside, trying to reach the computer room for shelter. The zombie chased him all the way to the computer room, right next to where Chu Long and the others were. Bang! Bang! Zhou Zhibing hid in the computer room, watching as the zombie crashed its head against the glass door. He frantically searched for a weapon, but found nothing, helplessly watching the zombie break through the glass. Zhou Zhibing pushed the sofa chair in front of him to block the incoming zombie, trying to push it away. But it was useless. The freshly turned zombie was incredibly strong, knocking them both down together. Don't come over. The three of them heard his cries from the next room. Chu Long, that's Teacher Zhou. We have to hurry. Without a second thought, Liang Junming charged out with Chu Long right behind him. The three rushed into the next room, only to see two figures rolling on the ground, unsure of which was Teacher Zhou and which was the zombie. Fortunately, at that moment, another person arrived holding a flashlight that illuminated the entire corridor. As the Xiaosai knew that Chu Long and the others were hiding here, she was as cautious as Chu Long, having spent the night sleeping in the girls' restroom. Upon hearing the commotion, her first reaction was to quickly find Chu Long and the others. She shone the flashlight into the computer room, allowing Chu Long and the others to clearly see the zombie on top of Teacher Zhou. Zhou Zhibing grabbed a book that had fallen to the ground and stuffed it into the zombie's mouth to avoid being bitten. Save me. When Chu Long and the others recognized his face, they rushed forward with their weapons to slash, hit, and smash. The zombie lying face down couldn't withstand 3 seconds before being killed by the three of them. After rescuing Teacher, Zhou Chu Long signaled for them to stand together, leading the way as they cautiously ventured outside with Xiaosai next to him, shining the flashlight, while the others followed with their weapons. They made their way down the corridor to the self-study room. Xiaosai's powerful flashlight illuminated the room clearly, and following its light, they saw pools of blood scattered about. Help! Help me! A girl lay on the ground, her stomach mangled from a zombie's bite, pleading for help from Chu Long and the others, but she was beyond saving. Suddenly, Xiaosai heard a chewing sound. She aimed the flashlight towards the 11 o'clock direction and saw a long-haired female zombie kneeling on the ground, biting into an arm. The long-haired zombie was startled by the bright light, turned around, and let out a growl as it lunged at them. This time, with Xiaosai present, Chu Long saw everything clearly. Gripping the axe with both hands, he swung it violently at the lunging zombie, striking the airborne female zombie. Just as she jumped, and with a loud bang, she fell to the ground. Chu Long followed up with another strike to the back of her head, crushing her skull. Ow! Screams continued to echo upstairs, and aside from the girl whose stomach had been bitten apart, there was no one else left in the self-study room. They all ran upstairs. Let's go see while there are still people left. We have to kill all the zombies, or this place will be done for. Chu Long deliberated. Yes. Xiaosai nodded. She didn't actually want to go up, but considering that if they didn't kill the zombies now there would be over 20 people left, all of whom would turn into zombies, it would be a problem. Alright, Chu Long, I'm with you. Let's hurry up and save people. Without much thought, Liang Junming agreed, and Pan Wenyuan didn't need to be told. She would do whatever Chu Long did. Then let's go. Seeing that the team had all agreed, Chu Long led them upstairs, where all the cries, whether from zombies or the living, echoed down from the 6th floor as everyone rushed up. Watching Chu Long and the others' backs, Zhou Zhibing hesitated at the staircase, not following them. The screams of girls continued from above, along with chilling growls. Zhou Zhibing gripped the handrail of the stairs, wanting to pull himself up, but his legs refused to obey. He retreated. He had almost been bitten by a zombie earlier, and he didn't want to go up. He wanted to hide. Who? Who? Zhou Zhibing gasped heavily, shouting at the staircase, I am just a coward. That's who I am. He no longer engaged in any inner struggle and turned back to hide in the reading room on the third. At this moment, he threw away all conscience, the so-called responsibility of a teacher to protect students, the moral correctness of saving lives, and the instinct to help others. I don't care anymore, I just want to live. Zhou Zhibing muttered to himself as he ran away, gradually voicing his selfish thoughts to encourage himself. He hid in a corner of the reading room, ignoring the calls from upstairs. Under the strong beam of the flashlight, a trail of blood appeared on the stairs, dripping slowly upward. Chung Long said as they approached the 6th floor, the ghostly wails became increasingly clear. I'm so scared there might be a face-jumping killer. Pan Wenyuan mumbled, her frequent watching of horror films quickly leading her to associate with terrifying scenes from the movies. In situations like this, a zombie usually jumps right at your face. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, burying her head in Chung Long's back, exposing only half her eyes to see the way. Stop daydreaming. As long as they are in a physical state and won't attack mentally, it's all good. If they dare to jump up, let Chung Long chop them down with his axe. Liang Junming bravely said, though he was just as terrified hiding behind Chung Long like Pan Wenyuan. Chill. Be quiet, let me listen to the noises upstairs. Chung Long interrupted their conversation and quickened his pace, soon reaching the 6th floor. The words library stood at the entrance of the 6th floor. Once they entered, they found the place in complete disarray. Rows of wooden bookshelves stood over 2 meters high on the floor, sprawling inward like a maze, while shadows of people darted around, evading the zombies behind them. Some ran into corners where zombies cornered them and began to bite. Others hid behind bookshelves, but were discovered as the chaos drew zombies their way. There were also those attempting to climb onto the 2-meter-high bookshelves to escape the zombies, but while stepping up, they accidentally knocked over a nearby shelf, causing a chain reaction of falling bookshelves like dominoes. Suddenly, 3 zombies, provoked by the strong light in Xia Sai's hands, abandoned the girl they were originally chasing and turned to charge towards the door. Step back. First deal with the one in front. Chung Long shouted. At this moment, deep within the light, Zhao Suyu along with Wang Jia and Ma Sheng had been hiding, completely unaware that the bookshelf above them would suddenly collapse due to another shelf falling. Wang Jia. In the instant the bookshelf fell, Zhao Suyu grabbed Wang Jia and tried to run, but she was a step slower and got her leg pinned under the shelf. Wang Jia. Zhao Suyu, frantic, half-squatted desperately, trying to lift the heavy bookshelf off Wang Jia's leg. Ma Sheng joined to help, both straining their backs with all their might, yet they couldn't budge the stacked heavy bookshelves even a single centimeter. Hearing the commotion, the zombies had already come running. Ma Sheng had no choice but to grab a spear to confront the approaching zombie. Brother, they'll cover you, hurry, and pull Sister Wang out. Ma Sheng pierced the zombie's belly with the spear, pushing it away as he spoke. Zhao Suyu roared in anger. He couldn't lift the heavy bookshelf by himself. If he could just lift it a few centimeters, Wang Jia would be free, but no matter how hard he tried, the damned bookshelf wouldn't budge. Seeing several girls running over, Zhao Suyu quickly shouted at them, "She's pinned down, come help." However, the girls ignored Zhao Suyu, terrified and only wanting to find an uncollapsed bookshelf to climb and hide from the zombies. They stopped behind Zhao Suyu, one girl squatting under the bookshelf, while the others stepped on her back to climb up, then pulling her up. Their movements were clumsy, making Zhao Suyu anxious. "Hey, just send one person over to help me." Then Zhao Suyu shouted, "Hey, can anyone hear me?" His shout was terrifying. One girl heard him, feeling pity for the fallen Wang Jia, wanting to help. But seeing a zombie charging over, she retreated, quickly stepping on her companion's back to climb up the bookshelf. The last girl squatting also helped pull up the 4 companions on the shelf. Ma Sheng couldn't stop all the zombies. He was chased by 2, while another 4 charged towards Zhao Suyu. Roar. "Xiao Yu, quick, go. Don't worry about me." Wang Jia pushed Zhao Suyu away. He picked up a short sword and stabbed the first zombie that lunged at him in the belly. As he tried to pull out the sword, he was knocked down by 2 other zombies. "Xiao Yu," Wang Jia shouted loudly, but the last zombie that passed by her noticed her. Originally, it was going after Zhao Suyu, but now it found an easier target to bite. Wang Jia was bitten on the shoulder by a short-haired female zombie. Hearing Wang Jia's scream, Zhao Suyu abruptly stood up, shoving 2 zombies away. Just as he wanted to step forward to save her, the zombie with the short sword stuck in its belly pulled him back. "Xiao Yu, hurry and go," Wang Jia shouted despairingly, the flesh on her neck bitten off by the zombies. In the darkness, she took one last look at her boyfriend. Zhao Suyu watched helplessly as Wang Jia died before him, while the 5 girls on top of the bookshelf behind him refused to come down to help. Furious, he drew his short sword and shoved the zombie against the bookshelf, stabbing its chin. He turned to kill all the zombies in front of him, but 3 zombies lunged at once. He couldn't see clearly and was unable to deal with all 3 simultaneously. "Get up here." A girl above reached out her arm to him. To save his life, Zhao Suyu had no choice but to grab her arm and climb onto the top of the bookshelf. "No." Zhao Suyu's eyes reddened as he cried out in pain. Initially, he had approached this naive rich girl with intentions to deceive her feelings and enjoy her wealth. However, after spending some time together, he genuinely fell for Wang Jia. When the zombie crisis erupted, Zhao Suyu's first thought was to escape the city with Wang Jia, but now she was surrounded by a horde of zombies, and he felt powerless. "Brother, pull me up." Ma Sheng's voice came from the right. Hearing him, Zhao Suyu stretched out his arm and shouted, "This way. Grab my hand. Pull me up." Ma Sheng grasped Zhao Suyu's arm, and together with 2 other girls, the 6 of them crowded on top of the bookshelf, while 5 zombies below were frantically banging and hitting against it, causing it to sway dangerously. Suddenly, Zhao Suyu went mad and pushed the girl on his left down. The girl didn't have time to react before falling into the horde of zombies. She couldn't even scream for help before being overwhelmed and torn apart by the 5 zombies. Zhao Siyu's frenzied action saved the bookshelf, and the girl squatting behind him screamed at him. "What are you doing? She was the one who pulled you up just now, and you actually pushed her down." The girl was terrified and instinctively tried to push Zhao Siyu down to eliminate the immediate threat. Zhao Siyu only cared about Wang Jia. He shouted at the girl, "You all deserve to die. Go die. Why won't you help me save Wang Jia?" Zhao Siyu was physically strong, and the girl couldn't push him away. Instead, she was dragged down by him to feed the zombies. The remaining 3 girls realized what was happening and screamed, "Help! Help!" At the entrance of the 6th floor of the library, Chu Long swung his axe with both hands, first fending off a zombie that lunged at him. With the axe pointed downwards, Chu Long twisted his wrist, reversing his grip on the axe handle, and pulled the axe back up in a manner reminiscent of swinging a golf club, striking at a zombie that charged from the right. The axe struck at a 45-degree angle, delivering a powerful blow that sliced open the zombie's abdomen, creating a bloody line from its navel to the left armpit, with its liver and intestines spilling out and falling to the ground. With its belly torn open, the zombie knelt on the ground, unable to rise. As the 3rd zombie lunged at Chu Long, he had just finished swinging his axe, the force still not fully dissipated, and he couldn't turn his body in time before the zombie sought to ensnare him. Fortunately, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin were not merely spectators. Pan Wenyin remembered Chu Long's instructions. Well, while he was responsible for taking down the zombies, she was in charge of delivering the finishing blow. As Chu Long pushed back the zombie on the left, it stumbled backward, and Pan Wenyin immediately stepped up with her wolf-tooth club to strike the zombie on the head. Liang Junming provided cover for Chu Long, wielding a wrench to strike the 3rd zombie as it approached. "They'll make you shut up. They'll make you shut up," Liang Junming shouted as he struck, thoroughly annoyed by the zombie's cries, which made his scalp tingle and caused him to feel extremely tense. Chu Long adjusted his position, working with Liang Junming to take down the remaining 2 zombies with precise headshots. "Help!" After they finished, they heard someone inside the library calling for help and hurried over to assist. Pointing her flashlight in that direction, Xia Sai illuminated Zhao Siyu and others on top of the bookshelf, along with a group of zombies surrounding them. The zombies were gnawing at 2 girls. One girl lay on the ground covered in blood, her head pinned down by one zombie, while another held her legs, leaving her unable to resist. The other girl was beside her, using her hands to crawl out from under one zombie's legs, desperately clawing her way toward Chu Long and the others, pleading for help. "Help me!" Just as she managed to crawl halfway out, a zombie behind her grabbed her legs and dragged her back. Chu Long glanced over and saw 6 zombies. It would be difficult for just the 3 of them to handle. "I'm coming." A man's voice came from the entrance, and Huang Shiji, who had been missing all day, finally. 5 minutes ago, he had hesitated in the bathroom about whether to come out and save people. He had heard someone outside shouting that zombies were coming and thought that the stairs had been breached by a horde, so he had stayed put, hiding with Zhu Hui in the bathroom. But Huang Shiji reconsidered. Hiding in the bathroom felt cowardly. If all the students outside perished, he and Zhu Hui would also be trapped, so he decided to let Zhu Hui stay hidden inside while he rushed out to help. With Huang Shiji's arrival, Chu Long and the others felt a surge of confidence. Huang Shiji charged in without fear of death, wielding a machete. His large frame, with biceps measuring 47 centimeters in circumference, made him resemble a god of slaughter, taking down one zombie after another. Before Chu Long and the others could join in, Huang Shiji had already dispatched 2 zombies with ease. Zhao Siyu, watching from above, felt no joy at being saved, only anger and even greater fury. Following behind Huang Shiji, Chu Long and the others quickly took care of the 6 undead. These 6 zombies had recently transformed, and along with the 3 they had just dealt with, all the students who had turned into zombies on the 6th floor were eliminated. The tricky problem was that 3 girls who had just been bitten had not yet transformed. Chu Long and his group did not act immediately, as 2 of the girls were still breathing and could speak. "Help! Please save me, I beg you." Wah! Wah! The 2 girls had been severely injured by the zombies. One was crying while the other pleaded with Chu Long and the others for help. But they knew well that after being bitten there was no hope. They could do nothing but watch as their transformation approached. Pan Wenyin, unable to bear the sight, hid behind Chu Long and cried softly. "How tragic. If I were bitten, I would rather commit suicide than suffer like this." Liang Junming said, sympathetically feeling pain in the same areas of his body as he saw the 2 girls, one with a gaping wound on her chest and the other with her scalp gnawed off. "They were just bitten, or it should be less than a minute. We don't know when they will transform. Rather than letting them suffer such pain, it would be better to help them, and it quickly. What do you think?" Chu Long furrowed his brow, considering the situation. If it were him, he would want someone to help. "Yes, I think it's better to resolve this threat sooner. But they're still alive. Shouldn't we go and ask them?" Xia Sai said. Chu Long felt that Xia Sai was too cold-hearted upon hearing the first half. After thinking it over, Chu Long replied with a simple and then approached with his axe to ask. Huang Shiji paused as well, noticing Wang Jia pinned under a bookshelf. Wang Jia's back had been bitten to a pulp, and he instinctively glanced at Zhao Siyu. Wang Jia. Zhao Siyu knelt beside Wang Jia, who was already dead from the zombie bite. No matter how he called her, there was no response. It was only a matter of time before she transformed. The three rescued girls rushed to Xia Sai's side, their emotions running high as they described Senior Xia. Do you know what Zhao Siyu just did? He caused the deaths of those two girls. They recounted what had just happened, and everyone present listened intently. Huh. Zhao Siyu cradled Wang Jia's head. His beloved girl, a gentle, kind, and pure girl who tolerated all his flaws, had transformed before his eyes into a grotesque zombie. Everyone at the scene looked at him in silence. No one spoke, but all could feel the overwhelming sorrow emanating from Zhao Siyu. He remained silent, picking up his short sword to send off the transformed Wang Jia. He stood up and walked toward the two girls he had harmed. Chu Long noticed him bowing his head and cautiously raised his axe, saying, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Siyu did not answer. Suddenly, he lunged forward, gripping the short sword like a zombie. Chu Long thought he was coming for him and quickly sidestepped. But Zhao Siyu aimed at the two bitten girls, pouncing on them and plunging the short sword into their heads. Thud! He pulled out the sword, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at everyone present. Those who see death and do not save should die. If only you had helped me, Wang Jia wouldn't have died. She died because of you. You all deserve to die. Zhao Siyu shouted in anguish, blaming Wang Jia's death entirely on those girls. He forgot that earlier on the third floor, the girl who had been grabbed by a zombie had also pleaded for help, and he had ignored her. Zhao Siyu screamed, "Die," and raised his sword, charging at the three girls. He has gone insane, Xia Sai shouted while retreating. The three girls, seeing Zhao Siyu intent on killing them, quickly hid behind others. Zhao Siyu, missing his target, glared at everyone and roared, "Whoever stands in my way will die." With that, Zhao Siyu charged at Liang Juanming, who was being clutched by a girl who was terrified for her life and refused to let go. Wow. No. Liang Junming's clothes were being pulled, and he could not evade. Seeing Zhao Siyu charge at him, he closed his eyes and crouched down, covering his head. The girl hiding behind him failed to react in time and stood there foolishly, resulting in Zhao Siyu piercing her chest with a sword. Oh. The other two girls screamed in terror. They had barely survived the transformation of their classmates and never imagined they would be hunted down. Die for me. After killing the first girl, Zhao Siyu aimed for the remaining two. Others saw Zhao Siyu consumed by rage. He was frenzied, swinging his bloody dagger wildly at the crowd. No one dared to approach him, let alone try to stop him. Stop! Chu Long charged forward with an axe. He had to stop Zhao Siyu, or this madman could kill. Zhao Siyu reacted swiftly. He sidestepped Chu Long's surprise attack and dodged his axe, delivering a punch that sent Chu Long's head spinning, then slashing at his arm with the sword. The blade swished through the air, and Chu Long did not have time to turn his head, instinctively raising his arm to block with the axe. Clang! Zhao Siyu's sword struck the axe handle with great force. Since Chu Long was holding it with one hand and did not have a firm grip, Zhao Siyu's strike knocked it from his grasp. Seeing Chu Long disarmed, Zhao Siyu let out a shout and charged at him. Chu Long, unarmed, stood no chance, and without a thought, he stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding Zhao Siyu's slash. Umph! Did you think you were really powerful? A mere ordinary person who has never trained wants to kill me. Even if I stand still, you can't kill me. Understand? Useless. Zhao Siyu kicked the axe on the floor away. He did not continue to pursue Chu Long. Instead, he aimed to kill the two girls who had stood by and done nothing before turning back to Chu Long. He set his sights on the girl hiding behind Xia Sai. Xia Sai quickly pushed the girl away, who then hurriedly fled toward the door. Ma Sheng, capture her, Zhao Siyu shouted. Ma Sheng did not heed his command. He also believed Zhao Siyu had lost his mind. Yuga, calm down. No matter what, you must not kill, Ma Sheng earnestly advised his good friend. Zhao Siyu, blinded by rage, ignored him and focused on the last girl, who was so frightened she could hardly move. As Zhao Siyu approached, her feet tangled together and she tripped over herself. No, please no. She lay on the ground, looking up, pleading with Zhao Siyu not to kill her. Huang Shiji could no longer stand by. He was completely stunned by Zhao Siyu's crazed actions. In his eyes, Zhao Siyu had always been the good big brother who took him to the gym, taught him boxing and running off, and treating him to late-night snacks and drinks, and spending nights gaming at internet cafes. Zhao Siyu had a tendency to bully others, but the extent was tolerable. Huang Shiji even regarded it as mere child's play. But now Zhao Siyu had gone so insane that it scared him. Seeing the girl by Zhao Siyu's grasp about to have her throat cut, he rushed forward and grabbed Zhao Siyu's arm. Yuga, please calm down. Calm your mother. Zhao Siyu in his frenzy would even kill his own friend, swinging his sword at Huang Shiji's arm. Huang Shiji quickly let go and instead wrapped his arms around Zhao Siyu's waist, trying to throw him down to stop him. Zhao Siyu had gone mad, but he was the provincial champion in karate, having also trained in boxing and wrestling, he had not forgotten his combat skills. As Zhao Siyu was being embraced from behind by Huang Shiji, he rolled forward before losing his balance, taking Huang Shiji down with him while quickly rising. Huang Shiji was completely unprepared, believing he could easily subdue Zhao Siyu with his strength, but now he found himself pinned down by Zhao Siyu's head with a sword aimed at him. Seeing this, Xia Sai snatched the Wolf Fang club from Pan Wenyuan and rushed over, aiming to smash Zhao Siyu's head to stop him from further going on a killing spree. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Xia Sai struck Zhao Siyu on the head. At the moment of impact, Zhao Siyu's head jolted forward heavily, but he did not fall. Xia Sai was stunned, unsure if her strength was too weak or something else. She hesitated for half a second, then quickly swung the Wolf Fang club at Zhao Siyu's head again. Zhao Siyu reacted quickly, raising his left hand to block with his arm and kicking Xia Sai down. Xia Sai took a kick to her stomach, causing tears to flow from her eyes. Seeing Zhao Siyu intent on killing her, her body convulsed, and she could not get up. Oh! Chu Long retrieved the axe, roaring as he charged at Zhao Siyu. Zhao Siyu's head had taken a heavy blow, blood gushing from the top. His vision suddenly blurred, and he saw multiple images of Chu Long charging at him. Panicking, he did not know which was the real one, and quickly retreated while being pursued and struck by Chu Long. However, Xia Sai's sneak attack had some effect. He staggered while dodging Chu Long's axe, his head becoming increasingly dizzy, and his legs grew weak and uncontrollable. Chu Long seized the opportunity and struck his face with an axe. Oh! Zhao Siyu let out a miserable scream as his face was brutally split in half by Chu Long, his forehead split open, nose mangled, lips torn into two, and his chin shattered into pieces. He was retreating when he was struck, not killed outright by Chu Long's blow, but his face was left mangled. Zhao Siyu reached up to touch his nose and mouth, horrified as he screamed. The madness faded away, replaced by cries for help from Chu Long. Don't kill me. Please. Wang Jia. I just wanted to take revenge for Wang Jia. I did nothing wrong. It's their fault. It's these bitches' fault. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me, Chu Long. Zhao Siyu kept retreating while shouting for Chu Long not to kill him. His face was already a bloody mess, and as he cried out, his entire face seemed ready to burst, making Chu Long feel sick. Sorry. Chu Long approached, dragging the axe. As a normal person, he found it impossible to converse with Zhao Siyu. He completely could not comprehend the madman's thought process. At the brink of death, you still fail to recognize your mistakes. Wang Jia, you are the one who caused this. Without further ado, Chu Long raised the axe, aiming for Zhao Siyu's face. He killed this unreasonable madman, cleaving Zhao Siyu's face in half, the axe embedding deep into his skull, delivering a fatal blow. Chu Long, are you injured? Seeing Chu Long frozen in place, Pan Wenyuan approached him and asked, did you get cut? Are you bleeding? No, I killed him. Chu Long continued to stare at the dead Zhao Siyu. It was his first time taking a life. There was no accelerated heartbeat or rapid breathing, no surge of adrenaline coursing through him. On the contrary, Chu Long felt surprisingly calm, so calm that it seemed his pulse had stopped, and then he began to feel cold, his lower abdomen cramped, and he felt nauseous. His fingers gripping the axe trembled slightly. This was something Chu Long was unaware of. His mind felt numb, yet his body had already reacted. He had just wielded this axe and taken something monumental away. A living human life, not the kind of dead bodies that were zombies. Pan Wenyuan saw his hand shaking and couldn't help but hold it, exclaiming, your hand is so cold. It's like 2 ice pops. Pan Wenyuan made no mention of the recently deceased Zhao Siyu, as she despised people with such foolish minds and felt no sympathy even in death. She dared not look, pulling the still dazed Chu Long away a bit. Everyone's still alive, come closer. I'll take it. Xia Sai shouted from the center, shining her flashlight on each person, firstly to count heads and see who, secondly to check their physical condition and confirm they had not been bitten. So blinding. Liang Junming raised his arm and said, put your hands down and close your eyes. Xia Sai stated, aiming for this effect to prevent anyone from deliberately concealing wounds. During this midnight transformation, she strongly suspected that someone had concealed a wound and got infected without undergoing immediate transformation, thinking they could still be saved, only to succumb to a horrific fate at night. The flashlight lingered on each person for a full 30 seconds as Xia Sai was meticulous in her examination. If there were any rips or tears in their clothing, she required them to lift or remove their clothes for inspection. Please lift your top, Xia Sai said to one of the girls. I got this shirt torn by a zombie, but I'm fine inside. The girl felt a bit embarrassed to remove her top in front of so many people. Hurry up, Xia Sai said sternly. The recent transformation occurred from within the library. Someone concealed their infection, leading to so many deaths. No one wants this to happen a second time, so please cooperate with my inspection. Upon hearing her words, those nearby urged the girl to remove her top for Xia Sai to check. To prove her innocence, the girl dared not be evasive as she removed her top, revealing her upper body completely. The only boys present were Chu Long, Liang Junming, Huang Shiji, and Ma Sheng. Xia Sai reminded them to avert their gaze and not to peek at the girl's body. Xiaosai checked around, and the girl had no wounds on her upper body. Chu Long, it's your turn. Xiaosai said your clothes are stained with a lot of blood, you should take them off too. Chu Long nodded. As a boy, he felt less shame about taking off his shirt in public than girls did. He removed his top, unsure whether the blood on his clothing belonged to Zhao Siyu or other zombies. The light from the flashlight illuminated Chu Long's upper body. There were no wounds on either side, and the blood was not flowing from him. Next up was Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji felt very nervous, his throat constantly producing saliva. He had been scratched by a zombie, and the tear in his shoulder was quite obvious, as were the scratch marks. During the day when there was light, he took a picture of the wound on his shoulder with his phone and found that the scratches were somewhat dark and the blood marks left by the zombie's nails had still not healed. Aside from the wound being slightly painful, he felt no discomfort in his body. Huang Shiji believed he had not been infected, but he knew others would not think so. Especially after the incident at midnight, everyone was on edge and no one would ignore a person suspected of being infected. Others might drive him away or, like Zhao Siyu, kill him. Thus Huang Shiji was very nervous. When the bright light shone on his face, cold sweat broke out on his back. Huang Shiji was 1.95 meters tall, while Xia Sai was less than 1.7 meters, creating a height difference. Huang Shiji wanted to conceal his wound, knowing that if he didn't crouch down, Xia Sai wouldn't be able to see the injury on his shoulder. Upon hearing Xia Sai instruct him to turn around, Huang Shiji quickly spun around, angrily firing back at her. See, there is no wound on me. How could I possibly get bitten by a zombie? If there's going to be an inspection, it shouldn't be on me, really. Huang Shiji deliberately raised his voice to cover up his unease. Others also thought that with his earlier ferocity, taking down zombies one after another, it was impossible for him to get bitten. But Xia Sai did not think so, as she had not clearly seen Huang Shiji's back earlier. So she said again, turn around, and then stop. Seeing that he could not hide it anymore, Huang Shiji quickly said, I have a nasty cut on my shoulder, but it was from a bookshelf. I bumped into it while killing zombies. He turned around, deliberately pulling up the fabric on his shoulder so that Xia Sai and the others could only see the tear and not the scratch. What? You guys still don't believe me? If I hadn't come to help you, all of you would have already been bitten by zombies. Huang Shiji said urgently and loudly, fearing that Xia Sai or others would ask him to remove his clothes. Most people present believed Huang Shiji, partly because they thought he was just a brainless athlete who wouldn't lie. On the other hand, like Huang Shiji said, if he hadn't stepped up to kill the zombies, many wouldn't have survived. Thus, they still had a favorable impression of him. Xia Sai was no exception, as she didn't see any obvious bloodstains on Huang Shiji's shoulder, and just as she was about to give up, Zhu Hui walked in from the door. His shoulder bears a zombie's claw mark. I noticed it last night. But he feared I'd tell you all, so he locked me inside the restroom for an entire day. Zhu Hui pointed at Huang Shiji and exposed his vile deeds before everyone. Before approaching, Huang Shiji had confirmed she was unconscious, yet he never imagined she'd been feigning it. The moment he left, Zhu Hui instantly regained consciousness and rushed to seek help from others. He dragged me into the restroom, gagged my mouth, choked my throat, and threatened to assault me if I revealed his. Her words swiftly ignited widespread revulsion toward Huang Shiji. With witnesses present, she feared no retaliation and proceeded to embellish further accusations of his humiliation and violation. You're nothing but a beast. You swore endlessly how deeply you loved me, how you'd laid down your life to protect me. Look at what you've done to conceal a zombie's claw wound. You nearly strangled me to death in that restroom. I must have been utterly blind to ever agree to be your girlfriend. If I hadn't survived, you'd surely have gotten away with it. No one would ever discover your infection. How many days would you even last? Once you reanimate, you'll doom us all, just as tonight's horror unfolded. Zhu Hui relentlessly attacked Huang Shiji, not only to shatter his reputation, but to compel the group to expel him. For everyone's safety, we must cast him out. Zhu Hui retorted sharply, stringing accusation after accusation without granting Huang Shiji a chance to speak. How dare you say such things about me? Huang Shiji stood stunned. In his idealized memory, Zhu Hui embodied every boy's ethereal dream. Fair-skinned, lovely, charmingly gentle, kind-hearted, and tenderly considerate. After laboring tirelessly to win her over, he saw her true nature only today. I've treated you so well, done so much for you. Yet you won't even keep this one secret from me. Huang Shiji spoke with profound sorrow. He believed she truly loved him. He'd assumed her fear upon learning of his injury was natural. Now he knew this belief had been nothing but illusion. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Today I finally see clearly. All this time, you've only been using me. Xia Sai held no interest in their melodramatic entanglement. In her eyes, it was merely a manipulative woman playing a manipulative man. Her sole concern was the wound on Huang Shiji's shoulder. She shone her flashlight directly onto him and said, just take off your shirt so we can see for ourselves. Exactly, we don't doubt you, but seeing it firsthand is safer. Liang Junming echoed the demand, and and Ma Sheng along with others joined in. Huang Shiji sighed heavily, removed his upper garment, and turned his back to reveal the darkened claw mark across his right shoulder. Zhu Hui spoke the truth. You are already infected. Xiaosai stepped backwards several paces and observed, the laceration is shallow, running diagonally from your right shoulder toward the scapula. The torn flesh has turned black. A normal wound would never appear so. At the revelation of Huang Shiji's infection, those nearby recoiled, instantly terrified. He might reanimate on the spot. A man of his physique and strength once transformed would pose far greater danger than the average zombie. But I feel absolutely nothing. I'm perfectly lucid and I have no fever. Seeing everyone shrink away in fear, Huang Shiji hurriedly protested. It's just a scratch. I won't turn. I swear I won't. What good is your oath now? Zhu Hui pressed on. Huang Shiji, you must regret not strangling me to death in that restroom. Because if I were gone, no one would ever expose you. I never intended to kill you. That's not who I am. Flustered by her words, Huang Shiji lunged forward to confront her. Don't come near me. Zhu Hui cried, panicked. Prove your innocence. If you truly never meant harm, then leave us now. Huang Shiji, you're turning and you must go. Leave the library. Stay far away from us. Her words pierced his heart like needles. Fine. Huang Shiji's voice cracked with utter disillusionment. Listen well. I am no coward who clings to life at any cost. I will depart now, and not burden a single one of you. Without hesitation, he seized the Pu Dao lying on the floor and strode toward the exit. No one tried to stop him, not even the girl he'd saved moments earlier. To them, he was already a threat, an inconvenience they eagerly wished Zhu Hui would banish, sparing them. Chu Long, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. He recalled his own roommate, bitten by a zombie, yet surviving for 36 hours before succumbing to sepsis and fever. Wait, there's still time, Chu Long called out, recounting his roommate's ordeal. You mean it's true? Huang Shiji exclaimed, electrified by hope. There may still be a chance for me. Whether there's hope, I cannot say. By your account, 24 hours have passed since your injury, Chu Long replied. Though the wound has blackened, your mind remains clear, and you show no signs of high fever. Every person's constitution and immune response differs. My roommate's case mirrored yours. He did not reanimate immediately after being bitten, but lay in bed for over 30 hours before dying. Judging by your symptoms, your immunity appears stronger. This remains early-stage infection. You should endure much longer. Perhaps 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Yet remaining here is still safer than venturing outside to feed the zombies, isn't it? Chu Long urged Huang Shiji to stay. Unlike others, Chu Long viewed Huang Shiji's fate differently. Compared to Zhao Siyu's faction, Huang Shiji was more reasonable, more responsive to reason, and had just voluntarily chosen exile for the group's sake. Thus, Chu Long proposed keeping him. There's no need to expel him. Confine him to a room. Whether he reanimates or not, he'll pose no threat to us. Huang Shiji has slain countless zombies and sacrificed much for us. To cast him out now would make us cold-blooded and heartless. That wound will inevitably worsen, but let him live his final hours with dignity. Chu Long looked steadily at the assembled group. Who agrees? Who objects? After Chu Long spoke, only Zhu Hui raised protest. No, she declared firmly. Keeping him here is pure risk. Recall what he did to me. What if he snaps? Don't listen to Chu Long. If Huang Shiji stays, we'll all die by his hand. Xiaosai aligned herself with Zhu Hui, likewise viewing Huang Shiji's presence as perilous. Yet she remained silent, not out of indecision, but clarity. Zhu Hui, emboldened by her supporters, sought expulsion, without realizing Huang Shiji held a blade, and if he chose to stay, none could stop him. Shut your mouth. No one else has spoken, and you of all people have no right to voice an opinion. Chu Long stepped forward to rebuke Zhu Hui, long resentful of her, and now determined to speak truth for Huang Shiji. On the day the zombie crisis erupted, without Huang Shiji's rescue, you'd have died in your dormitory. Huang Shiji groveled at your feet like a dog, and you actually fancied yourself a princess. Who else heeds your commands? In my eyes, and in everyone else's, you're utterly insignificant. You never loved Huang Shiji, not once. Your heart is narrow, your motives selfish. Wasn't that always the truth? You merely kept him dangling, using him as your shield while doing nothing yourself to survive. Huang Shiji couldn't bring himself to condemn you, but I certainly won't spare you courtesy. Of all present, you've been the most useless, contributing nothing these past days except toxic emotional outbursts, and now you seek to pit us against Huang Shiji. You're a deceitful, manipulative schemer, the one who truly deserves expulsion, not Huang Shiji. Chu Long jabbed his finger toward Zhu Hui's nose. You, how dare you insult me? I haven't done anything wrong. It was Huang Shiji who wanted to like me. I didn't force him. Zhu Hui became furious when scolded, as Chu Long's words were all true. Not wanting to break down in front of so many people and seeing no one speak for her, she angrily turned away. Huang Shiji was dissuaded by Chu Long. He said to Chu Long, "Thanks, brother. I'm not a fool. I know Zhu Hu's thoughts well. I've just fallen into this trap. After putting in so much effort to please her, if I can't have her, wouldn't I be a clown? I'm such an idiot." Huang Shiji was completely disillusioned with Zhu Hui and finally understood the situation. "Do you think my shoulder got hurt for no reason? It was to bring her food." Damn. The more Huang Shiji thought about it, the more he felt like a clown risking his life for a girl like her. "Chu Long, I want to stay. You can lock me up." Huang Shiji said angrily, "I don't want to die in front of that bitch, damn it. I know there's a room on the 5th floor." Chu Long said to him, then called Xia Sai and the others to go down to the 3rd floor first while he locked Huang Shiji up. Chu Long led the way, glancing at his phone. The battery was at 12 and the time showed 2 a.m. The outbreak of the zombie transformation occurred in the dead of night, with many people dying in their sleep, caught off guard, and bitten to death by zombies. As for how the first zombie appeared after locking Huang Shiji up, Chu Long was determined to investigate thoroughly. Chu Long brought Huang Shiji to the 5th floor, where the entire floor was study rooms. He took Huang Shiji to a storage room inside where old desks and chairs were kept, and the door had a key inserted in the lock. "Just stay here for now. They'll bring food and water to see you in the morning," Chu Long said. "All right. If I turn into a zombie by then, just kill me, Chu Long." Huang Shiji spoke like a man. "I don't want to drag anyone down, you know. I'm not the kind of person who fears for his life. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't have gone back to the supermarket with that madman Zhao Siyu to get food, and I wouldn't have been scratched by a zombie. I was really out of my mind before thinking about getting Zhu Hui and wanting to be with her. Damn, what have I done?" Huang Shiji kept repeating, and as he calmed down, he regretted his foolish actions more and more. "I warned you, but you didn't listen back then," Chu Long said. "If you turn into a zombie, I'll help you. After I go out, I'll lock the door and move a desk to block it, so even if you turn into a zombie, you won't be able to get out. Just rest well inside." After saying this, Chu Long locked Huang Shiji inside. Half an hour later, Chu Long returned to the 3rd floor, and all the survivors had returned to the 3rd floor. When Xia Sai and the others returned to the 3rd floor, a newly transformed zombie lay on the ground, stabbed to death by Ma Sheng with a spear. Before Chu Long came down, Xia Sai led them to check every corner of this floor. They found no other zombies, but instead discovered Zhou Zhibing hiding in the reading room. Zhou Zhibing crawled out awkwardly from under a table, lying when he said, "I heard someone here calling for help, so I came to take a look." "Don't say anything, Teacher Zhou. The zombies outside have been dealt with by us. Hurry up and come out." Xia Sai interrupted, no longer caring about what this person said, as someone who fled in a crisis held no value in her eyes. After finding Zhou Zhibing, Xia Sai gathered everyone in the study room on the 3rd floor, just as Chu Long. Xia Sai informed Chu Long that the zombie transformation tonight had resulted in 17 deaths, and now only 12 of them remained in the library, with 5 boys and 7 girls. Chu Long fell silent. 3 days ago, there were 39 survivors here, and in just 3 days, 28 people had died. Could it be that Lin Binbin's words were truly about to be proven right? Today was only the 5th day, and if things continued like this, they might not even survive 7 days. The urgent task was to investigate the cause of the zombie transformation, as failing to understand how the zombies appeared could result in a 2nd or 3rd outbreak, leaving people unable to rest easy. Chu Long called Xia Sai out and said to her, "I thought about it. Both staircases on the sides of the 3rd floor have no breaches. Could it be that the zombie climbed up from the elevator shaft?" "Impossible." Xia Sai shook her head. "It's already strange enough for zombies to climb up from the elevator shaft. Even if they could really climb up, the door to the study room is closed at night. If it broke, someone would definitely have heard it. So that zombie must have appeared from within the study room," Xia Sai analyzed. "Think about your roommate and Huang. After being infected by the zombie virus, there is a chance that one won't immediately transform. So someone must have been infected and transformed at midnight, turning those who were sleeping outside into its buffet, biting them however it pleased. Then how can we find out who it is? How can we locate the first person to become a zombie?" Chu Long asked. Xia Sai had already thought this through and quickly replied, "Think about it. The reason that person could hide their bite or scratch must be because the wound was in a concealed location, otherwise it would have been discovered in all this time. And those who suffered misfortune tonight were mostly bitten in their sleep or in a panic. Their wounds must be severe and exposed. Therefore, as long as we check all the corpses and compare them carefully, those with concealed wounds are very likely to be the first zombie that caused this incident." "Oh yeah." Chu Long clapped his hands and couldn't help but praise. "As expected of you, your mind is much sharper than ours." "No," Xia Sai denied. "I am much smarter than you." "Haha, yes," Chu Long laughed. "I didn't expect you to joke too, class monitor." "Don't call me class monitor. That title no longer exists," Xia Sai said. "Let's hurry and check the body." All right. They started from the 3rd floor. Xia Sai had a good memory and roughly knew the location of each. Chu Long followed her, doing the dirty work as she directed. Some corpses had their heads smashed and brains oozing out from the cracks in the bones, and their faces were rotted beyond recognition. This was the result of Chu Long's axe work. Xia Sai wouldn't check it, saying, "Whoever did it is responsible," and then moved far away, not wanting to breathe in the stench emanating from the zombies. Chu Long was also very careful. He wore a medical mask and gloves, turning over the corpses lying in the pool of blood, lifting their clothes, and removing their pants, confirming that they had no concealed wounds before continuing to the next corpse. There are only 6 corpses on the 3rd floor, and the wounds are all on weak points like the neck, shoulders, and face, with no concealed wounds. The problematic body should be on the 6th floor. "Let's go then," Xia Sai nodded. Xia Sai and Chu Long arrived at the 6th floor, where 3 zombies they had dealt with lay at the entrance. Chu Long inspected them one by one and found nothing unusual. They continued inward and saw a pile of corpses lying near Zhao Siyu. "There are 9 corpses here. Zhao Siyu and the few girls he killed don't need to be checked," Xia Sai said. Chu Long nodded. He had never seen so many corpses before. They lay quietly on the ground, illuminated by the flashlight, their skin appearing particularly pale. Chu Long turned over each corpse like a mortician, as some of the dead still had their eyes open, and when he moved them their eyes would slide. In an instant Chu Long was startled, thinking these people were alive, as if haunted. But their bodies were cold, and the entire 6th floor of the library felt like a morgue, the surrounding air turning chilly. "There's nothing here either," Chu Long said after finishing his inspection. "Logically, there should be 2 more corpses. Let's look elsewhere," Xia Sai said, directing the flashlight into the dark corner to the right. The 2 of them searched each book area along the rows of shelves. Between the 3rd and 4th bookshelves, which held traditional classic literature, they found a corpse lying on the ground. Chu Long thought the person's clothing looked familiar and walked over to turn the corpse over. "It's Su Jie. He has turned into a zombie. No wonder I didn't see him around." "Oh," Xia Sai said, unconcerned about Su Jie's fate, but noticed the bandage on his severed finger and remarked, "Back then, I was a bit scared by you. You usually sleep in class, play games, and copy my homework and exams. You're not serious, and I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." "Huh? Are you talking about me?" Chu Long lifted Su Jie's clothing to check his stomach. "It's about the situation. You have to be ruthless when necessary. He stole my food. I was lenient not to chop off his entire hand. What if this disaster hadn't broken out? Would you still have dared to chop off his finger?" Xia Sai asked, focusing the flashlight on wherever Chu Long was inspecting. "Of course not. Even fighting would land you in jail, let alone chopping someone's finger. Causing someone to be disabled could land you in prison for over 3 years." Chu Long glanced back at the class leader. "You study so well. You don't understand the law, do you? A few days ago, I would have just sent him to the police station, making him pay for damages and apologize, and I wouldn't be foolish enough to chop off his finger. But now it's different. There are no police and no laws to manage people. You have to find ways to protect yourself," Chu Long said, removing Su Jie's pants and inspecting them inside and out, not even sparing his underwear. "I don't understand these laws. How do you know so much? You haven't committed a crime before, have you?" Xia Sai asked, sensing that Chu Long was different from other students with a hint of adult-like maturity. "I haven't, but someone has committed crimes on my behalf," Chu Long responded. "Since I didn't find anything on Su Jie, that leaves only one last person." "Wait, you missed a spot," Xia Sai pointed to Su Jie's hand. "There's a bandage there. You'd better unwrap it." "And I know I cut it there, so I didn't check it," Chu Long replied. "No, you'd better check it. I smell a foul odor coming from him. He only died a little over an hour ago. It's impossible for him to smell so soon. None of the other corpses smell, only he does. So he must have an issue. Let's check it thoroughly. Is there a smell, eh?" Chu Long took off his mask and indeed smelled a foul odor. But this smell wasn't like decay. It was more akin to a putrid stench. Chu Long had smelled something similar before. He remembered the last time he saw his father in the hospital at the age of 6. His father, in the late stages of cancer, had a similar smell, just not as strong as Su Jie's. He unwrapped the bandage on Su Jie's severed finger, and with each segment he removed, the putrid smell grew stronger, forcing Xia Sai to cover her mouth and squint her eyes. "Damn." Chu Long removed the bandage and saw that Su Jie's severed finger had turned black and was oozing pus. The membrane around it had black and yellow pus seeping out, and the surrounding rotten flesh was infested with maggots. The entire hand was swollen and black as if it had been poisoned. "He is the first. He was infected with the zombie virus," Xia Sai blurted out. "This?" Chu Long was shocked. "No way. The 3 fingers I chopped off were not bitten off by a zombie. Could it be that the zombie virus in the air caused his finger wound to become infected? Oi, that's unlikely. Although we don't know how the zombie virus spread worldwide, such a large-scale transmission must involve air and water. Let's assume the zombie virus spreads through the air, then we, the survivors, are merely immune to airborne transmission, but not to bodily fluid transmission. Being bitten by a zombie injects a large amount of virus-laden saliva and blood directly into the body through the wound, leading to infection. Regardless of the type of viral infection, it requires contact with a sufficient viral load. Air is mobile, This isn't a closed space, and the concentration of the zombie virus in the air is limited, allowing our immune systems to defend against it. Think about it, if any wound could cause our immune system to collapse, we would have perished long ago. Who doesn't have a scratch or cut on them right now? So Su Jie's infection must have been transmitted through bodily fluids. He must have come into contact with something. Xiao Sai stared at Su Jie's severed finger, suddenly having a thought. Your axe. It was the axe. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and Chu Long remembered. That day the helicopter attracted the zombies, and I killed a shrieking zombie with the axe. The axe was stained with that zombie's blood, and I didn't have time to clean it, and then the incident of them stealing food happened and I. Chu Long held his breath and stopped talking. Then you used that axe stained with zombie blood to chop off Su Jie's finger. Xiao Sai finished his unfinished sentence. Chu Long staggered to his feet, took 2 steps back, and said with his head down, I caused Su Jie to transform into a corpse, indirectly leading to the death of more than a dozen people. That was my oversight. I completely didn't notice the axe was stained with zombie blood. Chu Long looked at the axe in his hand, blood still dripping from the blade. His face went pale as he realized he had done something extremely foolish and deadly. I killed more than a dozen. Chu Long threw away the axe, stepped back, and sat down against the bookshelf. Remember when you wanted to tie up Cayenne? I said that doing so would harm many innocent people. I also said I wouldn't harm anyone. But look at what I've done now. Chu Long shouted, slamming his left hand onto the floor in anger, yelling. Chu Long, what the hell were you thinking? What have you done? Chu Long was furious at his carelessness, clenching his fists and repeatedly hitting the floor, sinking deep into self-recrimination. Xiao Sai, seeing his state, didn't know what to do for a moment. She thought she should say something to comfort him, but her mind couldn't organize a single comforting word. This was definitely not Chu Long's fault. Even she hadn't noticed that detail at the time. Chu Long hadn't meant to, but he had indeed caused a tragedy through his impulsive actions. She had read many books and written many papers, but she had never comforted anyone, let alone seen Chu Long so angry. She didn't know what to say, fearing that saying the wrong thing would make Chu Long feel even worse. Xiao Sai simply stood by, doing nothing, quietly watching Chu Long stand up, fists clenched, hitting the air in frustration, pacing back and forth angrily, then kneeling on the ground, holding his head, without saying a word. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Long arrived promptly on the 5th floor with bottled water, biscuits, and some medicine to check on Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji, it's me. Are you still alive? Come in, I haven't turned into a zombie yet, came Huang Shiji's voice from inside, sounding quite clear. Zhu Long moved the table blocking the door aside, placed the items for Huang Shiji on the ground, holding the key in his left hand and an axe in his right. As he slowly opened the door and saw Huang Shiji sitting against the wall, Zhu Long put down the axe. Have some water. I also brought you some painkillers and fever medicine. Zhu Long tossed a bag at Huang Shiji's feet. Thanks, bro. Huang Shiji said, his complexion looking quite poor as he grabbed a 1.5-liter bottle of water. He gulped down more than half the bottle in one go. You were right. I've been infected, and it's only a matter of time before the wound worsens. Huang Shiji picked up a can of painkillers. My shoulder has been hurting all night, like there's a fire burning. I couldn't sleep at all, and now my body feels a bit hot. What about you? What's wrong? You look pretty bad too, Huang Shiji asked. I haven't slept all night either. Zhu Long's mind was a jumble. The thought of having caused so many deaths gave him a headache, making it impossible for him to sleep. Oh, was it because you killed Zhao Siyu? Huang Shiji recalled Zhao Siyu's crazed state before his death and felt no sympathy for his senior. Instead, he comforted Zhu Long, saying, You did the right thing by killing him. If you hadn't acted, that idiot wouldn't have stopped until he had killed even more people. Zhu Long scoffed. Hey, it wasn't because of that trash. I have no regrets about killing Zhao Siyu. I should have done it sooner. Otherwise, so many innocent people wouldn't. Seeing his self-reproachful demeanor, Huang Shiji said, Zhu Long, you're quite something. I wish I had met you. You're a good person, much better than that bastard Zhao Siyu. My shoulder got scratched because Zhao Siyu insisted on dragging me back for food. I really don't know why I listened to him. Damn him, I don't want to die. The closer Huang Shiji got to death, the clearer his thoughts became. With his skills, he could have lived well, but Zhu Hui and Zhao Siyu had caused him to end up like this. Me? What a joke. I'm just trying to survive. Zhu Long thought Huang Shiji's assessment of him was a huge joke. Forget it, it doesn't matter now. Huang Shiji cursed, and thinking about his imminent demise, he told Zhu Long, Bro, I'm really grateful for you speaking up for me last night. I'm not long for this world. If you want to kill me, do it now. Otherwise, once I turn into a corpse, can you handle me? They'll definitely turn into a BOS level zombie like the tank in Left 4 Dead, wiping you all out. Do you? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Zhu Long also laughed. Well, you just reminded me, you'll think about it. You should rest for now. After saying that, Zhu Long left the warehouse and went up to the rooftop, remembering there was a drone there. Zhu Long took the drone out of his backpack, turned on the remote control, and saw the battery level was below 10, estimating it wouldn't fly for long. When Lin Binbin was on the rooftop, he had taught Zhu Long how to operate it once. While contemplating, Zhu Long pulled the joystick and launched the drone into the air. He wanted to observe the situation below the library, the nearby school paths, teaching buildings, and the nearest east gate of the school. If the zombies downstairs decreased or there were no hordes nearby, he planned to escape the school and find a safer place to hide, ultimately seeking a way to flee the city. After so many events, Zhu Long believed that hiding in the library was not safe at all. With over 10,000 teachers and students in their school, the number of those who had turned into zombies was definitely no less than 800 or 900. Outside the school was a pedestrian street connecting several urban communities with a surrounding population of over hundreds of thousands. Groups of zombies passed by the school gate. Staying in the library was not safe at all. If a horde were to enter through the east gate, it would become dangerous near the library. Their water and food would last for 5 more days, and after that they would have to go out to search. With such a high density of zombies in this area, who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter a horde when they ventured out? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Long decided to act sooner rather than later. After familiarizing himself with the basic operations of the drone, the battery had already dropped at 8, so he quickly flew the drone out, aiming to fly high enough to see clearly. Zhu Long had 2 objectives: to survey the distribution of zombies nearby and the situation at the east gate of the school. More importantly, he needed to find a usable vehicle. Traversing zombie-infested streets on foot was extremely dangerous. Without a vehicle, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Zhu Long raised the drone higher, flying it away from the library, where groups of zombies stood in 3s and 5s, numbering around 70 to 100. Turning right from the library towards the 5th teaching building and the cafeteria, there were fewer zombies, but when he reached the foot of the 5th teaching building, it was crowded. A large group of zombies gathered in the open space, pushing towards the center as if feeding. Someone had escaped from the 5th teaching building in the morning, only to be caught by zombies and become their breakfast. Zhu Long continued to control the drone forward and spotted a bus parked beside the corridor on the west side of the 5 teaching buildings. He lowered the drone vertically, ensuring the camera captured clear footage of the inside of the bus. As the altitude decreased, the image through the windshield became clearer, revealing a bus driver who had already turned into a zombie sitting in the driver's seat. It was attracted by the drone hovering above and lunged at the windshield. This bus is one option. It has a large capacity and many seats. It can definitely clear the zombies on the road and drive out safely. The problem is that driving there would definitely attract the horde of zombies at the foot of the 5th teaching building, which is very risky. Let's see if there are other vehicles. Zhu Long glanced at the battery level, which was down to 5. He had to hurry. Faster, faster. Zhu Long murmured, steering the drone towards the east gate of the school. Apart from the school parking lot, the school gate was the most likely place to find usable vehicles. He didn't choose to fly to the parking lot, partly because it was farther than the east gate and the drone wouldn't make it there with low power. Secondly, though cars could surely be found in the parking lot, finding keys was uncertain. The drone flew back over Zhu Long's head, heading towards the left to the school's east gate. In the footage, several small vehicles were parked haphazardly outside the school gate, appearing as if they had suddenly lost control, with rear-end collisions and oncoming traffic leading to congestion at the school entrance. There are many small cars at the entrance that can be used, keys still in the ignition. Just drive over to take one. But there are too many zombies. The crash site was swarming with zombies, no less than at the foot of the teaching building. As soon as they appeared at the east gate, they would surely be detected. Zhu Long analyzed to himself, and compared to that, going for the bus parked on the west side of the 5th teaching building was a better option. Although there were many zombies in both places, the bus was parked on the west side of the 5th teaching building, allowing passage through the cafeteria. Most zombies were gathered directly in front of the 5th teaching building, with fewer near the bus. It was still very dangerous, but the chances of success were much higher than driving to the east gate. And one more thing, Zhu Long murmured. From the current situation outside the east gate, the streets outside should be paralyzed by now. Small cars may not be able to drive, but they need the bus to clear the way. After analyzing, Zhu Long drained the last bit of the drone's battery, carefully checking the distribution of zombies around the cafeteria, and brought the drone back just as it hit one battery. After making the decision, Zhu Long returned to the self-study room on the 3rd floor and called everyone out. There is a bus parked downstairs on the west side of the 5 teaching building. The driver has turned into a zombie and is trapped inside the vehicle. The library is no longer safe. I want to leave here, so my plan is to cross through the cafeteria to the west side of the 5 teaching building, eliminate the zombies on the bus, and then drive away from the school. Anyone who wants to leave can come with me. I need help, and those who wish to stay can do as they please. I won't force anyone to leave. There is still food and water here. Staying can last for another week. Zhu Long looked at Xia Sai, Liang Juanming Pan, Wen Yunzhou, Zhibing Zhu Hui, and the other 10 people, explaining the situation around the library and telling them how dangerous it was to go outside. Among the 10 remaining people, half were girls with no combat abilities, and of the four boys, only he and Ma Sheng were capable of fighting. Zhou Zhibing was weak and useless, while Liang Junming was small and lacked strength. Chu Long didn't have confidence in this venture either, but he wasn't the type to wait for death, especially after what happened last night. Boss, I'm definitely going with you. Pan Wenyuan raised her hand without a second thought. If Chu Long hadn't forced her to spend the night in the stuffy room last night, she might have fallen asleep and been bitten by a zombie. In her mind, everything Chu Long said was right. All she had to do was cling to him, and she didn't need to worry about anything else. I'm going too. So many people have died in this horrible library, the negative energy is overwhelming, and I have nightmares at night. I can't stay here any longer. Liang Junming also raised his hand in agreement. Zhou Zhibing hesitated. He wanted to go home to find his wife and kids, but when he heard Chu Long say they would cross through the cafeteria, he hesitated again, recalling the terrifying experience in the supermarket that night and not wanting to go through it again. I think I'll stay here and see how things are first, Zhou Zhibing said hesitantly. Chu Long didn't mind his decision. What he didn't expect was that Ma Sheng also wanted to join. Chu Long, you go, is already dead. I don't care about your grievances with him. I have no ill will towards you. Can I go with you? You can, but I killed Zhao Siyu right in front of you. I'm just afraid you might stab me in the back later, Chu Long replied. There's no need to worry. Ma Sheng stepped forward, wanting to assure Chu Long that he posed no threat. I said he's already dead and my relationship with him wasn't that close. I just want to survive, not cause trouble. He was afraid Chu Long wouldn't believe him, so he tossed the spear and the small knife he had hidden on him to the ground, wanting to show Chu Long that he had no threats. All right. Chu Long nodded. He was just testing the waters and didn't expect Ma Sheng to actually have a knife hidden. Although Ma Sheng was with Zhao Siyu's group, he had always acted more rationally than Zhao Siyu. In the face of life and death, brotherhood was nothing but a facade. When a person dies, nothing remains, and survival is everything. Since he had handed over his knife, Chu Long also trusted his gesture. He confiscated the small knife and returned the spear to Ma Sheng. What about the rest of you? Chu Long looked at Xia Sai and the other girls. Xia Sai didn't like taking risks and wouldn't easily take on apparent issues. She said, Chu Long, have you forgotten one thing? We only have C1 driver's licenses and no one can drive a bus. I haven't driven a bus, but I have driven more difficult trucks before. Chu Long dispelled her doubts, saying, my brother drove long distance for a while. I rode with him during the summer of my second year in high school, learned, and can drive, so you don't need to worry about that. You can do that. Xia Sai's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed, saying, then I'll join too. After Xia Sai agreed, the other four girls followed suit, leaving only Zhu Hui. Wait, since you can drive a bus, can't you just bring the bus over to pick us up? Isn't it safer for the others to wait here? Zhu Hui's comment left Chu Long incredulous. He suspected he had misheard her and scolded. Do you think you're some noble lady? What kind of daydreaming is this? I never planned to let you get on the bus, and you want me to drive back to pick you up. Get lost. Chu Long sneered. He had no intention of bringing along a girl like Zhu Hui. After scolding her, he turned to the other girls and said, either come out with us or stay here and wait for death. Zhu Hui did not dare to retort after being scolded, and there was no one left to back her up. Even Huang Shiji, who had always been on her side, had deserted her. Zhu Hui gritted her teeth, regretting having fallen out with Huang Shiji so early, not knowing that he had yet to turn into a zombie. We'll go with you, Chu Long. The remaining four girls spoke up to join. Only Zhou Zhibing and Zhu Hui were left in the library. Seeing that no one wanted to stay behind, Zhou Zhibing quickly changed his mind and said he wanted to leave too. This left only Zhu Hui alone. She panicked, wanting to leave, but was too proud to admit her mistake and didn't want to beg Chu Long. She could only maintain a stern face and angrily tell the other girls, then you can go with Chu Long to your deaths. If you don't listen to me, it's pointless to advise you. After speaking, Zhu Hui left, thinking those girls would persuade her to go, begging Chu Long to take her along. She purposely walked slowly. However, Zhu Hui overestimated her significance. By the time she reached the door on the third floor, no one had tried to persuade her to come back. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and slammed the door as she left the self-study room. The annoying little BTCH finally left. Pan Wenyuan joked, all right, since you've all decided to go, get ready. We'll leave tonight. Chu Long said. He had learned from Huang Shiji and teacher Zhou that zombies had poor vision at night. A power outage would actually benefit them, as the darkness could cover their escape. Night fell. Before leaving, Chu Long went to the small warehouse on the 5th floor to check on Huang Shiji. If he had turned into a zombie, he would lock him inside. If he was still alive, he would ask if he needed help. Knock, knock. Chu Long knocked on the door twice. Come in, I'm not dead yet. Hearing a response, Chu Long unlocked the door. 10 hours had passed, and Huang Shiji's wound had worsened significantly. He tore open his shoulders' clothing to show Chu Long. The flesh in that area had begun to rot and ooze pus and blood, and upon getting closer, a foul odor assaulted the senses. It was likely that in a few hours he would end up like Sujia. I probably don't have much time left. Huang Shiji stood up, his eye sockets, dark lips pale, as if he were barely holding on to life while speaking. Painkillers and antipyretics are useless and my whole body is heating up and my shoulder hurts terribly. Chu Long observed his condition and realized the terrifying zombie virus could torment a person to the brink of death. Just a day or two ago, Huang Shiji was a burly man, but now he stood before Chu Long like a dying old man. Do you still want my help? You must decide quickly. We are leaving now, Chu Long said. How are you going to leave? Are all of you leaving? Huang Shiji asked. We are taking a bus. There is a bus parked on the west side of the 5 teaching buildings, and we will pass through the dining hall. Everyone else is leaving, but Zhu Hui will stay. Oh, no need to help me. Ooh, I want to live a little longer. Upon hearing that Zhu Hui would stay, Huang Shiji immediately said to Chu Long, after you leave, could you not lock the door? I still have some things I want to say to her. My. Chu Long pondered. Even at such a time, Huang Shiji still wanted to find Zhu Hui. Did he want to be a loyal dog right up to the end, hoping to express some heartfelt words? Chu Long didn't ask further. He chose to leave the door ajar for Huang Shiji and said, sure, whatever you need to do. After I leave, wait 5 minutes before coming out. No problem. Thanks, brother. You've helped me a lot, Huang Shiji said with a smile. I wish I had met you sooner. I wouldn't have hung out with that idiot Zhao Siyu really. Chu Long, I wish you a smooth journey, Huang Shiji said, watching his silhouette. I have a feeling you will definitely survive until the end. Is that so? Thank you. Chu Long turned back, smiled briefly, said goodbye to him, tossed the keys inside, and slowly closed the door. After bidding farewell to Huang Shiji, Chu Long returned to the elevator on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the others were already prepared, waiting for him at the elevator. Chu Long glanced around. Oh, everyone had arrived, except for Zhu Hui. If all goes well, we will leave the school tonight. When we go down, Ma Sheng and I will take the lead while Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming cover us. The rest should keep an eye on the surroundings and report immediately if there are zombies. Xiaosai, you are responsible for the flashlight. Ooh, I will tell you when we need light. We will go around the zombies. Unless unavoidable, do not alert them. Also, you must follow my commands. It is essential not to act chaotically. Is that clear? Chu Long said. Understood, everyone responded. Good, let's set off now, Chu Long said as he climbed into the elevator shaft. They had checked in advance. There were no zombies in the elevator on the 1st floor, so they could descend confidently. Chu Long descended to the 1st floor, holding the axe in front of his chest, feeling the wall as he slowly approached the hall. There were the sounds of several zombies' footsteps in the hall, but he couldn't see where they were. By the sound, they were near the entrance and the center of the hall. Chu Long pressed against the wall and returned to the elevator where everyone was waiting for his instructions. Everyone crouched down, stay close to the wall, and follow me without making a sound. After Chu Long finished speaking, he led them one by one along the wall and turned a 90-degree angle into the hall. Chu Long had already informed them that there were zombies, but when they heard the footsteps in the hall, the people behind still felt scared. Before them was pitch black. If a zombie were to pounce from the dark, they wouldn't know what to do. Xiaosai was in the middle of the group. Oh, she heard a girl in front trembling with fear, gasping, and her mouth couldn't stop making huff-huff sounds. The girl's heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. She simply couldn't take it, stopping every few steps to catch her breath before she could continue moving. Because of her, Xiaosai, Zhou Zhibing and others were blocked behind, splitting the group into 2 halves. In front, Chu Long, Ma Sheng, and a few others had already exited through the side door, while Xiaosai and the others were still inside. You all wait here, I'll go take a look, Chu Long said as he walked back into the hall, grabbed the girl's hand, and quickly pulled her out. They exited the library through the side door, circled around the back of the library to avoid the zombies at the entrance, and turned right up the slope towards the dining hall. Chu Long instructed them to move in formation. Earlier this morning, while scouting with the drone, he had noticed a path that passed by the dean's office and could reach the dining hall, although it was a bit longer, but there were far fewer zombies than on the main road. After turning right at the top of the library slope, there would be a fork in the road. The left led straight to the 5 teaching buildings and the dining hall, while the right branch led to the dean's office. Chu Long stopped. He heard the sound of zombies at the fork wandering at the junction. It was too dark to see how many. These zombies were unavoidable. Unless they could attract them away, they would have to force their way past. At that moment, Xiaosai came up to him. She took out 2 mobile phones from her backpack, squatted beside Chu Long, and whispered near his ear, I found out last night that zombies are very sensitive to light at night, so we should create light to attract them away before passing through. Before we set off, I collected all the phones from the corpses, and now they can come in handy. Xiaosai finished speaking and quickly turned on the flashlight of one phone and threw it towards the left fork. The phone, shining with light, spun 360 in the air, illuminating the silhouettes of zombies before landing in the grass about 10 meters away from them. Just as Xiaosai had said, 3 zombies immediately rushed toward the light. But that wasn't enough. There were still a few zombies at the fork reacting to the light. Xiaosai quickly turned on another phone's flashlight and threw it at a more acute angle, successfully drawing away 4 more zombies. 2 remaining zombies blocking the way reacted sluggishly to the light slowly moving at the right fork. Chulong realized they couldn't wait any longer, otherwise the zombies would lose interest in the light from the phones and would start searching for a target again. Thus Chulong directed Liang Junming and Ma Sheng to deal with one, while he and Pan Wenyuan took care of the other. With only 2 zombies, they easily dispatched them with a sneak attack. After finishing, they quickly entered the right fork. Xiaosai divided half of the phones with Chulong, and whenever they encountered zombies on the way, they would first throw the phones with light to attract the zombies' attention, then deal with the remaining sluggish ones. Chulong's plan was correct. They encountered a total of 7 zombies blocking their path, and soon saw that Chulong remembered that their direction was to the right of the cafeteria, where there were a lot of zombies in the open area in front, because Zhao Siyu and others had been there, and people had died attracting the surrounding zombies. Thus they could not go outside, and had to go directly through the cafeteria. The problem was that the cafeteria was completely dark, making it impossible to see the path or obstacles with the moonlight. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, they stumbled around. Chulong instructed everyone to stick close to the serving window to avoid bumping into things and making noise. Even with Chulong's repeated reminders, someone in the team was still clumsy, nearly knocking over a plate that was placed on the serving ledge. While Liang Junming was halfway through, he heard someone beside him accidentally bump their head against the stacked plates at the serving window. The rattling metallic sound nearly made his heart jump out. "Damn!" Liang Junming exclaimed in his heart, and quickly got up to steady the plates that were about to collapse, carefully pushing them back. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, but fortunately, Liang Junming managed to stabilize them. The cafeteria was dark and silent. Even the slightest sound was extremely jarring, let alone the sharp clatter of metal plates hitting the ground. After the scare, Chulong continued to lead the team forward. Because it was too dark in the cafeteria, he dared not move quickly, taking a few steps, turning his head several times to listen carefully to the situation ahead before acting. As they approached the second floor of the cafeteria connecting to the corridor towards the 5th teaching building, Chulong heard a lot of noisy footsteps and the low murmurs of zombies. Although he couldn't see them, the sounds reaching his ears were undeniable. There was a group of zombies standing They stood in the corridor in large numbers, making it impossible to deal with them one by one like before. Chulong thought for a moment and realized that going back to the first floor was even worse, as there were more zombies downstairs. He decided to use the flashlight on his phone, throwing it into the left corner of the cafeteria. Chulong tossed all 5 phones he had into the corner, creating circles of light on the wall. Then he planned to make a noise in the corner where the light circles were, briefly attracting the zombies in the corridor, allowing everyone to rush out. After exchanging thoughts with the people behind him, they all felt that this plan was a bit risky. If the zombies were not attracted by the light in the corner, they might be discovered. There were no other options at that moment, unless they retreated back to the library. After waiting for a while, no one raised any objections, nor did anyone back out. At this moment, everyone only had one thought, which was to quickly escape from this zombie-infested school. Therefore, Chulong stood up straight, grabbed a plate from the edge of the windowsill, and threw it heavily into the depths of the left corner of the cafeteria. Ping pong. Ping pong. One plate was not enough, so Chulong grabbed 2 more plates and hurled them toward. Dozens of plates crashed against the wall and bounced back, hitting the ground in the quiet corner of the cafeteria, producing a series of exceptionally crisp sounds. Roar. The crowd of zombies in the corridor erupted as one by one, they seemed to have caught the scent of prey, rushing out from the corridor and turning right towards the corner of the cafeteria. They rushed into the light circles created by Chulong, scrambling against the illuminated wall. Now was the time. Chulong silently affirmed in his heart, crouching down and leading the team to quickly dash out into the corridor. The people behind Chulong, including Xiaosai and others, followed closely behind him in pairs, walking quickly while glancing into the corner. The group of zombies had been attracted. They needed to leave immediately. At the back of the line, Zhou Zhibing hurried forward, glancing at the corner to confirm that the zombies had not noticed them slipping away from behind. In that instant, a zombie suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him. Zhou Zhibing instantly felt goosebumps all over, his pupils trembled, and although his body was still moving forward, his mind was already in a panic. The zombie seemed to have sensed movement in the darkness, its gaze following Zhou Zhibing's footsteps as it moved towards the corridor. Its chest heaved violently, gasping as it exhaled while inhaling loudly like a dog, as if it had caught a scent, leaving the corner and charging towards Zhou Zhibing. Seeing the zombie coming, Zhou Zhibing was unsure if he had been discovered, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Run! He pushed aside the slow-moving girl in front of him and shouted to Chulong and the others who were just a few meters ahead, "Run!" At the same time Zhou Zhibing shouted, everyone heard a sharp scream. Roar! The one with sharper senses and crazier reactions was the shrieking zombie. The shrieking zombie roared as it chased after Zhou Zhibing. As it screamed, the zombies in the corner of the cafeteria immediately lost interest in the light, all attracted by the sound of the shrieking zombie rushing out of the cafeteria in a frenzy. Hearing the thumps of footsteps, Chu Long's heart dropped, followed by the blood-curdling scream of the girl at the back. Everyone's taut nerves finally relaxed. Their brains only sent one command to their bodies to flee. In an instant, their formation broke apart. They had no time to care about whether there were zombies in front of the corridor or if there were any in the second floor of the 5th teaching building. They only wanted to escape from the pursuing zombies behind them. Roar! The shrieking zombie's cry was extremely piercing, startling the zombies below in the corridor. Ma Sheng was the fastest to reach the stairway on the 2nd floor. The bus was parked in the open space outside on the 1st floor, and as long as he got down, he could survive. He disregarded everything, charging down with his spear, but unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the 1st floor, he collided with several zombies that had been attracted by the shrieking zombie. These zombies pounced on him, drawn by the sound. The corridor was dark. Ma Sheng dodged the embrace of one, then two zombies, but could not escape the 3rd and 4th. Soon he was pinned down to the ground, one zombie after another clambering on him, tearing his clothes and gnawing it. Help! Ma Sheng screamed. He ran the fastest, but also died the fastest. His scream attracted more zombies to the stairway on the 1st floor. Xiaosai rushed over and immediately turned on her flashlight upon hearing Ma Sheng scream. The stairway on the 1st floor lit up instantly with 5 zombies gnawing at Ma Sheng and 3 more zombies with ferocious faces charging towards her at the stairway. Get out of the way! Chu Long jumped down from above Xiaosai, with his axe landing in the middle of the stairs by stepping on a zombie's head, quickly getting up and swinging his axe to knock down the zombies rushing up. The zombie he stepped on tried to get up, but was pushed back down by Chu Long. With one swing of his axe, it struck the zombie's forehead, its head snapping back and rolling down the stairs. Seeing another zombie charging at him, grabbing Chu Long's arm, he exerted force to shake it off, but found that the zombie held on tightly with both hands, making it impossible to break free. Chu Long, I got this! Liang Junming shouted as he took out his short sword and struck the zombie's forearm, slicing off the entire forearm in one clean cut. The short sword Liang Junming wielded was picked up from Zhao Siyu's corpse. After deciding to escape the school that night, he practiced a few moves in the library's open area, not expecting that it would truly prove effective. Moreover, it was a single strike that severed the zombie's forearm. Liang Junming felt overjoyed, and with his help, Chu Long was able to pull out his right hand and raised his axe to cut down the zombie in front of him. Run! The zombies in the cafeteria are coming! Pan Wenyun shouted, appearing behind the two. The first to suffer was the one who ran the slowest, followed by the second slowest. The last 2 people in the group were knocked down by a horde of zombies, but they managed to hold them off for a moment, otherwise the zombies from the cafeteria would have rushed to the stairs. Go! Chu Long shouted. At the stairway, apart from the wailing Ma Sheng, everyone else had already escaped to the open area outside. Zhou Zhibing had long abandoned any concern for the students' lives and was the first to run to the bus, with Xiaosai following closely behind. The front door of the bus was open. Zhou Zhibing and Xiaosai boarded the bus one after the other and immediately saw the already transformed zombie driver seated in the driver's seat. Roar! Zhou Zhibing moved closer to the driver's seat, and the zombie driver lunged at him. Without thinking, Zhou Zhibing instinctively pushed the zombie in front of him onto Xiaosai. Xiaosai, caught off guard, was knocked down by the zombie driver and rolled onto the ground outside. Hurry up! Hurry up! Zhou Zhibing's lips trembled as he silently repeated a phrase. Starting the bus was not a difficult task. All he needed to do was insert the key, start the engine, shift gears, and step on the gas. He didn't need to wait for Chu Long or anyone else. Zhou Zhibing sat in the driver's seat reaching for the key, only to realize that the key was with the bus driver. Key! I need the key! He shouted, turning and jumping out of the bus. Xiaosai was pinned down by the zombie driver. Zhou Zhibing ignored her cries and struggles, squatting beside the driver to search for the key. Found it! Zhou Zhibing exclaimed, holding the car key in delight before rushing back to the driver's seat. Vroom vroom. He inserted the key successfully, starting the ignition and turning on the headlights. The bus headlights illuminated the open area in front and the corridor on the ground. At that moment, outside in the open area, 5 students, 4 girls and 1 boy, were being surrounded by several zombies. When the girls saw the headlights, they waved at Zhou Zhibing inside. Zhou Zhibing's attention was not on them at all. From the corridor above the open area, hordes of dark zombies surged forth, screaming as they jumped down. It didn't stop there. The zombies from the nearby teaching building were also drawn to the sound of the bus engine and headlights, and one by one they fell from the upper floors. The zombies crashing onto the concrete made a loud thud, while those that fell into the bushes had their limbs broken, but still crawled toward the bus. Just go! Go! Zhou Zhibing was completely panicked. He failed to shift gears, and in his confusion pressed the horn instead, attracting even more distant zombies. By sheer chance, Zhou Zhibing finally managed to shift into the correct gear. He slammed on the gas, driving the bus straight out. Hey, we haven't boarded yet. Liang Junming dashed out just in time to see Zhou Zhibing driving the bus toward them at high speed, showing no intention of stopping to let them on, almost colliding with the 4 girls and 1 boy blocking the front of the bus. You guys hurry up and chase it. Chu Long shouted, completely unprepared for the weak Zhou Zhibing to abandon all the students and drive away alone. Without waiting for Chu Long's command, Liang Junming sprinted after the bus. He was agile and quick, catching up with the bus before its speed increased, jumping through the back door. Meanwhile, Chu Long swung his axe and took down 3 zombies, rescuing the remaining 4 classmates. He turned to Pan Wenyun, who had been following him, and said, Pan Wenyun, you guys hurry and chase the bus. I'm going to save Xiaosai. Zhou Zhibing, sitting in the driver's seat, pressed the gas pedal hard, and from the start, he continuously knocked down the zombies blocking his path. From the rearview mirror, he saw Pan Wenyun and the other students chasing after him, and he drove faster and faster. Helping Xiaosai cheat on her exam was the first time he betrayed his conscience, and that night, he could not sleep, tormented by guilt. After a series of events where he turned a blind eye to others suffering, his conscience had already died. He felt no anxiety or trembling anymore. Zhou Zhibing coldly gazed at the rearview mirror, flooring the accelerator, wanting to distance himself from the burdens behind him and hurriedly escape to reunite with his wife and children. I'm back, wait for me. He focused intently on driving, not noticing that Liang Junming had already jumped. Teacher Zhou stopped the car immediately. Go back and pick up Chu Long and the others. Hurry. Liang Junming suddenly appeared with a short sword, frightening Zhou Zhibing so much that he almost jumped out of his seat. Upon realizing it was Liang Junming, Zhou Zhibing felt less tense. Liang Junming was his student, usually playful and carefree. Zhou Zhibing understood that Liang Junming had a good temperament and was a soft-hearted person who liked to please others. No, I won't go back. Don't push me, though I can take you away from here. Zhou Zhibing slowed down while keeping his eyes on the road, speaking sideways to Liang Junming. I can't go back to get them, you've seen it. They're beyond rescue, already surrounded by zombies. If we go back to save them now, we're done for. Do you understand? Before Zhou Zhibing could finish, he suddenly felt a chill under his armpit, his body gradually losing strength, as if cramping. He looked down and saw Liang Junming had stabbed him with the sword from under his armpit. Air. Zhou Zhibing could not scream. His body was like a balloon being popped by Liang Junming, all his strength leaking away as he suddenly fell to one side. In the moment he fell, Liang Junming hurriedly pulled the lever that looked like a handbrake, unexpectedly stopping the bus. Air. 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 Zhou Zhibing lay on the ground, feeling as though his lungs had been punctured, unable to make a sound. He could only lie on his side, looking at Liang Junming in disbelief. The interior lights of the bus flickered on and off as Liang Junming looked at teacher Zhou, his face showing an expression of panic and unease, which Zhou Zhibing could not comprehend. He wanted to ask Liang Junming how he dared to kill him, how he could dare to stab his teacher. Liang Junming sat dazed at the driver's seat, knowing he had done something horrifying. This stab could very well cost Zhou Zhibing his life. But he had to do it, otherwise Chu Long, Xiaosai, and Pan Wenyun would be finished. The bus had only traveled over 200 meters before it came to a halt, and Liang Junming soon heard sounds coming from behind the vehicle. Liang Junming ran to the back of the bus and followed the faint glow of the taillights. Gradually a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Chu Long, accompanied by Xiaosai, Pan Wenyun, and 3 remaining classmates. And there were hordes of zombies appearing behind them. Quick! Sit tight! Chu Long led the group onto the bus, quickly taking the driver's seat. He stole a glance at Zhou Zhibing, who was lying beside him, then immediately shut the bus doors and shifted the vehicle into gear. Meanwhile, a large group of zombies surged from both sides and front and back of the bus. They crashed into the back of the bus, making a series of loud thuds as they crowded the sides, trying to climb up. The faster ones even rushed to the front of the bus, slamming against the windshield and screaming at those inside. Damn it! Chu Long cursed, pressing the accelerator to the floor, instantly crushing the zombies blocking the front of the bus into a pulp, while those clinging to the sides and back were quickly shaken off. Chu Long switched on the high beams, illuminating the road ahead for a couple of 100 meters right up to the entrance of the school. At the entrance, a barrier was set up, and a large group of zombies were wandering outside. They suddenly spotted a speeding bus charging toward the entrance, and before they could react were crushed like speed bumps by Chu Long. Boom! Boom! The bus shook 3 times in rapid succession as the zombies were crushed one after another. The first few that came into contact with the bus front were even sent flying. Chu Long witnessed several zombies flipping over the windshield, one of which he sent flying over 10 meters, landing on the opposite lane. The group of zombies blocking the school entrance had the benefit of slowing down the bus. Chu Long had nearly failed to stop in time and would have crashed into the greenery, potentially stalling the bus. Fortunately, this group of zombies served as a buffer. Chu Long thought to himself, steering the bus back on course and slowly driving down the street at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, trying to navigate around the cars blocking the lane, gently pushing through when he couldn't. Although there were many zombies on the street rushing toward the bus upon seeing it, Chu Long couldn't just charge recklessly. The street at the school entrance was completely paralyzed and countless accidents had occurred due to the mass zombie transformation, with cars strewn, haphazardly creating an endless line that looked like a sea of zombified vehicles. Zhou Zhibing struggled to turn his body over, looking back at the others and reaching out. All the lights in the bus were turned on by Chu Long, allowing everyone to see Zhou Zhibing's expression, a fear-filled, remorseful, and desperate look of a person on the brink of death. But now no one in the bus felt any sympathy for him. Zhou Zhibing's actions earlier were no different from the crazed Zhao Xiu, perhaps even more detestable. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he was the most beloved teacher among the students in the school. Yet now he had twisted his humanity bit by bit, becoming a different person to survive. Xiaosai stood up from her seat, seeing that Zhou Zhibing was not yet dead. She wanted to personally kill this scum who had nearly caused her demise. Xiaosai pulled out a pair of scissors, but before she could approach, Zhou Zhibing turned his head away, closed his eyes, and passed away. 15 minutes earlier, the third floor of the library. Zhu Hui anxiously paced by the elevator, having stayed behind. Chu Long and the others had not taken all the food and bottled water, leaving enough for her to hide in the library for over a month. This should have been a good thing, but at that moment she felt extremely uneasy. After Chu Long and the others left, the entire library was left with only zombies besides her. It was so quiet that any noise could scare her half to death. As a girl surrounded by total darkness in such a large library, she feared that if a zombie or ghost appeared, she wouldn't survive. The more Zhu Hui thought about it, the more frightened she became, having to curl up in the corner, pressing against the wall, staring intently into the darkness ahead to gain a sliver of pitiful safety. She regretted more and more, wondering why she hadn't apologized to Chu Long earlier, why she hadn't been willing to swallow her pride and ask them to take her along. She was so beautiful, the campus belle. Was she really that annoying? What wrong had she done? She hadn't done anything wrong. Why didn't Chu Long and the others take her with them? While lost in thought, Zhu Hui suddenly heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Zhu Hui gasped, then hurriedly stifled her breath, unsure of what was coming down and afraid to make any noise. Zhu Hui, it's me. A familiar yet slightly hoarse voice came from the dark stairwell on the third floor. Huang Shiji, is that you? Yes. Zhu Hui stood up, speaking in disbelief and excitement. You haven't turned into a zombie yet. No, where are you? Why can't I see you? In the darkness, Zhu Hui glimpsed Huang Shiji's figure through the moonlight, filtering in from the stairwell. I'm right here. Zhu Hui excitedly ran toward Huang Shiji, but as she got closer, she caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from him. But this time Zhu Hui didn't mind Huang Shiji. She thought she was the only one left in the entire library. Just hearing his voice made her feel a sense of security. This time Zhu Hui didn't pretend to be reserved. She directly hugged Huang Shiji and cried, Shiji, I beg you, can you take me out to find Chu Long and the others? They're leaving the school on a bus, leaving me all alone here. I'm so scared. Whoa. Then let me ask you a question, Zhu Hui. What question? Ask me anything, Shiji. I will answer you seriously. I promise I won't lie. I swear. Zhu Hui's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged Huang Shiji's face, reaching out to touch him, only to find his face frighteningly cold, like that of a corpse. Who? Zhu Hui felt the cold air exhaled by Huang Shiji. Did you love me? Before hearing the question, Zhu Hui had already guessed what Huang Shiji was going to ask. I loved you. I love you, Zhu Hui said with tears in her eyes, burying her head in his chest. This time she let go of all prejudice, recalling all of Huang Shiji's kindness and deep feelings for her in her most fearful moments. I'm telling the truth. I love you. I love you so much right now. Let's be together, Huang Shiji. Please, let's hurry and go out now to find Chu Long and the others. Zhu Hui raised her head, wanting to kiss Huang Shiji, but she couldn't reach his chin even when she stood on her tiptoes. If she could, her lips would touch the thick drool seeping from his mouth. No. It's already too late. What? Zhu Hui didn't hear clearly. Huang Shiji's voice was weak and very quiet. What are you saying, Shiji? I said it's too late. Oh. Zhu Hui heard a roar, and then her waist was suddenly grabbed. No. Zhu Hui realized something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was too late. Huang Shiji had come for this. In the final moment before his transformation, he was fully aware of what he wanted. He wanted to devour Zhu Hui, the woman who had treated him like a dog. Roar. The completely irrational Huang Shiji opened his mouth wide and bit into Zhu Hui's throat. Zhu Hui let out her final scream, then her mouth was covered by the zombie Huang Shiji, her tongue bitten off. In the deep of night, Chu Long turned the steering wheel and the bus left the university town to enter the much wider ring highway. Car accidents and broken-down zombie cars were still visible everywhere on the ring highway, but with 4 lanes, it wasn't completely blocked. The bus maintained a steady speed of 80 kilometers per hour, its high beams illuminating the 4 lanes as zombies continuously emerged from the darkness ahead. At this speed, they posed little threat, as those blocking the road were knocked away by the bus. Unless a wave of corpses extending for hundreds of meters appeared on this road, it was impossible to stop the bus. Chu Long thought to himself it shouldn't be this unlucky. Heaven would not completely cut off their path. Having escaped after so many died in the library, there should be a way out for them. If a zombie tide really did appear, he could always turn around and take another route. As long as he wasn't surrounded by hundreds of zombies, it would be fine. Chu Long breathed a sigh of relief, focusing intently on driving, finally daring to lean back in his seat for a moment of rest. The bus, designed for 40 people, only carried 7 along with the deceased, Zhou Zhibing. Chu Long glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing Pan Wenyuan speaking with Liang Junming, who had just killed someone and was feeling somewhat unstable. After calming down, Liang Junming felt he had been too impulsive. Sitting in his seat, he said, "Teacher Zhou." He sat there motionless, and I actually stabbed him to death with a sword. Am I crazy? I could have just pulled him down. Or maybe just threatened him. Why did I have to kill him with a sword? Haven't I become a murderer? My parents will kill me. Liang Junming was typically not one to cause trouble. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he hadn't even been in a fight, and he usually smiled and avoided conflicts. He would actively feed stray cats and dogs, and had donated to impoverished children in mountainous areas. Whenever there was a disaster, he would use some of his pocket money to support relief efforts. Every year during the holidays, he would return to the countryside, and even when his father asked him to kill a chicken, he wouldn't dare, as he empathized with the chicken's perspective and thought about how cruel it would be. His father not only killed chickens, but was also skilled at slaughtering pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Every time they slaughtered livestock during the holidays, his father was the main contributor, and Liang Junming admired this aspect of his father, believing it to be a trait of a real man. His father never criticized him for being timid. Instead, his mother said that this was a good character full of kindness and not suitable for killing, assuring that he would be blessed by all kinds of spirits and live a healthy and smooth life. But now he had actually killed a living person. Liang Junming felt a certain belief in his heart collapse. He had broken his vow, and in a state of some despair, he exclaimed, "Oh my. All the good deeds I've done over the years, the merit I've accumulated, have all been wiped clean. I'm doomed." Seeing him so distressed, Pan Wenyuan was somewhat puzzled and came over to pat the boy's back. "Hey, don't cry. What you did wasn't a bad thing." Her heart was much broader than Liang Junming's, and pointing at the unblinking Zhou Zhibing, she scolded, "This idiot sold us all out. If it weren't for you, we would have been completely devoured by zombies by now." Damn. The thought that Zhou Zhibing had nearly crashed into her when she tried to stop the vehicle made Pan Wenyuan furious. And he still calls himself a teacher. I curse him to hell, unable to drink the Mengpa soup, skinned by little ghosts and thrown into an oil pot, never to be reborn. Xiaosai was also a victim. Hearing Pan Wenyuan's vicious curse made her feel somewhat relieved. Besides them, there were still 2 girls and 1 boy who had survived. The 3 of them rushed over to comfort Liang Junming, and a particularly sweet-tongued freshman girl said, "Brother Liang Junming, you are our hero. You saved our lives. Oh, we never expected Teacher Zhou to be such a person. What you did was absolutely right. Yeah. You killed a bad person and saved 6 of us. That's definitely a good deed." "Is that so? Is it really like that?" Liang Junming was surrounded by praise from his juniors, feeling a bit shy, and the sad emotions vanished as a smile crept onto his face. Hearing the freshman girl call Liang Junming brother, Pan Wenyuan playfully teased him, deliberately making a coy voice to annoy him, saying, "Brother Liang Junming, you saved my life. Oh, I don't know how to repay you. How about I offer myself to you, brother Junming?" "Really?" Liang Junming stood up excitedly, unable to tell it was a joke, seriously sizing up Pan Wenyuan and noticing she was somewhat attractive with a particularly nice figure. If it were her, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Seeing Liang Junming with a lewd expression, Pan Wenyuan raised her right hand and sharply tapped his forehead with her index and middle fingers. "Get lost. I was joking. You really started thinking about it. Offering yourself. How about I give you a punch the size of a sand?" Liang Junming's pleasant fantasy abruptly ended as the surrounding juniors burst into laughter. Chu Long watched the 2 of them fooling around in the rearview mirror, a smile creasing his lips. They were all just over 20, and the atmosphere shouldn't be so heavy and oppressive. He saw Xiaosai come over and proactively said, "If we continue on the Ring Highway, we will pass through the south station of Dajiang City and Baishui District. I will get off at Baishui District and then take Chuangya Avenue for about 15 kilometers to get home. Where are you going?" "If you want to go home, I can't help you." Xiaosai's home was in Puxi, west of Dajiang City, over 200 kilometers away. It was too dangerous to drive her home at night. "I know." Xiaosai was still sensible. Her relationship with Chu Long wasn't close enough for him to take such a huge risk. "Can I go home with you?" Is that okay? Xiaosai looked at the rearview mirror, their eyes interweaving through the lens as she tentatively proposed. Having experienced so much together these past few days proves I am not a burden. Our chances of survival are higher if we team up, so I want to go with you and find an opportunity to leave Dajang City. What do you think? After hearing this, Chulong felt that Xiaosai was being overly polite. She was not the burden he had described her. In fact, she had helped him several times, both openly and covertly. Otherwise, when Chulong was on the third floor of the library, he would have already been cornered by that madman Zhao Siyu and his group. Class monitor, what are you saying? How do you want me to respond to that? Chulong said, if it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. After finally escaping from school, we can be considered life and death friends. I've come to see you, Liang Juanming and Pan Wenyuan, as very important people. Don't say such things about being a burden anymore, class monitor. I don't like to hear that. Xiaosai fell silent for half a minute after hearing what Chulong said, then spoke up. Can you please not call me class leader? It sounds so unpleasant. Chulong was puzzled, but I've always called you that before. What should I call you then? Just call me by my name, Xiaosai said, looking out at the road through the windshield. So you know the way. Actually, my phone has the offline map downloaded, but the battery is less than 20 now, so I need to conserve it. No need. I can read the road signs. I pass through this road every month when I go home, so I know it well enough. Chulong pointed outside, saying that every few kilometers there would be a road sign hanging on the upper right side of the roadside, which was quite easy to recognize. Anyway, we're not in a hurry now. If there are no zombies, I'll drive slowly and take my time to avoid getting lost, so don't worry. Okay, Xiaosai nodded, turning her backpack to the front and pulling out a bottle of mineral water, a piece of chocolate, and a corn sausage. Before they left the library, they took half of the food and water with their backpacks, leaving the rest for Zhu Hui. That guy must be very lucky now. With just those supplies, she could last a month without risking going out to find more. Xiaosai thought for a moment that if she had known earlier, she would have taken all the food and water with her instead of leaving it for that annoying person. If you're hungry, eat something to replenish your energy. Xiaosai placed the food and drinks in the drawer next to Chulong. Thanks, Chulong replied, taking a piece of chocolate. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Pan Wenyuan and Liang Junming coming up as well. Boss, what are you two whispering about behind our backs? Pan Wenyuan pouted, pretending to be angry. Nothing, we were just discussing where to go next. Chulong looked back at everyone and said, Are you all going home? Everyone reported their addresses, and Chulong continued, We'll pass by the south station of Dajang City soon, then below that is the Baishui district. If your homes are near these two places, I can drop you off. Previously, even if Chulong were to do such a favor, he would have required payment. He wouldn't waste time for a little This was because he had only one older brother who needed to save money for a mortgage and a girlfriend, while his tuition and living expenses had to be earned by himself. Now Chulong felt indebted to them. If he hadn't impulsively chopped off Su Jie's hand, indirectly causing Su Jie to become a zombie, many lives wouldn't have been lost. Before Chulong could ask, the three freshmen had already discussed among themselves. One of them lived in the garden community near the south station, and the other two planned to go home with him. This was good, as it saved Chulong from driving around for so long and entering densely populated residential areas, which was dangerous. What about you two? Are you coming with me or going home? Chulong asked Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan. Liang Junming had already confirmed that his parents had turned into zombies and could not go home, so he decided to stick with Chulong. From now on, Chulong, you are my brother, even closer than my own brother. I'll stick with you for life, Liang Junming said with fervent eyes, patting his chest. Okay. Chulong nodded, though he felt the wording was a bit strange. Hey, why does your speech sound so? Pan Wenyuan looked at Liang Junming with disdain and then turned to Chulong, saying, Boss, wherever you go, I go. I am your loyal little brother. No matter what danger we face, please ensure you stand in front and protect me. As Pan Wenyuan spoke, she wanted to get closer to Chulong, but he was driving and didn't have time to joke with her. Get away, get away. Chulong pushed her aside and asked, Don't you want to go home and see your parents? No. As soon as her parents were mentioned, Pan Wenyuan's expression changed, and she angrily said, They haven't called me once since the zombie crisis broke out. They don't care about me as their daughter. I don't care about their lives either. Whoa, boss, you're all I have left. Please don't abandon me. Pan Wenyuan cried as she clung to Chulong, ignoring that he was driving. I got it. I'll take you with me, Chulong said with annoyance as Pan Wenyuan's head was leaning against his, and her warm tears fell onto his neck. He quickly pushed her away with his head, saying in a reprimanding tone, Move a little, don't disturb me while I'm driving. Yes, boss. After getting the answer she wanted, Pan Wenyuan grinned and saluted Chulong. After clarifying everything, the bus had only two destinations: the garden community near South Station of Dajang City and the house Chulong's brother bought in Baishui District, Phoenix City. An hour later, the bus turned right off the Ring Road and entered South Station Road. Driving along South Station Road, they would turn right at the first traffic light to reach Dajang City South Station. As expected, the South Station, being the busiest high-speed railway station in Dajiang City, was filled with zombies near the intersection at midnight. Zombies filled the street, illuminated by the high beams, occupying the entire traffic light intersection, densely packed in the center of the 4 crosswalks. Stimulated by the high beams, they erupted into deafening howls. "Oh my God! This is bad, this is bad. Hurry up. Chulong, we can't get through." Everyone was terrified by the scene as Xia Sai, Liang Juanming, and the others all urged Chulong to back. Chulong certainly wouldn't risk his life to confront the swarm of zombies. He quickly tapped the brakes to reduce speed, then hurriedly turned the steering wheel to the right and made a U-turn to leave this cursed place. "We need to take another route. Does anyone who lives near the garden community know how to get there?" Chulong was unfamiliar with the area and drove into a less zombie-infested street after making the turn. "Sorry, I don't know the way," said the freshman who lived in the garden community awkwardly. "I'm directionally challenged. I'm the type that would definitely get lost without a map or navigation." "Huh, you live nearby and don't know? Never mind, Xia Sai, don't you have?" Chulong didn't finish his sentence when Xia Sai had already opened the offline map on her phone. "Go straight ahead past 3 traffic lights, turn right at the 4th traffic light, and you'll see the garden community," Xia Sai said as she looked at the map. "Okay." Chulong followed her instructions. There were several commercial areas, communities, and subway entrances near the South Station, and the more densely populated the area, the worse the road conditions were. The 4-lane road was almost paralyzed, and Chulong had to slow down, navigating through a maze of stalled cars while being cautious of the approaching zombies. After getting into an open gap, he had to immediately accelerate, otherwise he would be surrounded by a horde of zombies at the roadside. But once he sped up, he also had to brake or risk crashing into a pile of junk, causing the bus to stall too. Chulong focused intently on the road, and every time the bus stopped suddenly, Xia Sai and the others in the back had to hold on to their seats or they would be thrown out. As passengers, they were even more anxious than Chulong. Although the windows were tightly closed, zombies kept slamming into them, startling them. "Oh!" A zombie jumped onto the window. "Chulong, hurry up. Drive faster. Oh my gosh, this is so—" "They won't break the glass, will they?" "Oh!" Everyone stopped shouting. "Can't you let Chulong focus on driving?" Xia Sai sat among Liang Juanming, Pan Wenyuan, and the other freshmen, her eardrums nearly bursting from their shouting. "Stop yelling, we're almost out." Chulong shouted, pressing the accelerator, and the bus finally drove away from that dangerous street. The bus rumbled as it entered the southern gate of the garden community, finally stopping in front of Building 12. Chulong turned his head to look around. Seeing no one at the entrance of Building 12, he said to the others, "Hurry up and go inside, while there are no zombies around." The junior picked up the wooden knife from the ground which he had asked Huang Shiji for. Without this knife, he couldn't possibly protect the 2 girls as they left the school alive. "Thank you, Brother Chulong. We won't forget you. And Sister Si, thank you too. Goodbye." Before getting off the bus, the 2 girls bowed and thanked everyone, taking several seconds. They were quite emotional. The thought of parting and not knowing if they would meet again made them want to say more. Finally, urged by Chulong, they followed the junior into Building 12. "All right, everyone has been delivered. Now it's time for us to go home," Chulong said, glancing at the emergency lights inside Building 12, hoping that these 3 could arrive safely and live well. Woo-woo. Pan Wenyuan unexpectedly started crying again, feeling anxious and insecure. Liang Junming seemed to understand why she was crying and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, with Chulong here we will definitely survive. Right, class leader?" Xia Sai nodded. She was also uncertain, especially after seeing so many zombies on the bus, as she felt panicked and didn't know how to survive in a city filled with zombies. Xia Sai didn't want to distract Chulong, intentionally hiding her emotions and not showing them. Chulong, being part of the situation, surely understood the feelings of the 3. On the way home in the bus, he thought about how if Kaiyan hadn't died at that time, they could have left Dajiang City direct. It was also from Zhao Siyu that he learned it was Lin Binbin who killed Kaiyan. Sai. Chulong knocked on the steering wheel, thinking that if he had understood Lin Binbin's thoughts earlier, he could have stopped him. Yet ultimately one must rely on oneself. After experiencing the deaths of Kai and the transformation of Su Jie into a corpse, Zhao Siyu's madness, the tragedy of Huang Shiji, and the hateful actions of Zhou Zhibing, Chulong realized that if he wanted to survive, he had to control the dangers surrounding him. He needed to remain vigilant, at all times wary of zombies and strangers. Based on these 6 days of experience, untrustworthy people were even more dangerous than zombies. Lost in thought, the bus had already entered the Baishui district. Chulong was very familiar with this area. Even in complete darkness, without clear references, he could navigate using the high beams to take the more secluded routes to Phoenix City. Phoenix City was the largest real estate development in Baishui district with over 120 buildings across 8 phases. It was said that around 100,000 people lived there, comparable to a small county. His brother bought the cheapest and most remote unit in Phoenix City, which others said was specifically developed to sell to impoverished workers moving to the city. Even so, this was still a property in a first-tier city like Dajiang City. Chu Long's brother worked tirelessly to afford the mortgage, ensuring that the two brothers who lost their parents had a place to stay in the cold metropolis. Chu Long drove into G Compound, where his home was in Building 10. Along the way, he encountered many zombies in areas A, B, C, and D, as these regions were close to the intersections and subway stations, making them attractive and densely populated. To his surprise, being in a remote area had its advantages. The bus drove all the way to the foot of Building 10 without seeing a single zombie. The entire G Compound was eerily silent. This silence only increased his anxiety. If his brother was also driving back, then as long as he was at home, he should be safe, right? Chu Long turned off the engine, picked up the axe at his feet, and said to the three behind him, "We've arrived. My home is right here. Liang Junming and Pan, when you two take your weapons and cover me. Xiaosai, you're responsible for the flashlight. We will go up the stairs shortly. We will need lighting once we enter the enclosed space." Okay. The three nodded and followed Chu Long as they got off the bus. Xiaosai held the flashlight beside Chu Long, illuminating the way. The first floor had a facial recognition glass door. Chu Long had worried that if the power went out, they wouldn't be able to use the facial recognition, and breaking in at night would attract zombies. However, his worries were unwarranted. The entrance was littered with broken glass, and both doors had been smashed. They stepped on the glass and entered through the door frame. At the stairway entrance lay two zombies. Hearing the sound of glass crunching underfoot, they immediately sat up. With Xiaosai shining the light, the three of them had already spotted the two zombies. Chu Long swung the axe twice, preventing them from getting up. Pan Wenyuan followed up with a strike using her Wolf Fang club. She had become increasingly skilled, able to control her balance without throwing herself off. Seeing Pan Wenyuan kill a zombie, Liang Junming refused to be outdone. He thought he couldn't be worse than a girl, so he took his short sword and went to chop off the head of another zombie. He swung several times, smashing the zombie's head like one would break a coconut, then exclaimed, "Oh yeah. What are you shouting for? Are you trying to get us killed? What if you attract the zombies?" Pan Wenyuan pretended to swing her Wolf Fang club, and Liang Junming quickly shut his mouth. Sorry. I got too excited. That was my first zombie kill, haha," Liang Junming whispered. "Huh. You only killed one zombie, and you stole my kill," Chu Long said, shrugging. "Liang Junming, you really need to practice. Even Pan Wenyuan is better than you at this." Exactly. Pan Wenyuan was thrilled to hear Chu Long praise her, her voice rising with excitement. "Let me count up to today. I've killed at least 4 zombies with our leader. Leader, am I awesome? Come on, praise me. I want to hear you praise me." Pan Wenyuan hopped over to Chu Long, squinting her eyes, eager for compliments, showing off that she was much better than Liang Junming. "Wow, you're so proud of just 4 kills. Liang Junming said, feeling unconvinced. "I didn't have a weapon before. Now that I have this short sword, just wait. I'll definitely surpass you in zombie kills." "Haha, someone is making excuses now. Oh, just practice more, you novice," Pan Wenyuan teased. "This young lady is waiting for your challenge. It's currently 4-1. Alright, stop bickering. Can we hurry up and go up?" Xiaosai interrupted. Chu Long smiled and led the 3 of them into the stairwell. He lived on the 8th floor. This building had a maximum of 20 floors, which was not too high, and they reached the top in under 5 minutes. Chu Long walked in front. This building had 4 units per floor. Before entering the elevator lobby, he opened the corridor door a crack and let Xiaosai shine the flashlight inside. After confirming there were no zombies, they walked in. Chu Long reached the door of room 1011, took out the key, and said to the 3 behind him, "If my brother turns into a zombie, you must not intervene. Let me handle it myself." With that, Chu Long inserted the key and turned it to unlock the door. "Bro, are you there?" He quickly stepped inside with the axe. The 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout was less than 100 square meters. Regardless if his brother had turned or not, he would come out upon hearing the commotion. Chu Long stood in the living room for half a minute, but there was no response. The house was empty. With no one at home, Chu Long entered the room he shared with his brother, wondering if his brother might have left him a note, but found nothing. Chu Long asked Pan Wenyuan to help search the living room as well, but there was still no sign of any message left by his brother. Unwilling to give up, Chu Long suddenly remembered that there was a small knife in his brother's bedroom. If he had returned home, he would certainly have taken that knife. Thus, Chu Long rushed into his brother's bedroom, knelt beside the bed, and reached under it to pull out a box. Xiaosi was drawn in by the sound of his hurried footsteps and entered with a flashlight. Chu Long opened the box, and the knife shone with a silver light under the flashlight. "When I was 8, my older brother joined the army to support the family right after becoming an adult. This military knife was a gift from his squad leader when he was discharged. It seems my brother hasn't returned home, otherwise he would have taken this military knife with him." Xiaosi sensed Chu Long's disappointment and said, "Don't think too much. Your brother might be somewhere else." "Sai, I shouldn't have made that phone call," Chu Long regretted. "Something must have happened to him on his way to pick me up. During those 3 days when my phone still had signal, I sent him over 10 messages, but he didn't reply to a single one. By then I had already felt that something terrible had happened to him. Yet he still held on to a sliver of hope, wondering if his brother might be waiting for him at home. After seeing the knife, Chu Long lost the last shred of hope he had for his brother. Since I started elementary school, I've always had little time with my brother. He served 6 years in the army while I was sent to live with my aunt for 6 years. To ensure I wouldn't feel unwanted, he would send my aunt 10,000 yuan each year. Chu Long reflected, think about it, I was just a child, how much could I eat or use, yet my brother did all that. After I entered middle school, my brother was discharged and then went into sales. He always wanted us to have a house in Dajiang City, and he made it happen. We only moved to this neighborhood last year from the urban village, and less than a year later this disaster broke out. I'm only a sophomore in college, and I haven't had the chance to repay him. I haven't started earning money yet, I haven't helped my brother with the mortgage, so he could have the funds to find a girlfriend and get married. He has done so much for me over the years, yet I haven't had the opportunity. Chu Long clenched his fists and punched the soft edge of the bed. Tears streamed down Chu Long's face as he missed his brother immensely. Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan had been listening outside the door for quite a while, and seeing Chu Long's genuine emotions made Pan Wenyuan unable to hold back her tears. Chu Long, you mentioned your brother is in the army, right? Liang Junming, wanting to lift Chu Long's spirits, quickly interjected, think about it. In the event of such a severe disaster domestically, isn't it necessary for the military to come out for disaster relief? Doesn't the army need to eradicate zombies and establish safe zones? Your brother is in the army, and there's a saying that goes, once a soldier, always a soldier. Your brother must have received a call from his comrades or the army right after your call asking him to go support disaster relief. Well, you make a good point. Chu Long stood up excitedly. How did I not think of this possibility? Chu Long thought to himself that his brother had served for 6 years, and he still maintained contact with comrades and leaders in the army. After the disaster struck, those soldiers were indeed the most needed to stand up for disaster relief, so it was perfectly normal for the army to contact his brother. If that were the case, his brother had chosen between saving him and saving the disaster. The former is saving just Chu Long. The latter is saving the entire nation, saving everyone. If his brother really received a call from the army and came to rescue him, Chu Long would instead feel that his brother had changed. In Chu Long's heart, his brother had always been his role model, embodying the sense of justice, responsibility, and spirit of dedication that a man should have. In this light, it seems his brother chose the latter, returning to the army to engage in disaster relief. Thinking this way, Chu Long not only felt sad anymore, instead a warm current surged within him, and he felt proud of his brother. Yes, it must be that way. There's no doubt about it. Liang Junming exclaimed, firmly believing in his speculation. Just wait, the army will definitely take action. I believe in them. I believe we won't be left alone. Liang Junming's words resonated with them, and Xia Si was also moved, not refuting Liang Junming's thought. As survivors still trapped in the zombie-infested Dajiang City, they all hoped to hear the sounds of military aircraft flying overhead and tanks and armored vehicles entering the city for rescue tomorrow. Yes, Liang Junming is right. We need to be optimistic and hold on to the hope of being rescued. Chu Long rallied his spirits, looking at the three of them. Liang Junming, Pan Wenyuan, and Xia Si all trusted him and had followed him to escape, forming a team for survival. If he let his brother's disappearance make him this negative, how could he lead this small team to survive? Chu Long clenched his fists. No matter what he faced in the future, he couldn't let his emotions overwhelm him like today. He had to be the strongest person, just like his brother was. I'm hungry. Let's go to the living room and have a meal, shall we? Liang Junming said, rubbing his stomach and changing the topic. Chu Long nodded and went to his room to bring a dual-use lamp to the living room. This lamp had a 3000 mAh battery and could last for 100 hours when fully charged. Though it wasn't as bright as the ceiling lights in the living room, it could illuminate half of the room, providing them with light. Now that the power was out, light at night had become a precious resource. Various power banks and batteries would become essential supplies. Chu Long took out the 2 power banks from home, just as Xia Si needed to charge her device. Pan Wenyuan handed each person a box of self-heating rice, which was practically a boon for survivors in the apocalypse. No electricity, fuel, or boiling water was needed. You just pour the uncooked rice inside and use the heating pack, and they could have a warm meal in about 10 minutes. When self-heating rice was first introduced, it was quite popular for a while, but it gradually lost out to cheaper and tastier takeout and prepackaged meals. In the past, if there were choices, Chu Long would definitely not have eaten self-heating rice, but now being able to have a warm meal felt incredibly blissful. While waiting for the rice to cook, Xia Si charged her phone. Before the internet was cut off, she had downloaded a plethora of study materials. This included various survival and medical-related ebooks, such as the Zombie Survival Tutorial Blogger that Chu Long also followed on a certain app, as well as Field Survival Handbook, First Aid Manual, Survival Manual for the Apocalypse, Amateur Radio Operation Handbook, and Solar System Design and Installation. The purpose was to ensure that she could continue learning at any time after the internet was down. Xiaosai had a passion for learning and enjoyed acquiring knowledge about things she did not understand. Often this led her university roommates and other classmates to label her as a bookworm and a problem solver. Others did not understand her. Xiaosai acted this way because of her poor family background. She had always felt a sense of crisis throughout her life. Only by studying hard could she alleviate the anxiety and pain brought on by that sense of crisis. Especially after the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she soberly recognized that as a girl, she was significantly weaker than boys in terms of physical fitness and strength. This meant that whether facing boys with greater combat ability or encountering zombies, she would be unable to rely on brute force to resolve the situation. To compensate for her inherent physical disadvantages, she had to survive using her intellect. Looking at the carefree Pan Wenyu, and Xiaosai thought to herself that this big-chested, brainless individual surely had not realized this point, yet allowing her to laugh so freely. In the past few days, images of Zhao Xiyu going insane replayed in Xiaosai's mind incessantly. He killed effortlessly, slaying anyone he wished, and the several girls before him had no capacity for resistance. Just think, if there were more people like Zhao Xiyu along with other evildoers, what would they do? Surely after killing they would feel free to do anything to women. Without laws and police, they would dare to do anything. This thought filled Xiaosai with intense unease. This was also the reason she followed Chu Long. He was not the kind of man who would fall into depravity. When the rice was ready, Xiaosai took a furtive glance at Chu Long before eating, hoping she was not mistaken about him. Time to eat. As soon as food was involved, Pan Wenyu perked up. She scooped a mouthful of rice with juicy beef chunks and bit into a chicken wing, savoring every bite. Seeing her, both Chu Long and Liang Junming also developed an appetite and began to eat heartily. Xiaosai felt as if she were surrounded by 3 hungry ghosts. With their enthusiasm, she too picked up her lunchbox and started eating. After finishing their meal, they began to snack. They had brought 3 backpacks filled with food and 1 backpack of bottled water, enough to sustain them for several days. Once they had eaten sufficiently, Xiaosai proactively asked, "Chu Long, what are your plans? Are we going to stay here indefinitely? If so, starting tomorrow, we need to go out to gather supplies, stocking up enough." Her words abruptly pulled Pan Wenyu and Liang Junming back to reality. They had been enjoying their meal so much that they nearly forgot to ration their food. "No, before going home, my plan is to escape from Dajang City." Chu Long tossed the empty lunchboxes into the trash can to clear space, allowing Xiaosai to open the map on her phone and display it for them. "We are currently in Dajang City, which itself is a first-tier city with a population of over 10 million, surrounded by second- and third-tier cities with populations in the millions. The denser the population, the more zombies there will be. Tonight, when we took the bus back, you also saw how the city was overrun with zombies. While staying in a closed-off building like this, community is quite safe, we still face the threat of large-scale zombie hordes. Moreover, we need to frequently venture out in search of food and water. Therefore, I want to leave Dajang City and escape to the mountainous areas in the north of the province, hiding in remote rural areas or towns. The more remote the place, the fewer zombies there are likely to be. Once we arrive there, whether finding a place to stay or going out for supplies will be much safer, and the difficulty of survival will be far less than in the city, right? And we can also farm." Liang Junming became excited, saying, "My hometown is in the northern mountainous area of the province. We can go there to hide. That place is so remote that before navigation, people often got lost on their way back to their hometown." "I'll follow your lead, boss," Pan Wenyu replied with a mouthful of spicy strips. "I have always wanted to live in the countryside, raising little ducks, rabbits, and chicks, watering flowers, and pasturing cows every day. Oh, life would be so beautiful." "If you are overthinking it, cows don't farm on their own. Farm work is never-ending. If you really lived in the countryside, you would surely become unhappy," Liang Junming said. "I lived in the countryside for a few years when I was a child. It's completely different." Xiaosai did not join in their discussion, but said, "This plan is good, but if we want to leave Dajang City, we must choose a good route, otherwise it could end up like tonight." As Xiaosai spoke, she zoomed out the map, focusing on the area of Dajang City. Chu Long looked at it with her, and they analyzed that taking the Provincial Road 92 would be the safest route. Provincial Road 92 is located in the northwest direction of Dajang City, far from the city center Dajang City Airport and several high-speed rail stations. The number of vehicles that pass through it is certainly the least among all the roads and highways that cross Dajang City, thus offering the best traffic conditions. After deciding to take Provincial Road 92, Chu Long and Xiaosai continued to plan a route from Baishui District to Provincial Road 92, needing to avoid all shopping malls, subway entrances, schools, and urban villages, densely populated areas, as much as possible. As long as they could avoid large-scale hordes of zombies, taking a detour would be acceptable. After looking at the map for an hour, the two finally outlined a route. Xiaosai took paper and pen to sketch the route map, So even if the phone was lost or ran out of battery, they could follow the map. By the time they finished, it was already half past midnight, marking the 6th day since the disaster began. Chu Long thought for a moment. They had not had a good night's sleep for 5 or 6 days and needed to rest well to restore their physical and mental strength before setting out. Thus, Chu Long decided they would rest for an entire day and night, departing Dajiang City the next morning. Chu Long woke up early. He had slept for less than 8 hours, and the bed at home provided a solid rest. He felt energetic, his body brimming with strength. During the 5 nights at school, he merely closed his eyes to rest, afraid to fall into a deep sleep, worried that something unexpected would happen. Liang Junming and Chu Long shared a room, while Pan Wenyuan and Xia Sai occupied another. When Chu Long got up, the other 3 were still sound asleep. He did not wake them, so he had a biscuit for breakfast and instinctively went to the kitchen to open the refrigerator for some milk. As soon as the refrigerator door opened, a foul stench wafted out. In such hot weather, the fruits and vegetables inside the refrigerator had all rotted and molded. Chu Long picked up a 2-liter carton of fresh milk, unscrewed the cap, and nearly fainted from the rancid smell. The meat in the freezer was also spoiled. The filet steaks he had stored were all wasted, which was truly infuriating. With no vegetables to eat and the gas cut off, Chu Long swallowed 4 raw eggs to replenish protein and munched on a bag of instant noodles. After finishing, he walked to the balcony to observe the situation in the community. The weather was fine and the light was good. Looking down from the 8th floor, there were few zombies wandering in the G Courtyard community. Usually there were only 30 to 40 zombies in the open areas where children played and adults walked. Chu Long thought to himself that with such a high infection rate of the zombie virus, if there were no zombies downstairs, they must all be upstairs. Returning to the living room, Chu Long took out the telescope from under the TV cabinet. He used the telescope to scan the opposite building. Apart from being completely empty, almost every floor had zombies inside. This virus had undoubtedly destroyed every household. Chu Long became curious if there were any other survivors in the community and began to search around with the telescope. Suddenly, he saw a group of more than 10 zombies gathered at the entrance of the security room on the 1st floor, diagonally opposite. These zombies were scattered around outside the security room, pressing against the glass curtain wall as if they were going mad. There must be someone inside. Chu Long quickly adjusted the magnification of the telescope. This monocular telescope was a birthday gift from his brother, with a 16x lens that could see people 2,000 to 3,000 meters away. The security room was located below 6 buildings less than 100 meters from his home. Chu Long set the magnification to 4, and the heads of the zombies outside the glass curtain wall were clearly visible, one of which had its scalp torn apart with the claw marks clearly visible. Chu Long shifted the lens slightly to the right and saw 2 living people inside the security room through the gaps in the group of zombies. One was the security guard of G Courtyard, and Chu Long recognized his face, confirming it was the guard surnamed Hu. Taking another look, there was more than just the security guard hiding in the security room. There were several other people. How long have these people been trapped inside? They must be unable to hold on much longer without food or water, Chu Long thought. Just then, as he finished speaking, the zombies pressing against the curtain wall suddenly went wild and lunged to the left. The camera followed the zombies as they moved left, and a person wearing a black riot suit rushed out holding a shield. The person with the shield knocked aside 3 zombies blocking the door, and a man and a woman inside took the chance to rush out. Unfortunately, a nearby zombie quickly pounced, and the man who managed to escape first was fine, but the woman who was slower fell victim to the zombies. The zombies surrounding the security room surged forward, and the person in riot gear attempted to break through a gap. The other survivors inside the curtain wall were also banging on the glass, trying to distract the zombies. However, it was unsuccessful. The person in riot gear was instantly surrounded by zombies, and fortunately the people inside the security room did not stand idly by. They forcibly pulled the person back, or else that guy would have ended up like the woman on the ground with his face bitten to shreds by the zombies. After the failed breach, the group of zombies continued to surround the security room, banging against the door and the glass curtain wall. What a pity, thought Chu Long. If only some others had rushed out together just now, there might have been a chance. There should be more than one shield in the security room. There must be other riot gear like riot forks or batons. If the others had those, they could have escaped. The situation in the conference room was completely different from theirs. I have no means of defense, so I can only resort to a desperate plan. Let Liang Junming attract the zombies while the others escape. If the people inside the security room did not rush out together, could they still expect those outside to save them? Now everyone was struggling to survive. The survivors in the community would only hide in homes protected by security doors with doors and windows tightly shut. Chu Long was the same. Although there was a bus parked downstairs, there were too many zombies outside the security room, and he would not risk his life to save strangers. Chu Long set down the telescope and prepared to leave the balcony. Hey, people upstairs, can you hear me? Chu Long was taken aback when he heard a voice from the lower right of the balcony. He was not mistaken. Someone downstairs called out again. Please don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm begging you. I need your help. Chu Long walked to the railing. His home did not have a sealed balcony, and he held onto the railing while looking down. A round-faced man wearing glasses was looking up and speaking. Bro, big brother, do you have any food at home? Can you spare some for me? The round-faced man pleaded. I haven't eaten for 6 days, and I'm surviving solely on tap water. The entrance is blocked by zombies, and I have no way to go out and find food. Please can you give me some food? Hearing his words, Chu Long found it hard to believe. Are you kidding me? It's only been a few days. Who doesn't have some rice flour eggs or snacks at home? Have you really eaten all your supplies so quickly? I don't know. If I had known the zombie virus would erupt, I would have stocked up on food and drink long ago. The round-faced man adjusted his glasses. His face was quite round and his cheeks trembled as he spoke. I live alone and usually don't cook. I order takeout for every meal. My home doesn't even have a stove, nor is the gas connected. You tell me, do I have food at home, big brother? I'm not lying. Except for what's piled up at the door. Wait a moment, I'll show you. The round-faced man disappeared for a few seconds and then reappeared beneath Chu Long holding several takeout bags. Chu Long took a glance. The takeout packaging was labeled with all sorts of food: barbecue fried skewers, burgers, spicy hot pot roast meats, and milk tea. It seemed that the round-faced man was indeed not lying. This is outrageous. How many zombies are at the entrance? Chu Long continued to ask. Damn, just thinking about it makes me angry. The round-faced man's face instantly turned red. My stupid neighbor across the door had all their old and young turn into zombies and came knocking for help. Damn it. I'm just a programmer weighing over 180 pounds. How could I possibly deal with zombies? I didn't open the door, and as a result, that stupid neighbor died at my door and attracted the zombies from the other 2 rooms. Now there are at least 8 zombies blocking the entrance. I'm done for. I'm starving to death. How can I still order takeout now? If I go out looking for food, I'd be serving myself up as takeout to those zombies. So big brother, can you help me? I'm begging you, big brother. The round-faced man had finally found someone to talk to after so many days and kept complaining to Chu Long, who was getting annoyed. All right, I still have eggs, pancakes, and a bag of rice at home. I won't need them, you can have them all. The round-faced man was overjoyed upon hearing this, excitedly standing on the railing and almost losing his balance and falling, but luckily, he held on tightly. Oh my, big brother, you are truly my lifesaver. Chu Long returned to the kitchen. He thought for a moment, since he was about to leave, he could give everything except the cooked food to the round-faced man downstairs. How he would cook the rice and flour was his own concern. Chu Long was never a person filled with compassion. He lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his brother, making him someone in need himself, which led him to have no spare love to care for others. At that moment, it was easy to save a life with no personal loss involved and no danger to his own life. He had no reason not to do it. Moreover, the other party looked to be in his 30s and had called him brother. So Chu Long took out a red bucket from the bathroom and packed a bag of rice, 2 bags of pancakes, and all sorts of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar into the red bucket. There was no rope at home, so he used a blanket as a rope to tie to the red bucket. I'll lower the things down now, but you better catch them. Chu Long appeared at the edge of the balcony, and the round-faced man downstairs immediately replied, got it. Holding the red bucket with one hand and gripping the blanket, which served as the rope with the other, he slowly let it down. All right, bro. You can let go, I've got it. Hearing the round-faced man's words, Chu Long released his grip. Wow, bro. You're so generous. The round-faced man received food far beyond his expectations and gratefully said, you gave me all this, are you not going to eat? Before Chu Long could respond, the round-faced man misunderstood and immediately advised, bro, please don't think about it. Just yesterday, someone in the building across from us couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide by jumping off. That guy was so unfortunate. I don't know which floor it was, but he jumped and didn't die from the fall. Instead, he lay on the ground and was dismembered by a group of zombies screaming loud enough for the whole community to hear. After hearing this, Chu Long looked through the telescope at the bottom of the opposite building. There was indeed a corpse that had been gnawed clean with only clothes and white bones left amid the bloodstains. You misunderstood. I'm going out, so I'm giving all this to you, Chu Long said. Oh, so that's how it is. The round-faced man, relieved to hear that Chu Long wasn't going to commit suicide, took a few deep breaths and said, big brother, I can't take your food for free. Since you're going out, I'll lend you a car, which is parked in our community's basement. What kind of car? Chu Long asked, losing interest. The bus downstairs is the one I drove over. What use is your car compared to a bus? Besides, if you give me your car, what will you do? Better keep it. Bro, I guess you want to leave the city. You'd better drive my car. It's not mine, but I borrowed it from my boss Land Cruiser the morning the zombie crisis broke out. No matter which road you take out of the city, they're all blocked. That bus of yours is too cumbersome and likely to break. I advise you not to drive that piece of junk. The Land Cruiser is much better. 4-wheel drive, high ground clearance, low fuel consumption, and highly maneuverable. It'll definitely be enough for you, trust me. The round-faced man insisted on giving his car to Chu Long. Although Chu Long didn't understand cars, he found the round-faced man's analysis reasonable. Plus, he wanted to repay Chu Long, so he simply took the keys. Thanks, brother. Chu Long put the keys in his pocket and reminded the man below, I also put a kitchen knife under the red bucket that should help you. Oh my. The round-faced man was so moved that he shed tears immediately. Big brother, how did you know? I don't even have a kitchen knife at home. With zombies at the door, if I go out empty-handed, I'll definitely feed a few. Thank you so much, or I'm really touched. Big brother, my name is Fan Xingyu. Oh, what's your name? The round-faced man asked. Once I finish the food, I'll definitely go out. If I can survive, perhaps one day we can meet again. When that time comes, I'll surely repay you well, big brother. I'm Chu Long. Ooh, let's see you survive first. All right, big brother Chu Long. As long as I'm alive, I'll never forget your kindness. Bro, I wish you success in leaving the city. Fan Xingyu smiled broadly, sincerely wishing for Chu Long's well-being. Chu Long also smiled and nodded, waving his hand down, saying, I wish you success in surviving too. May we meet outside the city. After saying this, Chu Long left the balcony, went back to revise the route for tomorrow, and also packed his luggage, making preparations. The next morning, the four of them were in the living room, checking their luggage. They had prepared emergency supplies for leaving the city, with each person carrying a supply pack. Pan Wenyuan carried a black leather backpack that Zhu Long had bought during high school, filled with medications, disinfectant bandages, wet wipes, sunscreen and insect repellent spray, cotton swabs, medicinal alcohol towels, and various other daily necessities. Xiaosai's backpack contained scissors, pliers, screwdrivers, a flashlight size 5 batteries, a power bank, a folding knife, a lighter, and other emergency tools. Liang Junming and Zhu Long, the two boys, carried emergency food and bottled water. Each of their backpacks weighed around 15 kilograms, while the two girls each carried 10 kilograms. Liang Junming wanted to bring more food and drinks in case their vehicle broke down after leaving the city, or they encountered some accidents, leaving them without food or water in the wilderness. Seeing that there was still plenty of space in her backpack, Pan Wenyuan wanted to pack some clean clothes for a change. The weather was hot, and even doing nothing would make one sweat, causing clothes to become sour and the body to feel greasy within half a day. Pan Wenyuan could tolerate having an odor on herself, but she absolutely couldn't accept getting prickly heat or eczema. Therefore, she wanted to take some clothes and underwear that Zhu Long hadn't worn. Both of their ideas were halted by Zhu Long. We're escaping, not going on an outing. It's enough to bring what we need for emergencies. Oh, I don't want to carry dozens of kilograms of stuff and then be unable to run when the zombies come. Survival is the priority. We can find anything else we need on the way. Zhu Long said, seeing their backpacks stuffed full, quickly urging them to lighten their loads. After hearing this, the two had no choice but to reluctantly take out the things they had just packed, only bringing what Zhu Long and Xiaosai had suggested. Once the emergency supplies were packed, Zhu Long took out a military dagger belonging to his brother. He had heard his brother say that this knife was special, seemingly imported and used by the Swedish Air Force, called something like Fohane 1. Zhu Long drew the knife, crafted from silver-white steel with a very simple design. The blade was wide and thick with A1 Pro inscribed near the hilt. Gripping the handle, he could feel the knife's exceptional hardness and reliability. Zhu Long didn't know much about knives, but just holding it made him feel that this knife was particularly formidable. Zhu Long changed into a pair of straight-leg jeans, fastened his belt, and clipped the original knife sheath onto the side of his belt, giving it a pat. The knife was secured tightly and should not fall off while running. Among the four, only Xiaosai had no weapon. Zhu Long found a baseball bat in the room, which he had bought for self-defense in middle school, having used it in a few fights, and had kept it ever since. The handle was worn down, wrapped with a badminton racket's grip tape. Xiaosai took the baseball bat, swung it a few times, feeling its lightness, and thinking that she was the only one present who had never killed a zombie, said, Don't worry, I will learn how to kill zombies. I will definitely not become a burden to you. Class monitor, you're being too modest. What burden? We are now a closely knit team. Liang Junming said. Besides, you are so smart. If Pan Wenyuan can kill zombies, you will surely master it in no time. Right. Everyone has their first time, and when it was my first time. Pan Wenyuan began to speak, but suddenly realized it felt wrong. Wait. What do you mean by I can do it too? Liang Junming, what do you mean? Are you implying that I'm dumb? Oh, I didn't say that. It's your own interpretation. If you say so, then it is. Liang Junming, being cheeky, was chased by Pan Wenyuan around the living room. Zhu Long noticed Xiaosai's nervousness and lack of confidence. Combat was her weakness. Everyone feels this way when stepping out of their comfort zones, so he said, take it slow. If we encounter zombies later, just follow Pan Wenyuan and play a supportive role. Oh, I will teach you what to do. Okay. Xiaosai nodded at Zhu Long. Once they were ready, the four of them stepped outside. Zhu Long took one last look at the home before turning and closing the door. Now he felt a sense of conviction within him. His brother was definitely not dead, and he would one day live to see. After the four entered the stairwell, Zhulong told them about what happened yesterday, with the round-faced man downstairs showing them the key to the land cruiser that the man had given him. We need to navigate through the alleys. Buses are prone to breakdowns and have high fuel consumption. So we'll take this land cruiser, Zhulong said. The three had no objections, but while passing the 9th floor, Liang Junming noticed the stairwell door was ajar. Remembering Zhulong's mention of the round-faced man being blocked by zombies, he curiously went up to take a look. Roar. At the entrance of room 911 on the right side of the corridor, more than 10 zombies were Liang Junming whispered to his teammates, if there were only a few zombies, perhaps we could help him. He seems like a good person, and we could gain another teammate. Let's go, but we can't help him now. Zhulong patted Liang Junming's shoulder. He had already thought of this and had checked it out yesterday. The four continued down until they reached the basement door. There was a delivery locker at the basement entrance where the delivery person usually brought packages with a tricycle. Zhulong pressed against the wall, peering out, and immediately spotted the already transformed delivery person. He was kneeling on the ground, gnawing at a body along with 3 other zombies. That lying on the ground must be a zombie. They seemed to be eating their own kind. Xiaosai said softly, standing behind Zhulong. 2 zombies were on the lower half of the corpse, biting into its thigh, blood flowing everywhere. The corpse was still alive, twisting its neck and letting out low growls, trying to push away the zombie delivery person that was gnawing at its belly, but its reactions were nowhere near as frantic as a living person being bitten. Zhulong and the others were stunned, witnessing zombies devouring their own kind. When humans are starving, they eat each other. I didn't expect zombies to do the same. What do we do, Zhulong? Pan Wenyuan felt afraid at the bloody scene, clutching Zhulong's arm. Xiaosai was also impacted. Facing such a scene of the law of the jungle, she felt humanity's civilized world was gradually drifting away as zombies, the perverted forms of humanity, began to merge into nature. Don't panic, they're too engrossed in eating and might not notice us, Zhulong said, boldly opening the glass door to the basement. The few zombies didn't even lift their heads, completely oblivious to the 4 living people at the entrance. The 4 of them, weapons in hand, moved along the wall. Help me look for that land cruiser, the white one, Zhulong said. Liang Junming, having good eyesight, quickly spotted the white land cruiser parked on the left side of Area C. Zhulong pressed the car key, and the white land cruiser emitted a beep-beep, unlocking sound. This sound attracted the zombies hiding nearby in Area C. Run now, Zhulong shouted. In the blink of an eye, several zombies emerged from the gap between the SUVs behind Lu Sun, while 2 more crawled out from the right corner recess of Zone C. Zombies bursting from the rear row of SUVs blocked the path directly before the 4 of them, preventing them from boarding the vehicle. With one hand gripping his axe, Zhulong charged forward with a guttural roar. Ha! The axe struck a zombie's skull with a sickening crack. Its head reeled under the blow, and its legs trembled violently, as if staggering drunk. Pan Wenyin and Zhulong had fought side by side countless times, forging unspoken synchrony. Without hesitation, she swung her spiked mace. Already off balance, the zombie collapsed beneath 2 brutal blows. Liang Junming stood guard on the left flank, drawing away 2 zombies. He led them in a frantic chase around a pure electric SUV, and to evade them scrambled onto its roof. Unlike him, the 2 zombies lacked agility. They clung limply to the hood, unable to haul themselves upward. Seizing the moment, Liang Junming dropped to his knees atop the hood and slashed downward with his sword, cleaving into their skulls. Xiaosai froze, paralyzed, uncertain whom to aid. As she stood stunned, Zhulong whirled his shoulder and felled 2 charging zombies in rapid succession with his axe. Zhulong struck with terrifying force. Those struck by his axe either split open along the forehead with a finger-thick gash, blood gushing forth, or had their faces utterly shattered, features collapsing like loosely stacked building blocks. Yet neither Zhulong nor Pan Wenyin could see behind them, and unnoticed a zombie crawled silently toward them from beneath the front bumper of the SUV. Its knees appeared injured. It dragged itself low and silent, stopping inches from Pan Wenyin's feet. Watch out, Xiaosai cried, and even as the warning tore from her throat, her body surged forward. She snatched up her baseball bat and struck the crawling zombie, mimicking Pan Wenyin's decisive swing. Yes, exactly like that. Seeing Pan Wenyin relieved, Zhulong sprang to the right side door of the SUV, vaulted over the passenger seat into the driver's position, and twisted the key. The engine roared to life. A deep, resonant growl vibrated through the air as the engine ignited. Zhulong glanced sideways, just in time to see several zombies surging toward them from the underground garage entrance they'd entered through. He stomped the accelerator and wrenched the steering while launching the SUV from its parking bay and slamming headlong into the onrushing horde. Get in now, he bellowed from inside the cab. Outside, Liang Junming and the others sprinted forward and scrambled aboard. More and more zombies converged upon the parking garage, drawn by noise and movement. Zhulong remained unruffled, the SUV handled with astonishing stability. Zombies hurled themselves at the grill like reckless pedestrians staging a collision, yet the bumper didn't so much as shudder. Each impact sent them flying, while Chu Long, seated calmly at the wheel, felt nothing at all. Eyes fixed on overhead signs, Chu Long navigated winding turns before flooring the accelerator, bursting free from the subterranean garage, veering sharply right onto a steep descent, barreling out through the east gate of G Hospital, then racing downhill straight into Phoenix City's central roundabout. At the crossroads surrounding the roundabout, wave after wave of zombies marched, countless relentless. Still descending at full speed, Chu Long refused to brake. Instead, he aimed the SUV straight into the heart of the seething mass. Crash! The throttle slammed to the floor. The engine shuddered violently. As the white SUV hurtled down the slope and erupted before them, the zombies milling about the roundabout were flung aside like scattered bowling pins. Riding the momentum from the hilltop, Chu Long guided the vehicle clear, unscathed yet breathless. Turn right ahead. Xiaosai sat in the rear seat, still clutching her phone to navigate. The other two passengers, however, had long since gripped the overhead handles in terror, too stunned to scream, hearts hammering wildly, nearly seized by sheer fright at Chu Long's audacity. Got it. Following Xiaosai's directions, Chu Long threaded the SUV through narrow streets and alleyways, first heading toward Yonglu Town in Baishui District. Yonglu Town housed mostly native residents of Baishui District, a heavily industrialized zone where locals had converted their self-built homes into apartment complexes, renting rooms to migrant workers flocking to the district for employment. Unlike the densely packed urban villages of downtown Dajiang City, these structures featured dining stalls and street food eateries on the ground floor, while upper levels served as residences, and also hosted massage parlors, foot spas, and billiard halls, making the street a vibrant hub for laborers' daily consumption. Now both migrants and locals alike had become zombies. Before a roadside stall named Lee's Pig Stomach Chicken Hot Pot, hundreds of them swarmed, blocking the entrance, completely spilling halfway across the road. Chu Long and the others found the scale and agitation of this gathering suspicious. Surely something had drawn them here. Then they spotted several figures standing at the second-floor window of the hot pot restaurant. "Hey, save us. Help, please," they cried out desperately to the passing SUV. Chu Long couldn't assist, but as he drove past, he courteously honked twice in acknowledgement. Beep, beep. A few zombies peeled away from the crowd, trailing the SUV's exhaust fumes. Liang Junming glanced back and exclaimed, "Hey, why are those zombies following us? Do they sense our group is smaller and think we're easier prey?" Chu Long paused, eased the accelerator slightly, kept honking steadily, and continued driving forward. Beep, 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 beep. On ordinary days, nothing grated more than relentless shrill horn blasts, far worse than traffic jams. His tactic worked. Not only did zombies surge from adjacent storefronts and upper floors, but even the dense throng blocking the hot pot stall turned, lured by the piercing sound, some breaking away to pursue the SUV. Chu Long checked the rearview mirror. This detour at least had bought those survivors precious breathing room. To survive 7 days amid Dajiang City's suffocating population density and apocalyptic chaos was extraordinary in itself. Chu Long's aim remained steadfast: to help as many survivors as possible endure. Half an hour later, the SUV cleared Yonglu Town. Guided by Xiaosai's navigation, Chu Long turned left at the next intersection into Huanggang District, crossed Huanggang Bridge, and sped eastward along Huanggang East Road, hugging the riverbank. Xiaosai informed Chu Long that 20 kilometers ahead, he would reach a 6-lane intersection. The leftmost 4 lanes ascended onto an elevated highway, while the right turn led to the Huanggang Expressway entrance. They adhered strictly to their pre-planned route, avoiding the expressway entirely, instead ascending the elevated highway, which merged seamlessly into Provincial Highway 92. After traversing 3 tunnels, they would join National Highway 109, bound for the mountainous northern province. An hour later, Chu Long reached the elevated highway Xiaosai had described. Once aboard, the traffic conditions below became instantly visible on both sides. As anticipated, the road beneath the viaduct, stretching westward from Huanggang East Expressway entrance, had completely collapsed. Kilometers of stalled vehicles choked all 8 lanes in both directions. Beyond the endless sea of immobilized cars stretched the largest zombie horde they had ever witnessed. A dense, undulating tide of zombies filled every lane from the Huanggang East Expressway entrance, drifting slowly inward toward the city center. "It's terrifying, isn't it?" Liang Junming looked out the car window, his heart trembling. "Stop looking. Close the window quickly," Pan Wenyuan said, fearing that the zombies beneath the overpass would see them. Right. Liang Junming obediently followed her advice. The overpass was about 20 meters above the ground, making it impossible for zombies to climb up, but there was a bend in the road below, and he certainly didn't want to see those zombies suddenly turning the corner. "Have you seen World War Z?" The zombies in that movie are so exaggerated, they can stack on top of each other to climb over walls that are dozens of meters high to attack human cities. I've seen it, but that's a movie. In reality, those zombies shouldn't be able to do that, right? Liang Junming initiated the conversation. Chu Long drove the Land Cruiser away from the overpass, entering Provincial Road 92. They had traveled 50 kilometers since leaving Phoenix City, and nearly 2 hours had passed. Xiaosai, sitting in the passenger seat, reminded them that in half an hour after passing through 3 tunnels they would reach Provincial Road 109, leaving the heavily infested major city behind. I've seen it. That movie was so thrilling. Pan Wenyuan moved to the middle of the back seat, continuing to talk about the film. The main character eventually discovered that zombies wouldn't attack humans suffering from diseases because the virus rejects weak hosts like them. He used this to save the world, and the surviving humans began to target the infected with bacteria, gaining a sick buff before fighting back against the zombies. Xiaosai hadn't seen it, but after hearing Pan Wenyuan, she could piece together the basic plot. After witnessing the recent scene of mountains of corpses, she felt anxious and couldn't help but say, I wonder what the weaknesses of the zombies in reality are and how we can defeat this zombie virus. Well, who knows? We're not the protagonists in a movie, we don't have the ability or luck to save the world. All we can do is survive today. Living one more day is a victory in itself. Chu Long replied. His thoughts were less complicated. Saving the world was entirely beyond his capabilities. He didn't dwell on such matters. Surviving until the end was already good enough for him. Therefore, he continued, so let the task of saving the world be left to those destined ones. I believe not everyone has turned into a zombie due to this virus, and surely there are some who possess immunity. These individuals will be rescued by the military, and medical experts will develop a vaccine. Our goal is to hold on to hope and survive until that day comes. After Chu Long finished speaking, Pan Wenyuan immediately responded, That's right, boss. With you, I'm sure we can live to see that day. Pan Wenyuan leaned closer to Chu Long's seat, clenching her fists, and pretended to massage his shoulders. You saying that puts a lot of pressure on me. Let's hope so, Chu Long said. As they chatted, they had already passed through the first tunnel, the Shanghua Cave Tunnel. Xiaosai leaned back in her seat. As they moved further away from the major city, the zombies on the road became fewer, scattered, and disorganized. The route planned by her, and Chu Long, was correct. The vehicles on Provincial Road 92 were even fewer than those in the suburban roads of the major city, making for a smooth drive. Hey, let's not think about those distressing things. How about we play a song? Liang Junming pushed Pan Wenyuan aside, reaching for the car's computer to select music randomly, playing a downloaded song titled Glorious Years. Liang Junming looked at the playlist and said, Boundless ocean, vast sky, truly love you. It seems the owner of this car likes Beyond. Look below, there's also Jackie Chung's Goodbye Kiss, and Just Want to Walk With You for a Lifetime. Andy Lau's Ice Rain, Forget Love Potion, and Hack and Lee's Half Moon Serenade are quite similar to my dad's taste. I used to listen to them often when I was a child. Xiaosai looked at the screen and said, My brother listens to similar songs. I occasionally listen to these old songs too, Chu Long added. You all listen to such old songs. Pan Wenyuan thought about calling them outdated, but held her tongue. She forced Liang Junming aside and scrolled through the owner's playlist, discovering it was filled with songs from the 80s and 90s. Oh my god, there's nothing I like at all. You all choose as you like. Pan Wenyuan complained, My phone is out of battery. Otherwise I'd play you all my favorite Park J-Bum's Momomi. It's super good, perfect for driving. Chill, there's something ahead. You two buckle up. Chu Long said. In front of them at the entrance of a stream tunnel, several cars were stopped, and more than 20 people stood at the entrance. One person saw them and waved, signaling them to pull over. It seems the tunnel entrance is blocked. Let's stop and check the situation, Chu Long said as he released the accelerator, slowing down, and finally pulled over on the emergency lane about 30 meters away from the group ahead. There are no zombies around. Xiaosai observed the road conditions. After speaking, she saw a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeved shirt running towards them. Chu Long. Yeah, Chu Long understood what Xiaosai wanted to say. He didn't turn off the engine or engage the handbrake. He was unsure why the group was blocking the tunnel entrance or what the middle-aged man's intentions were. Under normal circumstances, Chu Long would have gotten out of the car to check. However, given the current situation, he had to be cautious. Until he confirmed that the strangers harbored no malicious intent, he was prepared to turn around and flee at any moment. When the middle-aged man reached the front of the car, Chu Long rolled down half of the window. The man with a beer belly and poor stamina was panting after running just 30 meters. He leaned against the car window and said to Chu Long, Huff. Hello, the entrance of the tunnel ahead is blocked by a tipped-over truck. We can't get through. We're trying to figure out how to move the truck. Could you come down and help us? Chu Long glanced ahead. The group consisted of men and women, old and young. The women and children were watching from the side, while the men unloaded cargo from the overturned truck. They seemed friendly, and Chu Long greeted them. Hello. Sir, was the truck already overturned when you arrived? Yes, I was one of the first to arrive. Before I got here, there were quite a few zombies at the tunnel entrance. I lured them all out and took them down one by one. Look over there. And those are the zombies I took down. The middle-aged man pointed to the spots and said, I've been blocking here for half an hour and cars have been arriving one after another. Now we want to clear the cargo from the truck, then use ropes to attach our cars to the truck to pull it aside. You four look like college students. Could you all come down and help? The middle-aged man peered into the car and asked, Look over there, 4 more people are coming. Wei Xiaohua unbuttoned 2 buttons of his collar, wearing a casual, deep purple Western-style shirt on top and gray trousers on the bottom, looking like a financial elite, quite presentable. However, this weather is not suitable for working in such attire. Wei Xiaohua's back was soaked with sweat, and the trousers clung to his knees, still feeling hot. Damn, this freaking weather is really hot. Wei Xiaohua cursed, standing by the back of the truck. Without waiting for Sui Lu to come over, grabbed a long wooden box from above his head and hurled it out, almost hitting an old man nearby who was helping. Hey, don't take your anger out on me here. Am I not hot too? Finish the work early and get out of here sooner. Sui Lu glared at Wei Xiaohua, who immediately reined in his temper and continued working. Sui Lu, on the other hand, forced a smile to apologize to the old man, but with his chubby face, it looked more like a grimace, which instead frightened the old man into repeatedly saying, It's fine, it's fine. Chulong walked over and immediately noticed Sui Lu. This man had his neck covered in dark ink tattoos, short hair, a broad back, and a fierce appearance that made him look tough, like a member of the underworld. Hey, you 4 are university students, right? Wei Xiaohua took the initiative to greet Chulong and his 3 companions, and before Chulong could respond, his attention quickly shifted to the 2 female university students, Pan Wenyuan and Xiaosai. Wow, 2 beautiful sisters have arrived. As Wei Xiaohua said this, he walked over his hair, unwashed for several days, flat and greasy. He raked his fingers through his hair, tidied up his shirt, and flashed a charming smile at the 2 female university students. You both look so lovely. Wei Xiaohua. That truck is blocking the tunnel, so we can't leave for now. What's your names? Let's get to know each other. Xiaosai took a glance at Wei Xiaohua. He looked quite young with a fair complexion, not much older than them, but his purple Western-style shirt was overly flashy, paired with shiny brown pointed shoes that looked greasy and flashy. Xiaosai disliked such flashy men even more, and what repulsed her further was that Wei Xiaohua seemed to think he was very handsome, constantly flashing smiles and making eyes at her and Pan Wenyuan. Feeling repulsed, Xiaosai ignored Wei Xiaohua and followed Chulong to help carry wooden boxes beside the large truck. Pan Wenyuan, however, started chatting with Wei Xiaohua. She thought he was quite handsome, although his style resembled that of a flashy internet celebrity, rich but lacking in taste. But she liked chatting with people, plus it allowed her to slack off from working. After hearing Pan Wenyuan say they had escaped from university, Wei Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and said, Impressive. You managed to escape all the way from such a distant place. This is all thanks to Chulong. He drove the bus and helped us escape, Pan Wenyuan said. Oh, Wei Xiaohua glanced at Chulong a few times. He had no interest in the male university student and turned back to flirt with Pan Wenyuan. Sister, do you see that black Benz? That's my car. Want to hop in for a bit and enjoy the air conditioning? There's chilled orange juice, coconut juice, and beer in the mini fridge. It's so hot and the goods in the truck won't be unloaded anytime soon. How about you come up and take a break? Upon hearing that there were chilled drinks and air conditioning, Pan Wenyuan glanced over and saw that Chulong and the others were chatting with Sui Lu, and there was no danger, so she followed Wei Xiaohua into the black Benz parked by the tunnel entrance. At noon, the sun baked the road, causing heat waves to rise. Chulong and the others had only worked for less than 20 minutes before their hair was soaked with sweat. They were unfortunate. This large truck was loaded with metal bars, each box weighing a standard 250 kilograms, making it very laborious to unload them box by box. Before Chulong and the others arrived, Sui Lu and Li Maofu had already led the men from the convoy to unload half a box of goods. With the addition of Chulong's 3 people, the pace quickened significantly, and the women who had been standing idly by felt embarrassed watching their companions sweat, so they came over to help. Around 15 people took turns unloading the cargo. Those who were tired rested, while the rested ones took over, and soon the truck's cargo hold was nearly emptied. Li Maofu took a box of mineral water from the back of his Honda SUV and generously handed a bottle to everyone. We're almost done unloading, no need to touch that last bit inside. Oh, everyone take a break for now, Li Maofu said as he handed the water to Chulong. This middle-aged man, named Li Maofu, was the one who had approached to greet earlier, looking kind, accompanied by his wife and their neighbor's family. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly the sound of a baby crying filled the air. Upon hearing this, Li Maofu's wife ran to their Honda and brought out a baby wrapped in a pink towel, saying, Does anyone have hot water? Can I borrow some to make formula? A young couple raised their hands indicating they had some, and then walked towards a black RV. The couple not only brought out a pot of hot water, but also offered that their RV could provide hot water. When the people present heard about the hot water, they thought about making instant noodles and rushed to take out boxes of instant noodles from their trunks, lining up to get water from the RV. With Li Maofu and that couple leading the way, others also began to take out the food they brought to share with everyone. Soon the aroma of instant noodles filled the air as over 20 survivors sat at the tunnel entrance eating noodles with waterproof cloths laid on the ground to insulate against the heat. The young couple also brought down an oversized camping tent from the RV and set it up at the tunnel entrance, blocking the scorching sunlight. Chu Long and the others, having been strangers before, now shared the same goal of leaving the city. Being stuck here felt like fate, and they chatted and laughed as if they were on an outing. As lunch was about to finish, Li Maofu put down his lunchbox and said, cupping his fists, "Thank you all for your hard work earlier. Later we just need to use the hooks from the large truck to hook a few more powerful vehicles and pull them to the left side of the tunnel to clear a path for us to leave." Let me take a look. Li Maofu looked at the cars that had arrived and selected the three with the most power, suggesting, "Let's use that Land Cruiser, the Benz, and that RV to pull the truck. These three vehicles are heavy, have enough power, and are less likely to malfunction. Other vehicles are not suitable for this task. They are prone to accidents. So it's best if these three vehicles do the pulling. Do you all agree?" Li Maofu looked at the owners of these three vehicles. "Sure." Zheng Sui Lu with a dark-colored neck quickly agreed. "I have no problem either." Chu Long said as the Land Cruiser he drove was capable of handling this task. Forming a team to tow a large truck should be no issue. The young couple pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Everyone is fleeing to the northern mountainous region of the province. Encountering each other here is fate. Once the road is open, how about we form a convoy with our 7 vehicles? If anything happens on the road, like vehicle malfunctions or encountering a horde of corpses, we can look out for each other. Li Maofu suggested enthusiastically. Everyone thought about it, and forming a convoy seemed to have no downsides, so they all nodded in agreement. After sufficient rest, Chu Long followed Li Maofu and others to detach the ropes from the large truck using the bundles of thick ropes that were removed to tow the truck. Once the ropes were detached, Zheng Sui Lu walked over to his Benz and saw Wei Xiaohao and a female college student eating chips and drinking beer inside his car. Eating snacks in his car was something Zheng Sui Lu could not tolerate. Even his ex-wife was not allowed to eat anything inside his vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Get out of the car. Zheng Sui Lu angrily pointed at the window and shouted. Wei Xiaohao and Pan Wenyuan saw the veins on Zheng Sui Lu's forehead and were so frightened that they immediately exited the car from the other side. After driving the two away, Chu Long ran over to the Land Cruiser to drive. As Chu Long sat in the car and started the engine, he saw zombies emerging on the road in the rearview mirror. The asphalt road shimmered with wavering heat under the scorching sun. Chu Long thought he was seeing things blinking several times, but the number of zombies appearing in the rearview mirror only increased, spanning across the entire road. Chu Long was stunned. He leaned out of the car, standing on the window, and looked back. The entire highway was filled with zombies, densely packed, extending endlessly, advancing like a death march towards the tunnel entrance. Damn it! Chu Long jumped back into the car, flooring the accelerator and driving towards the tunnel entrance. Others were still leisurely packing things under the tent, completely unaware of the zombies appearing on the road behind them, and Chu Long almost crashed into them. Everyone scatter. Zombies are coming on the road. We need to move the large truck quickly, Chu Long shouted, leaning out of the car window. Zombies. Where? Upon hearing this, the people in the tent rushed out in panic, only to see the massive horde of corpses behind them, a sea of black that completely blocked the road. Oh my God. Oh. Several women and children screamed. What the hell? What the hell? Liang Junming and Wei Xiaohao cursed repeatedly. It's over. We're trapped here. We're dead for sure. Many people shouted, yet their hands and feet wouldn't move to help. Everyone scatter. The RV should go in the middle of the Land Cruiser, and bins on both sides. Everyone else help tie the ropes. Hurry, Li Maofu commanded. Hearing this, the others immediately went to tie the ropes of the large truck to the rear bumpers of the 3 towing vehicles. Chu Long, Zheng Jiasue, and the young couple in the RV had already taken their seats in the driver's positions. Li Maofu raised his hand, directing the 3 towing vehicles as he looked at the approaching zombies, sweating profusely, and shouted, "On the count of 3, you all step on the gas and drive towards me. Do you understand? Okay. Got it. 3, 2, 1. As Li Maofu's hand signal fell, the 3 towing vehicles simultaneously surged forward, the engines roaring. The towing ropes tightened with a resounding crash, and the exhaust pipes belched out fumes. The Land Cruiser's body bounced violently, while the rear of the Benz was pulled down sharply, the front lifted high. The tires of these 2 secondary towing vehicles spun in place, creating sparks as they rubbed against the ground, erupting thick gray smoke accompanied by a strong burning smell. Li Maofu covered his nose and shouted to the young couple in the RV, "Floor the gas. Hurry. The man in the driver's seat, having never experienced such a scene, was distracted by the distant zombies on the road and did not press down hard with his right foot, resulting in insufficient pulling force. The large truck plus the trailer and some cargo weighed no less than 20 tons. The two other vehicles alone could not get it moving. Hearing Lee Malphus' horse shouts, the woman in the RV urged the young man, and he finally floored the gas. The three vehicles roared to life, pulling the large truck to the left side of the tunnel entrance. Others had already gotten into their vehicles, and as soon as the tunnel opened, everyone desperately started their cars to squeeze inside. The first electric vehicle that rushed out was followed by two fuel trucks whose fronts collided, neither yielding ground. Fools. What's the rush? The zombies are still far away, just go in one at a time. Zheng Sui Lu cursed from the window. Are you all competing to die? Damn it. As the zombie horde gradually closed in, Zheng Sui Lu cursed loudly, waking up the drivers who had collided and blocked the entrance. Liang Juanming, Xiaosai, and Pan Wenyuan hurriedly got into their cars. Chu Long leaned out the window to look back. The horde of zombies was getting closer, already within 200 meters. The two vehicles blocking the road backed off to clear a path. Zheng Sui Lu drove off first, followed by the other vehicles one by one. This tunnel was short, ending in less than 300 meters, followed immediately by another tunnel called Lianhua Pool. The further north they went, the more mountains appeared, and encountering tunnel openings was quite common. As long as they passed through the last tunnel, they could escape from Dajang City. The road was littered with broken-down cars. The first electric vehicle that got out had crashed through a lane, and one after another the following vehicles formed a convoy. Just after exiting the tunnel, Chu Long hadn't even accelerated when all the vehicles in front of the convoy braked suddenly. The first electric vehicle that had gone out stopped in the middle of the road. A woman got out of the passenger seat, desperately shouting to the vehicles behind her, the tunnel ahead is blocked. We can't go. Upon hearing the woman's words, Chu Long opened the door with a bang and rushed alongside Li Maofu and Zheng Sui Lu to the front of the convoy. They despaired as they saw that the Lianhua tunnel entrance had erupted in a chain collision, caught fire, and rows of burnt cars were sprawled everywhere, completely blocking the tunnel. Inside there were groups of zombies that had turned into charred remains, and upon seeing the convoy they charged out from the tunnel. Quick, go back. Where to go back? There are more zombies behind. Then go forward. Going forward won't work. The tunnel is blocked, and going forward is a dead end. I'd rather crash into zombies than cars. Let's go back. Everyone panicked, and without thinking further, Chu Long drove back into the middle of the tunnel with the other drivers hastily following. By the time they drove back to the middle of the tunnel, the zombies pouring in from the direction of Dajang City were already nearly at the tunnel entrance. What do we do? There are zombies in front and behind. Where can we go? Everyone get out of the car. Let's find the emergency exit in the tunnel. Chu Long shouted, leading the way out. In the tunnel, he often saw a door. His brother had told him it was an emergency escape route used to avoid fires. There must be some here as well. Chu Long got out of the car and anxiously looked around. The others heard him and also got out to search, but the tunnel was short and they couldn't see a single door. This tunnel was not designed with an emergency escape route, and in the chaos someone shouted, "The zombies are coming, quickly hide in the car." At the tunnel entrance, zombies surged in like a black tide, densely filling every crack in the tunnel, their chaotic whispers resembling a locust swarm. There was no time to wait. The only outcome of being seen by them was to be devoured to the bone. Chu Long quickly knelt and crawled underneath the Lu Sun's car with Pan Wenyuan following him in. The others nearby sought refuge, but the space under Lu Sun's car was limited enough for only 2 people. Xiaosai followed Li Maofu and others into the young couple's RV. Once inside, they closed the windows and doors, leaving Liang Juanming, who was slightly slower, outside. Seeing the zombies approaching, Liang Juanming, in his desperation, climbed to the roof of the RV to hide. He lay flat on the roof, hearing the footsteps behind him, thud, thud, thud. Turning around, he saw Zheng Suila and Wei Xiaohai had also climbed onto the roof of the RV behind him. The horde of corpses came. Over 20 survivors either crawled under cars, hid inside, or lay on the roof. Liang Juanming buried his head on the roof, closing his eyes in fear, feeling countless zombies pass beneath him, shaking the ground. Behind him, Wei Xiaohai was equally terrified, gripping Liang Juanming's pant leg tightly. Zheng Suila turned his head, his right cheek pressed against the RV roof, cautiously observing the horde of corpses with his left eye. Roar! 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 Chu Long hid beneath Lu Sun's car. Countless feet walked past them, and his heart raced to his throat. Every cell in his body was on high alert, feeling as if he had a 42°C fever. Occasionally 1 or 2 zombies stopped beside Lu Sun's car, causing Chu Long's heart to nearly stop. If even one zombie discovered them and crawled under the car, it would mean doom for him and Pan Wenyuan. Pan Wenyuan curled up, hugging Chu Long's waist, her body trembling violently as breath hissed out from her sealed lips. Hoo-hoo! Chu Long turned over, facing her and covering her mouth with one hand, nervously observing the footsteps around them. Fortunately, no zombies discovered them. As long as they stayed silent beneath the car, they could wait for the horde. Xiaosai and over a dozen others hid inside the RV, their situation slightly better. The windows were drawn with curtains, and the vehicle acted like a wall isolating them from the army of death outside. The dozen people held their breath in the car, many closing their eyes to pray that the zombies would not find them. Suddenly Xiaosai felt someone tremble. Li Maofu held his wife, who was agitated, and unexpectedly reached out to pull back the curtain. What is this foolish woman doing? Xiaosai squeezed through the crowd to Li Maofu's side, grabbing his wife's hand, and together with Li Maofu they restrained her. Child! The child! That foolish woman gritted her teeth, squeezing out a quiet sentence through her teeth. The baby is still in the car. She had gotten out too hastily and had forgotten the sleeping child in the baby's seat. Li Maofu looked at his wife as if petrified. Didn't I tell you to hold on to him? Li Maofu exclaimed, anxiously shaking his wife. The people present gasped, hearing that a baby had been left in the car. They were all suffocated. If that baby were frightened by the zombies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaosai pinched his fingers, pulling back a corner of the curtain to look at Li Maofu's SUV. The zombies passed safely by his car, and the baby did not cry. Xiaosai quickly shook his head at Li Maofu and his wife, signaling them that the zombies had not discovered their child, urging them not to act rashly. Li Maofu and his wife pressed against the window, their eyes red, staring intently at that SUV. If any zombie lingered around that SUV, it would terrify them half to death. The people inside felt a mix of emotions. They hoped the baby would not suffer, and even more wished that Li Maofu and his wife would not do something foolish, endangering everyone in the vehicle. Equally dangerous was a man and a woman hiding inside an electric vehicle. To be able to escape at any moment, the man and woman hid in their seats, reclining them as low as possible, covering their faces with clothes, thinking that this way the zombies would not notice them. But they were careless and forgot to turn off the vehicle's power. The electric vehicle's headlights were still on, making it particularly conspicuous in the dim tunnel. Zombies constantly passed by, banging on the electric vehicle's windows. A swarm of zombies reacting strongly to the light crawled on the hood like ants, banging their heads against the front, making a clattering sound. We've been discovered. We've been discovered. The man screamed in panic. This fear had surpassed his physiological limits, and he could not make a calm judgment. In his rush, he threw off his clothes and pressed the accelerator, driving out. Oh! The woman screamed loudly, watching as the windshield was suddenly covered with zombies in front of them, blocking their view. The electric vehicle barely started before crashing into a pile of corpses. Zheng Suela, lying on the roof of the RV, was dumbfounded as the electric vehicle pushed forward through the tide of zombies. The zombies in the tunnel on both sides became agitated, all rushing towards the suddenly activated electric vehicle. The electric vehicle had only moved a few meters when it was surrounded by countless zombies. They swarmed over like ants, smashing the windows and crawling inside, followed by heart-wrenching screams. The screams lasted less than 3 seconds before stopping. The irrational actions of the car owners had brought disaster to others. Zheng Suela cursed, "What a fucking idiot." All the zombies in the tunnel were activated, rushing towards the electric vehicle. The zombies that were originally leaving the tunnel had turned back, attracted by the screams. Even more horrifying was that the continuous roars of the zombies had awakened the baby inside the SUV. Wah, wah, wah. Lu Sun was parked beside the SUV. Hearing the baby's cries, all the nearby zombies rushed over. At the same time, a deafening honking sound suddenly erupted from the RV. Beep, 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 beep. In the empty tunnel, a series of honks drowned out the zombies' roars. The horde surged. The throng of zombies instantly divided into 3 groups. One surrounded the electric vehicle, one rushed toward the SUV where the baby was, and one crazily charged toward the RV. Crouching atop the RV, Zheng Suo, Wei Xiaohai, and Liang Junming could hardly believe that the people inside the vehicle could commit such acts. Just moments ago, Li Maofu pushed past Xia Siyue, who was desperately trying to stop him, and rushed to the front of the vehicle to honk the horn, while his wife screamed frantically, "Our child! Hurry and save him, he's going to be eaten by zombies." Li Maofu was frantic, continuously honking the horn to attract the zombies from the SUV, while starting the engine to reverse back to rescue his child. Damn it! Zheng Sueluo cursed as he crouched down, watching countless zombies surge towards the RV. The massive horde could bury the vehicle, leaving him to meet the same grim fate as the couple moments ago, devoured by the zombies. As the RV reversed, Zheng Sueluo seized the opportunity, risking a plunge into the zombie horde, and jumped beside his Benz. With a zombie lunging at him, he quickly opened the door and dove inside. "Luo, go, wait for me." Wei Xiaohai, panicking, jumped down after him. Liang Junming hesitated for a moment, and in that brief delay, he missed the best chance to escape. Hundreds of zombies pounced on the RV, crazily smashing against the glass, clinging to the front and rear, trying to claw their way inside to tear apart the living within. With no escape route, Liang Junming quickly crawled back inside the RV. At this moment, everyone inside rushed to the front to stop Li Maofu from going mad, all vying for the steering wheel. You lunatic. You'll get us killed. Zombies have gone and don't go over there. That child is already dead. Quick, hold his hands. Hurry. Get out of here, don't go back. Li Maofu gripped the steering wheel tightly, having completely lost his sanity, his mind consumed by a single thought to drive back and save his nearly one-year-old son. His single strength was no match for the dozen or so people, and Li Maofu was pulled from the driver's seat, replaced by another driver. The RV barreled forward, crashing through a group of zombies charging towards the tunnel's mouth. Taking advantage of the surrounding zombies being distracted by the RV, Chu Long quickly pulled Pan Wenyan out from under the vehicle, and the two swiftly climbed into the Land Cruiser to start the engine. At the same time, Zhang Sueluo drove out in the Benz. The Benz that had exited first luckily crashed into the zombies rushing towards it, while Chu Long floored the gas, following closely behind the Benz as more zombies approached. The RV led the way with the Land Cruiser, and the Benz closely tailing it as they burst out of the tunnel. The once desolate provincial Route 92 now transformed into a gateway to the underworld littered with zombies. The RV could not avoid crashing headfirst into the horde, breaking through the sea of corpses. Bang, bang, bang. One zombie after another rolled over the windshield, which shattered like it was struck by stones, creating a spiderweb-like pattern. The zombies that did not flip over clung to the windshield, howling. Xia Siyue attempted to hide in the back, but the vehicle shook violently, making it impossible to stand upright, forcing her to half-crouch to avoid being thrown out. With the RV paving the way but the zombies being too numerous, Chu Long crashed the Land Cruiser into a zombie sitting in the middle of the road. The lower half of that zombie got stuck under the left, while its thigh shredded by the rapidly spinning tire, splattering a large amount of blood and flesh staining Chu Long's vision. Chu Long quickly turned on the windshield wipers, but the Benz next to him fared no better, with several zombies clinging to its roof and a horde trailing behind it, their stomachs scraping against the ground, their bellies torn open, ribs broken, flesh peeling away, and blood splattering, leaving a bloody trail several hundred meters long. These zombies, with nothing to lose, were unafraid of being crushed into mush. Throughout the journey, they charged forward like death-seeking ghosts, determined to drag them down to hell. After a tough drive back to the overpass, Chu Long identified the source of the zombie horde, which was coming from the Huanggang Expressway entrance directly into the city center. From below the overpass, they streamed out, with some turning left and flooding into the circular bend, while others came up from the entrance. When Chu Long drove past the Huanggang Expressway entrance, there were only a few zombies. Now an endless stream of zombies poured up from the bend under the overpass. Chu Long realized the situation was dire. Continuing forward would lead directly into a pile of zombies at the junction. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the RV ahead charged over the overpass, plunging into the center of the zombie horde at the junction. The windshield shattered instantly as zombies fell inside, crushing the driver beneath them. With no driver, the RV immediately went out of control. A zombie fell onto the steering wheel, which was jerked sharply to the right, knocking over a group of zombies before flipping over and sliding for more than 100 meters before coming to a stop. Oh! Pan Wenyun screamed. Xia Siyue and Liang Junming are still in the vehicle. Chu Long knew this all too well and quickly turned the steering wheel to the right to dodge the zombies pouring out from under the overpass, heading straight for the RV. The Benz followed too closely. As the RV flipped, it crashed into the horde of corpses, the steering wheel losing control as it slammed into the median strip in the middle of the road. The RV lay overturned, both sides of the glass shattered. Chu Long parked beside the RV and took out an axe, rushing out of the vehicle. Glancing back, he saw the horde of zombies charging towards them. They had to save the people quickly. Pan Wenyun followed Chu Long out with a wolf fang club. Several half-dead zombies were still clinging to the RV's undercarriage, their lower halves missing, their bloody upper bodies stuck to the chassis. Chu Long rushed over, using the axe to slice through the few half-dead zombies, telling Pan Wenyun to cover him from below, then stepping onto the tire to climb onto the side window of the RV, shouting inside, Liang Junming, Xia Siyue, hurry and come out. Before the RV flipped, a few zombies had crawled inside, and now those zombies were tearing into the living creature. Liang Junming was not unconscious. He quickly picked up Xia Siyue beside him and urged Chu Long to pull the unconscious Xia Siyue out first. Help! Help! Liang Junming heard the cry for help and turned to see Li Maofu's wife being embraced by a zombie, while Li Maofu lay motionless on the ground, his head covered in blood. Liang Junming couldn't care about anyone else and crawled out of the window, only to see zombies surging towards him. Run! Zhang Sueluo shouted to them, leading Wei Xiaohai out from the median strip, followed by a horde of zombies. Chu Long carried the unconscious Xia Siyue, and just then a zombie leaped from the median strip. His hands were occupied, but fortunately Pan Wenyun acted quickly, striking the zombie's head with the wolf fang club and knocking it down. Pan Wenyun wanted to press forward, but as the zombies lunged at them, Chu Long urgently called out to her. The vehicle won't run. Hurry and go. Chu Long shouted, running after Zhang Suela, while Liang Junming also jumped down to follow Pan Wenyan. Liang Junming glanced back and saw the zombies surrounding the RV. They crawled in through the windows, and the people inside who were unconscious had no chance of survival. A group of people is running in the middle of the road with a horde of zombies behind them. Zombies on both sides of the road keep rushing down to block their path. Get away. Zhang Suela grabbed a large machete, swinging it to slash at the zombie lunging at him, beheading it with one stroke and severing its neck with another, finally cleaving the zombie's head clean off. Chu Long was carrying Xia Si, while also dodging zombies on the road, maneuvering around stalled cars, using their bodies as shields against the zombies' bites. While Chu Long deftly avoided several zombies lunging from the sidewalk, he passed by an ambulance, unaware that the rear door was open, revealing a transformed female nurse and a zombified patient inside. Roar. As Chu Long just managed to hide behind the ambulance, two zombies pounced down from it. He evaded the bite of the zombie patient, but was knocked down by the female nurse. The zombie had bloodshot eyes, a blue-black face, and kept drooling as it lunged at Chu Long, attempting to take a... Chu Long grasped the zombie nurse's neck, but his mind was elsewhere, and the unconscious Xia Si was being targeted by the zombified patient. Chu Long. Just then Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan rushed over. Liang Junming threw down his short sword, grabbed a pipe, and ran up to strike the zombie, trying to bite Xia Si. Pan Wenyuan struck the zombie nurse on the back of the head, and Chu Long pushed its drooping head away, sending it flying. Hurry up. Chu Long once again picked up Xia Si, who had suffered a severe head injury in the accident, her forehead bleeding and unconscious. The three continued running forward, with a crowd of zombies swarming down the street behind them, climbing over barricades and pursuing them relentlessly. You guys come over here. Not far away, Zhang Suela was standing at an alley entrance, beckoning Chu Long and the others to hurry up. The street was filled with zombies, and the sounds of their howling came from all directions, creating a perilous atmosphere. Without hesitation, Chu Long followed Zhang Suela and Wei Xiaohai into the alley, arriving at the center of a complex urban village. The urban village was one of the most densely populated areas, with towering buildings blocking out sunlight. It was home to workers, low-level white-collar employees, delivery personnel, laborers, and street vendors bustling with life. Now, however, it was thick with the stench of death, echoing with the howls of zombies. Leading the way, Zhang Suela and Wei Xiaohai wielded machetes, swiftly dispatching the few zombies that lived. The alleyways of the urban village were complex and winding, and they successfully shook off the zombies that had followed them from the street. Let's find a place to hide for a bit, Zhang Suela suggested, and as they searched for an unlocked place, they suddenly heard a sharp scream from upstairs. Not good, it's a shriek. Run, Chu Long shouted. What shriek? Wei Xiaohai was confused about what Chu Long was talking about, until a window on the 5th floor shattered above them. A zombie leaped out from the building, sliding down the security bars of the building, continuously emitting shrieks. Roar, roar, roar. Wei Xiaohai was dumbfounded. He had never seen such an agile zombie, its cries chilling him to the bone. What are you afraid of? It's just one. Zhang Suela, bold as ever, brandished his machete, ready to go after the shrieking zombie descending from the 5th floor. That zombie's cries will attract others. Let's go. Liang Junming pulled Zhang Suela back. The big guy was still thinking of confronting the shrieking zombie, but they would be surrounded if they stayed. The shrieking zombie fell to the ground, and Zhang Suela cursed at the strange creature before turning and fleeing. Now leading the group was Wei Xiaohai, who, unlike Zhang Suela, had never lived in an urban village and was confused by the complex terrain. The sounds of banging on security doors, the shattering of glass, and hurried footsteps echoed from above and below, as if all the zombies in the building had discovered them, roaring and rushing out, though they didn't know which building they were in. Wei Xiaohai was hesitant to charge, and fearing they would stumble into a zombie den. He wound through the alleys, leading the group into the back alley of a restaurant, which was swarming with zombies. Their presence startled the zombies, and the six stood in the middle of the alley, surrounded by zombies, unsure of where to escape. Suddenly, a 3-meter-high roll-up door in front rose, revealing a man and a woman inside, who shouted at them, "Come quickly. Go, go." Chu Long was the first to see it, calling for everyone to run towards the store. Upon entering, Chu Long placed the unconscious Xia Si on the ground and freed his hands to cover Zhang Suela and Liang Junming as they rushed into the store, while the roll-up door closed slowly with zombie after zombie forcing their way in. Chu Long swung an axe to slash, and everyone rushed forward, killing all the zombies that had entered near the door. Finally safe, Chu Long looked back. This was a car maintenance center, bright and spacious, filled with various repair equipment, a few cars being serviced, and a person in a dark blue work uniform squatting beside a Land Rover welding. There was even electricity here, Chu Long thought, as the man and woman who had rescued them began talking with Zhang Suela. The woman was the owner of the repair center, named Tao Jinghong. The man was named Liao Guihui, who had also sought refuge here from outside. You guys weren't bitten, right? Tao Jinghong asked. No. The newcomers shook their heads one by one. It's not that I don't trust you, but we can't be careless about this. May I check you? Tao Jinghong looked at each person, her colorful outfit and styled hair, giving her a vibrant appearance as she wore a bright yellow Adidas tracksuit. Come on. Zhengsuela didn't mind, we're all wearing short sleeves, so it's easy to see if we've been bitten. This is your place, and you saved us earlier. Chulong also had no objections. After receiving permission, Tao Jinghong sent Liao Guihui to check them. Liao Guihui came over and examined each person for wounds, saying these 5 are fine. What about the girl lying on the ground? Isn't she being checked? Tao Jinghong asked. Only then did Liao Guihui notice the unconscious Xia Si. As he approached to check her, Chulong said to the owner, the blood on her forehead is from the car accident, i.e. she definitely wasn't bitten by a zombie. Tao Jinghong remained silent until Liao Guihui finished checking and confirmed there were no issues. She nodded and said, all right, since all 6 of you are uninfected, you can come in with me. I'll have someone get you something to drink. Also, that young man over there, I see that girl is unconscious. You can take her to the office upstairs, the one with the light on. That's my room, and there's a sofa inside where you can lay her down. Tao Jinghong said to Chulong. Following her directions, Chulong looked up to see 3 rooms in the loft on the right side of the repair center with stairs leading up. Chulong carried Xia Si into the boss office, which was simply furnished with a desk, a cabinet for folders beside it, and a mahogany tea table with 2 sofas at the entrance. Chulong gently placed Xia Si on the sofa, thinking of going downstairs to find Pan Wenyuan for dressings and bandages. Just as he stood up, he saw a little boy at the door, his shirt printed with Ultramantiga. Who are you? Chulong asked. The little boy looked shy, lowering his head and daring not to look at Chulong, holding a small medical box with a Red Cross emblem on it. You brought this for me, right? Aunt Tao asked me to bring it to you, the boy said, placing the medical box down before running out. Chulong opened the medical box, finding it stocked with the medications and emergency supplies he had brought from home, along with more comprehensive items, including various ointments for blunt force injuries and burns, as well as an expensive cardiac defibrillator. This medical box must be a staple at the vehicle maintenance center. Back in his freshman year, Chulong had obtained a first aid certification during his spare time, completing the course and exam in just 3 hours. The course was simple, yet taught him how to handle basic wounds and bandaging. Chulong first checked Xia Si's forehead. The wound was small, a scrape with some tiny glass shards on the surface, but fortunately none had pierced the scalp. He cleaned the glass shards from her wound, pressed a gauze to stop the bleeding, cleaned it with saline solution, and finally wrapped her forehead with the dressing using a medical bandage. After the bandaging was completed, Xia Si woke up just in time. She squinted her eyes, seeing 3 blurred figures, unable to recognize who was in front of her, and suddenly sat up in excitement. It's me, Chulong. Upon hearing his voice, Xia Si eased back down, feeling as if someone had struck her forehead with a hammer, a large bump forming on the upper right side of her head, throbbing and swollen. My head feels so dizzy and everything is double vision. Xia Si touched the bump on her head, then felt the layer of bandage. Did you do this? Yes, you don't remember? After we came down from the high bridge, the RV flipped. You passed out just as we were almost surrounded by a horde of zombies, Chulong said. Plans never keep up with changes. We could have left the city, but we encountered a zombie tide instead. In the end, we circled back to Huanggang District, and we are hiding temporarily at this vehicle maintenance center. The boss name is Tao Jinghong, a straightforward and generous businesswoman. Really, all I remember is the car flipping, and then, ow, Xia Si said halfway through as her forehead began to throb, making her feel dizzy. This can't be a concussion, can it? Don't talk, just rest for now. Chulong interrupted her, pouring her a glass. You lie here for a while, I'll go downstairs to thank the boss. If you need anything, just call me, we can hear you from downstairs. Xia Si nodded, watching Chulong gently close the door before she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chulong walked down the stairs and saw the man in the mechanic's outfit taking off his welding mask, his thick hair and oily face contrasting with his otherwise youthful appearance, looking no older than 30. Chulong politely nodded at him, but the man frowned upon seeing the bloody axe Chulong was holding. Hey, who are you planning to chop with that axe? It's safe here. I know. It's just that this thing is a bit dangerous and I didn't know where to put it, so I'm just holding on to it for now. Chulong replied, keeping his guard up, feeling safer with the axe in hand. This axe of yours is not an ordinary one. It doesn't look like an ancient weapon at all. Where did you get it? From a museum. A cold weapon antique shop. The man asked curiously. Someone gifted it to me. What about you? What are you doing here? Why don't you go in and chat? They seem to be having a great time in there. Chulong said, hearing laughter from the reception area, growing curious about what they were discussing that was so amusing. I'm not interested. You can see I'm busy working here. The man brushed past Chulong, took a sip from his water cup at the table in the break area, took off his oil-stained gloves, and pointed to the black Hellcat he was just welding. Did you see this beast? It's a high-displacement American muscle car with a V8 engine producing 797 horsepower and can accelerate to 100 km/h in just 3.4 for seconds. I'm modifying this car, installing steel mesh barriers on the windows, adding a bulldozer-style blade to the front, and reinforcing the doors and rear bumper. Once I'm done, I'm going to take this car out on the street and crush those brainless zombies. The man's tone was heavy, as if he harbored a deep grudge against zombies. Sounds great, and the body can also be fitted with cutting blades to prevent zombies from climbing aboard. Just think about it. While this car is fast, it's also low to the ground, so if a group of zombies gets a hold of it, it won't be able to escape. Chu Long suggested based on his recent experiences. Oh, you've just reminded me. I also need to add rotating blades on the sides and back. Let me think. Oh, I can already visualize it. The car will run over those stupid zombies, slicing them into pieces thinner than certain noodles. The man was excited, patting Chu Long on the shoulder before putting on his gloves and mask to get back to work. Chu Long continued walking forward, opening the reception room door to find it lively inside with about 10 people sitting, each with a smile on their face. What are you all talking about? You seem so happy, Chu Long said while standing at the doorway. Chu Long, you won't believe it. This place has electricity and hot water. Pan Wenyuan exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Tao Jinghong brought over a red plastic stool for Chu Long to sit on, and then explained that the shop had a diesel generator and a water tank on the roof. This vehicle maintenance center used to be a five-story factory specifically for processing hardware and automotive parts. The diesel generator and water tank were originally set up by the previous owners. Later, due to economic downturns, the small business owners closed down their factories to cut losses, and the entire factory building was rented out at a low price. Tao Jinghong and her husband seized the opportunity to rent it, upgrading their roadside shop into a vehicle maintenance center. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ming have already told me about your experiences at school. Oh, I couldn't bear to hear it. Tao Jinghong looked at Chu Long with eyes full of sympathy, as if she saw her own child suffering outside. You kids are so young, you haven't even graduated, and you've already faced disasters and calamities. Your wonderful youth is ruined. It's truly pitiful. Tao Jinghong's eyes were shallow, and as she spoke, tears began to fall. Chu Long, you all can stay here. It's too dangerous outside. Auntie will provide meals and accommodation for you. Don't go running around outside. The innkeeper's words left Chu Long a bit puzzled. The promise of free food and lodging was quite appealing to them, but why was Tao Jinghong so kind as to take them in? Chu Long pondered for a moment and joked, innkeeper, I can eat a lot, you know. Are you not afraid I'll make you go bankrupt? Not at all. Here we have plenty of rice for you to eat. Tao Jinghong replied, honestly, a few years ago there was an outbreak of an epidemic. Since then, my husband and I have been stockpiling rice flour oil and canned goods to ensure we have a safeguard against natural disasters and man-made calamities. Who would have thought that just 2 years of good times would be followed by a resurgence of the zombie virus? Luckily, the food we stocked up at the beginning of the year is just what we needed now, so you don't have to worry about food and drink. I have plenty here, and you can stay comfortably. Hearing that there was rice available for him to eat, Chu Long's eyes lit up. As someone who loved carbohydrates, this temptation was hard to resist. However, Chu Long would not easily accept someone else's kindness. Who knows if there might be a trap behind it? Chu Long composed himself, thanking Tao Jinghong and Liao Guihui for saving their lives earlier, and then expressed that they would only stay for a night or two until Xia Sai recovered before they left. Zheng Suola and Wei Xiaohua, who had entered with them, were not so polite. They sat down sipping tea and eating fruit, and without waiting for Tao Jinghong to ask, they took the initiative to say they wanted to hide here for a few days. Tao Jinghong agreed generously, and through their conversation, Chu Long learned that apart from the male employees working outside, the rest were survivors that Tao Jinghong had taken in over the past few days. Including Chu Long, there were a total of 13 people at this vehicle maintenance center. The young boy who had brought him the medical kit was hiding behind Liao Gui, clutching the latter's pants, quietly studying the faces of each stranger. Chu Long exchanged glances with the boy, who immediately shrank his head behind Liao Gui's thigh. Liao Gui rubbed the boy's head, saying, "Don't be afraid, these big brothers and sisters don't look like bad people." The little boy resembled his father with a round face and big eyes, his gaze bright and clear, suggesting he was not a scheming person. Additionally, there were 2 high school students dressed in dark blue uniforms and a man with earrings. "Innkeeper, this place is really nice," Zheng Suola said while munching on an apple, and when he got tired, he propped his legs up on the coffee table without any sense of decorum. Tao Jinghong didn't mind responding enthusiastically, "Hey, meeting is fate. It's rare to have such a lively gathering, so let's celebrate today. I will go cook and heat up some dishes. I'll make a delicious meal for you tonight." "Great. I like innkeepers who know how to be good hosts," Zheng Suola said, pulling out a box of lotus flowers regardless of the students and children present, and asked Wei Xiaohua to light a cigarette for him. No one liked secondhand smoke, and others found Zheng Suola's demeanor intimidating and quietly left the room. Chu Long was unhappy, but considering they were only staying temporarily, he felt there was no need to conflict with these 2 socialites, so he followed Liang Junming and Pan Wenyan out of the room. After everyone had left, Zhang Suala put his legs down from the coffee table, waved his hand to beckon Wei Xiaohua over, and said, "Go take a walk around, check the rooms here, see if there are any other people, and look for guns. If you find any, just bring them to me." "Yes, bro." Wei Xiaohua responded immediately after receiving his brother's command and went out to carry it out. The innkeeper was not lying. Chulong followed Pan Wenyin to the 5th floor, which had been converted into 12 employee dormitories with a communal shower room in the hallway. Pan Wenyin opened the shower's faucet, and after waiting a few seconds, warm water flowed from the shower head. Pan Wenyin exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, finally I can take a shower." She said, "Whoa, how stinky have I become? Finally I can take a shower. This is pure bliss." She was so excited that tears were about to spill, twirling the shower head in her hand, the steam hitting Chulong's face, making him feel refreshed. He also wanted to take a hot shower quickly. However, he lost at rock, paper, scissors and had to wait behind Pan Wenyin and Liang Junming. While waiting, Chulong took a tour around the floor. The 1st floor was the vehicle maintenance center, while the 2nd and 3rd floors were abandoned factories filled with many unfamiliar machines. The 4th floor had been converted into a billiard hall by the innkeeper with an outdoor fire escape leading to the 4th floor, but the hallway on the 1st floor had been sealed off by the people here, preventing zombies from coming up. The vehicle maintenance center was located at the entrance of a village in the urban village beside the street, with an open corridor facing the urban village. The highest floor was only 5 stories, not allowing a full view of the entire urban village. They could only see the alley where they were blocked by zombies, and the seafood buffet, Long Huan foot massage, and Shaw County snack shops across the street. Downstairs, the horde of zombies drawn to them had not dispersed, with about 100 zombies gathered behind the vehicle maintenance center, among which were 6 shrieking zombies easily identifiable. These special infected beings acted like they were on 1,000 times the dose of a stimulant, far more violent than ordinary zombies. They ran without pause, banging on doors, and when they couldn't break through the iron door, they spun around, trying to find an entrance. They constantly emitted an ear-piercing shriek, making it impossible for anyone to find peace. Moreover, based on Chulong's multiple encounters with shrieking zombies, their cries could attract other zombies. This was the most terrifying aspect of the shrieking zombies, more than their violent instincts, which instilled fear in survivors. If possible, Chulong really wanted to take a gun and take out these zombies. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Chulong turned at the sound to see Wei Xiaohua dressed in a flashy purple suit and shirt walking towards him. The man looked youthful, probably around the same age as Chulong, but his attire seemed deliberately mature. As Wei Xiaohua approached, he glanced at Chulong while running both hands through his slick-back hair. He originally resembled an actor named Augury Shan, but when his forehead was exposed, he looked more like Pan Changjiang. Chulong thought to himself, no wonder this guy kept his hair long. It was to cover his receding hairline. "Nothing much, just counting how many zombies are down there," Chulong replied. "This place is nice. Are you guys planning to?" Wei Xiaohua tilted his chin, looking at Chulong with a self-satisfied expression. "Maybe." Chulong responded nonchalantly. Wei Xiaohua was so laid back and liked to show off, and Chulong didn't think highly of such people. "Oh, do you smoke?" "Have one." Wei Xiaohua pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and seeing that Chulong showed no interest, he lit one for himself. While smoking, Wei Xiaohua tried to make small talk, and Chulong responded half-heartedly. This guy not only lacked substance in his conversation, but was also sleazy. "Look over there, that zombie in the pink spaghetti strap dress. Damn, those breasts are huge, at least an F cup. That's ridiculous. With such a skinny body and such big breasts, it must be fake, totally inflated," he exclaimed. "Wait, no, it walks so bouncily it doesn't seem fake. I really want to go grab a handful. The feel must be fantastic." Wei Xiaohua laughed lewdly and nudged Chulong with his elbow, saying, "You're thinking the same thing, right, bro?" Chulong felt disgusted, saying, "Touching a zombie's breasts? Are you crazy?" Chulong thought this guy was completely out of his mind. Putting aside the question of whether touching a zombie's breasts would lead to a virus infection, how repressed must one be to find interest in a rotten corpse? Chulong was thoroughly disgusted by his words and retorted, "Who's your brother? Think before you speak." Wei Xiaohai sensed the disdain directed at him from Chulong's words and quickly put away his smile, saying, "Why are you speaking so harshly?" Chulong did not respond. He surveyed each floor, familiarizing himself with the layout and identifying emergency exits, choosing to ignore Wei Xiaohai and turning to leave. "Hey, wait a minute." Wei Xiaohai grabbed Chulong's shoulder and asked, "You brought 2 girls out. Which one is your girlfriend, or are both of them?" "What do you mean?" Chulong turned around and firmly grabbed Wei Xiaohai's wrist, pinning his hand down. "I'm very interested in that girl named Pan Wenyuan. Don't you think she has a great figure?" Wei Xiaohai grinned wickedly at Chulong, completely unfazed by his right hand being held tightly. Although his wrist was painfully squeezed, Wei Xiaohai noticed Chulong was clearly irritated and provocatively feigned ease, saying, "If you're not her boyfriend, then I might just make a move on her." Hearing this, Chulong instantly developed animosity towards Wei Xiaohai. He wasn't Pan Wenyuan's boyfriend and didn't have feelings for her, but as a companion, He wouldn't let her fall into the hands of a bad person without taking action. Pan Wenyuan is my little sister, she hangs out with me, and she's not your concern, Chu Long said, staring into Wei Xiaohai's eyes. Just a little sister? Or is this part of your game? Wei Xiaohai seemed not to understand Chu Long's words and continued with his vulgar jokes. Then is it okay if I get involved? It's all just fun anyway, don't worry, I'll wear protection. As soon as Wei Xiaohai finished speaking, Chu Long drew a dagger from his belt and pressed it against his neck. Chu Long's actions completely caught him off guard. Wei Xiaohai broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively tried to lean back, but his wrist was firmly held by Chu Long, whose strength was astonishing, leaving him rooted to the spot. Hey. I was just joking. Why are you pulling a knife on me? Wei Xiaohai quickly backed down. He initially thought Chu Long was just a timid college student easy to bully who had brought two female classmates out only to gain their favor. He was polite enough to ask first and truly didn't understand why this guy suddenly flew into a rage and acted so violently, which was not something an ordinary college student would do. Having left school after middle school to mingle in society, Wei Xiaohai could see at a glance that Chu Long was not just putting on a show. If he said the wrong thing, he would genuinely retaliate. Wei Xiaohai had a small knife hidden in his pocket, but he had chickened out and didn't dare to confront Chu Long head-on. Chu Long glared fiercely at Wei Xiaohai. If it weren't for Zheng Sui Lu and the help he received from them when they fled here, Chu Long would have truly wanted to smash this guy's mouth. Seeing Wei Xiaohai back down, Chu Long sheathed his knife and turned to leave. Wei Xiaohai watched Chu Long's back and only cursed quietly once he was far away. What a damn fool. Chu Long returned to the 5th floor where Pan Wenyuan had finished showering and was drying her hair at the sink outside the shower. Noticing Chu Long's unhappy expression, Pan Wenyuan asked with concern, "Boss, what's wrong?" Chu Long glanced at the mirror and realized his expression gave away his mood completely, so he stepped up to wash his face. Pan Wenyuan smelled wonderful, and the entire corridor was filled with the scent of shower gel. Chu Long cast a glance at Pan Wenyuan, who was wearing a short-sleeve shirt that she had brought from home. The XXL shirt gave off the impression of a short skirt exposing her fair thighs, as if she weren't wearing pants at all, and although the shirt was large, her chest still had its curves. Wei Xiaohai is a fool, I advise you to stay away from him, Chu Long warned. Off. Pan Wenyuan was somewhat surprised. Why? Is anyone outside? A shout came from the shower. There's no hot water. It's all Pan Wenyuan's fault for using it all up. Damn. In this scorching weather, Liang Junming didn't mind washing with cold water, but hot water was more comfortable. He grumbled while washing. Pan Wenyuan, you hurry and ask the landlady what's going on. There's no hot water. Pan Wenyuan was annoyed by his complaints and was about to kick the shower door to scare Liang Junming, but was stopped by Chu Long. Don't do anything rash, go take a look, Chu Long said, turning to head downstairs. There was only a man in work clothes on the 1st floor. Chu Long asked, and the man informed him that there was a small kitchen on the 1st floor's mezzanine where the landlady was. Nodding, Chu Long climbed to the mezzanine and immediately smelled the aroma of half-cooked rice. Upon reaching the mezzanine, he saw the landlady's office to the right, which was where Xia Sai rested. To the left, he heard voices and walked over to quickly see Tao Jinghong, 2 high school students, and Liao Guihui with his son. The 5 of them were together making dumplings. Xiao Long, come over and help us make dumplings. Tao Jinghong waved at him, her hands covered in flour. Liao Guihui was teaching his son to knead the dough, handing the risen dough to Tao Jinghong to roll into dumpling skins, while the 2 high school students were responsible for wrapping them. Tao Jinghong spoke. While working, I originally wanted to make pork and cabbage fillings, but the pork in the fridge ran out this week, leaving only wilted cabbage and a basket of radishes. There's no meat in the dumpling filling. Luckily, I had stocked up on a lot of canned fish and meat sauce, so I used fish and meat sauce for the filling, which counts as having some meat to eat. Hey, it's not that I want to hide things. A life isn't as good as it used to be, so I can only make do with what I have. Chu Long could tell that the landlady genuinely wanted to treat them to a nice meal, but the fridge was empty and there were no decent ingredients to offer. Chu Long glanced at the kitchen and found that, as Tao Jinghong had said, the cabinets were stacked with all sorts of canned goods, pickled vegetables, and instant noodles. In the corner were 2 barrels of oil and a pile of vacuum-packed rice along with 3 canisters of gas. Landlady, well, eat whatever you make, we're not picky. Chu Long smiled and said, the shower suddenly ran out of hot water. May I ask what the issue is? No hot water. Did Xiao Hong forget to add diesel again? Go find him on the 1st floor. The lack of hot water might be a problem with the generator. There's no power to heat the water, Tao Jinghong replied. Okay. Chu Long asked one more question and learned that the employee modifying the Hellcat on the 1st floor was named Sun Hong. Chu Long returned to the 1st floor where Sun Hong was standing next to the black Hellcat, deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the light above had gone out. Hello, Sun Hong. It seems the power is out. There is no hot water in the shower. The landlady asked me to check with you to see if there is a problem with the generator. Chu Long politely inquired. Sun Hong seemed not to hear him, still staring silently at the Hellcat. Chu Long was sure he had spoken loudly enough, so he walked over and asked again. However, Sun Hong suddenly replied impatiently, "Don't disturb me. The generator is under the stairs, go check it yourself." Chu Long thought this guy was a bit strange. Seeing he was unwilling to help, Chu Long decided to go check the problem himself. He had never seen a diesel generator before and was quite curious about what it looked like. Entering a small room under the stairs, Chu Long saw the diesel generator. It was not as large as he had imagined, occupying about 3 square meters, standing tall. Using his phone's flashlight, he noticed a faded label on the side of the machine that read 200 kW. Chu Long speculated that the machine would make a thump, thump, thump sound when it was running, but now it had stopped and the room still held a strong smell of hot diesel. Chu Long's first thought was that it might be out of fuel and needed refueling. In the corner of the room were 5 oil drums, 4 of which were empty, while the innermost one still had half a tank. A blue oil drum held 200 liters, there were only about 100 liters left. Chu Long moved out the half-full drum, but he didn't know how to refuel and had no internet to look up a tutorial. Just as he was feeling troubled, he spotted a standard operating procedure SOP for the diesel engine hanging on the wall. He took down the operation manual and indeed found the steps for refueling the diesel generator, complete with illustrated guidance. First, he needed to confirm whether it was really out of fuel. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the manual and found the fuel tank, tracing it to the fuel level gauge, which showed the needle resting on E, indicating it was out of fuel. Confirming that the generator had stopped due to lack of fuel and not some complicated malfunction, Chu Long moved the oil drum next to the fuel tank. He already understood the basic steps. First, he found a manual oil pump in the corner, connected the intake hose to the oil drum, while the output hose needed to be aimed at the generator's oil inlet and secured tightly. Before refueling, he made sure the machine was off and that there were no sparks nearby. After confirming following the manual, Chu Long gripped the handle of the oil pump with both hands, pushing down in a rhythmic manner. It was much heavier than pumping air. Each press required significant effort. Soon the oil pump emitted a hiss sound and a thin stream of oil slowly flowed out, entering the generator's fuel tank, filling the air with a strong diesel aroma. When the fuel level gauge reached halfway, Chu Long stopped pumping as instructed in the manual and waited a few minutes. Then Chu Long found the control panel and turned the red start switch. Vroom! The generator emitted a buzzing sound followed by a loud boom, boom, boom. The light bulbs above lit up, signaling Chu Long's success. He was very pleased and was just about to go out and inform others when he bumped into Sun Hong. "What did you do?" Sun Hong's face was grim, and he said to Chu Long with dissatisfaction, "This is not a place for you to be, don't mess around. If you break the generator, we're finished." "I didn't mess around, I followed the manual, and the power is back, so it should be fine," Chu Long explained. He thought he was being helpful, but unexpectedly Sun Hong got angry and said, "Mind your own business. Who asked you to refuel? Did you not see those empty barrels? We're almost out of fuel, so we need to conserve it. I just refueled 20 liters a few days ago. How could it run out so fast? I really don't understand what the landlady is thinking. It taking in so many people is one thing, but this shop is hers, and I have no objections to that. But water, electricity, and other resources are being wasted. They burn water for baths and watch movies every day. Damn it, some even secretly turn on the air conditioning. The water stored in the tank is sufficient, but there is not much diesel left. Now with the 6 of you added, you can use as much as you want. When there's no power, let's see how you feel. The shop door won't even open." After hearing Sun Hong's complaints, Chu Long finally understood the situation. Although he verbally expressed no objections to Tao Jinghong taking in survivors from outside, his demeanor told a different story. He clearly did not welcome them. Sun Hong was definitely quite upset. Originally, he and the landlady could manage well with the shop's resources, which were enough for 2 people to survive a year. However, the landlady liked to meddle in other people's business. The more people there are, the faster resources are consumed. When resources run out, they must go out to look for more, and going out carries the risk of losing one's life. If it were Chu Long, he might take in survivors, but he would never be as generous and welcoming as Tao Jinghong, completely unguarded. "I understand your point, but talking to me is useless," Chu Long counseled. "Anyway, I don't stay here often. I'll leave once my companions have rested. If you have issues with the landlady, just talk to her. Talk to her, talk to her." Sun Hong was still fuming and said, "What good does it do for each of you to say that? The landlady took you in, and you should pitch in. You can't just mooch off the food and drink, can you?" Sun Hong's words made Chu Long feel a bit embarrassed. He was not someone who just took advantage without contributing. Tao Jinghong had saved him and provided food and shelter, so Chu Long naturally wanted to find a way to repay her. Just while he was refueling, Chu Long had already formed an idea in his mind. Just as he was about to discuss it with Sun Hong, the landlady shouted from outside, "Dinner is ready. Everyone come down for dinner." Tao Jinghong's voice was loud, and Liang Junming and Pan Wenyun, who were on the 4th floor, heard her and quickly came down for dinner. The coffee table in the reception room on the first floor was temporarily converted into a dining table where two high school students and Liao Guohui took turns bringing down plates of dumplings from the kitchen as well as a large pot of rice. The little boy also helped out carrying a tray with 6 bowls of dipping sauce, which included vinegar, red chili oil, Laogan ma garlic soy sauce, sesame paste, and satay sauce. Wow! Liang Junming exclaimed upon seeing a large table full of dumplings with the landlady also having prepared egg noodles and rice. His eyes lit up like 2 big light bulbs as he shouted, "Is dinner this lavish?" Tao Jinghong's enthusiasm exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the worldly wise Zheng Suela was left stunned. "Landlady, is all this made for us?" Wei Xiaohua couldn't believe it. "Of course. Do you think all this is for the zombies outside? They only eat me. They won't eat our rice," Tao Jinghong said, actively taking out bottles of drinks and beer from the fridge, inviting everyone to sit down for dinner. Come on. Tonight let's eat and drink to our heart's content. Don't hold back." "Boss lady, since you said that, I won't hold back," Chu Long said as steaming noodles, rice, and dumplings were laid out on the table. He couldn't help but salivate like a zombie who hadn't eaten meat for days outside, slurping noodles while munching on dumplings. The carbohydrates mixed with chili oil created an explosion of flavor in his mouth. "Whoa, I'm craving these dumplings, Hong Jia," Pan Wenyuan cried out. "It's been so long since I've had such delicious dumplings." Seeing Pan Wenyuan eating dumplings plain, Liao Guihui interrupted, "Hey, you guys don't know how to eat noodles, and dumplings must be paired with garlic. You know how to eat. Where are you from?" "The north." Zheng Suela peeled a clove of raw garlic and popped it into his mouth, chatting as he ate. Liao Guihui came to Dajiang City for work from the north and had been working there for over 10 years. His son Liao Rongrong was born in Dajiang City and had just started first grade at the age of 8. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Liao Guihui's wife turned into a zombie. He left his crazed wife and rushed to the school to save his son. Fortunately, Liao Rongrong was smart and knew to hide in the bathroom. Otherwise, he would have met the same unfortunate fate as other children. From Liao Guihui's description, the area near the city center had completely fallen with zombies everywhere. So he fled to the suburbs with his son and by coincidence escaped to this shop. The experiences of those 2 high school students were similar to Chu Long's, having also escaped from school. The earring guy lived in an urban village. "Hey, it's not easy for anyone." Tao Jinghong sighed, continuously inviting everyone to drink and eat. Chu Long noticed that she seemed troubled. Tao Jinghong drank a dozen beers and 2 bottles of red huang liquor with Zhang Suela, Liao Guihui, and Wei Xiaohua. She didn't want to talk, and Chu Long didn't ask. "Hong Jia, you should drink less. You got drunk and threw up all night a few days ago. Don't you remember?" Sun Hong kept persuading from the side, worried that Tao Jinghong would harm her health by drinking too much. "Hey, if you don't want to drink, then go aside and don't ruin the mood. If you get drunk, then you get drunk. Anyway, your boss lady has plenty of hidden liquor. We're safe here and don't have to worry about zombies coming in." Liao Guihui shouted. Chu Long saw his flushed face and drunken demeanor and knew this guy was ahead. Neither he nor Wei Xiaohua could hold their liquor well, but they spoke loudly, trying to show off how well they could drink. In contrast, Tao Jinghong and Zheng Suela had impressive drinking abilities. Each drank at least a pound of baijiu and spoke without slurring their words, not needing to run to the bathroom. Chu Long didn't touch a drop of alcohol. Even when Tao Jinghong urged him to drink, he refused because he decided to keep watch tonight, needing to stay alert to prevent any unexpected situations. Once everyone else had eaten and left, Tao Jinghong, Zheng Suela, Liao Guihui, and Wei Xiaohua continued drinking, their loud voices threatening to lift the roof. Chu Long worried that the zombies outside would go crazy from the noise made by these drunkards, so he closed all the windows and locked the small door. These 4 were drinking crazily, laughing heartily one moment and crying loudly the next, acting like lunatics, swaying in their chairs and making a mess. Liao Rongrong, who had been obediently waiting for his father to take him to bed, was scared to tears. Chu Long quickly asked Pan Wenyuan to take the little boy away. As soon as Liao Rongrong was taken away, Liao Guihui began talking about his wife, who had already turned into a zombie. Facing his wife, whom he had shared a bed with for over 10 years, Liao Guihui ultimately killed her with a pair of. Wei Xiaohua compared his misfortunes with Liao Guihui's. His parents lived in a rural area in the northern province and had planned to return today for one last visit to his mother, who was on the verge of turning into a zombie, and to give his zombified father a proper send-off. However, the road was blocked, and he couldn't make it back. Although Wei Xiaohua and Liao Guihui didn't know each other, they embraced and cried together due to their similar experiences. Tao Jinghong appeared outwardly enthusiastic, but was very measured. Even when drunk, she didn't spill everything. Zheng Suela was also drunk and kept asking where Tao Jinghong's husband had gone, teasing her that she still had charm and wanted to sleep with her at night, spouting all sorts of vulgarities. Chu Long didn't want to listen to these for making fools of themselves. His original plan was to discuss the plan for going out to search for Diesel after dinner. Seeing the four of them in their drunken state, Chu Long decided to postpone the discussion until tomorrow. He took a plate of dumplings and went up to Tao Jinghong's office to check on Xiaxi. Chu Long gently pushed open the door. The light was on, and Xiaxi was leaning on the sofa rubbing her head. Chu Long set down the dumplings and asked, "You're awake, how do you feel?" "Much better. I was woken up by the noise." "What happened downstairs? Is someone arguing?" Xiaxi looked at the dumplings on the table and asked. While urging her to eat something and drink some water, Chu Long shared what had happened in the shop. Xiaxi didn't dip her dumplings in sauce, as she didn't like eating vinegar. At first, she ate slowly, taking small bites, but later she devoured all 20 dumplings that Chu Long had. Do you want to eat more? I thought your head injury would make you lose your appetite," Chu Long inquired. "No, are you saying I eat a lot?" Xiaxi stared at Chu Long and asked, appearing to care about it. "No, I didn't mean that," Chu Long replied, not telling the truth. Xiaxi's appetite was beyond his expectations. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiaxi lay back down and asked, "Why is the boss lady so good to us? I can't understand." "I don't know. Some people are just like that, warm-hearted and generous. Besides, she's running a business, so she's used to making more friends and building connections for profit." Chu Long thought for a moment and said, "But what good are connections and profits now? Your statement confuses me even more." Xiaxi felt that people like Tao Jinghong only existed in certain educational dramas. She continued, "In such good conditions at the car shelter, she could hide here without anyone finding her, possibly surviving this disaster. Taking in survivors might actually be a bad idea. What if the one taken in is a bad person?" "I might think the same," Chu Long replied, "but Tao Jinghong is a businesswoman, not a philanthropist. Taking us survivors in must have its benefits. A businessman wouldn't make a losing deal. For instance, this shop's diesel is actually running low with only 50 liters left. The boss lady needs survivors to help find diesel outside, but she is someone who values relationships and hasn't directly told us. But when the power goes out, we'll understand what's going on. If someone helps you, anyone would know to be grateful, and naturally someone will mention it. I originally planned to bring it up tonight, and I even had a rough plan. But since they are downstairs acting drunk, let's talk about it tomorrow." "Oh, so that's it." Xiaxi sat up. She didn't understand social nuances well and found it confusing, frowning as she asked, "Why can't the boss lady just say directly that she needs help?" "I don't know, but some people like to handle things this way," Chu Long responded. "You should rest well these 2 days. Once everything is ready, we will leave. According to the original plan, we will go to Liang Junming's hometown for refuge." Nighttime. In the employee dormitory on the 5th floor, room number 3. Sun Hong walked into Tao Jinghong's bedroom and complained, "Hongjia, there are too many people in the shop. The diesel will run out soon. Although there is still water in the water tower on the roof, it can't withstand being wasted on baths. Hongjia, I have no objection to you continuing to take people in, but I think we should establish some rules. For example, lights, air conditioning, and television must not be turned on all day. Electricity can only be used to charge phones or cook. You can only take a shower once a week, and also they must help with work going out to find supplies. Those who eat and drink for free should get lost." "All right, stop talking about it, Hong." Tao Jinghong interrupted Sun Hong, seeing his urgency, and said softly, "Being stingy is not my character. If the boss were still here, he would agree with me. In the past, I started off by setting up a stall by the roadside, fixing tires for others. We were able to grow the business step by step by making many friends. Having more friends means more opportunities. I take in these people and treat them well so that when difficulties arise in the future, I can find someone to help. Who knows how long this zombie outbreak will last? Having more friends, whether good or bad, is never a bad thing. You need to learn more, Hong," Tao Jinghong said to Sun Hong with a meaningful tone. But Sun Hong still didn't understand and said, "Hong Jia, my vision isn't as broad as yours. I only think about today's matters. I just want to get through today. I think you are wrong, but I will still listen to you. When I just graduated from technical school and knew nothing, it was you and the boss who took me in. Now that the disaster has come, it's time for me to repay you. I won't leave you behind. I modified that Hellcat so that one day when the supplies in the shop run out, I can drive out to find supplies without fearing zombies outside." With you saying that, I can relax," Tao Jinghong said with relief. The next morning, Chu Long intended to wake up the 4 drunks. He went to the 5th floor staff dormitory, which had 12 rooms, where Liao Guihui was sleeping with his son, while the others each occupied a room. Chu Long knocked on each door, calling out to the people inside, only to find 3 of the rooms empty. He thought to himself, could those 4 have drunk all night long? He hurried down to the reception area on the 1st floor, and upon opening the door, he saw Liao Guihui lying by the door, snoring like thunder. Wei Xiaohai was passed out on the sofa, having vomited everywhere. Zheng Suila was in a stupor, mumbling, "Keep drinking. Is this what it means to be an adult?" Not a single reliable one among them. Chu Long slammed the door shut, realizing that his plans for the day were thwarted and would need to be postponed again. Knock, 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 knock. On the 1st floor, the sound of iron plates being knocked echoed. Sun Hong had woken up earlier than Chu Long and was squatting on the ground reinforcing the glass windows of the Hellcat. Chu Long walked over and asked, "Can I help?" Sun Hong glanced at Chu Long, continued to focus on his work, and after finishing tightening the nails in his hand, he finally spoke. "Do you know how to? I may not have attended university, but I know that the books you read are outdated, only preparing you for exams, and you all are just eager to sit in an office. Most people have zero practical skills. You say you want to help, but what can you actually do?" Sun Hong, who had attended a vocational high school, had rushed through his automotive repair studies before seeking work. He had always felt inferior as his childhood friends went to university and secured respectable jobs, while he was left with a dusty and grimy existence. Others wore suits and enjoyed afternoon tea while he dealt with oil stains and screws. Originally, Sun Hong thought he had no hope in life. But after the outbreak of the zombie virus, he not only escaped infection, but became one of the few survivors. He realized that his previously undervalued skills had become highly sought after. He understood how to repair cars, machinery, and electrical systems. Before the disaster, the boss lady directed him in his work. After the disaster, the boss lady had to beg him to work. He was no longer a dispensable person in society. His scarce skills allowed him to thrive in the apocalypse. In the past, when facing a university student like Chu Long, Sun Hong would speak with his head bowed in inferiority. But now Sun Hong could hold his head high. Seeing the disdain in Sun Hong's words, Chu Long was not offended. He was clear about his purpose. He needed Sun Hong to teach him how to repair and modify vehicles. On the first floor of the car maintenance center, besides the Hellcat, there were also two idle electric cars, a SUV and a small car. Since he arrived, Chu Long had been thinking about borrowing a vehicle. Later, when he saw Sun Hong modifying the Hellcat, he realized there was electricity and there were abandoned materials upstairs that could be dismantled and utilized. Chu Long wondered if he could also modify a battle vehicle to help them escape the city swarming with zombies. Thus, he needed Sun Hong's help regardless of whether he treated him well or not. "I may not know how, but I can learn. I can help you." Chu Long approached, actively following Sun Hong like a diligent apprentice. Sun Hong said nothing, so Chu Long watched the operations and asked questions. If Sun Hong didn't teach, he would learn by stealth. Sun Hong was thoroughly annoyed. Chu Long's constant chatter made it hard for him to work. Unable to drive Chu Long away, he could only assign him small tasks like handing over tools and tightening screws. Chu Long was very obedient. Whatever Sun Hong asked him to do, he did promptly. Unafraid of heat or dirt, he stayed beside Sun Hong and helped for 4 continuous hours without taking a break. The weather was unbearably hot, and Sun Hong hadn't drunk a single drop of water. Intentionally, he made things difficult for Chu Long, increasing the workload for him. Sun Hong initially thought Chu Long was just a university student who only knew how to play games and would soon slack off. Then he could dissuade him and humiliate him. Unexpectedly, Chu Long didn't mention a word about resting. The more he worked, the faster he became, and he quickly learned how to use an angle grinder to cut materials. This forced Sun Hong to be afraid to rest himself, worried he wouldn't be able to keep up with Chu Long and would be ridiculed by him. With Chu Long's assistance, Sun Hong dismantled the steel plate from an old heating furnace and cut it into a shaped shovel head. Then he welded a supporting frame using steel pipes, and after welding it well, raised the vehicle body with a hydraulic jack, connecting one end of the supporting frame to the shaped shovel head and the other end to the chassis. The two successfully added a shaped obstacle-clearing shovel to the front of the Hellcat, used to push aside hordes of corpses, preventing zombies from getting caught underneath and overturning the vehicle, while also clearing other obstacles on the road. "This is awesome. Now this car can shovel away zombies blocking the road. Those damn things are about to have their legs broken by me, haha." Sun Hong was very pleased. He patted Chu Long on the shoulder, expressing his approval of this helper. Chu Long did not remain idle. He actively handed over Sun Hong's water bottle and poured him a cup of water. After Sun Hong had rested, Chu Long proposed that he help him modify a battle vehicle. Chu Long's request surprised Sun Hong. He had thought that Chu Long's eagerness to help was to stay at the car maintenance center to appear useful and not be disliked by the boss lady. But in reality, Chu Long had no intention of staying there. He planned to lead his companions to escape to the mountainous areas where zombies were scarce for refuge. This changed Sun Hong's view of Chu Long, no longer seeing him as a useless survivor who only mooched off others. Sun Hong was already quite interested in modifying vehicles, but he wouldn't easily agree to Chu Long. He also had a request for Chu Long's group. "You can choose one of those 5 vehicles to drive, and I can help you modify a car. But before I help you, you need to help me." Sun Hong, holding a wrench, pointed to the stairway and said, "You know, there isn't much diesel left here. I need you guys to help me go outside to the gas station and bring back a few barrels of diesel." Chu Long smiled and said, "No problem. I intended to bring this up last night, but they all got drunk. I promised to convince the others to help. Once the task is done, you must help me modify my vehicle, all right?" Sun Hong extended his arm, and Chu Long grasped the wrench in his hand as a handshake to agree. After finishing up with Sun Hong, Chu Long went to Tao Jinghong's office to check on Xiaosai's condition. Xiaosai was much better and could get up and move around, but her head was still a bit dizzy and she walked unsteadily. Chu Long helped her remove the bandage from her head, checking the wound, which showed no signs of infection and had begun to heal. After resting for another 2 or 3 days, it should be fine, Chu Long said, sharing his plan with Xiaosai. Xiaosai took out her phone, opened the nearby map, and together they looked for the nearest gas station. The closest gas station to Wazoo is less than 400 meters away, but it's too close to the urban village where zombies are dense, so we can't choose that one. Reaching the gas station, the time taken to clear it, find diesel, and fill it up will need time. During that time, there will certainly be noise, and if we encounter shrieking zombies, it could attract a horde. Therefore, I suggest you choose the Liyuan gas station, which is 7 kilometers away near the Huanggang High-Tech Industrial Zone. Although it's farther away, it's in a remote location. The Huanggang High-Tech Industrial Zone consists of several medium and large manufacturing factories far from shopping areas and residential areas with fewer people. The zombies you encounter there will definitely be less than those nearby. Xiaosai carefully analyzed the pros and cons for Chu Long, and after considering it, he chose Liyuan gas station as the target, planning to mobilize personnel tonight and act early tomorrow morning. At that moment, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin were in the same room watching a movie. Liang Junming had anticipated the internet outage, so he had downloaded 120 blockbuster movies and 300 gigabytes of short films in advance. You really are not serious about your work, Liang Junming, Pan Wenyin complained while searching for interesting movies on his phone. Look at Xiaosai, her phone is filled with survival-related study materials, and look at what you have. And what on earth are Ant series, Useless Husband series, and Geo series? What are those? Pan Wenyin, curious and wanting to click to see more, Liang Junming panicked and quickly snatched the phone back, blushing as he said, "Hey, let's just watch Dawn of the Dead. This movie is a classic and very fitting." After watching the beginning, Pan Wenyin yawned and said, "It's a zombie movie. If it were before, I would have found it scary, but now it feels fine." "Is that so? Then I also downloaded some horror movies. How about The Cursed Juan, The Conjuring, and It? Do you dare to watch?" Liang Junming said provocatively. I don't dare to watch. I'm most afraid of ghosts." Pan Wenyin quickly shook her head to refuse. Although she had killed zombies, she was still afraid of ghosts. "Huh, coward." Liang Junming laughed at her on the surface, but felt a bit disappointed inside. Because he thought that if a man and a woman watched a horror movie together, Pan Wenyin would definitely get scared by the scenes, and then she'd inevitably cling to him, and he would take advantage of that. Do you have any comedies on your phone? Or should we watch something with Zhou Xingqi?" Pan Wenyin suggested, and Liang Junming was stunned, not replying. She repeated her question. Yes, we can watch Zhou Xingqi then." Liang Junming selected the king of comedy, and the two sat in their chairs laughing through the night. That evening, after Tao Jinghong, Zheng Suela Wei Xiaohai, and Liao Guihui had sobered up, Chu Long took advantage of an important matter to summon everyone to the first floor. Chu Long expressed his thoughts. "The generator requires diesel, but there is less than 50 liters left in stock. Without diesel, there is no electricity. I need electricity to modify the vehicles and then leave this place. Whoever wants to stay also needs electricity to live. Moreover, except for Sun Hong, everyone else is taken in by the landlady. She hasn't asked us to do anything, so we should also lend a hand. We can't just eat and drink for free. Therefore, I want to form a team to search for diesel at the Liyuan gas station in the Huanggang High-Tech Industrial Zone. Sun Hong and Xiaosai have already agreed to my plan. What about the rest?" After experiencing the zombie tide, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyin were reluctant to take risks, but Chu Long had already explained the reasons to them, so they supported him. "We will participate." Zheng Suela took the lead and pulled Wei Xiaohai into the team. "I'll help too," Liao Guihui called out, turning to Tao Jinghong and saying, "Landlady, my son and I have stayed here for 8 days. We won't owe you anything." 2 high school students also volunteered to help, but were rejected by Tao Jinghong. "This is adult business. You 2 kids should stay out of it and go play." Tao Jinghong first sent away the 2 high school students, and then faced Chu Long and the others, saying, "You really don't need to do this. I took you in without any ulterior motives. I just wanted some company in this apocalypse. It's too dangerous outside. You shouldn't go looking for diesel." Tao Jinghong firmly rejected everyone's offers of help, which surprised Chu Long. Sun Hong suddenly couldn't understand the landlady's thoughts. He felt she was pretending. If she assigned others to go find diesel and someone died, it would be indirectly her fault. Clearly, the landlady didn't want to bear that responsibility, and since Sun Hong also needed diesel, he immediately spoke up. "Hongjie, you don't need to worry about this. You heard what Chu Long said. Finding diesel is beneficial for all of us." Seeing Sun Hong speak, Chu Long nodded again. Unexpectedly, Zheng Suela's thoughts were the same as Chu Long's. He also wanted to find a vehicle to escape from Dajang City. So regardless of Tao Jinghong's thoughts, they began to discuss their plan. Seeing that everyone was ignoring her, Tao Jinghong couldn't persuade them, and had to stand aside listening to Chu Long outline his plan and occasionally offering suggestions. Everyone agreed with Chu Long's plan, but there were some details that both Chu Long and Xia Sai hadn't considered. We have 8 people, at least 2 vehicles are needed. The gas station is quite far away, and if we encounter any accidents or a horde of zombies, how can we communicate without a phone? With coordination, the probability of success will be higher. Conversely, while we have a plan, if each person acts independently without communication, it could easily lead to fatalities. Zeng Suela expressed his opinion and then shared a past story with everyone. I used to work as a thug, yes, the kind you're imagining, going out to fight and collect debts. Once my partner and I received a task to find a rich bastard and demand repayment. Following the clues, we ended up in a remote village. With no signal on our phones, we split up to look for him in the village. However, we underestimated that bastard. He had hired over a dozen thugs to deal with anyone coming to collect debts. My partner and I were chased and had to hide with that bastard's men everywhere. We wanted to call for help, but there was no damn signal. In the end, I got stabbed over a dozen times, and my partner lost a hand before we managed to escape. Zeng Suela lifted his shirt, revealing the horrifying scars on his abdomen and back, proving he wasn't exaggerating. You mean we need walkie-talkies, right? Xia Sai said. Yes, educated people are indeed smart. That's exactly what I mean, little girl. I originally had 2 walkie-talkies in my car, but now the car is gone. So where are we going to find walkie-talkies? I know where to find them. Sun Hong immediately spoke up. There's a security booth at the entrance of the urban village. Inside, they have not only walkie-talkies, but also riot shields and other weapons. The village entrance is only a few dozen meters away. We can first go find walkie-talkies and weapons. After being well prepared, we can head to the gas station. That makes sense. Chu Long agreed. They had weapons, but lacked protective gear. We can't delay. Let's go to the security booth tonight. What do you say? Going out at night. Are you out of your mind? Wei Xiaohai was the first to disagree, followed by Liao Guihui, who spoke up. Chu Long, I'm not timid, but going out at night is dark. You can't see where the zombies are. It's no different from sending yourself to death. Wrong. You both are mistaken. Liang Junming stepped up to defend Chu Long. It's clear you've never gone out at night. Liang Junming shared the weakness of zombies at night and their previous experiences going out after dark. So you're saying it might actually be safer to go out at night? Zeng Suela thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. Don't act impulsively. Going out when it's dark is a sure way to die. Let's wait until daytime. Wei Xiaohai vehemently opposed. His attitude displeased Zeng Suela. Am I being impulsive? Haven't we been together for 3 years? Have you ever seen me act impulsively? You mean I'm brainless and should listen to you, right? Zeng Suela glared at Wei Xiaohai, not allowing this younger generation to challenge his authority. Woleg, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand me. Wei Xiaohai quickly apologized, afraid to say another word. Chu Long, since you have experience, why don't you lead the team tonight? Zeng Suela asked. Chu Long thought for a moment. The security booth wasn't far. Running out from the main entrance of the vehicle maintenance center and back after grabbing what they needed could be completed in as little as 3 minutes. Excluding Xia Sai, Tao Jinghong, Liao Rongrong, and the 2 high school students who had no combat ability, there were a total of 8 people present who could assist him. All right, no problem. Chu Long nodded, his expression serious. You all grab your weapons and follow me. 10 minutes later, the 8 gathered at the main entrance of the vehicle maintenance center. Sun Hong opened the small door and killed the zombies that came in one by one. Before opening the door, they had already seen through the camera that there were 8 zombies outside the main entrance. With experience dealing with the zombies outside, Chu Long directed Sun Hong, Liao Guihui, and Liang Junming to hold the small door open, opening it only a third of the way. Each time, they let in 2 zombies, and after finishing, they used their bodies to block the entrance, preventing the others from coming in. Zeng Suela and Wei Xiaohai were both adept at killing zombies, violently chopping at the heads of the zombies with machetes, while Chu Long and the others provided cover without taking action. After Zeng Suela and Wei Xiaohai killed the 2 zombies, let in, Chu Long shouted, let them in. Sun Hong, Liao Guihui, and Liang Junming opened the door slightly, but the second time, they miscalculated and 4 zombies came in at once. Fortunately, there were many helpers inside. Chu Long immediately grabbed an axe and went to hack at the zombies, while Pan Wenyin and the guy with the ear studs helped deal with the other one, ultimately managing to eliminate all the zombies without incident. After dealing with the zombies at the entrance, Chu Long assigned tasks. Once we go out, I leg Wei Xiaohai, Liao Guihui, and Sun Hong will be responsible for covering. The others will go to the security booth to grab the walkie-talkies and equipment. Once you've got them, just run and don't engage with any zombies. Is that clear? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and Chu Long led the way out, jogging toward the security booth. In a distance of several dozen meters on the left were shops selling mobile phones, electric bicycles, and hamburgers. A few zombies were blocking the shop entrance, but they were swiftly knocked down by Zeng Suela and Wei Xiaohai. When Chu Long and the team arrived at the village entrance, they were stunned to find a mass of zombies standing there. Under the 10-meter-high stone plaque of Huangxiao village, a large group of zombies hung their heads gathered under the 2 solar streetlights. They were huddled head-to-head, shoulder-to-shoulder, crowded under the streetlights, attracted by the glow, making no sound or movement, standing still, as if the power had gone out with a dense number of them, yet the silence was unsettling. This scene was something no one had anticipated. No wonder there aren't any zombies on the right street. They're all here, Zhang whispered as he hid in a shop. They were attracted by the streetlights, Chu Long said. If they don't move, we won't be able to get the walkie-talkies and equipment. Damn it. I told you we should come back during the day. Wei Xiaohai wanted to retreat, but when he turned around, he bumped into Chu Long's nose. Chu Long, what do you think? Zhang asked. No need to wait for daytime. I have a plan. I will go out and lure the zombies away, and once they're gone, you all execute according to the original plan. After Chu Long finished speaking, he dashed out from the hamburger shop. Pan Wenyin was very worried about him, unsure of what he was doing, and didn't dare to shout for him to come back, fearing it would attract the zombies at the security booth. Whoa, that idiot isn't going out to die, is he? Wei Xiaohai was stunned as he saw Chu Long run out into the street, disappearing into the darkness. He's not that foolish, or otherwise he would have died on his first day at school, Zhang said, just as he was curious about what Chu Long was going to do. Suddenly, a series of ear-piercing car alarms rang out from the middle of the road directly opposite the village entrance. Chu Long dashed across the street, ran into the middle of the road, and smashed 5 cars with his axe before running away. The car alarms sounded one after another in the dark street, spreading like a virus, and within 10 seconds the street outside the village was filled with the deafening alarms. Beep, beep. As the zombies gathered at the village entrance, initially quiet, the alarms triggered them, and one by one they roared into a frenzy, rushing towards the middle of the road like a tide. Watching the security booth almost empty, Zhang couldn't help but praise him. That kid has a good head on his shoulder. What's so great about it? Making noise to attract zombies, anyone can do that. Wei Xiaohai said unhappily. Stop talking nonsense. You can do it, but do you have the guts to do it? Zhang replied. Everyone else, I'll clear the way. You all go to the security booth to grab the equipment. Zhang rushed out of the hamburger shop. Near the security booth and the village entrance stood a few zombies that were less sensitive to sound. Zhang wielded his machete in one hand and effortlessly chopped down a zombie with 2 strikes. The one following behind, Liang Juanming, was stunned. No wonder he used to chop people so often. Dealing with zombies that wouldn't dodge was as easy as cutting vegetables. Under the cover of Zhang and Wei Xiaohai, the others rushed into the security booth to grab equipment, and once they got everything, they sprinted back, ignoring the zombies chasing from the village, and made it back to the vehicle maintenance center in one breath. At that moment, Chu Long was running back from the overpass, and everyone had returned safely with the equipment to the vehicle maintenance center. The next morning, the 8 members of the team gathered on the first floor of the vehicle maintenance center. According to Chu Long's plan, they would take 3 vehicles to proceed. This electric vehicle is spacious and powerful. Last night, they had removed all the rear seats and added a partition in the trunk to transport barrels of fuel. Liao Guihui, Pan Wenyin, Zhang and Wei Xiaohai took a Toyota SUV, loading the trunk with riot shields and batons they retrieved from the security booth to deal with zombies. Sun Hong and the ear-studded man drove a modified combat Hellcat. This vehicle boasts immense power and has reinforced bodywork and bumpers with steel plates at the front and rear windows, and all 4 side windows secured with steel bars. Chu Long designated this vehicle as the lead car to clear the way and divert zombies once they reached the gap. Chu Long took the driver's seat, and the vehicle was loaded with 12 empty fuel barrels, each capable of holding 200 liters. If all went well, they could bring back 2,400 liters of diesel. Once they were all in their vehicles, Chu Long pulled out the walkie-talkie and switched the channel to CH6, as previously agreed. The 3 walkie-talkies were the same model, so they could communicate once on the same channel. Chu Long pressed the talk button and said, "Hello, this is Chu Long. Can you 2 hear me?" "Loud and clear," Zhang replied, as he was the driver of the SUV and had the walkie-talkie with him. "No problem," Sun Hong responded from the driver's seat of the Hellcat. "All right, we are setting off now. The Hellcat will lead the way." Chu Long released the talk button and gave a thumbs up out the window, indicating that Tao Jinghong could open the front door of the maintenance center. "Be extremely careful," Tao Jinghong shouted towards the 3 vehicles before pressing the red button, causing the iron gate at the front of the maintenance center to slowly rise. As the gate rose halfway, Tao Jinghong stopped it, and the Hellcat roared as it hit the gas, charging out and knocking down 3 zombies that happened to be passing by. "Whoa, this feels amazing," Sun Hong's voice echoed through the walkie-talkie as he continued to bulldoze through the obstructing zombies. These slow-moving creatures found their legs severed the moment they encountered the shaped steel blade, their upper bodies flung away while their lower halves remained standing. Sun Hong pushed the accelerator hard, speeding down the street, the engine roaring like a beast, igniting a rush of adrenaline. The black vehicle swept through the street like a predator, crashing into a throng of zombies, and bursting out from the mass of corpses, limbs flying, leaving a trail of blood. I'm so envious. He's getting all the fun, Liang Junming said from the passenger seat of the electric vehicle, wishing he could drive the Hellcat himself. No man could resist such temptation. However, Liang Junming held back, knowing that driving the Hellcat meant attracting zombies, and he did not want to take on such a dangerous task. What a load of nonsense. Chu Long cursed, realizing that he and Zhang Suela could no longer see the Hellcat as they exited the street corner. He hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Sun Hong, are you done with your fun? Get back here right away. You were supposed to clear the path for us, not just recklessly charge. Where the hell are you? Damn it." After cursing, Chu Long angrily tossed the walkie-talkie aside. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhang Suela following the SUV, who laughed into the walkie-talkie. "Haha, that idiot clearly has never driven a sports car before. Young people, I can understand it. If I were younger, I would have done the same," he added. "Chu Long, don't be angry. The zombies ahead were all knocked down by him. We can just proceed as planned." After having his fun, Sun Hong finally realized that the other two vehicles were not following. He quickly apologized over the walkie-talkie. "Sorry, I lost control just now. I'm coming back now." After finishing, Sun Hong obediently drove the Hellcat back, and the three vehicles quickly regrouped at the Huanggang High-Tech Avenue intersection. With the Hellcat leading the way to clear obstacles, the other two vehicles had a much smoother drive and reached the Green Source gas station 7 kilometers away in less than 20 minutes. The three vehicles parked sequentially beneath a sign about 100 meters away from the gas station. Chu Long picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Sun Hong, according to the plan, you two go into the gas station, first make a circle, and try to lure away the zombies as much as possible, then we will follow in." Received. The Hellcat revved its engine again, and Sun Hong drove into the gas station, pressing the horn with his left hand while turning the steering wheel in circles. Beep. The gas station entrance was filled with the continuous sound of honking. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Sun Hong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Chu Long, I've been circling here for dozens of laps, and I've attracted all the zombies I could. There are about 50 to 60 zombies following me now, breathing my exhaust. But there are still some zombies inside the gas station that won't come out. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Chu Long replied, "From my experience, some zombies are not attracted to sound, so don't worry about them. Just drive slowly and lead the group of zombies away from the gas station." Understood. After receiving Sun Hong's response, Chu Long and the others saw the black Hellcat emerging from the gas station entrance, moving at an estimated speed of only 20 km/h, just fast enough to stay ahead of the pursuing zombies. The black Hellcat trailed the group of zombies behind it, and as the zombies slowed down, losing interest in the chase, Sun Hong stopped the car, poked his head out of the window, and banged on the car body to attract the zombies. As they roared and chased after him, the Hellcat revved up again, increasing the distance. "Good driving skills, quite daring," Zhang Suela commented from the SUV. "Yes, Sun Hong, you did well," Chu Long nodded. "Of course. I often snuck out at night to drive my clients' luxury cars, racing and street driving. A few times I almost got caught by the police. My driving skills were honed during those nights." Sun Hong, feeling proud, was no longer worried about his past getting exposed now that there were no police around. After another 5 minutes, the sound of the Hellcat's horn faded into the distance. Chu Long started the electric vehicle and drove forward, the SUV slowly following him into the Green Source gas station. A giant green clover logo appeared ahead. Chu Long eased off the accelerator, and Liang Junming rolled down the window, his keen eyesight spotting zombies inside the convenience store of the gas station from a distance. "Chu Long, there are 4 zombies near pump 3 and 5 at the restroom entrance, and some inside the convenience store, but I can't determine their number." "Got it." Chu Long nodded, stopping less than 5 meters away from pump 1. Bang! Bang! As the crowd opened the doors and stepped out, the 4 zombies near the gas pump went wild upon seeing living humans roaring and charging towards Chu Long and the others, their arms flailing like little electric fans, moving at a remarkable speed. Their cries attracted more of their kind at the restroom entrance, and 5 more zombies rushed over upon spotting. Chu Long wielded an axe while Liang Junming held a short sword. The two dared not rush forward to fight the zombies by the gas pump, as Chu Long feared the danger of facing 2 against 4, and also worried about being surrounded by the zombies from the restroom. Thus, he hurriedly called out to Liang Junming, urging him to retreat together towards the back, reaching the side of the. Seeing Zhang Suela, Pan Wen Yuan, Liao Guihui, and Wei Xiaohai descend from the SUV, Chu Long quickly circled to the back of the trunk and shouted, "Hurry," and grabbed the riot fork and shield. Chu Long opened the SUV's trunk and pulled out a circular riot shield about 50 centimeters in diameter, transparent, with the words "Riot Control" printed on the front. He reached in from the back to grip the handle, ready to raise it. "These idiots!" Zhang Suela spat, brandishing a machete as he charged forward. "Taste my blade," he shouted as he slashed diagonally forward, striking the leading zombie and slicing through its left cheek, causing flesh to tear and blood to spray. Noticing a zombie reaching out beside him, Zhang Suela lifted his size 47 foot and delivered a kick to the zombie's stomach, surprisingly bending its body, causing it to crouch in front of him, extending its neck for Zhang Suela to strike. Zhang Suela swiftly swung his knife, smashing the back of the zombie's head. However, the force was too strong, shattering the skull and getting his blade stuck inside. The nearby zombies were not going to wait for Zhang Suela to withdraw his knife. They lunged at him one after another. Chu Long observed, holding the shield in one hand and the axe in the other. He stepped forward to provide support. Fortunately, Zhang Suela was no fool. He abandoned the stuck knife and prioritized escape, turning to retreat towards Chu Long. As two zombies lunged simultaneously, Chu Long tightened his grip on the shield with his left hand and swung his left arm outward in a wide arc, the round shield striking both zombies while blocking their bites. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Long swung his axe with his right arm, landing a blow on one zombie's neck and severing its artery. With his left arm still guarding his chest, he used the shield to block the bite from the zombie on the left, then swung the axe again, knocking the first zombie down before turning to confront the zombie that was aggressively pounding the shield. Chu Long, I'm coming. Liang Junming was the first to rush over with the riot fork, putting away his short sword and using both hands to catch the approaching zombie. He extended his arm using the 1.5-meter-long riot fork to jab at the zombie's waist, keeping it at a safe distance despite its attempts to reach him. However, Liang Junming could only control one zombie by himself, while four others were still charging at them. Pan Wenyuan and Wei Xiaohai quickly grabbed their riot forks to subdue two more zombies. The remaining two zombies were held back by Liao Guihui, who was also wielding a riot fork, showing much more skill than Liang Junming and the others. As one zombie lunged forward, Liao Guihui extended his riot fork, jabbing it into one zombie's ankle, causing it to lose balance and fall awkwardly. With another determined thrust, he aimed for the neck of the other zombie, sending it flying as it charged at him. Liang Junming stood in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, that was amazing. Uncle Liao, how do you make it look so easy?" Though Liao Guihui, now in his middle age, had long since lost his youthful vigor in the grind of daily life, he still felt a surge of pleasure at Liang Junming's praise. Showing off in front of women felt great, but boasting in front of men was even more exhilarating. Liao Guihui cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem, I used to be a security guard and practiced this stuff. They'll teach you sometime, but let's deal with these zombies first." Without needing Liao Guihui to say more, as they held the zombies in check, Zhang Suela and Chu Long charged in to attack. For these two, dealing with zombies that couldn't run or jump and merely held in place posed no challenge at all. Chu Long and Zhang Suela easily dispatched the remaining 5 zombies. After eliminating the last zombie, Chu Long suddenly looked up, realizing that there were still zombies inside the convenience store. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. The convenience store's door was open, yet not a single zombie. Logically, the cries of their kind outside and the sounds of fighting should have attracted the zombies inside the convenience store. Even from over 20 meters away, Chu Long could see several zombies through the glass door. Yet they remained inside, seemingly uninterested in the living outside, which was highly unusual. With no time to ponder the zombies' odd behavior, Chu Long returned to start the electric vehicle. Before entering, he had already spotted the location of the fuel storage, which was on the open ground to the right of the restroom. Before setting off, they had discussed how to obtain fuel. Zhang Suela, who had more experience in this area, informed Chu Long and the others that the gas station would have a fuel storage area with various types of fuel tanks underneath. Each fuel tank had a heavy manhole cover on top, clearly marked with labels indicating whether the fuel inside was 92 gasoline, 95 gasoline, or diesel. Besides their weapons, they also brought a manual oil pump, a pry bar, pipe wrenches, and an angle grinder to forcibly open the manhole covers and fuel tank openings. Zhang Suela and Liao Guihui had already found the diesel manhole cover, and the two used the pry bar to lift it. Meanwhile, Chu Long unloaded the oil barrels while Liang Junming and the others kept watch, ready to report if any zombies approached. Zhang Suela and Liao Guihui were both seasoned streetwise individuals, having worked for over a decade, and were very efficient. Just as Chu Long unloaded 12 empty gasoline barrels, the two had already opened the oil outlet and inserted the manual oil pump. Chu Long quickly moved the empty barrels over, connecting the oil pump to the other end and starting to pump oil. "I'm going to the restroom for a quick pee, you two okay?" "Sure," Liao Guihui replied. "No problem." Chu Long took the manual oil pump. He had used it once while fueling the diesel generator, and it was very convenient. Before leaving the vehicle center, Chu Long insisted on taking a manual oil pump so that if their vehicle ran out of fuel on the road, they could use it to siphon fuel. "Chu Long, where are you guys planning to go?" Zhang Suela asked as he moved the filled barrels onto the cart, speaking to Chu Long as he worked. According to their original plan, Chu Long and the others decided to seek refuge at Liang Junming's home after leaving the city. Facing Zhang Suela, Chu Long considered him merely a temporary collaborator, thus he didn't tell him the truth. "Not sure, we'll figure it out after leaving the city. For now, let's just escape from Dajiang City," Chu Long replied as they filled another empty barrel, leaving 4 barrels remaining. We brought out 12 empty barrels. Each holds 200 liters. Filling 8 with diesel should suffice for the shop owner and her crew. After we leave, only a handful of people will remain at the vehicle maintenance center. 1,600 liters of diesel will let them run their air conditioners and sleep in comfort for days. Since you and I both need to head out of the city, and fueling up on the road is now extremely difficult. You understand what I'm implying, right? Zheng Suiyue finished speaking to Chu Long, then, out of idle habit, popped a cigarette between his lips and reached for his lighter. Only then did he recall he was standing directly above an open fuel tank. A single spark could trigger a catastrophic explosion. Damn, lucky I held back. Zheng Suiyue hastily shoved the lighter back into his pocket, leaving Chu Long drenched in cold sweat. All right, we'll do it your way. Convinced Zheng Suiyue's proposal was reasonable, Chu Long joined him in prying open the manhole cover for the 95-octane gasoline tank and began siphoning fuel. Meanwhile, Liang Junming stood guard beside the convenience store, ready to sound the alarm the moment any zombie. For 30 minutes while Chu Long and the others siphoned fuel, the convenience store remained utterly silent. Pressed against the wall corner, Liang Junming watched intently and felt deeply unsettled by the unnatural stillness. When their vehicle first arrived at the gas station, he had clearly seen several zombies inside the store. So why hadn't they lunged out to attack? Had they all gone deaf? Driven by overwhelming curiosity, Liang Junming edged cautiously along the wall toward the entrance and peered through the glass window. Where are the zombies? He froze in shock. The store was in utter disarray. Snack shelves stripped bare, bottles of tomato juice, chili sauce light, and dark soy sauce shattered across the floor. In one corner lay a corpse, its abdomen grotesquely torn open, but not a single zombie was in sight. Could I have imagined it? Arg. At that moment, the corpse in the corner abruptly reanimated. Its eyes snapped open, and with horrifying calm it plunged both hands deep into its own ruptured belly, churning violently as intestines, liver, kidneys, and fat spilled forth. Liang Junming nearly vomited, but then paused, suspicion flaring. He knew he hadn't been mistaken. This zombie had just turned. So where had the one that bit it vanished to? To verify whether the biting zombie still lurked inside, Liang Junming stepped boldly forward, directing his gaze toward the checkout counter, a blind spot he needed to inspect closely. Step by deliberate step he advanced, then suddenly caught sight of a half-formed silhouette emerging from behind a shelf near the counter. A zombie stood rigidly upright, its hollow gaze fixed straight through the glass, locking eyes with Liang Junming. Shit! Liang Junming broke out in gooseflesh. Simultaneously, the zombie behind the shelf recoiled in visceral panic, letting out a guttural roar before bolting away, vanishing behind another aisle. At that very instant, a second zombie emerged from behind the checkout counter. Spotting Liang Junming outside the glass, it reacted identically, snarling and sprinting deeper into the store. Liang Junming stood dumbfounded. He braced to flee, but instead both zombies fled from him faster than he ever could. What the hell is going on? Liang Junming blurted, sprinting back to relay the bizarre scene to Wei Xiaohao and Pan Wenyuan. Both listened in stunned disbelief. Huh, you're joking, right? Pan Wenyuan refused to accept it. No way. I'm telling the truth. Those two zombies hid the moment they saw me. Could I have somehow awakened some kind of supernatural ability? What do you think? Liang Junming exclaimed, equal parts astonished and elated, his grin irrepressible, his mind already spiraling into wild fantasy. Wei Xiaohao remained skeptical. Let's go, show us yourself. How could something like this even happen? Determined to prove his claim, Liang Junming led them to the storefront, only to find the two zombies gone. All that remained was the deranged creature in the corner, devouring its own entrails. Liang Junming, are you kidding us in broad daylight? Where are the zombies? Wei Xiaohao stared into the empty store. I'm not lying, it's true. I told you, they fled from me. They must have hidden inside that storage room. Liang Junming's nostrils flared and his brows knotted tight. Watching his expression, Wei Xiaohao sensed no deception. The storage room door stood ajar, but darkness swallowed the interior, impenetrable and absolute. Though unwilling to enter himself, Wei Xiaohao burned with curiosity. What if there really were zombies inside? I'll toss something in. If they're there, we bolt immediately. Pan Wenyuan instantly objected. Let's drop it. What if there aren't just two? What if there are more? I believe Liang Junming. Let's tell Chu Long and the others first. Fine, Liang Junming nodded. But Wei Xiaohao ignored the warning. With Pan Wenyuan watching, he seized the chance to show off. Scared of what exactly? Two zombies. I'll handle them alone. Without hesitation, he strode into the store, grabbed a beer bottle from the cooler, and hurled it into the storage room. Crash! The shattering glass triggered a guttural snarl, and a zombie burst forth. Grara! Wei Xiaohao stood frozen beside the checkout counter, too stunned to move, as three zombies exploded from the doorway in a blur of motion. Get out now! Liang Junming shouted. Wei Xiaohao stood paralyzed, statue still. Yet Liang Junming had spoken truthfully. Those 3 zombies feared humans. Instead of attacking Wei Xiaohao, they veered sharply, racing past him and bursting out the store's front door, fleeing toward the gas station's perimeter. Wei Xiaohao slowly turned and stepped outside. As the trio rushed past, their deafening roars vibrated his eardrums like thunderclaps. He'd made no move, not even a flinch. Against ordinary zombies, he'd have been torn apart long before. Just then, Chu Long Zheng Suyue and Liao Guihui arrived at the entrance, weapons drawn and urgency etched across their faces. Liang Junming, did you encounter zombies? We heard screams like cannon fire. Chu Long scanned the store's shadowed interior, alert and wary. Yes, but they've already fled. Liang Junming recounted the entire episode, with Pan Wenyuan and Wei Xiaohao corroborating. Even the most implausible details now demanded belief. Are you certain those 3 were zombies, and not just cowards in disguise? Zheng Suiyue asked skeptically. They're zombies, I saw their faces. Wei Xiaohao spoke with grim authority, still trembling with aftershock, his prostate clenching involuntarily. Recalling the scene, he said, their heads were hairless, their skin unnaturally pale, and their shrieks were ear-splitting, far louder than even the screaming zombies. Exactly. I heard it in the restroom. I thought the gas station had blown up. Damn it. I cut my bowel movement short, didn't even wipe, and sprinted out barriest. Liao Guihui stated bluntly, standing so close that Liang Junming caught the unmistakable whiff. Not good. Chu Long's expression tightened. We need to leave, now? If these behave like screaming zombies, they'll draw every nearby undead straight to us. You're absolutely right. Let's get back to fueling. Zheng Suiyue urged. The group sprinted to the fuel tanks, loading every filled barrel onto their electric cart. The oil barrels were loaded onto the vehicle, and Chu Long got in and said over the walkie-talkie, Hey Sun Hong, we've wrapped things up, now heading back. Sun Hong replied, got it. I'm still circling around. This modified vehicle is really enjoyable to drive. It'll help you get one when we return. Chu Long responded, all right, let's hurry back then. We just encountered a few suspicious zombies, so be quiet on your way back. Don't attract any zombies again. Sun Hong replied, understood. After over 20 minutes, the 3 vehicles returned to the car maintenance center. The outing was very smooth. They brought back 8 barrels of diesel and 4 barrels of gasoline. Tao Jinghong was in a good mood and suggested celebrating tonight with good food and drinks to treat Chu Long and the others. Chu Long declined the landlady's kindness because he needed Sun Hong's help to modify the vehicle. The sooner they finished this, the sooner they could leave Dajing City. Tao Jinghong didn't understand Chu Long's thoughts. The shop had food, drinks, and accommodation, plus air conditioning and hot showers. Why couldn't they stay here? The reason was simple. Chu Long felt the city was no longer safe. After the appearance of the screeching zombies, he encountered zombies behaving unusually at the gas station today. This made Chu Long uneasy. He didn't know how they might mutate further. Logically, in sparsely populated areas, there should be fewer zombies, which reduces the chance of encountering special infected bodies and hordes. Thus, Chu Long was eager to leave. He needed a reliable vehicle. Sun Hong was trustworthy. Shortly after returning, he started working and even helped Chu Long select a suitable off-road fuel truck, a Land Rover Defender. The vehicle was parked in the lot outside the maintenance center. Its owner had turned into a zombie and ran off to bite someone, leaving the vehicle unwanted. Sun Hong drove it into the shop and then discussed the design plan with Chu Long. They planned to install a heavy steel plow on the front of the Land Rover. If they were blocked by a pile of broken-down cars on the road, they could push the abandoned vehicles aside, like a plow, clearing the obstacles. When charging through a horde of zombies, this would also effectively prevent corpses from getting stuck under the vehicle. Chu Long had already experienced a zombie tide once and was particularly concerned about window protection. Sun Hong suggested welding steel plates over the rear window, installing a mesh steel wire on the front windshield, and adding welded steel bars to the windows. This way, even if the vehicle rolled over, it would be difficult for zombies to get inside. Also, we can replace the rims with ones that prevent tire detachment and add all-terrain off-road tires. We have them in the shop. Sun Hong kicked the tire as he spoke. That sounds perfect. Chu Long nodded and asked, how long will it take to get all this done? We have all the materials in the shop, but we need to collect and dismantle them. Besides, it depends on how many people we have. If we have 3 people working overtime for more than 14 hours a day, we can finish in 3 days at the earliest, but if it drags on, it could take over a week. Sun Hong replied, all right, that's settled. They'll go find someone to help. Chu Long left the first floor. 10 minutes later, he brought back Liang Junming and Liao Guihui. Liao Guihui agreed to help, but under the condition that when Chu Long and the others left, he could take along him and Liao Rongrong. Chu Long asked him why, saying, you have a child, it might be safer to stay here. No, my thoughts are the same as yours. It's best to hide in a deserted area. I can survive by taking my son into the wild to dig for wild vegetables or sweet potatoes. Here, just stepping outside means encountering zombies. The supplies will eventually run out. Safety is only temporary, Liao Guihui said. Chu Long looked at him feeling he was strong, but had a long-term perspective. All right, then you can leave with us when the time comes, Chu Long agreed. A single father with a child seemed more reliable. Sun Hong began assigning tasks to the three of them. Chu Long and Liang Junming went upstairs to dismantle old equipment for metal materials, while Liao Guihui, who had worked as a welder, teamed up with Sun Hong to assemble the components. While Chu Long was busy dismantling the steel plates from a machine tool, Zheng Suela and Wei Ziaha approached him. Chu Long, you plan to go to Liang Junming's hometown, a small village called Hunking in the northern province, right? Zheng Suela stated directly. How do you know? Chu Long straightened up, remembering he hadn't mentioned where he was. It was Pan Wenyuan who told me, Wei Ziaha said with a smile, feeling proud to have uncovered a little secret of Chu Long. Chu Long thought to himself that Pan Wenyuan was too open, telling everything to outsiders. He was still uneasy about Zheng Suela and Wei Ziaha, not wanting them to know his whereabouts, even though they had no malicious intent. Yes, so what does that have to do with you? Chu Long asked. Do you want to go with me? No, who wants to go to that crap? Zheng Suela shook his head and offered Chu Long a cigarette, which he declined. Wow, my brother Lu offered you a cigarette, and you didn't take it. Are you that full of yourself? Wei Ziaha recalled being threatened by Chu Long with a knife and wanted to regain some face whenever the opportunity arose. Shut up and don't argue with me when discussing serious matters. Zheng Suela shouted, and Wei Ziaha immediately quieted down. So why did you come to find me? Chu Long asked. Zheng Suela took a puff of his cigarette and slowly said, Have you thought about getting a gun? I know a place not far from the village you're heading to. It's chaotic outside now. Oh, it's essential to have a gun for self-defense. I need help. Come with us, and after we find the gun you can take whatever you want. Where is it? Chu Long was very interested in guns. They indeed needed them for self-defense. However, there weren't many places with guns here besides the police station. It was all tightly guarded. Normally, it would be impossible for them to go in unless those places had already fallen, then they could indeed go in to find guns. Xiongling Prison, Zheng Suela said. I'm more familiar with prisons than military bases, and the chances of getting shot are smaller there, but it might have already fallen with zombies everywhere. So I need help. You're quite skilled at handling zombies. You're a valuable asset. What do you think? Do you want to? Zheng Suela said. Just look at the map. You'll see Xiongling Prison is just over 60 kilometers from Hunking Village. Even if it gets too dangerous in the prison, you can leave at any time. And think about it, you four need guns more than we do. With guns, dealing with zombies becomes easy and reasoning with people becomes much simpler. You're not the type to burn, kill, and plunder, but that doesn't stop others from seeing you as prey. Chu Long, your team has two pretty girls. How will you protect them without guns? Zheng Suela's words were very reasonable. The invitation to find guns was very tempting, but also very... Chu Long thought seriously for a moment before speaking. I can't decide this alone. I'll discuss it with my companions tonight and give you a response tomorrow morning. All right, I'll wait for you. Zheng Suela extinguished his cigarette and took Wei Ziaha away from the old factory on the third floor. After Zheng Suela left, Chu Long busied himself with work, laboring from morning until night, only resting briefly during meal times. He was already short in stature, usually holed up in the dormitory playing video games, and whenever he could skip the 8 a.m. start, he would wishing he could lie in bed for 12 hours a day, only coming out to eat, or when someone called him to play. His lifestyle, if one were to put it nicely, could be called carpe diem, but with low emotional intelligence, it was simply decay. Chu Long did not mind him, as he was still willing to help after a break. Unlike Pan Wenyun, who complained about the dirt and fatigue after a short while downstairs, taking advantage of Chu Long's busy cutting of steel plates to sneak back upstairs for a rest. Liao Guihui's performance surprised Chu Long the most. He put in all his strength, working quickly and diligently, and even stripped off his short sleeves due to the heat. Chu Long glanced at him. Liao Guihui's forearms were thick with a broad and sturdy back, his muscles not the kind built from gym workouts, but rather the solid, robust kind developed from years of hard physical labor. However, Liao Guihui had a habit of drinking, needing to drink. While working in the morning, he had 8 bottles of beer, and in the hotter afternoon, he drank a full dozen. At first, Chu Long wanted to advise him against it, but after he drank, he worked even harder, cursing that damn zombie virus for ruining his life and killing his wife, while he dismantled the anti-theft net in the building, cutting it and welding it onto the car windows. By midnight, the sounds of cutting, welding, and hammering from the car maintenance center had all ceased. They planned to rest and continue working the next day. We have already welded the explosion-proof net onto the windshield and windows, and the obstacle-clearing shovel is almost done. We can install it tomorrow ahead of my schedule, Sun Hong said. Just 1.5 more days of work, and we can finish by tomorrow afternoon, then you can leave. Chu Long was also satisfied with the progress, smiling and saying, That's great. Thank you, Sun Hong, Liang Junming, and Uncle Liao, for your help. There's no need to thank us, it's what we should do, Liao Guihui replied, reeking of alcohol, his face flushed, looking quite tipsy. Chu Long, can I go to sleep now? I'm about to fall apart. Liang Junming's face looked as pale as a mummy, unable to straighten his waist. Chu Long laughed and said, All right, look at you, are you still a man? So young, and your waist can't take it, huh? Come on, let me give you a rub. Sure. Hurry up. Liang Junming thought Chu Long was serious, sitting in a chair waiting to enjoy it, but to his surprise, Chu Long took out a hammer, smiling at him, and saying, I'll use this, but packs a punch. What the hell, get away from me. Are you trying to kill your old man? Liang Junming, ignoring his back pain, jumped up from the chair, cursing, while running upstairs. Ha, being young is great, it's really amusing. Liao Guihui laughed heartily. After the fun, Chu Long went upstairs to line up for a shower. After a day of hard work, the feeling of a hot shower was truly refreshing. As the hot water washed over his head and dripped down his entire body, his muscles relaxed, as if all fatigue was washed away along with the dirt on him. Tonight, Xia Sai volunteered to keep watch. Having been injured and lying down for 3 days, she felt guilty and wanted to do something for the team. Tao Jinghong thought there were no zombies at the door, and even if there were, they couldn't get in, so keeping watch was unnecessary. However, after experiencing the events at school, both Chu Long and Xia Sai felt that keeping watch was very necessary. With someone on watch, they could sleep soundly. Chu Long entered the dormitory on the 5th floor, and just as he lay down on the bed, he remembered Zheng Suile's invitation, forgetting to discuss it with his teammates. Never mind, he thought. He would talk to Xia Sai and the others tomorrow, it wasn't urgent. Mentioning guns reminded Chu Long of the classmate who was shot dead on the rooftop. He thought of Zhao Siyu, whom he couldn't take on in an unknown fight. If it weren't for others, he would have surely been killed by Zhao Siyu. Chu Long lay on his side. The survivors he had encountered after escaping from school had all been good people. But afterwards, the water, electricity, and communications still hadn't been restored, and there were no signs of improvement from this disaster. The future world was bound to become increasingly chaotic. Did he need a gun? There was no doubt about it. Chu Long was still pondering the pros and cons of going to the prison to find a gun, but he was too tired from working during the day and succumbed to sleep. Everyone get up quickly. There are many zombies at the door. Stop sleeping, get up quickly. Urgent shouts came from outside, and Chu Long suddenly sat up in bed. He didn't know if he had fallen asleep or if he was dreaming. The dormitory door swung open with a bang. Xia Sai burst in with a flashlight, her face extremely flustered. What happened? Chu Long got up, dressed, and grabbed the axe that was by his bed. The moment he was illuminated by the flashlight, he instantly became alert. Chu Long, we are surrounded by zombies. Xia Sai said, her pupils contracting as she looked at him. Surrounded? Are there many zombies outside? Zheng Suela asked, grabbing her chin. Even if there are zombies, it's not a problem. The shop's gate is made of steel aluminum alloy. Zombies can't break down the door. Sun Hong frowned and said, class monitor, what exactly is going on? Is it necessary to wake us all up? Liang Junming said, still groggy from sleep. Xia Sai didn't have time to answer everyone individually, as she asked them to follow her to Tao Jinghong's office to see the surveillance footage. Look, Xia Sai pointed at the computer screen, and everyone held their breath as they watched the surveillance footage. There were 2 cameras at the entrance, one facing the front door and the other at the back door. The camera's footage was gray in the dim lens. A large group of zombies blocked the front door, surrounding it in circles, spilling out onto the street. The back door was even more so. Countless zombies surrounded the alley by the back door, completely filling the frame with zombies, even visible in the open at the edges of the camera's view. Everyone was dumbfounded, all asking Xia Sai what was going on. After the sun set, the lights in the car maintenance center had been turned off, and there hadn't been any loud noises. Why had these zombies gathered here? Xia Sai explained to them that about 10 minutes ago there were only a few zombies wandering at the door. However, suddenly a strange zombie came running. This zombie was not like those wandering aimlessly. It stood under the camera like a ghost, completely still. Immediately after, more and more zombies began to gather at the car maintenance center. Xia Sai hadn't reacted yet, and in less than 5 minutes the street was filled. What did that zombie look like? Where is it? Chu Long asked, pointing at the camera. There are too many zombies, I can't find it. Xia Sai stared at the camera. The image was too blurry, and it was deep night. Every zombie's face glowed with a bluish light, making it impossible to recognize. Liang Junming mentioned the strange zombie he encountered at the gas station yesterday, cursing, damn. Could it be another special infected? Is there no end to this? Roar. The number of zombies increased. Their dense cries echoed through the streets, piercing into the ears of Zhu Long and the others like nails. They did not dare to act rashly and waited for another half hour in complete silence within the vehicle maintenance center. Not a single word was spoken. Zhu Long ran up to the 5th floor, cautiously glanced down, and saw that the zombies surrounding the building had multiplied. The scene was nearly hopeless, fear etched on everyone's faces. They did not understand why the vehicle maintenance center was targeted by the horde, but it undoubtedly had something to do with the peculiar zombie mentioned by Xia Sai. We need to leave here quickly. Zhu Long broke the silence and made a quick judgment, saying, if this situation continues, the number of zombies will only increase. If we wait any longer, the zombies from the entire town might surround us. We have 3 vehicles, a fully modified Hellcat, a semi-modified Land Rover, and a Highlander which can accommodate everyone. We can break through. Zhu Long's suggestion was immediately met with opposition. Tao Jinghong disagreed. There are so many zombies outside we can't go out. It's better to hide inside. At worst we can take all the food and drinks upstairs and block the stairs. Even if the zombies break in, it won't matter. Tao Jinghong said. Yes, the boss lady is right. Sun Hong said with a face full of terror. Let's hurry to the kitchen and bring the food upstairs quick. The 2 high school students and the boy with the ear stud also felt that Zhu Long's suggestion was too crazy. They were scared and unwilling to go out. No, I think Zhu Long is right. This situation is too strange. We can't stay here any longer. If you want to stay, hurry and hide upstairs. When we go out, we must open the door, and the zombies will surely surge in like a flood. Zheng Suela said, turning to glance at the modified Hellcat. She reached out to Sun Hong and shouted, Sun Hong, if you're not leaving, hurry and give me the keys to the Hellcat. No way. Sun Hong said excitedly, you can't go out. If we don't open the door, the zombies might not be able to get in, and they might run away by tomorrow morning. If we open the door, then the people left behind will be doomed. You can't go out. And that's my car, I won't give you the... Sun Hong firmly opposed Zhu Long and Zheng Suela. Tao Jinghong also realized that Zhu Long was determined to leave and quickly urged, don't rush, don't rush. In situations like this, everyone must remain calm. I think Sun Hong is right. By tomorrow morning, the zombies outside won't see us and won't get to eat meat. They will definitely leave. Nonsense. Wei Xiaohua scolded, staying here is just waiting to die. With those few vehicles we can leave. Sun Hong, hurry and bring me the keys. Don't force me to take action. Wei Xiaohua stepped towards Sun Hong, pulling out a knife to threaten him. Whoa, whoa. Liao Rongrong cried because the adults were arguing. Pan Wenyin could not stand the sound of a child crying and went over to hold her, asking, where's your dad? Rongrong, where did your dad go? Whoa, whoa. I don't know, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, please don't argue, okay? Liao Rongrong cried out. Zheng Suela glanced at the child and suddenly said, how get the keys? Hearing his brother's command, Wei Xiaohua charged at Sun Hong with the knife. Tao Jinghong reached out to block him. Wei Xiaohua, having been saved by her, put away the knife, bypassed her, and went with Zheng Suela to catch Sun Hong, who was trying to escape. The 2 high school students and the boy with the ear stud stood by the boss lattice side and hurriedly went to stop Zheng Suela and Wei Xiaohua. In the chaos, Ya Sai glanced at Zhu Long, who also turned back to look at her, and decisively told the 3 of them, quickly go grab the backpacks, then get into that Land Rover. Just as Zhu Long finished speaking, a loud crash came from the vehicle maintenance center. Boom. An explosion suddenly occurred outside the main gate. The gate was blasted inwards and the sides twisted, revealing a gap as a pungent smell of burning oil wafted in from outside. Everyone inside the first floor was stunned by the explosion. Zhu Long saw a zombie's head poking through the gap in the door. His mind was buzzing, still not normal, when another explosion occurred outside. Boom. This explosion was even more violent. Flames surged from the gap outside, and fire poured in from all sides of the gate. Zhu Long steadied himself against the deafening noise and staggered toward the door, wanting to see what was happening outside. Zhu Long is at the army, Zheng Suela shouted. He and Wei Xiaohua were holding Sun Hong, whose face was filled with anger and helplessness as the keys had already been snatched away. No, there's no army. Zhu Long looked through the gap and saw raging flames outside with large groups of zombies burning in the inferno. A few of them spotted Zhu Long and charged toward the door engulfed in flames. Zhu Long quickly retreated. At that moment, Liao Guowei staggered out from the stairway, cursing. Damn. These beasts are making a ruckus in the middle of the night. Can't they let us sleep? Just wait and see if I don't burn you all. Liao Guowei's face turned red and his speech was reeking of alcohol as he held a beer bottle in his hand. Did you do this? Zhu Long asked. Yeah, I moved the diesel to the second floor. I drenched them with a barrel, then ignited two barrels of oil and threw them down. Then, boom, blew up those beasts. Ha! Son, isn't daddy amazing? Liao Guowei, drunk, almost lost his balance and tried to hug Liao Rongrong, who was scared and crying, but Pan Wenyin didn't let him. Zhu Long, now's the time, hurry and go. Zheng Suela shouted as he went to start the Hellcat, while Wei Xiaohua rushed to open the door. Don't! Sun Hong shouted, and Tao Jinghong cried out, if you open the door, my shop is finished. Half a minute ago, Zhu Long still had options, but now the entrance had erupted in a fierce explosion. Even the gate was blown apart, and the zombies from the town would come pouring in here. He had no choices left. Get in the car. Zhu Long shouted to his 3 companions, and then looked towards Tao Jinghong. Tao Jinghong was holding the 2 terrified high school students, while Sun Hong was pulling them toward the mezzanine. Boss lady, you all hurry and get upstairs to hide. After Zhu Long finished speaking, he opened the car door. Liang Juanming, Xiaosai, and Pan Wenyin were already in the car. Pan Wenyin was holding Liao Rongrong, while Liang Junming went out again to pull the dazed Liao Guowei into the car. Tatata. The gate slowly rose, and Wei Xiaohua quickly squeezed into the Hellcat. Zheng Suela charged out first, diving into the sea of fire, crashing into a group of burning zombies bursting through from the middle of the street. Zhu Long quickly followed in the car, running over the zombies knocked down by the Hellcat. The front clearing shovel pushed away a flaming zombie. This zombie, engulfed in flames, tried to climb onto the top of the car, but Zhu Long accelerated and crashed into the blocking zombies. The flaming zombie had not yet managed to get up before being flung off. God bless us. The front of the car rolled over the flaming zombies, burning clothes snagged on the wheels, making the speeding Land Rover look as if it too was on fire, racing through the night and escaping the pursuit of the horde. Pan Wenyan covered Liao Rongrong's eyes. The big and small were so scared that they could not make a sound. Liang Junming kept calling for God to bless them with survival. Xiaosai, sitting in the passenger seat, calmly said to Zhu Long, follow Zheng Suela and the others. They are also leaving the city and can help us clear the way. Understood. Zhu Long nodded. The Hellcat's taillights flickered on the distant overpass as their group drove toward the tunnel they had come from, quickly fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, two cars raced along National Highway 109, passing the junction between the southern city cluster and the northern mountainous region. The road narrowed to 2 lanes in either direction, but the number of broken-down cars had significantly decreased. Most sections of the road were clear, and when they encountered a truck blocking the way, they could simply detour. Along the way, there were either tall mountains or fields interspersed with small, unnamed villages. The population was sparse, and zombies were also few and far between, posing no threat to them unless they gathered in groups. It felt much safer compared to driving in the bustling city of dying. Chu Long slightly relaxed his vigilance. Ever since the drunken Liao Guihui silently caused an explosion at the car maintenance center, his heart had been racing nonstop. Liao Guihui, on the other hand, had already fallen asleep before leaving the city, snoring loudly in the back seat, sounding like a pig, even louder than the engine. Fortunately, Liang Junming was sitting next to him. Pan Wenyuan was extremely annoyed and had almost lost her temper several times. If it weren't for Chu Long driving for their lives, she would have loved to slap Liao Guihui awake. Screech. The Hellcat's brake lights flashed as it turned into a small gas station by the roadside. Chu Long followed in. The fuel tank of this car was only half full before, and now it was down to a quarter, so they needed to refuel. Zheng Suela jumped out of the car, and Wei Xiaohai handed him a cigarette as they leaned against the front of the car smoking. Seeing Chu Long walk over, Zheng Suela said, "Chu Long, I saved your life. We're safe now." Zheng Suela's words were inexplicable, igniting a fire in Chu Long's heart as he pressed his throat to reply, "Save your mother. Don't mess with me with your words." Seeing that Chu Long was in a bad mood, Zheng Suela awkwardly smiled and retracted his joke, saying, "If it weren't for this Hellcat, we might not have escaped. But the cost is that the boss and the others might have been killed by us," Chu Long said, slamming his fist on the car roof with a loud thud. "Calm down, you can't blame me for this." Zheng Suela flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "You suggested leaving, they hesitated, and I also gave them a chance. Blame that madman Liao Guihui for blowing up the entrance with an oil barrel, otherwise those who stayed behind could have survived." Speaking of Liao Guihui, Chu Long turned his head to see Liao Gui just parking when he couldn't help but stagger out of the car to vomit, kneeling on the ground and retching uncontrollably. Liao Rongrong was terrified, repeatedly shouting, "Daddy! Daddy! Aunt!" Chu Long held his head, desperately wishing that Tao Jinghong and Sun Hong could survive. If they died, he could not escape responsibility. At that time, there were too many zombies, and Chu Long panicked, losing his composure. To ensure his own and his companion's survival, he was forced to make a selfish choice. Roar. At that moment, a few zombies stumbled out from the gas station, clearly illuminated by the Hellcat. Chu Long, there are 4 zombies coming. Xiaosai picked up a riot fork. She had already packed the weapons and gear. You guys deal with the 2 on the left. Zheng Suela tossed away his cigarette. Wei Xiaohai took out 2 machetes from the car and tossed one to Zheng Suela, and the 2 walked over to slash at the zombies on the right. Liang Junming took up a riot fork and, along with Xiaosai, restrained 1 zombie each, while Chu Long wielded an axe, smashing the zombies' heads one by one. After killing the zombies, Zheng Suela wiped the machete clean and asked Chu Long, "What have you decided? Do you want to join us in searching for guns?" Zheng Suela's question attracted everyone's attention, including Liao Guihui, who had just emptied his stomach. Seeing how curious Xiaosai and the others were, Zheng Suela elaborated on the plan to find guns. Upon mentioning going to a prison full of criminals, Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan immediately refused, deeming it too dangerous. Xiaosai thought Zheng Suela's suggestion was quite good, but before going they needed to thoroughly observe the prison's layout, the number of zombies, and plan their route and objectives in advance. Running in blindly is just asking for death, Xiaosai stated bluntly. Exactly, that's why I need your help. You are university students, smarter than someone like me who barely finished middle school and jumped into society, Zheng Suela said with a smile. Chu Long chose to ignore his compliment and stated his condition. I agree to go with you, but we must first get to hunking. Once we arrive at Liang Junming's hometown and settle everything, we can set out. After all, it's just over 60 kilometers, right? All right, let's set off to hunking now. It's a bit cold outside at midnight, and that ghostly place is eerie. Zheng Suela spat out a mouthful of saliva, and along with Wei Xiaohai got into the car. Sure, just follow me. I know the way. After saying that, Chu Long had Xia Sai open the offline map they had downloaded on her phone. Once in the car, Xia Sai used the map for navigation, while Liao Guihui, who was in the back seat, regained consciousness, but Liang Junming and Pan Wenyuan had already fallen asleep. Knowing that Chu Long wouldn't take them to sell them off, the cool breeze blowing in from the mountains gave them a sense of security, and they quickly fell asleep. Holding his son, Liao Guihui quietly said to Chu Long, Chu Long, thank you for saving both me and my son. Uncle Liao, you want to come with me to hunking, right? Chu Long asked proactively. He didn't dislike Liao Guihui, as this middle-aged man was relatively reliable when sober. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. I want to join you, is that okay? I have many flaws, but I also have many skills. I've worked as a security guard, plumber, and construction worker. I've been on construction sites and know a bit about car repairs. Having me along, you definitely won't be at a loss. Liao Guihui introduced himself as though applying for a job, revealing his honest nature. My son is still small, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of him. I'm not afraid of being eaten by zombies. I just worry about my son getting into trouble. So I'm begging you, let me take my son along with you. I can kill zombies. I'm strong enough to take down 3 zombies in one go. Liao Guihui, an honest man approaching 40, humbly pleaded with Chu Long, who was just over 20. Liao Guihui continued to plead, and Chu Long quickly interrupted. Uncle Liao, don't you understand? I've already let you in the car, so of course I'm taking you with me. Otherwise, if I had left you and your son behind at that small... So that's how it is. That's good. Liao Guihui was relieved, holding Liao Rongrong, mimicking his wife's way of patting their son's chest gently to soothe him to sleep. 5 hours later, as dawn broke, they drove into the entrance of Hunking Village, facing the rising sun from the mountain peak. Oh. The crowing of roosters filled the village as Chu Long turned off the headlights. Hunking Village was well developed. It was remote, but the main road into the village was paved with colorful stripes painted down the center to serve as lane dividers. The village was also well maintained, with 3 to 5-story homes lining both sides of the street, each with its own small courtyard. They all shared a uniform style of decoration and wall color, appearing to have been renovated in recent years, as they were once earthen buildings. Liang Junming, wake up. We're at Hunking Village. How do we get to your house? Chu Long shook Liang Junming awake. Rubbing his eyes, Liang Junming took a deep breath of the fresh rural air and exclaimed, wow, it's still better in the countryside. I haven't seen a single zombie. It's strange, really. There isn't a single zombie to be found. Chu Long rolled down the car window. Logically, the sound of us driving and shouldn't be quiet. Why aren't the zombies in those buildings coming out? It must be the good feng shui of my hometown, blessed by the land deity. Everyone here hasn't been infected by the zombie virus. They must all be sleeping at home right now. Liang Junming said, then began to direct Chu Long. Liang Junming's hometown was further into the village. After crossing a narrow bridge that could only accommodate one vehicle, they drove onto a straight cement road lined with rice fields. At the end of the road, there were about 20 households. Liang Junming's house was the third building on the right, a 3-story farmhouse-style villa. My house is right there. If you go further down this road, you'll reach the cemetery where all the deceased from my hometown are buried, Liang Junming said. Chu Long parked the car, and Zheng Sui's vehicle followed suit. Oh, whoa. They still heard the sound of zombies. Chu Long immediately called for everyone to grab their weapons. The sound came from the house directly across from Liang Junming's, where the gate was tightly locked, producing a clang-clang noise. Since the zombie could not come out, Chu Long and the others chose to ignore it. There was something more important at hand. Liang Junming, your parents. Chu Long started, but Liang Junming interrupted. I know. If they have turned into zombies, you don't need to worry about me. Just take action. He spoke bluntly, but the look of him gritting his teeth made it clear that he had been wrestling with this thought for a long time, finally expressing it in a most uncomfortable manner. Then you wait here? Well, go in, Chu Long said. You've never killed a zombie before, and facing your own parents would probably be even harder. I'm not underestimating you. You understand what I mean, right? Liang Junming nodded, turning his head. The front door is locked. Wei Xiaohai and Uncle Liao, you 3 come with me to climb over the wall and take a look. The others wait here. If anything happens, just shout, and be wary of zombies around. Chu Long instructed. The courtyard was surrounded by a brick wall, not too high, at just 2 meters. Chu Long easily climbed over with his axe. There were no zombies in the yard. On the left side was a chicken coop where several chickens pecked at the leaves in a flower pot. The wooden feeding trough in front of the coop was empty, looking like it hadn't been filled for a long time. These chickens were quite clever. Upon the intrusion of strangers, they quickly retreated back to the coop. The coop had a narrow hole through which one could reach in to gather eggs. The chickens were so hungry that they were skin and bones. When they tucked in their behinds, they squeezed through the hole. The door on the first floor was wide open. Chu Long went to open the door, allowing Zheng Sui Lu and the others to enter, then said, "Draw out any zombies inside and deal with them." Chu Long pulled a whistle from his pocket that he had brought from home, which was now just the right time to use. Beep, beep, beep. He blew 10 times, but there was no response from the building. Liang Junming's heart raced as he stood at the door, afraid to go in. "Don't be careless, they might be in the rooms. The 4 of us will go in together with shields," Chu Long said. "He'll join too." Xiaosai proactively went to grab a riot shield for Chu Long, and Liao Guiwei taking a riot fork for herself. With more people for safety, now she wouldn't miss any chance to learn how to kill zombies. Chu Long and Liao Guihui led the charge with the riot shields, while Zheng Sui Lu and Wei Xiaohai acted as attackers, and Xiaosai provided cover. They stepped into the living room, starting their sweep from the first floor, in order focusing on searching places where zombies. The kitchen, bathroom, and utility room on the first floor were safe. They proceeded upstairs. Chu Long continued to blow the whistle. If there were zombies on the second or third floors, they should go wild upon hearing it. However, nothing happened. As everyone had expected, there was no movement at all. "Don't forget the fearful zombies we encountered at the gas station. We need to search every room thoroughly," Chu Long said, leading the group to search every possible hiding spot in the building, confirming there were no zombies. Xiaosai walked out to the balcony on the second floor and shouted towards the front door, "Liang Junming, your parents aren't here. You can come in now." Upon hearing this, Liang Junming breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt anxious. He was certain that his parents had turned into zombies. After the outbreak of the virus, he had called relatives next door to inquire. In the 3 minutes he stood at the door, every second he regretted leaving the task of dealing with his zombified parents to Chu Long and the others. He lacked the courage to see his zombie parents one last time, fearing that upon seeing their faces, no matter how distorted they had become, he would not be able to bear the sight of them being executed, and would even cry and try to stop Chu Long and the others. So he stood there like a coward, waiting for Chu Long to tell him, "Your parents are gone," so he could finally relax. But his parents were missing. Liang Junming entered the living room with a complicated mood. It still looked familiar after 3 months away. Without any hesitation, Liang Junming rushed upstairs and into his parents' bedroom. The sheets were on the floor, and the floor was stained with blood, the blood trail leading into the master bathroom. Liang Junming caught a strong smell of blood and nearly fainted upon entering the bathroom. The sink was filled with thick blood, and the mirror was splattered red with it. When Liang Junming looked into the mirror, he saw a blood-stained figure staring back at him. Ugh! Liang Junming's stomach twisted violently. He convulsed all over, his legs went limp, and he knelt on the floor, retching, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Pan Wenyuan stood at the door, unable to help but grab a tissue to comfort him, but was stopped by Chu Long. "Let him have some time to digest this on his own," Chu Long said, feeling very saddened to see his close friend crying like this. Pan Wenyuan couldn't help but cry, hugging Chu Long like a child, and wailing, "Oh, can everyone please not turn into zombies?" Xiaosai stood at the staircase, hearing Liang Junming's heart-wrenching sobs, and seeing Chu Long and Pan Wenyuan's sorrowful expressions, feeling a knot in her heart. Half an hour later, Chu Long comforted Liang Junming with a few words before finding an empty room to rest. After driving for 5 hours and sleeping less than 2 hours yesterday, his body felt extremely fatigued, and all he wanted was to sleep. Zheng Suela did not disturb Chu Long. He needed rest too, so he decided to discuss the gun issue tomorrow. After both of them found their places to rest, the building returned to silence. Liao Guihui played with his son in Liang Junming's room. Liao Rongrong was captivated by a toy bulldozer that Liang Junming had assembled in his childhood and quietly sat on the floor to play. Liao Guihui stood by the window and saw that the chickens from the coop had sneaked out again. If they went hungry for a few more days, they would die. It was a waste not to eat. Liao Guihui thought about catching a chicken to make soup for everyone to strengthen their bodies. As he reached the first floor, he saw Xiaosai rummaging through the cabinets and asked, "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for strong rope and a big pair of pliers. They might come in handy at the prison," Xiaosai replied. "I remember there were pliers on that Hellcat vehicle. I'll go get them for you." Liao Guihui returned with a large red pair of pliers and said, "This thing can cut through barbed wire. You also want to go to the prison? It's very dangerous there. It's better for a girl like you to stay here," Liao Guihui said. "Tomorrow I will go with them to find guns. Please help watch over my son with Pan Wenyuan." "No, I want to go too. I know I can't even handle a single zombie, but I want to help." Xiaosai found a bundle of nylon rope and packed both the rope and the pliers into her backpack. She prepared all the tools that might be useful during the prison break in advance, so that when Chu Long woke up tomorrow, they could set off immediately. "They'll be honest with you. Don't be angry after you hear it," Liao Guihui advised again. With your skinny arms and legs you won't even be able to protect yourself from a zombie. If you go you won't be able to help and will only drag us down. In my opinion, it's unnecessary. If you stay here, Chulong will be much more at ease. Xiaosai buried her head in packing her backpack, her face turning red all the way to her ears, and she said nothing. Liao Guihui thought this girl was stubborn and stopped persuading her going outside to catch chickens. In the evening, Chulong woke up, and as soon as he opened the door he smelled the rich aroma of soup. The smell was very familiar, like chicken soup, made with goji berries, red dates, and ginger, which was a common dish here. Chulong was also hungry. Following the smell downstairs, he saw Pan Wenyun, Xiaosai, Zhengsuela, and Wei Xiaohua already sitting at the dining table and drinking. Chulong, you're awake. I didn't call you while you were sleeping. Come over and have some soup, it's made by Uncle Liao. Pan Wenyun called out to him, her enjoyment evident in the way she kept tapping her toes. Seeing Chulong arrive, Liao Guihui had Liao Rongrong bring over a large bowl filled with chicken soup. The soup was as white as milk and delicious. As expected, it's goji berry and red date chicken soup. Ooh, I guessed right. Chulong sat down to drink the soup and was pleasantly surprised to find a chicken leg in his bowl. I killed 2 chickens, oh Chulong, Laozong, and Xiaohao, you 3 have a big task tomorrow, so you deserve a chicken leg as a reward. Liao Guihui said with a smile, is there still 1 chicken leg left? He wanted to give it to his son but felt embarrassed, so he said the chicken is from Liang Junming's family, so this chicken leg should be saved for him. Well, then let him have it, considering how sad he looks. Pan Wenyun really wanted to eat it, but held back. Chulong glanced at Liao Rongrong, who was just the height of the table and was staring intently at the chicken leg in Chulong's bowl, wanting it badly. After looking at her father's expression, her eyes dimmed immediately. Rongrong, you're growing, so have this chicken leg, Chulong said, handing the chicken leg to Liao Rongrong. Liao Rongrong smiled happily, her dimples showing, and Liao Gui hurriedly said, don't you want to thank Brother Chulong? Thank you, Brother Chulong. You're welcome, eat up. Is Liang Junming not coming down? Chulong asked. He's been in his parents' room, crying one moment and quiet the next. I've called him, but he won't come down, Liao. Then don't worry about him. He'll come down to eat when he's hungry, Chulong said. Hee with that demeanor, does he still look like a man? So weak, what's the difference with a girl? Wei Xiaohua couldn't stand Liang Junming's appearance and couldn't help but mock him. Hearing this, Chulong instantly became furious, standing up to slap Wei Xiaohua. But Zhengsuela acted first, pressing Wei Xiaohua's head down into the bowl, scolding, eat properly during meals. Who the hell told you to talk nonsense? Chulong glanced at Zhengsuela and then sat back down. Wei Xiaohua raised his head, his eyes, nostrils, and chin covered in rice, and Pan Wenyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh. Wei Xiaohua had been taught a lesson and felt angry, but didn't dare to vent it, unable to understand why Zhengsuela always treated him this way. As the older brother, he not only didn't help him, but also scolded him in front of others. Where could he put his face? Wei Xiaohua was so angry that he lost the mood to eat the chicken leg and left his seat with a bang. Chulong, we will set off tomorrow. You, me, and Uncle Liao will go. Wei Xiaohua will stay here with the others, Zhengsuela said, while gnawing on a chicken. Why? Chulong felt surprised. It was unusual for the older brother to go out without the younger brother. Don't be fooled by that guy's loudmouth. He acts all tough, dressing like a big brother from the streets. But guess how old he is? Damn, he just turned 19 last month. Zhengsuela answered himself. He's just a weak chick, not mature at all. Taking him out would be a burden, so it's enough for just the 3 of us to go tomorrow. All right, I have no objections. Chulong nodded, but he still felt uneasy about Wei Xiaohua. After they left, only Pan Wenyun, Liang Junming, and Liao Rongrong would be left here, which was unsafe. How about we let Uncle Liao stay? Rongrong needs you to look after her. Leg, just the 2 of us will go. Our goal is to get guns, not to wipe out the zombies in the prison, so we don't need that many people. Chulong analyzed calmly. Okay, I don't have any objections either, Zhengsuela nodded, and seeing that the 2 of them had said so, Liao Guihui also wanted to stay here to look after his son. No, I have objections. Xiaosai suddenly stood up, excitedly, accidentally knocking over her bowl that was half. I want to go too. Take me with you, I can definitely help. You. No way. Zhengsuela refused without hesitation. Taking you is no different from taking Liao Rongrong. We would have to take care of you, which would be too troublesome. Hearing Zhengsuela say she was troublesome, Xiaosai felt hurt, raising her voice even more. No, I must go. Sister Sai, what are you thinking? It's too dangerous there. Pan Wenyun pulled her hand, trying to persuade her. Everyone opposed her, and Xiaosai could only look at Chulong, focusing her longing gaze on his eyes. Chulong looked at Xiaosai, whose eyes were red. After thinking for a moment, he said, tomorrow I, Leg, and Xiaosai will set off for the prison to find guns, and the others will stay here and do something else. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chulong felt well rested as he grabbed his axe and his brother's dagger, shouldering his tool bag as he walked out of the courtyard. Zhengsui Lu and Xia Si Yi were punctual, already waiting for him at the door. Liao Guihui and Pan Wenyin were also at the door, reminding Chulong and the others to pay attention to their safety. Chulong, you must hurry there and back. Pan Wenyan expressed her concerned surprise that Chu Long was up so early instead of sleeping in. We will. Chu Long nodded. Before they set off, Liao Guihui mentioned that if they did not return after going down the mountain, he would drive another car to the prison to look for them. Yet Chu Long thought that they might be scouting the prison's layout during the day and only take action at night. So he told Uncle Liao not to come, just keep an eye on this place. All right, then he'll wait for you to come back with the guns. I've even handled real guns before. Liao Guihui said with anticipation. Zheng Sui Lu chose to drive the fully modified Dodge Hellcat. Although the road to Xiongling prison was off the beaten path, it did not require off-road driving. Driving this car was faster and easier when facing hordes of zombies. Chu Long had no objections as Zheng Sui Lu was driving. He sat in the passenger seat, while Xia Si navigated with an offline map in the back. Passing the village entrance once more, they still did not see a single zombie. Chu Long felt it was a bit unusual and said, "Where have all the zombies gone? They might be hiding somewhere or gathered together," Zheng Sui Lu speculated. Those brainless idiots loved, wherever there is movement, they rush over like dogs, sniffing out a scent, quickly gathering to form a horde. That makes sense, Xia Si recalled her experience and said, their cries can attract each other, especially the shrieking zombies. Their cries are louder and more stimulating to their kind. Yes, I call this phenomenon the dog poop effect. The shrieking zombies are like the alpha dogs. Wherever the alpha is, there's sure to be poop, and when it howls, the zombies come running. Zheng Sui Lu laughed, pulling out a cigarette. Do you guys mind? Chu Long glanced back, and Xia Si said, just open the window. Thanks, Zheng Sui Lu said, lighting the cigarette. I've been smoking this for over 10 years and can't quit. Sometimes I need it to feel energized. Is that so? Maybe I'll try it someday, Chu Long remarked, observing Zheng Sui Lu's look of enjoyment. Zheng Sui Lu gave Chu Long a meaningful glance and said, let's hope you don't get that chance. Xiongling prison is located in a relatively remote area, and after leaving Hong Kong village, they had to get on a national highway which was narrow and in poor condition. They passed through 2 townships, and upon driving through the town entrance, they encountered wave after wave of zombies. Fortunately, the modified Dodge by Sun Hong was quite powerful, and crashing into the zombie horde posed no issue. The sensation of revving the engine as they bulldozed through zombies was quite relieving, but the problem was that the windshield was constantly obscured by the tomato juice splattered from the zombies, sticky and thick, with severed limbs hanging off the front. For safety, they had to get out and clear the mess a couple of times before hitting the road again. After clearing it twice, they finally spotted the sign for Xiongling prison only 5 kilometers away. This stretch of road has been tough, but we've been driving for almost 2 hours, over 60 kilometers, Zheng Sui Lu said. I've never gone this slow before. There's a vehicle ahead, Chu Long warned as 3 small cars and 2 motorcycles suddenly appeared on the opposite lane. They're part of a convoy. Zheng Sui Lu sat up straight. The 2 motorcycles originally at the back of the convoy accelerated to the front upon seeing their Dodge, the roar of their engines deafening. Damn it, these idiots. Zheng Sui Lu cursed. There were no guardrails in the middle of the national highway, and the 2 motorcycles intentionally rode very close as they passed. The Dodge's windows were reinforced with wire mesh and steel bars for double protection, and Chu Long couldn't see the faces of the 2 motorcycle riders since they weren't wearing helmets. He could only hear the sound of the motorcycle tires grinding against the concrete, and then he heard Zheng Sui Lu say, damn it, these 2 idiots are chasing us. What do they want? Xia Si asked cautiously, but the rear window was also sealed with steel plates, but the roar of the 2 motorcycles exploded in her ears as they flanked their Dodge. Chu Long sensed that their intentions were not good and quickly said, accelerate, shake them off. Hold on tight. Zheng Sui Lu slammed the accelerator, the V8 engine howling like a beast as the speedometer shot up to 140 km/h. Boom, boom, boom. To Chu Long's surprise, the 2 motorcycles were undeterred and revved their engines as well. But these were not ordinary motorcycles, they were heavy bikes. They flanked them again, chasing closely. Slow down, let me handle this, Chu Long said, rolling down the window, finally seeing that one of the riders was a man with dyed yellow hair and a snake tattoo on his arm. This wasn't surprising. Chu Long thought to himself and asked, what do you want? Your car is pretty fierce, and it's modified too. It's simply stunning. Just hearing the engine makes me excited, the yellow-haired tattooed man said dramatically, his eyes filled with desire for the black Dodge beside him. How about we race? I know a place nearby called Zwa Mountain, perfect for street racing. I'll race you on my motorcycle, and if I win, you give me this car. If you win, I'll let you have the girl sitting in that car with you, the yellow-haired tattooed man said with a grin, completely unconcerned by the increasingly cold expression on Chu Long's face. Zheng Sui Lu opened the left window only to find a bald man next to him riding a BMW S1000RR, with a girl in the back seat wearing only black lingerie and a thong. The girl looked both excited and terrified, and Zheng Sui Lu couldn't tell if she was being held captive by these 2 idiots. A race? Maybe another day. We are on the way today, Zheng Sui Lu answered for Chu Long. Goodbye. He raised his middle finger at them and then slammed the accelerator. The car on the left was indeed provoked, twisting the throttle with a loud roar as it quickly chased them down. Zheng Sui Lu had anticipated this and suddenly slammed on the brakes just as the motorcycle was catching up. Bang! Zheng Sui Lu shouted. The bald man had not expected this maneuver and crashed into the back of the Dodge at a speed of 120 km/h. The violent impact made Xia Si sitting in the back feel as if her chair had been pried up. Huh! Stupid bastard. Zheng Sui Lu laughed heartily in mockery. A meat bag of iron without a helmet or protective gear crashing at this speed would be fatal or at least miserable. Chu Long leaned out of the window to look back. The motorcycle had flipped over and slid into the roadside ditch. A man and a woman lying on the ground, while the other motorcycle stopped nearby, angrily glaring at him. So brutal. Xia Si couldn't help but say, looking at Zheng Sui Lu, who showed no expression as if he was used to such things. Could they just take 2 lives so casually? Xia Si pondered. Damn it. Chu Long cursed, his heart raced. These guys have their eyes on our car. If we don't agree to race them, they'll keep pestering us. Exactly. This isn't my fault. They made the first move. Zheng Sui Lu lit another cigarette, holding it between his lips as he said, I've seen plenty of idiots like them. Trust me, I dare to race them, and I'm confident I can win. But these idiots won't let us go if they lose. They have teammates. I remember that convoy. There could be a dozen people. Chu Long came back to his senses and calmly said, so we've gotten ourselves into trouble with this group. If we have a what's there to be afraid of? Zheng Sui Lu spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, turn right ahead and follow that way. That's Xiongling prison. Once we get the guns, if they dare to come looking for trouble, I'll take care of them. Chu Long was unafraid of trouble, but human nature dictates that when one sees another with something they desire, they will attempt to seize it. Thus, whether dealing with zombies or humans, he needed a gun. Soon a large gate with a sign reading Xiongling prison stood by the roadside, surrounded by walls. The gate was open, allowing vehicles to drive straight in. Zheng Sui Lu informed them that this was merely the 3rd gate of the prison. After entering, they would still need to drive up a mountain road, as the prison was built on the summit of a small hill. Upon reaching the top of the hill, Chu Long saw a large building made of gray marble standing before him, enclosed by a 5-meter-high wall with 4 guard towers. In front was the 2nd gate of the prison, with 2 anti-collision rising columns at the entrance and a guard post set up on the right. Will there still be living guards or inmates inside? Xia Si suddenly asked. If we intrude so recklessly, will we be? Don't worry, sister. We won't get. Zheng Sui Lu parked the car in front of the guard post and said there may still be surviving inmates inside, but as long as the guards are alive, they'll run outside. Otherwise, how could the gate at the bottom of the mountain be open? What is the concept of this zombie virus? It's the apocalypse. What value is there in guards watching over these criminals? They would surely go back to protect their families. Chu Long got out of the car and felt a sense of pressure standing under the prison's high walls, with the guard tower above him resembling a machine gun pointed at him, exuding a formidable sense of oppression. He thought to himself that the prison was heavily guarded, making it quite suitable for use as a stronghold against zombies. There were no zombies at the entrance, and the 3 of them entered on foot with their backpacks. 100 meters ahead stood 3 buildings surrounded by a high-voltage barbed wire fence, serving as the 1st gate of the prison. The layout of the entire prison was simple and clear, far less complex than what Chu Long had seen in movies and TV shows. Xia Si thought the same. She had intended to come early to scout the terrain and study the route, but the prison's design emphasized simplicity and the absence of any blind spots, aiming to prevent any places for inmates to hide or for criminal activities to occur. There are zombies inside. Chu Long saw several zombies wandering beneath the 3 prison buildings. They wore blue and white striped clothing, the attire of the inmates held here. How did they get out? Xia Si immediately noticed this anomaly. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, logically the inmates should be locked inside. Zheng Sui Lu speculated, who knows? Perhaps they were let out for fresh air, and some criminals took the opportunity to escape. But that's just too many. Chu Long counted, and there were visibly at least 100 to 200 zombies. Where's the armory? Is there another way to get in to bypass the zombies in front? Chu Long asked Zheng Sui Lu, who had previously scouted the prison and was clearly more familiar than the 2 of them. I don't know where the armory is, but I have an idea to deal with these zombies. Zheng Sui Lu then instructed Chu Long to whistle to attract the zombies inside. If the prison still had an emergency power supply, they could use the high-voltage fence to deal with the zombies. Chu Long nodded and immediately complied. Beep. The prison was empty and quiet, the whistle echoing far and wide, causing the zombies below to turn towards the sound, immediately spotting the 3 living people standing outside the barbed wire. Roar. They went wild, baring their teeth and charging forward, colliding headfirst into the high-voltage fence. Chu Long did not hear the anticipated sizzling sound, but the high-voltage fence was effective. One by one, the zombies were electrocuted into violent convulsions, collapsing to the ground within 3 seconds. The first wave of zombies that charged in was electrocuted down, while the subsequent zombies continued to howl, like madmen hurling themselves at the barbed wire. The thousands of volts of electricity instantly obliterated their bodies, causing heart failure and paralysis of their nervous systems. Even if they didn't die instantly, they collapsed to the ground like dead flies. The smell of their charred flesh is truly foul. Like an old woman with athlete's foot wearing hairy high boots all day, both pungent and stinky. Zheng Sui said while covering her nose, "Let's hurry up and leave. Xiaoxi, you give me the gloves and pliers you brought." "All right." Zheng Sui put on insulated gloves and used the pliers to cut the chain at the entrance of the barbed wire. With no zombies outside, the three of them walked straight in. Zheng Sui also didn't know where the armory was, so they had to search building by building. The building on the far right had a sign reading visitation entrance on the left side of the first floor, so that building should be the prison building. Chu Long felt that the armory should not be located in the prison building, so they decided to start their search from the middle building. Chu Long held a riot shield leading the way. The layout of the first floor of this building resembled a classroom. Chu Long spotted a notice board at the stairway. First floor sewing and ballpoint pen labor education, second floor information technology education center, third floor Gaokao exam paper printing. This building is used for labor reform education. The armory shouldn't be here, either, Chu Long said. Let me tell you, I know a few people who came out of prison, and they are all talented. They can sew, and their patterns are more exquisite than most of the clothes sold online. They can also drive tractors, bulldozers, and work with machine tools. Their skills are excellent, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to find work after getting out. Zheng Sui teased, "That's useless. I wouldn't hire an inmate to work for me," Xiaoxi said coldly. Chu Long led the team and entered the leftmost building. The first floor of this building resembled a factory with a gate raised 10 meters high. Upon entering, there was a spacious corridor. On the left were the stairway and elevator, and on the right was a fire truck parked. "Oh, woo." Chu Long heard some movement in the elevator ahead, instructing the two to stay put at the door while he crept along the wall to check it out. In the corner, a green freight elevator came into view, filled with zombies. They jostled against each other, trying to claw their way out, forcibly tearing the elevator door open with countless hands reaching out from inside. Amidst the flickering emergency lights, Chu Long felt as if a horde of ghosts had appeared from the underworld. Blood continually flowed from the elevator entrance, staining the ground, almost reaching Chu Long's feet. Chu Long hurried back to inform the others about the situation and then ascended the other staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, the corridor before him was equally terrifying, with dismembered bodies lying in various gruesome states. Some had their heads cracked open, others were severed in half, some had their bellies ripped open, and there were limbs strewn about. The entire corridor was stained red with blood. As Chu Long walked on the floor, he felt a bit sticky underfoot and looked down to find he had stepped in a disgusting gray viscous substance. "Chu Long, you've stepped in someone's brain matter. Be careful, or they'll get up and get you," Zheng Sui suddenly remarked. Xiaoxi couldn't help but gag, bending over and covering her mouth, forcing herself not to make a sound, not wanting Chu Long and Zheng Sui to think she couldn't handle even this. Zheng Sui noticed the abnormal behavior of Xiaoxi but said nothing, as even he felt utter. Chu Long carefully observed the corpses in the corridor. Some were intact while others were in pieces. Certain wounds were clearly not inflicted by zombies, and there were still patches of fresh blood on the floor. "Not long ago someone must have been here," Chu Long said. "Brother, don't you really feel disgusted? Or are you just pretending for our sake?" Zheng Sui placed a hand on Chu Long's shoulder and couldn't help but ask. Chu Long turned around and realized both of their faces were rather pale. "I feel a bit of it. Perhaps I've just had too many nightmares. At first, for those few days, I dreamed about scenes like this every night. My brain got overstimulated, so I guess I've become immune to it now," Chu Long continued. After saying that, Chu Long led the two of them further inside. At the corner of the corridor, a corpulent zombie suddenly appeared. Its eyes were oozing blood, and it was clutching a human arm in its mouth, while dragging along a zombie with only its upper body remaining. Its chin was so fat that it was obscured by its neck, and its limbs were swollen as if stuffed with balloons. The upper body was exposed, and its chest exhibited severe feminization. Its sagging breasts resembled two hanging bells wobbling as it walked, larger than Chu Long's head. It suddenly stopped and turned its head towards the corridor, but did not emit a roar. "Chu." Chu Long raised a hand to signal his companions to remain silent. This obese zombie seemed frightened, unable to perceive the presence of people in the corridor. However, it seemed to sense something, raised its foot, and walked in. The layers of fat on its belly swayed with each step, and the floor echoed with a thudding sound. Thud, thud. As it approached the half-corpse, it dragged, swung back and forth like a rag doll. Chu Long pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath, feeling his body hair stand on end. Zheng Sui was on the right side of the corridor. The half-corpse was oblivious to him, so he quickly jumped onto the nearby windowsill to hide. Xia Si, frightened to the core, instinctively crouched beside a corpse, her legs pressed together as she hugged the nearby corpse for cover. The obese zombie passed right by Tsing Sui Lu without noticing him and continued towards Xia Si. The half-corpse it was dragging was still alive and seemed to have been awakened by the stench of blood in the corridor. It gnawed and clawed at the ground, reaching for the corpses as if wanting to feed. Xia Si was perfectly positioned to use the corpse for cover, but when the half-corpse clawed at the one she was holding, it couldn't manage to pull it away and suddenly lunged at her in a frenzy. Xia Si held on tightly to the corpse as if it were her only lifeline. If this corpse were to be overturned, she would be doomed. The half-corpse was weak and unable to pry it away. But its actions provoked the anger of the obese zombie, which raised its hand and yanked, tossing the half-corpse along with the dead body it was holding. "Run!" Chu Long shouted as the half-corpse spotted Xia Si crouching on the ground and let out a fierce howl. Roar! With its howl, the obese zombie also noticed Xia Si and similarly let out a howl, chasing after her like a clawing doll. Surprisingly, both of them were screeching zombies, and their cries attracted other zombies from the floors above. 3 zombies came rushing out from the corner they had just passed. Chu Long. Xia Si was grabbed by the ponytail. The obese zombie had caught her hair, while the half-corpse seized her ankle, preventing her from escaping even as she rolled and crawled. Ignoring the zombies appearing from the corner behind, Chu Long rushed to save Xia Si, charging forward and swinging his axe at the back of the obese zombie's head. Little did he know the fat on the zombie's neck was too thick and the lower half of its head was buried in fat. Chu Long couldn't see clearly and only struck its neck, failing to cut deep. Due to the overlapping muscle and fat in its trapezius and upper back, a thick protective layer formed around its neck. Chu Long swung with all his might, but only managed to break the skin, not penetrating its bones. The obese zombie was unharmed. However, Chu Long had achieved his goal. It released Xia Si and turned to grab at Chu Long. Chu Long extended his riot shield to block, but it was swatted away with a single slap. This creature possessed immense strength. The strap that secured the riot shield to Chu Long's arm snapped, unable to withstand the force, causing the shield to fly away. Once his arm was free, Xia Si quickly pulled out a machete from her backpack, gripping it with both hands to chop at the half-corpse that was clinging to her ankle. The half-corpse held on tightly until Xia Si managed to sever its hand, allowing her to escape. The obese zombie was massive, and Chu Long estimated it weighed at least 500 pounds. Its strength was terrifying, able to block his full-force axe swing with its arm. It continuously lunged at Chu Long, its arms and chest riddled with wounds made by Chu Long's strikes, from which thick, foul-smelling blood and fat oozed. Fortunately, because of its size, its movements were slow. As it lunged fiercely, Chu Long quickly dodged and struck again with his axe before it could react. This time he landed a solid blow to its face, severing its left masseter muscle. Roar! Suddenly, Chu Long forgot about the half-corpse. Unexpectedly, that half-dead creature managed to bounce out from the obese zombie's grasp, leaping at Chu Long's face like a grasshopper. Chu Long was caught off guard as the half-corpse grabbed his shoulder. In that face-to-face moment, it opened its mouth to bite, and he was blinded with fear, stumbling backward in a panic, unable to react. Fortunately, Xia Si rushed over, grabbed the collar of the half-corpse, and pulled it backward, taking its half-body along with its head. Chu Long seized the opportunity to breathe, grabbing the half-corpse by its neck and slamming it down onto the ground. As soon as he could see again, the obese zombie was clawing at him. Reflexively, Chu Long pushed Xia Si away, only to be caught by the obese zombie. That monster had enormous hands. One hand seized half of Chu Long's chest and waist, yanking him close. Chu Long pushed against the ground with his feet in a futile struggle, only managing to hold on for a moment. The obese zombie roared violently, dragging Chu Long entirely toward it. Chu Long was stunned. Despite being a solidly built man among adults weighing 180 pounds, he was lifted by the obese zombie. The strength disparity was overwhelming, rendering his gym-trained muscles useless. Just when Chu Long thought he was doomed, the back of the obese zombie suddenly caught fire. Chu Long opened his eyes to see Xia Si crouching nearby, pulling out a bottle from her backpack, igniting the mouth of the bottle, and then throwing it onto the obese zombie. Clang! The glass bottle shattered, flames spreading with the glass shards, igniting the abundant fat on the obese zombie's body, which erupted into flames, engulfing it from head to toe. Xia Si was well aware of her own weakness, yet she would not allow herself to hold others back. Throughout her life, she had been the model child in the eyes of her parents and relatives. She had always been the most outstanding one, and thus she must play her part. Although she was not skilled with a knife against zombies, she would find other ways. During her days of rest after the car accident, Xia Si kept herself busy poring over the zombie survival manual she had downloaded before the internet cut off. She discovered a simple to-make throwing weapon, the Molotov cocktail, that could inflict harm on zombies. The night before setting out, she found a bucket of gasoline in the back of a Dodge, collected empty bottles from Liang Junming's house, and the neighboring vacant house and gathered rubber sugar and cloth strips to create 6 Molotov cocktails with these materials. Xiaosai threw 2 of the bottles at the back of a fat zombie, and the flames were even more powerful than she had anticipated. Roar! The fat zombie was engulfed in flames, and the fat beneath its skin served as a high-quality accelerant. As the fire burned through its outer skin and touched the fat underneath, it exploded into a fireball. The enormous fat zombie resembled a cake ignited in a microwave, but once the fat caught fire, its entire body quickly became loose and looked as if it was melting. Taking advantage of its moment of confusion from the intense flames, Chu Long picked up an axe and jumped forward to strike. The axe struck its fat head. The heavy zombie was resilient enough to remain standing even after taking a blow. Die! Chu Long's muscles tensed as he pushed off the ground, engaging his core and twisting his upper body for another strike. Bang! With that sound, the fat zombie finally fell. Seeing it still trying to crawl, Chu Long raised the axe and brought it down, repeatedly smashing its head like a pumpkin, finally killing the zombie. On the other side, Zengsuela had also finished his battle. He single-handedly held off 4 frenzied zombies, slashing with his right hand and punching with his left, both hands dripping with blood, struggling to take down the 4 zombies. Damn it! Killing zombies is harder than killing people. Zengsuela gasped, his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette. I almost died. He spat in frustration. Chu Long looked at Xiaosai, who both were exhausted, nearly dying in that corridor. That was close. Thanks to your Molotov cocktails, you really are impressive. Yeah, it's okay, but you saved me too, Xiaosai replied, unable to withstand Chu Long's sincere gaze, turning her head away. Let's hurry and find some guns. Right. Chu Long nodded, picking up a riot shield and moving forward. This floor was free of zombies. After turning right, they saw a room labeled Guard Station, which was different from other rooms. The door was a heavy iron gate with a duty room nearby. Inside the duty room were various inspection forms indicating that the weapons store was likely inside. The door is open. We don't even need to find a key. Zengsuela found it strange and dashed in without waiting for Chu Long to lead. The store had walls lined with guns filled with various metal cabinets and weapon boxes. Holy shit! Zengsuela exclaimed, seeing that the wall, which had once displayed various firearms, was now completely empty. The weapon boxes on the floor were also completely empty. They couldn't find a single gun, and the ammunition had been thoroughly scavenged. All that remained were some spent shell casings on the floor. Someone got here before us, Chu Long said through gritted teeth. We came here for nothing. Don't let me catch those bastards. What the hell? Did they come out of the womb without drinking a drop of milk? How could they clear out all these guns? And Zengsuela, baffled, stomped his feet in anger. At least leave one gun for us, he shouted. Xiaosai refused to give up and continued rummaging through the boxes, feeling inside each one, yet she still did not find a single handgun. At that moment, a sudden alarm blared inside and outside the prison, and red lights flashed in the corridor. Beep, beep, beep. What's happening? Did we trigger a sensor when we broke in? Chu Long asked as the alarm grew louder, echoing from all directions. The prison's alarm system had been activated. We need to leave. Staying here will be very dangerous, Chu Long warned, and although Zengsuela and Xiaosai were reluctant, they had to follow him back the way they came. When they reached the open area, the entire prison was flashing with red lights, and the zombies hiding inside the building began to roar. Run! Zombies are coming out of the middle building, Chu Long said. Zengsuela, halfway through running, unwillingly said, You guys go ahead, I'll search the prison building. He didn't consult Chu Long and turned back to the prison building that they had not searched yet. Don't go. The zombies are already coming out, Chu Long shouted at him, but Zengsuela ran in without looking back. Roar! Dozens of zombies rushed out from the gate on the first floor of the weapons store, all covered in blood, the same group that had been trapped in the cargo lift. Chu Long did not want to waste the trip either. The car keys were with Zengsuela. Thinking of this, Chu Long shouted, Xiaosai, you go in with him to search. I'll distract these zombies. No, Xiaosai yelled in vain. Chu Long was filled with anger as well. He shouted and jumped, drawing all the zombies deeper into the prison. Xiaosai had no choice but to follow Zengsuela into the prison building. Upon entering, she saw rows of prison cells as if stepping into a beehive. Zengsuela was slashing zombies with a machete, and many inmates had turned into zombies wandering about the prison. Suddenly, a crazed man with bloodied hands charging at him was swiftly decapitated by Zengsuela. While Zengsuela was hacking away, he searched for guns. Xiaosai intended to help, but suddenly a person appeared in a nearby cell. Help me! Help me! A prisoner knelt on the ground, emaciated with arms thinner than the bars he grasped. If this continues, I'll starve to death here. Please, kind person, save me. He begged Xiaosai, telling her of the horrifying events of cannibalism inside the prison, explaining that he had survived on toilet water for these past few days. Seeing his condition, Xiaosai realized that he likely did not know about the chaos outside the prison. Hello, do you know where there are any guns here? Xiaosai tentatively asked. To her surprise, he actually knew. The prisoner banged his head against the bars and said, I know. I'll tell you where they are. How can you save me? The keys to the cell doors are also there. Xiaosai was thrilled and immediately agreed. Sure, tell me, and I'll save you out. No? How can you guarantee you won't deceive me? The prisoner suddenly glared at Xiaosai, his eyes red with rage, as if he wanted to devour her. I won't lie you, I'm just a student, Xiaosai replied, putting away her machete. I'm here to rescue my dad. He's in prison. Quickly tell me where the keys are, and I can rescue both you and my dad. Xiaosai said, deliberately softening her voice, even finding it nauseating herself. However, the prisoner believed her. He had no other choice but to trust Xiaosai. Room 308 on the 3rd floor has a small room with all the keys to these rooms. You must hurry. Okay. Have you ever killed anyone? What? Did you end up in prison for murder? No. I just stole a little something. I'm not a murderer. Believe me, save me out. Okay. Xiaosai turned and left. Xiaosai took out a hatchet and rushed up to the 3rd floor in one breath. 3 zombies stood at the door of the room mentioned by the criminal, and upon seeing Xiaosai, they roared and charged towards her. Xiaosai remained tense, having already anticipated the danger. She quickly retrieved a Molotov cocktail from the side pocket of her backpack, lit it, and threw it. The Molotov cocktail struck one of the zombies right in the head, and sparks along with debris exploded, igniting all 3 zombies. However, this time the Molotov cocktail was not as effective against the fat zombie with its full body of fat. After catching fire, the 3 zombies continued to attack Xiaosai, albeit with slower movements. As Xiaosai retreated, she wanted to grab another Molotov cocktail, but one of the zombies had already reached out to her. She had no choice but to give up, drawing the hatchet from her self-made thigh pouch with her right hand. In a panic, she swung the hatchet at the zombie's face, as if slapping. By sheer luck, Xiaosai managed to slash the zombie's eye. Seizing the opportunity, she ran away as one of the remaining zombies approached her, while the other crawled on the ground engulfed in flames. Xiaosai had anticipated that the Molotov cocktail might not be able to kill them directly, which is why she brought the hatchet from Liang Junming's house as a weapon. It's time. Taking a deep breath, Xiaosai faced 2 zombies at once, but they had already suffered varying degrees of burns and were moving slowly. The one on the ground was particularly incapacitated. Now was the moment she had longed for, to practice killing zombies. Xiaosai, be brave, you can do this. She gathered her courage, holding the hatchet with both hands, and walked towards them steadily. If she couldn't kill zombies as swiftly as Chu Long or Zheng Suela, then she would take her time. She observed the zombies' movements, analyzing their weaknesses, waiting for the right moment to strike. The zombie in front stumbled towards her, and as it came within a meter, it suddenly lunged. Fortunately, Xiaosai did not rush her attack, otherwise she would have collided with the zombie. After dodging the zombie's embrace, Xiaosai circled around it to deal with the incapacitated zombie crawling on the ground. This zombie was nearly charred, yet its upper body could still rise to grab at her. Having learned from her experience in the corridor, Xiaosai was not careless. She rushed over, kicked the zombie in the head, and then swung her hatchet down upon it. She put all her strength into 3 strikes, and when it stopped moving, she immediately retreated to create distance. As another zombie reached for her, Xiaosai recalled what Chu Long had taught her: if you can't hit the head, strike elsewhere. Don't be overconfident and think you can kill a zombie in one blow. Xiaosai raised her hand and struck down on the chest of the flaming zombie. After pushing it back, she aimed for its neck with another strike, and then a third aimed at its shoulder. This strike hit the strap of its left shoulder blade, rendering one of its arms useless, posing no further threat. Finally, Xiaosai aimed for its head and delivered several strikes, killing the zombie. The remaining blind zombie was still flailing about, but Xiaosai ignored it and quickly entered room 308 to find a gun. No need to search. As soon as she entered, her foot hit a large gun with a thick barrel. On the table were a handgun and various caliber ammo boxes, while a chair hung a black bag with several gun barrels exposed. Xiaosai emptied her backpack, dumping all the handguns and ammo boxes inside. She slung the black gun bag over her back and ran outside. Back on the 1st floor, Zheng Suela, covered in blood, rushed towards her with a strange smile on his face. Xiaosai initially thought he had turned into a zombie and quickly backed away. I found a gun, he shouted loudly, pulling out a handgun from his belt, smiling at Xiaosai. I got it off a zombie. Luckily I saw it, we didn't run for nothing. Oh, I found one too. Xiaosai expressionlessly displayed the gun bag on her back, which contained several guns. Zheng Suela's smile gradually stiffened, his jaw dropping as his mouth formed a large O. Xiaosai, you are truly a genius. Zheng Suela exclaimed, slapping her shoulder enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. But let's not talk about that, we need to hurry to save Chu Long. He has led the zombies outside. Xiaosai said anxiously as they ran out, but was called back by the criminal. Save me, save me. The criminal looked at Xiaosai, approaching him like a savior, filled with joy. However, Xiaosai merely walked over and whispered to him, sorry, I forgot to take the keys. After saying this, she turned and walked away, having deceived the criminal once more. From the very beginning, Xiaosai never intended to let this person out regardless of his crime. She had no way to prove that the criminal was telling the truth. He could fabricate lies to save his own life. She wouldn't risk releasing a dangerous criminal even if there was a small chance he was an innocent person wrongfully. However, based on her understanding of society and statistics, the proportion of such criminals in this prison would not exceed 1 in 1,000. You filthy bitch. Fuck you. How dare you deceive me? No matter how foul-mouthed the criminal was, Sai did not look back. After the two of them ran out, they immediately heard the sounds of zombies coming from the open space behind the prison. Chu Long is over there, Sai said anxiously, and Zheng Suela quickly urged her to take out the gun bag. Sai opened the gun bag, and Zheng Suela quickly glanced inside and took out a fully automatic AK-74 rifle. Meanwhile, Chu Long was cornered against the wall by a large swarm of zombies with no way out unless he could scale the 5-meter-high wall by hand. Chu Long, get down. Hearing the voice, Chu Long saw Zheng Suela rushing out from an alley with a gun in hand. Get down. After hearing the shout again, Chu Long chose to trust Zheng Suela and dropped to the ground as a horde of zombies lunged at him. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Zheng Suela held the AK-74 rifle with both hands, sweeping it across the horde of zombies. In less than 3 seconds, he emptied a 30-round magazine, taking down a large number of zombies. Not done yet, Zheng Suela switched to another magazine. With zombies still in front of Chu Long and no time to aim, he pressed down on the gun and shot, clearing another magazine and taking down the remaining zombies. With the gunfire ceased, Chu Long stood up. A multitude of zombies lay before him, with the nearest having already reached his feet. Only a few had been killed by headshots. The rest had fallen due to being shot in the torso. Indeed, the human body is no match for bullets. Fortunately, you found guns, otherwise I would have been dead. Chu Long, having survived a near-death experience, smiled as he approached the two. This was all thanks to Sai. Zheng Suela honestly replied, she found all these guns. Chu Long looked at the bag full of guns in disbelief. He smiled at Sai and nodded, saying, I knew it was the right choice to bring you out. Yes, Sai cried, looking at Chu Long and saying, I did it. Yes, you both did great, but let's leave here first, okay? Zheng Suela, worried that there might still be zombies nearby, had to interrupt their eye contact. Then they quickly ran towards the door, only to find that the vehicle parked at the entrance was gone. Damn it, our car has... Zheng Suela cursed, shifting his gaze to the tire tracks in the muddy ground. At this moment in Hunking Village, Liang Junming locked himself in his parents' room for a day and night. He had made up his mind. He wanted to see his zombie parents one last time and send them off from this world. After Chu Long and the others left to find guns, Liang Junming went downstairs with a short sword. Where are you going? Liao Guihui encountered him in the yard. I want to find my parents and send them away, Liang Junming said. Liao Guihui, worried about him going out alone, replied, he'll go with you. Rongrong daddy will take you out for a stroll. You're taking Rongrong out too. That's not okay. Liang Junming hesitated and said, Uncle Liao, I think I should go out alone. What are you afraid of? Taking him out to toughen him up would be good. Liao Guihui squatted down, holding his son's hand, and said, you're already a man now, right? Yes, I am already a man. Liao Rongrong replied in a childish voice. Liang Junming couldn't refuse, and Liao Guihui grabbed a pair of pliers as a weapon and followed Liang Junming with his son. Liang Junming planned to first ask the neighbors nearby. If he couldn't find his parents there, he would go to the village entrance. Uncle Liao, I stayed in my room yesterday and didn't come out. Did you see anyone nearby? There really was someone. Look, that household there, Liao Guihui pointed diagonally. That house has a few orange trees in front of the yard. I saw them sneak out yesterday, and it seemed they were coming to your house, but retreated after a few steps. Oh, I know who it is now. Let's go ask them, Liang Junming said, jogging to the orange trees. These trees were older than him, and he often picked oranges to eat there when he was a child. Uncle An, are you home? I'm Liang Junming. Liang Junming had just called out when the door opened, and a couple in their 50s walked out. Ming, I knew it was you who came back. Yesterday we wanted to find you, but when we saw 2 cars parked at your house and some people with knives going in, we were terrified. Ming, you haven't caught that strange illness, have you? Uncle asked. Uncle and An, I haven't been infected. Those people are my companions. I escaped from Dajiang City with them, Liang Junming explained. Have you seen my parents? After Liang Junming asked, he saw Uncle and Aunt exchanging complex glances, hesitating whether to tell him. I already know my parents caught the strange illness. Do you know where they are? I want to see them. We know. Your parents have gone crazy and ran towards the graveyard chasing after the neighbor. Aunt said, knowing what Liang Junming intended to do, she said with concern, Ming, you must be careful. Don't let your parents bite you. They are no longer human. I understand. I will go find them now. Uncle and Aunt, please stay safe. Okay. After learning that his parents had gone to the graveyard, the 3 of them followed the dirt path leading to the graveyard, searching along the way. Soon they reached the entrance of an uphill path where they saw a wooden yard with continuous dog barking coming from it. That's a place where an old man raises dogs. Let's go check it out, Liang Junming said. He ran up hearing the dogs barking wildly, and then howling mournfully indicating that something bad had happened there. Liang Junming rushed to the door and saw several dogs dead in the dog-raising old man's yard. Their bodies were covered in bite marks submerged in pools of blood. There can't be wolves or jackals on this mountain. This was done by zombies. Liao Guihui said quickly, shielding Liao Rongrong behind him. In the yard there was a room where the dog owner lived, and at that moment dozens of dogs surrounded the door, all barking at the room. Woof woof. From their bristling fur and bared teeth, it was clear that there was something they feared inside the room. Woof woof, roar. The sound of a zombie roar erupted as two zombies charged out from the doorway, scaring away the dogs that had surrounded it. Daddy Mommy. Liang Junming looked at their familiar faces and said with deep sorrow, I came home to find you. But what responded to Liang Junming was no longer smiles and care, but two hideous faces. Roar. The zombified father lunged at him. Liang Junming had imagined this scene countless times, yet when faced with it, he still felt fear. But he had already made up his mind. Looking at his father's clawing figure, he smiled and said, Dad, aren't you going to welcome me home? Liang Junming stabbed upward with the short sword, piercing through the zombie's chest. But this zombie felt no pain. His father was immensely strong, and despite the sword in his chest, he knocked Liang Junming down. Liao Guihui wanted to help, but there was another zombie. Liang Junming's mother limped over her calf, bitten by a dog, trying to bite him. Uncle Liao, don't worry about me, I can handle it. Liang Junming, pinned to the ground, held tightly onto the sword hilt, using it to push the zombie away, keeping it from biting him. However, his father was still lunging at him crazily. The sword in his chest was digging deeper, blood spurting from the wound and splattering onto Liang Junming as his father's head and mouth drew closer. Dad, you need to work on your bad breath. I told you not to eat so much meat, but you wouldn't listen. Liang Junming scolded, using a trick to slip away, letting go of the short sword and rolling to the side to avoid his father's lunge. His father lunged at nothing and fell to the ground, without any support, the short sword completely piercing through his chest, lying on the ground, howling, unable to get up for the moment. Taking this opportunity, Liang Junming grabbed a shovel from the doorway. He looked at his zombified father and said, Dad, I'm sending you to enjoy the afterlife now. With a son as filial as me, you must brag about me to our ancestors. Once you reach the heavens, bless me. After saying that, Liang Junming did not hesitate and struck his father's skull with the shovel, killing the zombie. On the other side, Liao Guihui had also dealt with Liang Junming's mother. Liang Junming walked over, knelt beside his mother, touched her face, and stood up saying, Uncle Liao, could you help me with something? What is it? Just tell me, I will definitely help as long as I can. Liao Guihui replied without hesitation, I want to bury my parents' bodies on the graveyard hill, otherwise if they stay here those dogs will definitely eat them. There are still a dozen stray dogs in the yard. These dogs are sensible when someone raises them. When no one is around, they will eat the corpses of various animals, including humans, when they get hungry. Alright, it's a small matter, Liao Guihui said, calling Liao Rongrong to help. Liao Rongrong, not crying from fear, followed his father's instructions and brought 2 snakeskin bags from the corner. Liang Junming rubbed Liao Rongrong's head, took the snakeskin bags, and together with Liao Guihui, they placed his parents' bodies inside. Then they moved a wheelbarrow to transport the bodies, taking them to a mound on the graveyard hill. Liao Rongrong, carrying 2 shovels, ran with all his might to catch up with the 2 adults. This is where my grandparents and great-grandparents are buried. I want to bury my parents here too, so our family can be together. After Liang Junming finished speaking, he picked up a shovel and began to dig a hole. Mom and Dad, rest in peace. As Liang Junming was digging a hole in the graveyard, Pan Wenyuan woke up. Wei Xiaohai approached her, saying that there was no water left at Liang Junming's house, and suggested they go to the village supermarket together to fetch some mineral water. Pan Wenyuan was reluctant to go. Wei Xiaohai was not very serious, and having only known him for a few days, she felt he was always trying to flirt with her. She thought it was unreliable to go out with Wei Xiaohai. It can't just be the 2 of us. What about Liang Junming and Uncle Liao? We should call them along, Pan Wenyuan said. I don't know where they've gone, Wei Xiaohai replied. We can take that Land Rover, grab the water, and run. We won't have to worry about zombies. Can you drive? Of course, Brother Le taught me, but I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. No way. We're too weak. What will we do if we encounter zombies? Pan Wenyuan was still scared, and she learned during dinner last night that Wei Xiaohai was only 19, a year younger than her, and she instantly lost interest in him. How am I weak? I can fight zombies. What are you afraid of? Wei Xiaohai suddenly became agitated. Zheng Suela and Zhu Long looked down on him. Even Pan Wenyuan thought he was weak. He was determined to go out and bring back a pile of supplies to slap their faces when Zheng Suela and Zhu Long returned. Don't you want to help? Zhu Long and the others are out looking for guns. Don't you want to share the pressure? There's no water left here. We must go out to find some. Hearing Wei Xiaohai say this, Pan Wenyuan felt she should do something for the team and agreed. Alright, I'll go with you. Great, you grab the riot fork, and I'll get the keys to drive. 10 minutes later, Wei Xiaohai drove the Land Rover into the center of Hunking Village. The streets were wide and devoid of zombies, with 3-story houses on both sides, all doors and windows tightly closed, making the village center exceptionally quiet. Wei Xiaohai slowed down, and while driving saw a vegetable market. Right next to it was the supermarket they aimed to visit. Don't rush to get out, let's circle the market and see if there are any zombies around. Pan Wenyuan, sitting in the passenger seat, said, I know you don't need to tell me. Wei Xiaohai was a bit impatient. He already knew to do that and didn't want to hear a girl instructing him. Wei Xiaohai drove the Land Rover around the vegetable market 3 times, spotting only 5 zombies in total. These 5 zombies were scattered around the market, gnawing on corpses like wild dogs. When they saw the Land Rover pass by, they merely lifted their heads, showing no interest in the slowly moving vehicle. Strange, why are there so few zombies in this area, and yet there are many corpses on the street? What's going on? Wei Xiaohai found it odd, but this situation was not bad for them. So he stopped thinking too much and parked the car directly in front of the supermarket. Wei Xiaohai said to Pan Wenyuan behind him, You cover me, hold the zombies off while I take care of them. Okay, Pan Wenyuan nodded. With no zombies around, she felt less afraid. At the supermarket entrance, Wei Xiaohai grabbed a bottle of beer from a nearby freezer and threw it into the innermost part of the supermarket from a distance. Clang. What are you doing? Pan Wenyuan didn't understand. If you don't know this, it's called test. I throw a bottle inside. If there are zombies, they will run towards it. Then I can figure out how many there are and roughly where they are. Otherwise, wandering in carelessly could easily lead to an ambush. Wei Xiaohai said. He smashed a few more bottles towards the inside, but there was still no response. What about now? It seems like there are no zombies inside. That can't be such a large supermarket without zombies. Wei Xiaohai was skeptical. Some zombies may have poor hearing. Let's go in and take a look. Wei Xiaohai led Pan Wenyuan into the supermarket, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single zombie inside, but there were many zombie corpses. This is bizarre. Who killed these zombies? Wei Xiaohai remarked. He picked up some rotten apples from the nearby fruit section and tossed them at the corpses on the ground, confirming they weren't reviving before feeling a bit bored. This is so boring. I thought I'd encounter many zombies. Isn't this great? Let's quickly load the water into the car, Pan Wenyuan said. It's good, but I originally planned to teach you how to kill zombies, but now there's no opportunity for that. Wei Xiaohai said, having no choice but to go and carry the mineral water. It's almost been cleared out here. Pan Wenyuan pointed to the beverage section shelves where only a third of the items remained. There were only 4 barrels of bottled mineral water left, and the other small bottled mineral waters were also scarce. What's left are drinks that nobody wants and perishable yogurt, Pan Wenyuan complained. Who cares? As long as it's drinkable, let's take whatever we can get. Anything is better than dying of thirst. Wei Xiaohai loaded the last 4 barrels of mineral water onto the car. Just as he was about to return to grab the remaining drinks, 2 cars suddenly turned into the village entrance at high speed. Upon entering the vegetable market, the cars suddenly swerved into the market stalls, crashing into the 2 zombies that were gnawing on corpses inside, then shot out from the other end of the market, turning right and driving straight toward the supermarket entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Xiaohai was stunned as 2 large displacement luxury cars, one on each side, flanked the Land Rover and stopped at the supermarket entrance. Bang, 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 bang. 8 people got out of the cars. A man wearing sunglasses glanced at the Land Rover, and then at Wei Xiaohai, who was standing dumbfounded at the supermarket entrance, and said to him, Brother, is this your car? It's quite impressive. Wow, Brother Young, did you see the iron wire mesh on the window? This has been modified. I love this yellow color of the car. Mumu, if you like this car, just ask Brother Young to give it to you. But it seems like this car belongs to that guy. So what? If we want it, can he refuse? The man in sunglasses was surrounded by 5 men aged around 20 to 40, along with 2 women dressed provocatively. The men held various knives, and one particularly burly guy even carried a guandao. They were all behaving rudely, kicking and hitting the Land Rover, which terrified Wei Xiaohai into silence. Hey, are you deaf or something? Brother Young is asking you a question. A man with nails in his nose, lips, and ears pointed at Wei Xiaohai and cursed. He had seen such scenes before, but he used to have Zengsuela beside him, so he wasn't afraid. Having hung around with Zengsuela for 2 years, Wei Xiaohai knew that this guy was not to be trifled with, and recalled what Zengsuela had once told him. When you encounter such people, never show fear. The more timid you act, the more they think you're easy to bully. Thus Wei Xiaohai took a deep breath and imitated Zengsuela's commanding tone, shouting at them, This car is mine, you better watch it. If you scratch or dent it, you'll pay for it with your lives. After finishing his harsh words, Wei Xiaohai felt his palms sweat and his heart race, feeling as if a fire was burning in his chest, making it hard to breathe. However, it seemed that these guys were indeed intimidated by his words. The few men who were previously fiddling with the car stopped, and the one who had called him deaf also closed his mouth. They frowned, exchanged glances, and then looked at the man at the forefront referred to as Brother Yong. Brother Yong, is this idiot seeking death? Dare to talk to us like that'll go teach him a lesson. Hey, don't be hasty. The man in the gray polo shirt known as Brother Yong reached out to stop his underling. Brother Yong scrutinized Wei Xiaohai, noting his purple shirt paired with a suit and leather shoes along with a necklace. Though his appearance looked youthful, his attire was quite stylish. He decided to probe into the other party's background. Brother, where are you from? I don't think we've seen you around here. Wei Xiaohai felt the sharpness in the other person's gaze, and when their eyes met it was as if a needle had pierced his eyeball. Moreover, due to the harsh words he had just spoken, he felt a bit nervous. At this moment, Pan Wenyun heard some movement at the door and came over to check the situation. Xiaohai, who are they? Pan Wenyun asked, noticing Wei Xiaohai sweating profusely. Oh, brothers, look, a sister just came out. Look at those white smooth thighs, they're so tender. She can't be a college student, right? If she is a college student, then her figure is absolutely stunning, damn it. Seeing these guys making disrespectful comments, Pan Wenyun wanted to lose her temper. You don't say anything. Wei Xiaohai gritted his teeth and spoke to her in a low voice. I just passed by here, came in to grab a bite, what's the problem? You guys have my car trapped in the middle, what do you want to do? Wei Xiaohai raised his voice, pretending to be imposing. Oh, you were just passing by, huh? No wonder we haven't seen, so it's just the two of you. Brother Yong raised the corner of his mouth and asked. No, my boss went out. Hearing that the other party also had a boss, Brother Yong spoke up. Brother, turns out you are one of us too. What's your boss name? Let me see if I know him. His last name is Zheng Wai. Do you want to meet my boss? Seeing that the expressions of the other party were not as fierce as before, Wei Xiaohai felt that his act was beginning to take effect, and he gradually felt a bit more confident. I know quite a few big brothers with the last name Zheng, but they've all turned into zombies. Brother, just tell me directly, what's your boss name? Brother Yong shouted at Liang Juanming, thinking that if the other party's boss was a big shot, he would need to weigh his options. His name is Zheng Suela. His nickname in the underworld is Zheng the Butcher. You've heard of him, right? Wei Xiaohai said this with his head held high, embellishing Zheng Suela with an extra nickname to intimidate these guys. Brother Yong scratched his head, then looked at his underling next to him. I don't think I've heard of this person, have you? No, I haven't heard of him either. This kid must be trying to bluff us. What era is it to still call someone the Butcher? Now they're all called Mr. XX or Boss XX. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaohai panicked. His words did not intimidate these guys, but instead turned into a joke. He didn't expect Zheng Suela's reputation to be so low. Had he known, he wouldn't have said anything. What are you laughing at? You small fry, it's normal for you not to have heard of my boss name. Wei Xiaohai saw that the other party was no longer afraid of him and quickly tried to make amends. Listen, my boss wants. Stop. Brother Yong made a stopping gesture, grinning wickedly as he looked at Wei Xiaohai and said, You said we are small. All right, then let me tell you, my boss is Fan Dejai, and other big brothers call him Old Fan. You're so impressive, you must know my boss, right? Why don't you help me recall something he did that shocked Dajiang City 3 years ago? Wei Xiaohai completely panicked. He racked his brain, but couldn't think of anyone named Old Fan. He had only mixed with Zheng Suela for 2 years, and Zheng Suela hadn't mentioned anything about Old Fan to him. Speak. Brother Yong told you to speak. Are you deaf or something? Brother Yong's men were all fierce and menacing, pointing knives at Wei Xiaohai as they cursed. Wei Xiaohai stuttered and began to babble. Brother Yong's one question had him tongue-tied. He didn't dare to fabricate anything, as one wrong word would mean certain death. Big brothers, can you let me go? Wei Xiaohai could no longer keep up the act, pleading with a trembling voice. I don't want to cause trouble, I was just passing by. Grab these two. As soon as Brother Yong spoke, the 5 underlings beside him rushed forward. Seeing that they weren't going to let him go, Wei Xiaohai cursed, calling them idiots, then turned to run, forgetting to take Pan Wenyun with him. Pan Wenyun was no fool. She had already realized that this guy was looking for trouble. As soon as Wei Xiaohai's bragging was exposed, she bolted. One ran to the left, the other to the right, but Brother Yong's men specialized in this kind of thing. Before the two could reach the street corner, they were caught. Help! Murder! Help! Pan Wenyun was grabbed by 2 men and dragged into the supermarket. She was terrified, shouting for help, but there was not a single person in sight, not even a zombie. After the two were brought back to the supermarket, Brother Yong closed the gate at the entrance and glared fiercely at Wei Xiaohai, saying, Beat this idiot to death. Yes. Wei Xiaohai was still trying to run, but as soon as he got up, he was grabbed by the thug wielding a guangong knife. The thug seized his arm and twisted it back. Wei Xiaohai felt as if his arm was being clamped down, and when he turned around, a fist the size of a sandbag came smashing towards his face. Bang! With a dull thud, Wei Xiaohai was knocked down to the ground. He felt dizzy, his brain felt scrambled from the blow, and after barely propping himself up, he saw 4 men rushing over to punch and kick him. Big brother, I was wrong. No. Wei Xiaohai cried out in anguish, beaten until he was in tears, kneeling on the ground and pleading desperately with Brother Yong. Brother Yong, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I'm an idiot. I am the small Let me go. I beg you. Wei Xiaohai underestimated the brutality of this gang. His pleas were of no use. Brother Yong did not call for a stop, and the four underlings continued to beat him. Pan Wenyin was frightened to tears as she had never seen such a brutal scene. In just half a minute, Wei Xiaohai was beaten to a pulp, blood everywhere on the ground. If this continued, Wei Xiaohai would be beaten to death. Pan Wenyin cried and pleaded, "Wu, you guys stop. He's going to be beaten to death by you. We were just passing by. We didn't want to cause trouble. Brother Yong, did you have your eyes on that Land Rover? We'll give the car to you. Can you let us go? Are you just passing by?" Yonggo looked at Pan Wenyin with a puzzled expression. "Don't you know this supermarket is ours?" he shouted, causing Pan Wenyin to tremble in fright. "We killed the zombies outside the supermarket. Otherwise, do you think their heads would just move by themselves, eh? We conquered this supermarket, and you coming in to take water is stealing from us. You two thieves were caught red-handed by me, and you still dare to lie." Pan Wenyin's face was streaked with tears, and Yongga looked at her and said, "Oh dear, the expression on your face is making me feel resentful. What kind of world is this? Am I wrong to kill a thief?" Pan Wenyin dared not speak, sitting on the ground, shaking her head, and crying, the screams of Wei Xiaohai ringing in her ears, unable to resist, saying, "That's too much. This supermarket is not yours, and the things inside are not yours either. Besides, there are so many things here. What's wrong with giving us a little? We just took a few bottles of mineral water. We can pay you back for that car. How about it? Just stop hitting him. Let us go." Pan Wenyin was also afraid of being beaten, but this group of thugs was simply too much, making her want to curse. "Stop." Wei Xiaohai was released, his face a bloody mess, his nose broken. Pan Wenyin didn't know what to do, silently calling for Chu Long to come save her. "Little sister, do you think there's some misunderstanding?" Yonggu ordered his subordinates to bring a chair, sitting in front of the two with his legs crossed, saying, "Do you really think I want that Range Rover?" After he said this, the woman beside him, who was lighting his cigarette, laughed. "What kind of world is this? How much is a Range Rover worth? If we wanted it, we could easily drive back a whole bunch of luxury cars into the city, and we could gather all the supercars in the world. What irritates me is that you two dared to steal our things while we weren't around and then act tough in front of us." Yonggu said, stretching out his hand to burn Wei Xiaohai's wound with a cigarette, causing Wei Xiaohai to roll on the ground in pain. "Then, didn't we just make a mistake? He's already begging you on his knees, and you've beaten him half to death. Isn't that enough?" Pan Wenyin stopped her tears. Crying now was useless. Yonggu kicked Wei Xiaohai and said, "Not enough. Because of this idiot, I'm annoyed. Then, what will it take for you to let us go?" Pan Wenyin asked as the men around her looked at her with lewd expressions. She lowered her head and realized she was exposed. When she was caught after trying to escape, the shoulder of her short sleeve had been torn down, leaving half of her bra exposed. "Yonggu, I didn't even notice earlier." A man with lip piercings leered at Pan Wenyin and said, "This little sister has quite a bosom. Get away, don't scare her." Yonggu kicked the lip-pierced man away and with a gentle expression said to Pan Wenyin, "Little sister, you both look like you're just over 20, so I won't bully you. How about this? You blow for me, and he'll let you go." "Blow for you? What does that mean?" Pan Wenyin didn't understand, but the men in the room all laughed. "Brothers, do you think she's faking it or not? From her expression, it looks like she's not faking it. Damn, Yonggu, we've encountered a pure college girl." Yonggu laughed as he whispered to the flamboyantly dressed woman beside him, and then she walked over to Pan Wenyin and quietly explained what it meant. After hearing this, Pan Wenyin's eyes widened, her ears turned red, and her nails dug into the ground, realizing that they wanted her to do such a disgusting thing. "Humph." Yonggu chuckled, staring directly at Pan Wenyin's face as he took off his pants. "I won't force you, but if you want to leave, come and obediently help me. If I'm satisfied, I will let you go." Pan Wenyin looked straight at Yonggu's groin. Just thinking about what she would have to do made her feel nauseous. "Chu Long, where are you? Why haven't you come back? Hurry and save me." Pan Wenyin felt like crying again, and seeing her hesitate to come over, Yonggu threatened, "I will count to 10 if you don't crawl over by then. Anyo, just take the knife and chop that idiot's head off for me." "Okay, Yonggu." Anyo picked up the cleaver from the ground and placed it against Wei Xiaohai's neck, staring at Pan Wenyin. "No, no." Wei Xiaohai spat blood, his mouth so swollen he couldn't utter a word. Seeing his condition, Pan Wenyin could no longer hold back. 10, 9, 8. When Yonggu counted to 8, Pan Wenyin crawled over like a dog. "Very good." Yonggu smiled slowly, pulling down his underwear, already imagining how to play with this college girl. He wanted to treat her differently than those two flamboyant women beside him. After playing enough, he would toss her to his little brothers. Just as Yonggu took off his underwear, imagining those moist, warm lips, his head was suddenly smashed by a beer bottle with a loud bang, warm blood streaming into his eyes. "Who the hell hit me?" Yonggu stood up, roaring in anger. It was that woman. Just now, Pan Wenyin had crawled to Yonggu's feet, picked up the beer bottle from under his chair, and smashed it hard on his head, directly splitting it open. Die, you idiots. Pan Wenyan couldn't hold back anymore. No matter her temperament, even if she were beaten to death, she would never do that disgusting thing. Moreover, these guys did not seem like people who would keep their word. As Yong-gu stood up, Pan Wenyan picked up the glass shards from the ground, staring fiercely at Yong-gu's disgusting groin, raising the glass shard to stab at him. Unfortunately, she was discovered by Yong-gu's little brother beside him, who kicked Pan Wenyan away. Yong-gu, frightened, rushed over, kicking Pan Wenyan in the stomach and yanking her hair while slapping her face. After venting his anger, Yong-gu angrily said, "Brothers, come on, get this stinking bitch." "Damn, we were just waiting for that sentence, Yong-gu." Pan Wenyan flipped over, and several men pounced on her, tearing at her clothes. "Get off me!" Pan Wenyan screamed, not wanting to be violated by these men, desperately resisting kicking their bodies and biting their hands. But how could a woman's strength compete with 4 men? Pan Wenyan only resisted for a moment before her arms and legs were grabbed by 2 men, leaving her unable to move. Pan Wenyan watched helplessly as her shirt was torn open, surrounded by men who spoke filthy words while eagerly stripping her bare. At this moment, Pan Wenyan felt not fear, but an unbearable sense of humiliation and anger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Long Xiaosai and Zheng Suela left the prison, rushed down the slope, and walked into the middle of the road, glancing around, finding not a single car on the road. "This place is too remote. We didn't see any cars on the way here," Zheng Suela recalled. "I remember we need to walk at least 10 kilometers back to find a car. Then we should run. Zombies are coming," Xiaosai reminded, and Chu Long turned to see zombies chasing from the prison gate. Xiaosai carried the gun bag, and Chu Long pulled out a shotgun, running alongside Zheng Suela on the road, while asking him how to load bullets and use the gun. To prevent encountering danger later, he didn't even know how to fire the gun. Zheng Suela taught the two how to use the gun while running, and the zombies wandering on the road spotted them from afar and began to run over. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Suela, out of bullets, fired the gun at the approaching zombies, one after another dropping to the ground. As Zheng Suela shot, while running, the zombies rarely received headshots, but after being hit a few times they still collapsed, not dead, but unable to catch up to them. Zheng Suela cursed while running, "Those bastards better not let me catch them, or I'll stomp on their heads and blow their brains out." Zheng Suela kept shooting at the zombies running towards him, not letting even the slow-moving ones escape, clearly filled with anger. Chu Long held the shotgun, bullets loaded into the magazine's safety off, but he did not fire. He glanced up and saw a horde of zombies at the end of the road ahead. "Don't shoot, quickly hide into the hillside," Chu Long shouted, leading the way up the bamboo grove beside the road. The gunfire attracted the group of zombies. They charged over without seeing anyone, and although they had guns, there was no cover around, making it too dangerous to confront the horde directly. Then the three quickly hid in the bamboo forest. A deafening roar echoed as the supermarket shook violently, as if it had been struck by an earthquake. A vehicle suddenly crashed through the supermarket entrance, causing the fragile barricade to collapse. It barreled through the aisles, crashing into the shelves, and headed straight for Yongzong and his group. Yongzong truly believed it was an earthquake until he turned around and saw a rural pickup truck charging at him. His pants had slipped down to his ankles, and he clumsily jumped to the side like a flustered duck. Yongzong rolled to the ground, barely avoiding the pickup truck's impact. However, his subordinates were not as fortunate. The 2 men and 1 woman surrounding Pan Wenyuan were knocked away, colliding with Pan Wenyuan before the truck finally came to a halt. Pan Wenyuan was just a few centimeters away from the truck's front, terrified as she pushed herself back with her hands. The target of the vehicle was clearly not her. After slamming to a stop, the pickup turned its wheels and headed for the thug wielding a guangdong knife. With a loud bang, the thug was fixated on the truck's front, his brain seemingly short-circuiting as he failed to flee, and he was brutally smashed against the wall by the pickup. After knocking down 4 people, the pickup finally came to a stop. Liao Guihui and Liang Junming jumped out of the vehicle. Liang Junming looked at the chaotic supermarket and said, "Uncle Liao, you really went overboard this time. How else can I save people? Hurry up and pull Pan Wenyuan and Wei Xiaohai into the car." "Got it." Wei Xiaohai lay at Liang Junming's feet, and upon seeing someone come to rescue him, he cried out, clutching Liang Junming's pant leg, "Hurry, get me out of here." "Liang Junming, it's really you," Pan Wenyuan exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him, and Uncle Liao jumping with glee. She was saved and had not been violated by the gang. Liang Junming helped Wei Xiaohai into the vehicle, and upon seeing Pan Wenyuan's disheveled state, anger surged within him. "Get in the car quickly." Liang Junming helped Pan Wenyuan into the vehicle and turned to Uncle Liao, saying they could leave now. "Who the hell do you think I am? You think you can just leave whenever you want?" Yongzong, nearly killed in the chaos, saw his subordinates lying on the ground, and the scene had been wrecked. How could he allow them to leave so easily? "He'll kill you," Yongzong bellowed, charging forward, completely naked below, wielding a machete. Liao Guihui stood in front of the pickup, gripping a pair of pliers that had dispatched over a dozen zombies. His impulsive and aggressive nature ignited his fury upon seeing Wei Xiaohai half dead and Pan Wenyuan nearly assaulted by a group of men. He was not intimidated by Yongzong and charged directly at him. Yongzong was stunned after so many years he had rarely encountered someone as reckless as Liao Gui, charging at him like a mad bull without fear of his machete. Yongzong was intimidated by Liao Guihui's ferocity, his grip weakened, and the machete he swung was insufficiently fierce, easily knocked away by Liao Guihui's pliers. With a thud, Liao Guihui's pliers struck at Yongzong's head, but Yongzong sidestepped and knelt to evade the deadly blow. The 3-kilogram wrench smashed into the metal shelf, denting it severely. With no weapon left, Yongzong dared not confront Liao Guihui any longer. He crawled away in a panic, shouting at the only remaining subordinate present. "You coward! Why are you just standing there? Grab a knife and attack him." The subordinate, wearing sunglasses, mainly tried to look tough, not wanting anyone to see his non-threatening features. But now, with everyone ignoring his expression, the man in sunglasses trembled all over, afraid to approach with the knife in hand. He hesitated for a moment before being struck down by Liao Guihui's pliers. Seeing that his subordinates were useless, Yongzong panicked and fled outside completely naked. "You all wait." After Yongzong escaped, a flamboyantly dressed woman remained in the supermarket, trembling in fear, worried that Liao Gui would hit her too. She quickly explained, Big brother, don't hit me. I'm not with them." Liao Gui stepped in front of the woman holding the pliers and demanding, "Tell me, who are they and what are they doing here?" I don't know. I encountered them on the highway. They tricked me into getting into their car when they saw me alone, and then they raped me. Then they forced me to go with them, or they would kill me. I only remember them saying their boss is called Lao Fan and he's an Lao Fan. Liao Gui pondered, having never heard of this person. However, upon hearing that there were still others involved, Liao Gui immediately became alert. His years of experience in society warned him that they had stirred up trouble with a dangerous group. Thus, Liao Gui returned to the vehicle, ready to drive away. "Uncle Liao, hurry up and chase after that naked guy. Oh, I want to kick his balls." Pan Wenyuan was furious. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she had almost been assaulted by that group. She vowed to take revenge. Yes, catch him. They'll kill him," Wei Xiaohai said, struggling with each word. Liang Juanming, seeing his face covered in blood, quickly grabbed a towel to press against his face, trying to stop the bleeding. Liang Juanming did not see clearly and pressed the towel against Wei Xiaohai's broken nose, causing him to scream in agony like a dying pig. Liao Gui ignored their demands. The most urgent matter was to leave the area quickly. "How did you get involved with those people?" Liao Gui asked while driving. He felt both heartbroken and furious, unable to hold back, as he exclaimed, "What were you doing out here for no reason? This isn't our fault." Pan Wenyuan replied, feeling wronged. "We only wanted to come to the supermarket to get some water. How were we to know that this supermarket was occupied by those thugs? They found an excuse to mess with us. How can you blame us?" "Boo-hoo." Liao Gui, being clumsy with words, inadvertently caused Pan Wenyuan to start crying. Fortunately, Liang Junming was beside her. He comforted Pan Wenyuan softly, and then said, "Fortunately, someone nearby heard the cries for help and came over the bridge to inform my uncle and aunt. Half an hour ago, Uncle Liao and I had just come down from the graveyard. My uncle and aunt told me that your friends had been taken by bad people. So Uncle Liao and I borrowed their car and rushed over to save you." After hearing Liang Junming's words, Pan Wenyuan grasped his shoulder and said, "Thank goodness you came in time. What about Zhu Long? Have Zhu Long and the others returned?" "Not yet," Liao Gui replied, glancing at the horizon, realizing that the sun was almost setting. Zhu Long and the others had left early in the morning. Why hadn't they returned yet? A moment later, the pickup truck arrived at Liang Junming's doorstep. Liao Rongrong, seeing the truck from the second floor, hurried down to open the door for them. "Quickly grab what you need, backpacks and everything. We need to leave here immediately," Liao Gui insisted, urging Liao Rongrong to hurry upstairs to gather their belongings. "Why? Zhu Long and the others haven't returned yet?" Liang Junming asked, confused. "I just questioned that woman. This gang has a leader, and they likely have accomplices waiting outside. If we've provoked them, trust me, given their modus operandi, they'll come straight to our door for revenge. Then we must leave immediately." Pan Wenyin confirmed Liao Guihui's warning, so Liang Junming rushed upstairs to retrieve their emergency backpacks. "What about Zhu Long? They're unaware of what happened here. If they return to the village searching for us and run into that gang again, what then?" "Right." Liao Gui slapped his forehead. "My mind's gone blank. They've gone too far. The walkie-talkies won't reach them. Uncle Liao, don't panic. We can leave a note for Zhu Long and the others." Liang Junming descended the stairs, retrieved paper and pen, and began writing down what had occurred, then hesitated, pen hovering midair. "Uncle Liao, where should we go next? You know this area best. Any nearby villages or hotels? We could agree on a rendezvous point. Once Zhu Long sees the note, he'll head there to find us." Good. Liang Junming paused and thought. "Let's meet at the Shangri-La Maple Resort Hotel. About 10 kilometers from here. Liang Junming finished the note, then paused again, considering where to place it inconspicuous enough to avoid casual discovery, yet precisely where Chu Long would instinctively search. Liang Junming, hurry up. Liao Guiwei urged from the courtyard where the others had already boarded the vehicle. Almost there, almost. Liang Junming rubbed his temple with the pen's tip glancing at the 2 emergency backpacks resting on the sofa. Got it. Liang Junming slung one backpack over his shoulder and deliberately left the other hiking pack behind, tucking the note beneath it. Once done, he dashed outside and climbed into the car. Before sunset, they drove out of Hunking Village, turning right at the village entrance toward the Shangri-La Maple Resort Hotel. Hardly had they departed when a convoy rolled into Hunking Village. A motorcycle led the way, followed by 2 Rolls-Royces with a massive Hummer bringing up the rear. That Hummer towed a modified black Dodge Hellcat. The convoy sped directly to the village's vegetable market and finally halted before the supermarket entrance. Each man dressed more flamboyantly than the last. One wore a black suit in sweltering heat. Another draped himself in thick gold necklaces and bracelets. A third sported a floral shirt and flip-flops, as if en route to a beach holiday. Yet most arresting of all was a man clad in blue and white prison garb, who emerged from the rear seat of a Rolls-Royce flanked by deferential attendants. Boss Brother Young secured a villa here in the village, cleared all zombies from its vicinity, and even prepared 2 women for you. Fan Dejai nodded curtly. Let's enter the supermarket first. Brother Young and his men should be waiting inside. They stepped in, only to confront utter chaos, shattered shelves, blood-smeared floors, and wounded comrades groaning on the ground. Boss! A pitiful cry echoed from the doorway. Yongzong, stark naked and clutching his groin, limped and shouting for his leader. Shame forgotten amid so many witnesses, he stood before his boss, knees pressed tight, and recounted every detail of the supermarket ambush, exactly as it had unfolded. Yongzong, how did this happen? You've been with Brother Fan for nearly a decade, and yet you couldn't subdue a group of unarmed civilians. Your testicles were nearly burst. You'd be better off smashing your skull against a wall, said the man standing beside Fan Dejai. Who the hell are you? Dare you mock me? I'll chop your hands off. Yongzong's furious, humiliated posture sent Li Kong and the others into fits of laughter. Hands still shielding his nakedness, he couldn't lunge forward to strike them, so he hopped and stomped, livid beyond speech. Enough! Fan Dejai's voice cut through the air, silencing every man instantly. Fan Dejai's face burned with wrath. After 3 years imprisoned, streaks of gray now threaded his temples. Today, his long-awaited release had already been ruined twice, first by injury to his men, then by this humiliation. All joy had evaporated. Utter incompetence, he snarled, grinding his molars. Please calm yourself, Brother Fan. Li Kong lit a cigarette for Fan Dejai, waited until he drew several steady puffs, then continued. This morning I tracked the people who crippled your subordinate, Huang Mao, all the way to the prison gates. By the time I arrived, they'd vanished. As you know, the prison teems with zombies. I dared not enter. Yet neither could I let them escape unpunished. So I towed their vehicle away. And before leaving, I accidentally triggered the prison's alarm, sending every zombie inside into a frenzied rampage. They're trapped inside now. Even if they break free, stranded in the wilderness, without transport, they won't get far. Should they encounter a horde, they're doomed. Li Kong spoke with a grin, savoring his own mischief, imagining their fury upon discovering their stolen vehicle, teeth grinding in helpless rage. Brother Li Kong, you truly understand how things ought to be done. Fan Dejai gave a slight nod. Boss, who is he really? Yongzong asked. The man Fan Dejai called Li Kong was unfamiliar to him. Before the zombie outbreak, no such person existed within their company. We shared 3 years in the same cell. I expect you all to address him as Brother Kong from now on. Brother Li Kong, from this day forth you stand second only to me. My entire crew answers to your command. Do you all understand? Understood, boss. Every man except Yongzong bellowed in unison. Yongzong held his breath, silent. He'd been Fan Dejai's second-in-command. The very man who, when the zombie virus erupted, rallied every surviving member of the gang. He'd even dispatched men to rescue Fan Dejai from prison. And yet, upon his leader's return, he'd been demoted to third. Watching Fan Dejai exchange knowing glances with Li Kong, Yongzong snapped. Forgetting modesty entirely, he spread his arms wide and shouted, Boss, I refuse to accept this. Why does he rank above me? Because he scrubbed your socks for 3 years in prison. What did you just say? Fan Dejai rose and struck Yongzong across the face, his right cheek flaring crimson instantly. Look at you now. You're nothing but a grotesque infant still suckling at the breast, shouting for me while buryest. It makes me rash, reckless, and forever excusing failure. Have you ever accomplished one thing in all these years? Fan Dejai roared, spittle flying onto Yongzong's face. The men you sent to rescue me didn't even know which cell I was in. Without Li Kong, Not only would my rescue have failed, but your men would have died inside that prison. And furthermore, Fan Dejai paused, exhausted by his own fury, breathing heavily. Recalling Yongzong's loyalty over the years, he forced his anger down. Yongzong, he said, shifting tone. Now that of an elder advising a wayward protege, sometimes you must think before you act. Today Li Kong not only secured my release, he guided us straight to the prison's armory. We've emptied it completely. Every firearm and round now lies packed in the trunks of those 3 vehicles. Tell me, given this single feat alone, does Li Kong deserve the position of second-in-command? Does he deserve to be your elder brother? With that, Fan Dejai ordered a crate of submachine guns and ammunition carried in from the trunk. Yes, yes. Yongzong, still naked, nodded frantically like a pitiful clown. After yielding to Yongzong, Fan Dejai initially planned to celebrate tonight, but now he had to clean up the mess left. Fan Dejai questioned Yongzong, trying to understand who he was and where he came from, and then quickly planned to take revenge while the other party had not fled far. Yongzong remembered the faces of Liao Guihui and others, but he had no other useful information, not even remembering to note down the other party's license plate number. Now there was a power outage and the cameras could not capture anything, leaving them unaware of the other party's whereabouts. I think we can ask people nearby, Li Kong suggested. After listening to Aiyong, I feel that those people probably live around here. It's impossible. I know exactly how many living people and zombies are in this village. There can't be people. Yongzong firmly denied. Li Kong insisted on his judgment, saying, don't be so absolute. Think about it, there were only 2 of them who came to the supermarket to carry water, right? They claimed they were just passing by and were in urgent need of supplies, so why didn't they all come to the supermarket together to gather supplies? Also, Hunsuan is not next to the highway, it's a winding road to get here. It's not easy for ordinary people to find it. After Li Kong finished analyzing, Fan Dejai immediately sent Yongzong to take people out. 10 minutes later, Yongzong brought over an elderly person and a child who lived next to the supermarket. The elderly person and the child were so frightened by the knife-wielding thugs that they fainted. They didn't need Yongzong to threaten them, and immediately revealed Liang Junming's location. See, I told you, didn't I? Li Kong laughed as he looked at Yongzong. Before leaving, the elderly person and the child kindly handed them rice, flour, oil, salt, and drinks. Knowing where the person was, Fan Dejai instructed Yongzong to distribute a gun to each of his men, organized them, and drove straight to Liang Junming's house. Snap! 16 people holding guns with bullets loaded surrounded Liang Junming's door. Boss, how do we attack? Yongzong was afraid to fire randomly. He had only played with handguns and had never handled a rifle. Besides him and Li Kong, the other 14 were just the village's low-level members. More than half had been coasting through life before the zombie crisis, and they hadn't even fired a gun before. Brothers, all eyes on me. They'll teach you how to fire a gun. Fan Dejai raised the rifle in his hand and kicked open Liang's front door. Find this little protrusion, pull it back to load the bullet. Then extend your arm and aim the barrel forward. Your thumb should stay on the trigger like it's a B button. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Fan Dejai said this and squeezed the trigger, spraying bullets at the front door and living room. Yongzong and the others were completely stunned. They had never expected that the boss would be this fierce, kicking down the door and shooting without a word. Fan Dejai emptied the magazine in one go and signaled the others to follow. Seeing this, Yongzong and the others rushed to the door, imitating Fan Dejai, shooting wildly at Liang Junming's house. Hundreds of rounds rained into the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and balcony. Da-da-da-da. After a minute of shooting, everyone had emptied their magazines. Fan Dejai taught them how to reload, and once everyone had loaded a fresh round of bullets, Yongzong led the charge inside. Everyone get out here. Yongzong shouted as he rushed into the living room. Not finding anyone on the first floor, he took his men upstairs to search each room, but still found no one. Damn it, boss. It seems like they ran away, Yongzong said. Fan Dejai sat on the sofa, smoking, crushing the glass shards on the floor with his foot. These people are quite alert, Fan Dejai said, narrowing his eyes. Oh no, we can't check the surveillance on the road. Oh, it'll be hard to find them now. Li Kong, somewhat disappointed, sat down beside Fan Dejai with his legs crossed. Boss Fan, let's just consider this a stroke of bad luck for Aiyong. It can only be that way. Fan Dejai thought for a moment and said, no way. Yongzong's face flushed with embarrassment, excitedly said, Boss, this matter is none of your concern. I must find them and chop those guys up to feed the zombies. Do as you please, but if you dare make me lose face again, I'll toss you to the zombies. Understand? Fan Dejai pointed at Yongzong with his cigarette, but Yongzong lowered his head and replied softly, I understand, boss. Hey, why is this sofa damp? Li Kong stood up, but got wet as soon as he sat down. What's going on? Fan Dejai got up and also touched his damp pants. Li Kong looked and saw that the middle of the sofa, which had been fine earlier, was now completely wet after they sat down. Curiously, Li Kong flipped the sofa cushions and the black backpack beside them, discovering that the bottom of the backpack was leaking water. The backpack contained bottled water and the bullets had penetrated through the glass and into the water bottles. As soon as they sat down, the water began to leak. Damn, my underwear is soaked. You guys need to compensate me for this mess. Li Kong joked, but Fan Dejai did not respond. Instead, he picked up a piece of paper that had fallen from the backpack. Hey, race a note. Fan Dejai read the words on the note. That group went to the Shangri-La Maple Leaf Resort. Moreover, they have accomplices. At this moment on the other side, Chu Long and his two companions finally found a usable car at a local black pork restaurant by the roadside in the mountains. Zheng Suela drove back to Hengsuan before nightfall. Along the way, they passed the vegetable market and failed to notice anything unusual. After crossing the bridge, the car headed straight for Liang Junming's house. The sun had already set and the headlights illuminated the front of Liang Junming's house. Bang! Chu Long got out and closed the door, noticing that the Land Rover parked at the door was also gone, and he said, "Where's the car? Did they drive out?" Zheng Suela looked up and saw that not a single candle was lit in the living room. It's dark. What could they possibly be doing out there? Zheng Suela muttered, then opened the iron gate of the yard. The three of them had no idea that 6 gunmen were hiding in the pitch-black house. They are coming in. Shoo. Don't talk. Wait until they come in to shoot. There are 3 of them. Kill the first 2 and leave 1 alive. As soon as Zheng Suela stepped into the yard, he felt something hard underfoot and thought he had stepped on a small stone. He kicked it away, but the sound that bounced back was a crisp metallic clang. And there was more than one. Zheng Suela found it strange and picked up what he thought were small stones rolling at his feet in the dark. He suddenly realized that what he had picked up was a bullet shell. As Chu Long and Xiaosai approached, Zheng Suela raised his hand to stop them. There are people inside, and they are armed. Don't speak, follow my lead. Xiaosai, take the keys and pretend we are leaving. Chu Long, hold the gun and hide behind the chicken coop. When I fire, you fire too. Okay. Chu Long listened to the command and crouched low to run behind it. Zheng Suela did not explain much, but when the two heard him say there were armed people inside, their vigilance reached. Chu Long and Xiaosai had never experienced a situation where armed intruders broke into their home. Apart from listening to Zheng Suela, they had no other choice. Boom. Xiaosai started the vehicle and turned on the headlights. Under Zheng Suela's hand signals, they circled the doorway before driving away. What's going on? How did they leave? It's impossible. The house is pitch black and there's no sound at all. Brother Yong, what do we do now? Yongzong crouched in the corner of the sofa, gritting his teeth, and said, chase them down. Don't let them escape. Go. Suddenly a group of 4 rushed out from behind the sofa, the staircase, and under the kitchen table, one after another charging out of the yard. Zheng Suela pressed himself against the iron gate. After hearing a series of hurried footsteps, he dashed out with his rifle, not even glancing at who the opponents were or how many there were, and fired. Da-da-da-da-da. Gunfire erupted at the doorway, and the 4 who charged into the yard fell to the ground. Damn it. There are people at the door. Chu Long looked up and saw 2 individuals hiding on the second-floor balcony. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 streams of fiery gunshots erupted simultaneously from the second-floor balcony, a burst of bullets hitting the iron gate with a loud and piercing metallic clanging. After the gunfire erupted, the people in the yard collapsed instantly, and Chu Long's adrenaline surged. His eyes suddenly transformed into slow-motion frames. The scene of Zheng Suela at the doorway exchanging fire with the 2 gunmen on the second floor played out in his mind, each frame showing bullets striking the tiles and iron sheets, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Chu Long was on fire, his brain overheating. He raised his gun and aimed at the enemy in the upper left corner of the second floor, believing he had pulled the trigger, but his right index finger trembled violently, triggering the safety mechanism and disconnecting from his brain. Chu Long. Damn. Quickly shoot to help me. Zheng Suela shouted. Chu Long snapped back to reality, gripping the shotgun, tightly pressing the stock against his shoulder, his gaze locked on the enemy, and he forcefully pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound of the shotgun blast was like a thunderclap, sending a jolt through Chu Long. A powerful slug shot out the gun barrel, jerking upwards. Chu Long thought he had missed, only to see the person he aimed at fall from the balcony. The enemy crouching on the right side of the balcony panicked. After Chu Long fired only 1 shot, the burst of gunfire vanished into the darkness. He couldn't see where Chu Long was, so he dared not show his head, blindly spraying bullets in the general direction. Chu Long remained still behind the chicken coop. All the bullets from the opposing side hit the flower pot pile in front of the chicken coop, producing a clattering sound of shattering. Chu Long focused on the position of the gunfire on the second floor and pulled the trigger again, but all he heard was a click sound and no bullets fired. Then it dawned on Chu Long what Zheng Suela had said. He was holding a pump-action shotgun, and after firing 1 round, he needed to pump the fore-end located below the barrel to chamber another round before firing. Click! Chu Long pumped the fore-end, loading a second round, and immediately shot upward. Bang! But this shot missed, hitting the railing instead. The person hiding on the second-floor balcony trembled in fear upon hearing the shotgun's discharge. He was lucky that a railing the thickness of his arm in front of him blocked the slug, saving his life. Seeing that his teammates were all done for, he realized that staying any longer would be tantamount to waiting for death. Not being foolish, he turned and fled while Chu Long and Tseng Suela were too afraid to charge up. The balcony was pitch black. Tseng Suela and Chu Long, unaware that the other had left, continued to fire rounds at the balcony. After a long silence, Tseng Suela felt that the enemy had either left or escaped. While aiming his gun at the balcony, he boldly walked inside. Upon learning that the two had successfully countered, Xia Sai drove back. Since it was very dark inside, she decided to drive into the entrance using her high beams to illuminate the first floor of Liang Junming's house. The living room on the first floor was a scene of devastation, with shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, a 50-inch television riddled with bullets, and floor walls and staircase covered in bullet holes. Seeing this, Chu Long immediately thought of the scene where Liang Junming and Pan Wenyun were killed, shouting in horror, "Liang Junming, Pan Wenyun, where are you?" Tseng Suela also shouted Wei Zaihua's name, but there was no response from inside the house. Tseng Suela could no longer hold back. He cursed, and regardless of whether the people on the second floor were still in the house, rushed in with his gun. Chu Long, worried about his companion's safety, followed him into the room, searching every corner. Fortunately, they did not find Liang Junming and the others. The only ones left in the house were the intruders lying on the ground. Where are they? Tseng Suela was anxious and pacing. Were they captured? Or did they escape? Come here quickly, there's one person who's not dead yet. Hearing Xia Sai calling them from the yard, Chu Long and the others hurriedly ran downstairs. Xia Sai turned on her flashlight, revealing 4 bodies in the yard, 3 dead and 1 still breathing. Yongzong pressed his hand against the wound on his abdomen. When he rushed out, 2 people had shielded him from bullets, but the opponent's rifle fire was too intense, and a bullet pierced through the bodies of the 2 in front of him, hitting him in the abdomen. Xia Sai focused the flashlight beam on Yongzong, revealing a blood hole the size of a finger in the lower right corner of his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely. Huff, huff, huff. Yongzong's chest heaved as he gasped for air, using both hands to apply pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding. Seeing Chu Long and Tseng Suela come downstairs, he reached out with his left hand to grab a submachine gun that had fallen at his feet. If he picked up that gun, he could turn the tables on these 3. Crash! Xia Sai had been watching his every move and kicked the submachine gun far away. Yongzong was utterly despaired, staring in terror at the 3 people surrounding him. Who the hell are you? Yongzong's eyes widened, staring intently at the 3 unfamiliar faces. Fan Dejai initially wanted to storm into the Shangri-La Maple Leaf Hotel, but Yongzong stopped the boss, thinking of a new plan. He suggested that they capture these reckless individuals in one fell swoop, proposing to leave a team behind to guard the house until their accomplices returned. Li Kong also agreed with this approach, and Fan Dejai casually assigned the task to Yongzong, giving him a chance to prove himself. After sending off Fan Dejai, Yongzong instructed his 5 subordinates to find places to hide. This time he was determined to regain his face and take revenge on these fools. In the past, those who provoked him never had a good end. In this world, anyone who dared to provoke him had to die. Yet lying on the ground, Yongzong couldn't figure out how the enemy had discovered them. Even more unimaginable was that the 3 enemies were the same ones who had run over his subordinates that morning. His strategy of capturing them all had never failed in the past when expanding the company. Why had it failed so thoroughly this time? He hadn't even fired a single shot before being shot down. Damn it, tell me who you are and how you discovered us. Yongzong shouted, angrily refusing to accept his fate. Enough talk. Tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? Where are the people inside? Tseng Suela grabbed Yongzong's hair with one hand and yanked his head upward. Yongzong laughed. So these men knew nothing either. Still grinning on the brink of death, Chu Long, thinking of Liang Junming and the others who had vanished without a trace, alive or dead no one knew, punched Yongzong square in the face and roared, "Stop grinning, you bastard. Answer me. Speak up." Seeing how frantic the 3 were, Yongzong relaxed. He recalled the note. Their allies' whereabouts remained unknown to them, yet he knew exactly where they were. By now, Boss and Li Kong must have already reached the resort hotel and surely located their accomplices. He held leverage now. His life was no longer forfeit. Heh. Yongzong sneered coldly. Your people are in my boss' hands. Kill me and they die. Tseng Suela, furious, slammed over a dozen punches into Yongzong's face, shattering bone, splitting skin, delivering brutal trauma to his skull. Dazed and bleeding profusely, Yongzong lacked even the strength to press his hands against the wounds. The laughter died on Yongzong's lips, but blood continued to gush from his abdomen. Xia Sai rushed forward with a towel and pressed it hard against the wound to staunch the flow. She needed him breathing, for now, until she learned where Liang Junming and the others had been taken. Yongzong writhed in agony, his spine arching violently. Chu Long and Tseng Suela dragged him onto the stone steps. Brother Lo, what do we do now? Chu Long's mind went blank. He had no plan. He'd never encountered such ruthless, merciless men, storming and blindly slaughtering without warning or reason. Had it not been for Zengsuela, they'd already have been riddled with bullets, dying senselessly like civilians caught in the crossfire of some war-torn nation cut down without cause on a quiet street. At that thought, Chu Long felt as though ice water had been poured over his head. His entire body turned numb with cold dread. Zengsuela pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Xiaosai, staunch his bleeding. Keep him alive. He glanced back at Yongzong, then at Chu Long, pacing anxiously. Let's all calm down. Up top. They're useless right now. Let me think. Zengsuela drew several more slow, steady drags, giving Chu Long a full minute to settle. Before speaking again, Chu Long, I'll tell you what to do now. I've been a thug, a hired enforcer, a bodyguard. Now I'm a debt collector. Once while guarding a wealthy client, I faced something similar. A kidnapper showed up claiming he'd seized my employer's child. He demanded ransom, or he'd kill the boy immediately. He tossed in a severed finger. My employer froze in terror and wired the money on the spot. Turns out the child was perfectly safe, still in kindergarten class. The kidnapper had run a con. Empty-handed, he'd duped us all. I stood there like a fool, a monkey in a cage. I don't believe this man's words, not entirely. But he does know where Xiao Hao and the others are. So our priority is clear, extract their location, keep him alive, and use him as leverage. If Xiao Hao truly has been captured, keeping this man breathing may yet prove vital. Chu Long nodded as he listened, his heart clenched with dread. He refused to believe Liang Junming and the others had fallen into the hands of such desperate criminals, and he trusted even less that these men would value their own comrades' lives. Brother Lu, we must prepare for the worst, Chu Long said. What if Liang Junming really is in their grasp? What then? If fate deals us that cruel hand, I won't surrender. Zengsuela's voice turned venomous. Chu Long, I'll be blunt with you. All I care about is Xiao Hao, but I won't play their sick hostage game. If they're truly captured, the only thing left for me is vengeance. Zengsuela's resolve was extreme, yet chillingly lucid. Then let's begin by learning where they've gone, Chu Long replied. At this point, he could only brace for catastrophe and move forward step by step. Xiaosai continued applying pressure to Yongzong's wound and retrieved sterile gauze, medical tape, analgesics, and antibiotics from her emergency kit. She loathed the man before her. His violence, and that of his kind, filled her with visceral fear. Yet to uncover Liang Junming's whereabouts, she forced herself past revulsion to save this man's life. Tell me where my people are, and I'll spare your life. Zengsuela crouched before Yongzong and demanded. Humph, do you take me for a fool? Yongzong laughed. Obey you, and I'm dead for certain. Chu Long exchanged a glance with Zengsuela. They'd anticipated precisely this answer and had prepared accordingly. Chu Long, hand me your shotgun, Zengsuela ordered. Listen carefully, we won't kill you. Not yet. You're still useful to us. You have only one choice. Either tell me now, where are my people? Or I'll have him blast your fingers off, right here, right now. Zengsuela finished speaking and stamped Yongzong's palm flat against the floor. Terrified, Yongzong thrashed, trying desperately to wrench his hand free, then cringed and snarled, go ahead, try it. Touch a single hair on me, and your people die. Chu Long didn't waste breath. He pressed the thick, unyielding barrel of the shotgun directly against Yongzong's fingertips. Bang! Ahawk! Two of Yongzong's fingers exploded into pulp, fragments of flesh spraying across Chu Long's face. Agony drove him near madness. His legs kicked wildly against the floor in futile attempts to dull the torment. Yet the pain only intensified, unrelenting. A searing, bone-deep burn erupted from the wound, rocketing along his neural pathways, flooding his brain, then ricocheting through every nerve ending in his body. In the milliseconds before collapse, the pain didn't fade. It deepened, spiraling, relentless. His sole conscious thought, let me die now? Talk, or I'll obliterate your other hand. Zengsuela gripped Yongzong's jaw and snarled. Yongzong dared not defy him further. Through gritted teeth, he gasped, there at the Shangri-La Hotel. How many of you are there? 16, no, 10 now. Who are you and why are you here? Chu Long jabbed the shotgun's barrel against Yongzong's cheek. We're fans, man. Yongzong hesitated not a second, answering every question truthfully and instantly. Why are you here? Why are you killing us? Chu Long repeated sharper this time. Because, Yongzong faltered, stunned by his own stupidity, regretting bitterly that he'd insisted on staying behind. Chu Long rubbed his temples in disgust. Yongzong hurried to reply. Your associate killed one of our men, so we came to retaliate. Hearing this, Chu Long mistakenly assumed Yongzong meant the man Zengsuela had struck that morning, and marveled incredulous that they'd tracked them here so swiftly. Enough. Let's go now. With precise coordinates and enemy count confirmed, Zengsuela instructed Xiaosai to dress Yongzong's wounds immediately, then had Chu Long shove him into the trunk of the car. Xiaosai pulled out her phone. The three verified the location, the Shangri-La Maple Resort Hotel, 12 kilometers away. Zheng Suela gunned the engine and sped off. Creek. 3 cars sequentially parked in the outdoor parking lot of the Shangri-La Hotel. This resort hotel is built on flat land between the valleys. A 200-meter walk uphill from the parking lot leads to the hotel lobby and reception building, with several accommodation buildings nearby. Further on are the hot springs and villa area. This place is nice, Fan Dejai said as he got out of the car, only to have a zombie emerge from the darkness of the parking lot. His subordinate nearby was about to draw his gun, but was stopped by Fan Dejai. What are you thinking? It's just one zombie, and you want to shoot. Do you want everyone to know you're here? Fan Dejai cursed the fool and asked the man to hand him a dagger. He personally approached and grabbed the zombie by its neck, pinning its head down and stabbing through its eye with the dagger. Li Kong, my younger brother, this place is so big and pitch dark. How can we find those people? Fan Dejai. Li Kong scanned the valley and the hotel, saying, this place is already haunted enough, searching in the dark would be a waste of effort. How about we split up? We can divide into 3 teams with our 10 people, someone suggested. We need a direction, even if we split up. A few of you come with me. Oh, let's first find their cars. Li Kong ordered, calling 5 people to help him find the car that Liao Guihui drove here. A Young said the car crashed directly into the supermarket, so the front must be damaged. Plus one of them is injured, so pay attention to the front of the car and see if there's any blood on the ground. Li Kong said. The 6 of them turned on their flashlights and began searching in different directions in the outdoor parking lot. Soon they made a discovery. Someone found the car at the entrance of the reception building. Li Kong was instantly excited upon seeing the car. We found a Trace brothers. So the mouse must be hiding in here. Fan Dejai sneered and commanded, split into 3 teams and search. Once you find them, bring everyone to the center of the lobby. Yes. At this moment, Liao Guihui and others were hiding on the 2nd floor of the reception building. The 2nd floor served as a banquet hall and private rooms with a corridor shaped like a return that overlooked the lobby on the 1st floor. Hearing the commotion in the lobby, Liao Guihui rushed out from the restaurant and saw a circle of armed men in the middle of the lobby. Overhearing Fan Dejai's words, he quickly crouched down, burying his head over the railing to observe. The group was divided into 3 teams with 2 holding guns and 1 shining a flashlight, beginning their search. Liao Guihui hurried back to the restaurant to explain the situation to Liang Junming and others. Upon learning that the newcomers were not Chu Long, Liang Junming felt that they were likely cohorts of those from the supermarket, and to his horror they were armed. His vision darkened as he felt the sky was collapsing. Uncle Liao, are you sure those downstairs came to catch us? Pan Wenyang, filled with dread, felt goosebumps all over her body. I can't say for sure, but we arrived just before them. Plus, is there anyone else in this resort hotel besides us? I didn't see a single shadow when we came in. Liao Guihui began to panic, tightly embracing Liao Rongrong. They had provoked a group of desperate individuals, and if captured, their fate would be dire. Quick, hide. They're coming up. Liao Guihui said, glancing at the banquet hall filled with dozens of tables. He hurriedly hugged his son and crawled under one of the tables. Pan Wenyang, unsure where to hide, was supporting the nearly unconscious Wei Xiaohua and also chose a table to hide under. Liang Junming felt it was unwise for everyone to hide under the tables. What if they were caught all at once? He rushed out of the banquet hall and saw lights shining up from the staircases on both sides. As the 2 groups were about to arrive, he quickly found a nearby room, the Mountain Sea Room 01A, and hid inside. Shoo shoo shoo. Li Kong whistled happily, holding a small handgun as he ascended to the 2nd floor. He glanced at the banquet hall and private rooms, instructing 3 subordinates to search the banquet hall, while leaving 1 person to guard the corridor and the others to search each private room. It's time for cat and mouse, Li Kong said, standing in the corridor watching his subordinates act while addressing the air. You all better hide, while I will count to 3 and come find you. 3, 2, 1. Li Kong whistled as he opened the adjacent Mountain Sea Room 02. Inside was a large round table capable of seating 20 people. To the right of the entrance was a small compartment with cabinets for placing dining plates and a sterilizer. Walking further into the small compartment, he found a bathroom. Upon seeing the bathroom door closed, Li Kong became intrigued. Oh, you all like to hide in the bathroom, huh? Li Kong kept threatening and intimidating the possible mice hiding in the shadows. He wasn't afraid of the mice hearing him. Rather, he relished the feeling of pressing closer, eagerly waiting to see the mice frightened out and scurrying before him. Now that would be interesting. Bang! Li Kong kicked open the bathroom door, finding it empty. Oh, he stepped out of the compartment. Then they must be hiding under the tables, right? He aimed his gun under the tables, shining his flashlight inside, but still found no one. Then he lifted the curtains of the private room, and again no one. The windows were sealed, they couldn't escape through there. Looks like they're not in this private room. Li Kong exited Mountain Sea Room 02, and the guard in the corridor informed him that no one had seen anyone come out. Li Kong nodded and entered Mountain C Room 01, which had a layout identical to the adjacent Room 02. Liang Junming was hiding inside, and upon hearing the door open, he heard someone whistling as they walked in. He quickly covered his mouth, curling his body up and remaining completely still, afraid to make any sound. "Hey, I can hear your breathing. You're hiding here, right?" Li Kong said, frightening Liang Junming as he continuously lifted tablecloths and curtains, but still found no one. He glanced at the wall-mounted air conditioner nearby. "You're hiding behind the air conditioner." Li Kong suddenly yanked the air conditioner, which fell to the ground with a loud crash, but still no one was behind it. Li Kong grew somewhat impatient, quickly turning back towards the bathroom, but still found no one. "Wait, where are they?" Standing in the compartment, he faced a row of lockers with a sterilizer and refrigerator beside him. Spotting the lockers beneath him, Li Kong excitedly exclaimed, "How did I miss this place?" He pulled open the lockers, which contained layers of plates, making it impossible for anyone to hide. Li Kong gave up, muttering, "They must be hiding inside the banquet hall," as he walked out. After the footsteps faded, Liang Junming let out a sigh of relief. Just when Li Kong opened the locker, he had been extremely tense. If Li Kong had continued searching the refrigerator, he would have been discovered. Liang Junming hid in the upper shelf of the refrigerator. His small frame fit perfectly in the space. Li Kong thought that no adult could hide inside the refrigerator, so he didn't check it. Liang Junming escaped the disaster, but Liao Shu and Pan Wenyang were hiding in the banquet hall. Based on what Li Kong had done earlier, he would surely search each table one by one. It's over. Liang Junming kept thinking that his note must have been discovered by these people, allowing them to track him here. Even if Chu Long had returned home, he wouldn't know they had fled to this resort hotel, and now they were isolated and helpless. Feeling regret for leaving that note, Liang Junming stepped out of the refrigerator cabinet. Just as he reached the door of the private room, he saw someone standing in the corridor. His heart raced with anxiety. If he ran out, he would definitely be discovered. The only idea he could think of was to wait until they found the people in the banquet hall, and then take the opportunity to run out and return to seek Chu Long's help. But if that happened, Liao Guihui and Pan Wenyang would face a dire fate. Liang Junming struggled internally, unsure of what to do. At this moment, inside the banquet hall on the second floor, Wei Xiaohao saw a group of people entering through the door with guns, and fear erupted in his heart. He didn't want to be dragged out and beaten again. He curled up beneath the table, trembling, his head brushing against the tabletop, causing the table to shake slightly. Pan Wenyang quickly pulled him down to the ground and whispered, "Don't make a sound, they're coming in." The banquet hall was spacious, and as soon as the group entered, they immediately spread out, scanning every corner, display, stand, bar, table, and any place where someone could hide. The blinding light of a flashlight swept over, and Pan Wenyang lay on the ground as a man in black leather shoes approached their direction, shining the flashlight back and forth on the table in front of him. Pan Wenyang hurriedly pulled down the tablecloth a bit to block the incoming light. The man swept the flashlight around several times, not seeing any shoes or feet sticking out from under the table, and then shouted to his companions, "There's no one here, what about you guys?" Li Kong walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall and immediately responded, "So quick. You lazy bum, have you even checked under the tables? Don't miss a single table." Yes. The man, realizing he couldn't slack off, bent down and began lifting the tablecloth to check each table. Pan Wenyang was anxious. The man was getting closer, only 4 tables away from her. She quickly looked to her right, where Liao Guihui and Liao Rongrong were hiding in the middle of the banquet hall, and she sought help from Liao Guihui with her eyes. Liao Guihui waved at her, signaling her to crawl over. Pan Wenyang glanced back, and taking advantage of the man not yet reaching them, she hurriedly pulled Wei Xiaohao to crawl over to Liao Guihui. Just as she moved over, the man searched her original position. "Hey, there's no one here," the man complained, and seeing a companion approaching, he added, "Hey, don't you think this is a bit silly?" It is a bit. Why are we here in the middle of the night searching a resort for people? This hotel is so big, not to mention the outside is a deep mountain forest. Those people could run anywhere in the mountains. How are we supposed to find them?" "You're right, we're just wasting time. Damn it, I really want to go back to sleep." "Chill. Li Kong is coming." Li Kong shone his flashlight over them, blinding the two. "What are you two muttering about over there? Have you finished searching?" No, we're searching from the outside in. There's still the middle area left." Li Kong pointed his gun towards the center of the banquet hall, directly aiming at the location where Liao Guihui and the others were, startling them into shivers. "You two lazy bums, if I hadn't brought you out of prison, you would have been eaten clean by the rats by now." The two were very afraid of Li Kong, and immediately did as he said. After scolding them, Li Kong felt that this group of lazy bums was useless, so he started searching the tables in the middle himself. The people on the other side of the banquet hall finished searching the perimeter and also began searching towards the center, surrounding Liao Guihui and the others. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. "Uncle Liao." Pan Wenyang grabbed Liao Guihui's arm, trembling with fear. Liao Guihui looked at his son and Pan Wenyang. the flashlight beams coming from all directions were increasing, and they were about to be found. As a father, he needed to protect his son's life, so he whispered, Pan Winyan, I will rush out to draw them away. I would take care of Rongrong. Help! They're outside. They ran downstairs. Suddenly, a man guarding the corridor shouted to his companions and randomly fired his gun at the dark staircase. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the gunfire, everyone in the banquet hall ran out. Moments earlier, Liang Junming burst out of the Shanghai 01 private room, and the man guarding the corridor was actually picking his nails, not noticing his exit. Liang Junming could have escaped, but he was determined to draw the group away. He boldly charged forward, kicked the man in the butt, cursed, and immediately ran off. The man, humiliated, saw Liang Junming rushing into the dark staircase and immediately opened fire. Li Kong chased after him, shouting, Where are they? They ran downstairs. Boss, they ran down. Li Kong shouted towards the door from the corridor. Fan Dejai was standing below in the lobby. He shone a light towards the staircase and saw Liang Junming running towards the right corridor, heading towards the outdoor hot spring area. Damn it, how did you let them escape? Fan Dejai scolded. You go chase them, I'll drive straight to the hot spring in trance. Li Kong led a team down following Liang Junming. Li Kong was furious, firing his gun towards the dark corridor while chasing. Bang! 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 At this moment, Chu Long and the others had also reached the parking lot of the resort, hearing gunfire coming from the right side of the reception building. Legu, hurry up and drive over. Chu Long pulled out a shotgun. He had loaded 7 rounds on the way here and was also carrying a handgun on his waist. Chu Long didn't even know who these people were, but to protect his companions, he would kill anyone who threatened them. Chu Long, listen carefully. When the fight starts, find cover, and don't be a fool running out to shoot. This isn't a game. Getting hit once could mean death. Did you hear that? Zheng Suela looked at Chu Long and said, Don't lose your head. Got it. Chu Long looked ahead, and suddenly a car came up from the side slope. Neither car was expecting this, and they crashed into each other. Fan Dejai was driving fast and saw Chu Long's car coming up too late to brake. The front of his car slammed into the side of the other car, pushing Chu Long's car against the wall before stopping. Damn it. Fan Dejai wasn't wearing a seatbelt. His head hit the steering wheel, and as he covered his head and looked forward, the car's headlights flickered, and a man and a woman got out of the car opposite, both holding guns. He didn't recognize any of the three, but Fan Dejai saw Yongzong in the back seat, and Yongzong saw him too. Boss! Boss! Yongzong shouted with all his strength. Fan Dejai was drenched in cold sweat. His rifle had fallen onto the floor mat of the passenger seat. He quickly leaned down to grab the rifle, raising the gun barrel to shoot at the windshield outside. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Zheng Suela, Chu Long, and Xia Sai had already seen him. As soon as Fan Dejai lifted his gun, the three of them immediately ducked to the side. Fan Dejai emptied his magazine in an instant. He looked around and saw no one. Just as he was about to get out of the car, bullets started flying at him. Bang! Da-da-da-da-da. Bang! 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 Chu Long hid beside a pillar and fired 3 shots towards the driver's seat, while Zheng Suela raised his gun to shoot, and Xia Sai fired repeatedly with her handgun. Fan Dejai had a keen sense of danger. As the bullet flew past, he immediately crouched down and ducked towards the passenger seat, narrowly avoiding the bullets that came in from outside. The front hood was riddled with 2 large holes from the shotgun, the windows were shattered, and the back of the seat was peppered with pockmarks. Facing 3 opponents alone, the firepower of the adversaries was overwhelming. Fan Dejai brushed off the glass shards from his face, opened the passenger door, and crawled out close to the seat. Upon seeing the door open, Zheng Suela quickly exclaimed, We didn't hit him, he's escaped. Fan Dejai had run out of bullets, and there was no ammunition left in his vehicle. Fortunately, a few of his subordinates heard the gunfire and rushed over to provide support. Boss, what's going on over there? Who's come? It's the accomplices of that gang. Yongzong has been taken out by them. Quickly open fire and kill them. Fan Dejai shouted, snatching a submachine gun from one of his men, and immediately turned to spray bullets at the column where Zheng Suela and Chu Long were hiding. Da-da-da-da-da. As he retaliated, Zheng Suela reloaded his magazine and fired back. Oh. All of Fan Dejai's men stood in the corridor, and one unfortunate soul was shot down by Zheng Suela. Everyone take cover. Damn it. Fan Dejai cursed, and the other 5 quickly ran behind the column. Damn. How do they have guns too? One of the subordinates shouted as bullets whizzed by the stone column beside his ear, shattered into dust, and bullets zipped past his face. In a panic, he could only extend his gun and fire wildly. It was dark in the corridor. They were all shooting in the general direction of each other, just trying to get bullets out. Both sides exchanged fire in the pitch-black corridor. The visibility was so poor that no one knew if they hit the other. They only heard bullets whizzing by and dared not peek outside. Bang! Bang bang! Chu Long heard gunfire coming from behind him. He shone his flashlight, revealing that it was the ticket office in the hot spring area. Legu, there's gunfire in the ticket office. It might be Liang Junming that's been shot. Chu Long said anxiously. You two hurry over, I'll hold them here. Zheng Suili said, Chu Long, once you find them, take them out of here immediately. Don't worry about me. Do you understand? All right. The gunfire from the hot spring ticket office grew more intense, leaving no time for Chu Long to think. He and Xiaosai ran towards it. Bang! A gunshot rang out again in the darkness. The direction of the muzzle flash was to the left front, where 4 men appeared, shining 2 beams of flashlight back and forth in the corner of the ticket office. All 4 men were armed. Chu Long quickly pulled Xiaosai to hide in the nearby swimsuit shop, using the clothes as cover to observe the movements of the 4 enemies. The man at the front fired his pistol randomly at the places where people could hide, such as the front desk, couches, and the souvenir shop. After emptying his magazine, he reloaded and continued shooting. Bang! Bang! After firing 2 more shots, the people hiding in the ticket office still did not come out. Li Kong grew impatient and threatened, "Stop hiding. I know you are right here. Come out now, and I might spare your lives. If this drags on, I won't have the patience anymore." After he finished speaking, several shadows emerged from the hot spring entrance. Li Kong initially thought they were living people and told his men not to shoot. However, the sounds coming from those shadows were eerily chilling. Emerging from the light at the entrance were figures with ghastly faces and blood at their mouths. Roar! A dozen zombies crashed through the entrance barrier and charged towards them. Damn! It's zombies. Open fire! Open fire! Li Kong raised his pistol to shoot, but realized he had run out of bullets. Fortunately, the 2 subordinates beside him were armed with submachine guns. Deep burst of fire took down all the zombies at the entrance. This makes things easier. Li Kong smiled at his subordinates. Those guys definitely didn't run into the hot spring area. Split into pairs and search. They must be here. I'm out of patience to shoot at anyone you see. Yes. After receiving the order, 2 men walked towards Chu Long's direction. They quickly spotted the swimsuit shop, where people could hide, and approached it with flashlights. The flashlight beam illuminated rows of mannequins wearing swimsuits, and Chu Long and Xiaosai quickly retreated, hiding behind a rack of swimsuits. What should we do? Xiaosai whispered in Chu Long's ear. The enemy's intentions were clear. They would open fire if they discovered them. Chu Long had no choice. He crouched behind the rack, extending the shotgun out from behind the swimsuits, aiming towards the area of the light. Wait until they get closer before firing, Chu Long said calmly. Xiaosai nodded. Having witnessed the power of bullets at Liang Junming's house, she remembered one of the ambushers had a bullet hole the size of a bowl in his chest and died on the spot. She understood that firing a shot would take a life, as she didn't want to do that, but if she didn't, the one who would be shot dead could very well be her. Xiaosai saw the flashlight beam getting closer. The 2 men appeared at the entrance of the shop, just 2 steps away from discovering those hiding behind the rack. She was so tense that she could hear her own heartbeat. Bang! A loud explosion erupted beside her ear. Chu Long fired without hesitation, hitting the man on the left at close range. The shotgun's power was immense, and the man was instantly knocked to the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer. Xiaosai was startled by the gunfire, her scalp tingling. Remembering Chu Long's words, she fired at the other. Da-da-da! Bang! Chu Long fired simultaneously. The man on the right was about to crouch down when he was hit in the head by a bullet, collapsing instantly, his head smashing onto the floor. Li Kong, not far away, was startled by the gunfire. He turned back to see Xiaosai shining the flashlight at him along with bullets from the pump-action shotgun. Bang! Bang! Chu Long aimed at Li Kang's back and fired twice, but unfortunately neither shot hit. Having emptied the 7 preloaded bullets, Chu Long had no choice but to retreat behind cover, taking bullets from his side bag one by one to reload, missing the optimal time to pursue. Li Kong realized bullets were hitting near his feet and quickly dove behind the sofa to take cover. At that moment, another subordinate emerged from the side, pointing a gun at Liang Junming. Liang Junming had been chased into the hot spring ticket office by Li Kong. He was hiding behind a pile of artificial rocks, waiting for Li Kong to leave before attempting to escape. However, there were also gunshots outside the door. Liang Junming was unaware that Chu Long had arrived and did not dare to come out, while Li Kong and his men dealt with the zombies at the entrance, resulting in him being discovered while hiding behind the rocks. Huh! Li Kong laughed uncontrollably, having long run out of bullets. He was overjoyed to see Liang Junming and said, "You little brat, you've been hard to find." Seizing the moment when Chu Long was reloading, Li Kong yanked Liang Junming. "Hey, stop shooting. Your comrade is in my hands. Fire that gun, and I'll slit his throat right now." Li Kong grabbed Liang Junming by the hair and shoved him forward. Xiaosai shone her flashlight and said, "Chu Long, Liang Junming has been captured." The worst had happened. Chu Long's worst fear had come to pass. Liang Junming was now being used as a human shield. 2 men pressed him forward, step by step, advancing toward them. When they reached the center of the ticket hall, Li